Chapter 1. This city cannot lose you. Spider-Man. My name is Peter Parker, once the Spider-Man. Throughout my year as Spider-Man, I have accomplished numerous feats, vanquishing evil and engaging in a battle of wits with a cadre of mad scientists. I even collaborated with the Avengers. However, now, all of that has come to an end. Dr. Octopus has leveraged Aunt May to compel me to relinquish my Spider-Man identity. While I still possess the power to thwart him, I'm genuinely uncertain if I do so, whether he may inflict harm upon those I hold dear in the future. With great power comes great responsibility. And the most responsible course of action for me now is to no longer be Spider-Man, that I understand you may perceive me as weak, but I find myself in a position where I simply cannot afford to lose anyone else. Upon hearing Peter Parker's response, a smile crept across Dr. Octopus's face. Spider-Man, no. Peter Parker, I never imagined you would ultimately capitulate. From this moment forth, there will be no more Spider-Man in this world, but a mechanical tentacle shot forth, swiftly tearing away Peter Parker's mask, revealing a youthful visage imbued with a sense of defiance. Of course, you know I'm man of my word. I will release your Aunt May, but I hope you will refrain from ever appearing before me again. The mechanical tentacle retracted, freeing the ensnared Aunt May. Leaping to the ground, she rushed to Peter Parker's side, her face etched with concern. Peter, meanwhile, Dr. Octopus turned his attention away from the scene before him, focusing instead on a massive reactor nearby, within which a colossal energy sphere pulsated, radiating scorching light akin to the sun and exuding an aura of destruction that moment. Peter Parker also took notice of the enormous energy sphere. Sensing the peril it posed, he quickly inquired, "Octavius, what are you planning?" His spider sense incessantly warned him of the imminent danger posed by the energy sphere, and do not call me Octavius. There will be no more Otto Octavius in this world. Only Dr. Octopus, standing before the reactor, observing the device siphoning nearby metals. A satisfied smile adorned Dr. Octopus's face. "Peter, I trust you recognize this contraption." Upon hearing Dr. Octopus's words and gazing at the reactor, memories flooded Peter's mind. In the next instant, his expression shifted to one of alarm as he urgently pleaded, "Octavius, stop. If you don't, New York will be obliterated by nuclear fusion." Yet, Dr. Octopus seemed oblivious to Peter's plea, his mechanical tentacles deftly manipulating the nuclear fusion process as he murmured to himself, "The power of the sun is now in my grasp." Witnessing Dr. Octopus's unwavering obsession, Peter Parker continued to plead, "Doctor, you once imparted to me the wisdom of intelligence, asserting that cleverness is not a privilege but a gift meant to benefit humanity." The mechanical appendages faltered, and Dr. Octopus stood motionless, gazing intently at the nuclear fusion before him, rendered speechless. Noticing the effectiveness of his words, Peter Parker turned to Aunt May, who had been silent for a considerable time, and began, "Aunt May, Before he could finish, a gentle warmth graced his face as Aunt May placed her hand upon it. At that moment, her expression radiated a tender smile. "Go, Peter. The citizens of New York City still need Spider-Man." With that, she dusted off the Spider-Man mask she had just retrieved and handed it to Peter. As he beheld the mask and the smile adorning Aunt May's face, a smile gradually emerged upon his own. "Yes, ma'am." Without a hint of hesitation, he took the mask from her and donned it over his face. Casting one last glance at Aunt May, he then swiftly turned away, his multifaceted eyes narrowing with determination. Raising his hand, he struck the classic pose, and instantly, a web shot forth from his web shooter, firmly securing itself to the ceiling of the clock tower. He charged forward, and midway through his sprint, he leaped into the air, propelled by the resilient web, soaring toward his destination. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus remained in a state of shock. His original thoughts, stirred by Peter Parker's words, began to surface, only to be quickly suppressed by his mechanical limbs. However, as he grappled with his own mechanical tentacles, a familiar voice resonated from behind him, and no, Ock, please cease this perilous action. You will set a poor example for the children watching. His movements halted as he turned to see a pair of feet clad in a red suit. His pupils dilated in alarm, and he attempted to control his mechanical limbs in defense. But it was too late. Those feet had already delivered a powerful kick to his chest. As a mere mortal, he stood no chance against such force, at least 20 tons of kicking power, and he was sent flying, only to be ensnared by a web, just as he was about to plunge into the nuclear fusion core, that he crashed heavily onto the ground, tumbling several times before finally coming to a stop. The pain in his chest rendered him unable to rise, and, as he looked up, he beheld Spider-Man wreaking havoc on the electrical wires. Upon severing the wires, Spider-Man presumed that all would be resolved. Yet this experiment did not cease with the power cut, rather. It unleashed an even more formidable gravitational pull. In New York City, all objects with metallic components rapidly converged towards the clock tower. Gazing at the energy pulsating from the nuclear fusion before him, Spider-Man's eyes, concealed beneath the mask, were filled with bewilderment. At this moment, he found himself at a loss. Rushing to Dr. Octopus and grasping his collar, he inquired urgently, "Ock, what have you done? Is this what you call benefiting humanity? A bomb capable of leveling all of New York City?" As Spider-Man spoke, Dr. Octopus gradually regained a semblance of clarity, gazing in disbelief at the devastation he had wrought. Noticing the change in Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man swiftly removed his mask, revealing the familiar face of Peter Parker beneath. "Peter, what have I done?" Dr. Octopus asked, his expression one of incredulity as he looked upon the visage he knew so well. "Doctor, we can reminisce later. That I truly hope you can provide me with a solution before this bomb annihilates all of New York City." Upon hearing Peter Parker's words, Dr. Octopus shook his head, his countenance grave. "No, I have no means to stop it. You know my experiments are nearly flawless. No one can rectify this." "Not even I flawless?" Peter Parker inquired, tilting his head as he regarded the 4 mechanical tentacles behind Dr. Octopus. "It was merely an accident." Clearing his throat, Dr. Octopus turned away, but suddenly an idea struck him. "I have a plan. If we can introduce nuclear fusion into the ocean, we can cause it to detonate there, sparing New York from harm." "All right, I'll do it right now." Upon hearing there was a solution, Peter Parker attempted to rise, but was halted by mechanical tentacle. "No, Peter, I am the architect of this calamity. I must bear the consequences. Take your Aunt May and flee before the fusion detonates." Standing up, Dr. Octopus moved toward the direction of the nuclear fusion. "But what about you?" Peter Parker called out, watching Dr. Octopus's retreating figure. "Peter, I have strayed down a dark path and caused many deaths. Perhaps this is my only way of atonement, rather than allowing a 16-year-old to shoulder the burdens that should be mine. So please go. This city can do without me, Ock, but it cannot do without you, Spider-Man." With that, he said no more, extending his mechanical tentacles to plunge the fusion into the sea. But then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! The nuclear fusion, which had not yet spiraled out of control, exploded, sending shockwaves that obliterated the entire clock tower, and Aunt May was hurled from it. As he watched Aunt May plummet, Peter Parker's pupils dilated in horror. He instinctively tried to shoot a web to catch her, but the range was insufficient. He could only helplessly watch as Aunt May fell closer to the ground, his dark eyes filled with guilt. Aunt May. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Jiang Parker. I absolutely detest cold jokes, May. A sudden shout erupted, shattering the solemn ambience of the classroom. All eyes turned towards the back row, gazing at the source of the commotion with expressions akin to bewilderment. There stood a youth, Jiang Parker, upright before his desk, gasping for breath, his eyes brimming with guilt and frustration. Jiang Parker, the teacher, who had been diligently writing on the blackboard, was startled by the unexpected outburst, causing him to inadvertently snap his piece of chalk in two. His face darkened, but upon recognizing the origin of the shout, his expression softened somewhat, though he maintained a stern demeanor. At that moment, Jiang Parker, realizing the discord he had caused, turned his attention to the sullen-faced Su Quan and hurriedly bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, Teacher Su." His sincerity melted away Su Quan's displeasure. For after all, Jiang Parker was renowned as the top student in the school. Had it been a more ordinary student, they would have been swiftly dispatched to stand outside as punishment. "Did you have a nightmare?" Su Quan inquired. "Yes," Jiang Parker replied, rubbing the back of his head as memories of the dream flickered through his mind, a brief sadness clouding his gaze. After a moment of silence, Su Quan chose not to voice his thoughts. Instead, he approached Jiang Parker and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Parker, I grant you permission to sleep in my class. But please refrain from causing such disturbances in the future. How can the other students learn if you behave this way? It complicates matters for the teacher as well. If it's troublesome, then don't bother." The words nearly escaped his lips, but were quickly swallowed back down. Nodding earnestly, Jiang Parker responded, "I understand, Teacher Su. I assure you it won't happen again." "Very well, take your seat. If you are still tired, feel free to continue sleeping," Su Quan concluded, turning his attention to the onlooking classmates, whose expressions were filled with envy. His face darkened as he admonished them. "What are you staring at? Do I have something written on my face? Focus on the blackboard. The college entrance examination is fast approaching. If you don't put in the effort now, how will you succeed in life? Do not think I am meddling in your affairs. As your homeroom teacher, I earn 500 yuan more each month than other subject teachers. Do you truly believe I am here merely for that meager sum, serving you as if you were lords?" In response to Su Quan's reprimand, the other students quickly returned their gaze to the blackboard. However, among them, a defiant peer muttered under his breath, Why does Jiang Parker get to sleep in class? We are all students after all. Just as he grumbled. He felt a sharp poke in his arm, a bit too forceful for comfort. Turning to see his desk mate, he snapped. Get lost. Don't touch me. Initially, my mood was rather dismal, and then you came over to poke me. If not you, whom should I scold? I had intended to do a good deed. Yet what I received in return was a curt dismissal from my desk mate, who was equally incensed. I chose to ignore him, casting a glance that seemed to convey a message of self-preservation. Subsequently, I devoted myself to transcribing the notes from the blackboard, though I instinctively leaned away, as if to avoid any fallout from the situation. Observing my desk mate's bizarre antics, I began to sense something amiss, soon accompanied by a chilling draft that crept up my back. An ominous premonition surged within me as I turned my head, and predictably, I was met with a visage as dark as coal, prompting one to wonder if a mere spark could ignite such a countenance. Sue. Teacher Sue. Surprised. Are we? Su Quan's face broke into a congenial smile. Well, a little. Do you think you were quite the comedian? Teacher Sue. How did you know I possess a sense of humor? The awkward exchange elicited suppressed laughter from our classmates, though they hastily attempted to stifle their mirth. Fearful of being overheard by Su Quan, in an instant, the entire class was convulsing in laughter. One might mistake it for a hospital's attempt to infuse its sterile environment with the aroma of literature. In summary, it was a house of mania, quite alarming indeed. Listening to the muffled chuckles around me, Su Quan's expression darkened further, yet he restrained the impulse to hurl this individual across the room. I've heard you possess quite the defiance. No, I replied, shaking my head vigorously like a bobblehead, adopting a demeanor of innocence. Humph. A cold smile escaped him, and he refrained from displaying anger. Returning to the podium, he surveyed the class with hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. I am aware that each of you feels a sense of injustice regarding my differing attitudes towards you and Parker. Today, I shall elucidate this matter. Parker ranks first in the school. At merely 17, he has already received an invitation from Hucking University. He is a prodigy, unlike any of you. If you do not exert effort in your studies, what will become of you once you enter society? In this world, no one will coddle you. Everything must be earned through your own endeavors. Do you understand? As Su Quan's admonishment echoed, the entire class hung their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. In truth, they scarcely took his words to heart, for such rhetoric had been heard from elementary through high school, easily dismissed as it entered one ear and exited the other. Parker, to be honest, I have never bowed to anyone, but I do to you, Luemo said, nudging Jiang Parker, who had just returned to his seat, with a face full of admiration. Only you could manage to sleep through class without incurring the wrath of old Sue, he continued. I reckon he is one step away from bringing you a bed and tucking you in, he joked. In response to his jest, Jiang Parker merely rolled his eyes, exasperated, and replied, Stop it. Who has been troubling you? What I say is entirely true. However, Parker, do you possess any methods to enhance one's academic performance? Look at my recent exam results. I ranked last in the entire class. I am utterly at a loss as to how I will face my mother this evening. Speaking of which, the thought of returning home to not my mother's warm smile but rather a feather duster sends a shiver down my spine. Oh, how frightful. Improving one's grades is rather simple, and I happen to have a method to impart to you. Given our long-standing friendship, I shall only charge you 5 yuan. Upon hearing the seemingly exorbitant price, Luemo hesitated for a significant time. Ultimately, he steeled himself and retrieved a rather worn 5 yuan note from his shoe. Take it before I regret this decision. His expression was not one of losing 5 yuan, but rather akin to a determined young lady granting her boyfriend an opportunity to showcase himself. Despite his speechlessness, he accepted the 5 yuan without disdain and tucked it into his pocket, feeling quite pleased internally. On the surface, however, Parker displayed a solemn demeanor as he retrieved a deep brown covered book from his desk and placed it on Luemo's table. The book prominently bore the title, 3 years of exams, 5 years of simulations. Patting Luemo on the shoulder, Parker beamed with a smile. Here lies the secret. Staring at the familiar cover, Luemo remained silent for a lengthy moment before realization dawned upon him. Isn't this the voluntary practice booklet distributed by the school today? Indeed. It is the practice booklet from the school. However, it holds little value for me. It is far better suited for you to enhance your academic performance. Luemo, see how I have bestowed such a precious item upon you. When you achieve great success in the future, do not forget about your brother here. Parker patted Luemo's shoulder with an encouraging expression. Luemo retorted, Do you think you are quite humorous? Parker replied, How could that be? I detest telling corny jokes. Then, may I inquire what you are doing now? Why, telling jokes. Ah, indeed, quite chilly. That cannot be, for today is rather warm. Chapter 3. Farewell to the octopus. It occurs to me that I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Parker Jiang, a 17-year-old friendly neighbor. I have traversed this world for 17 years, and I initially believed that the nuclear fusion explosion had claimed my life. However, to my astonishment, I found myself reborn as an infant. Unlike the chaotic New York of my past, the realm I currently inhabit is enveloped in tranquility. Devoid of maddened scientists and terrifying monsters, indeed, it resembles the idyllic paradise I had long envisioned. Here, my sole obligation is to pursue my studies diligently, free from the burdens of donning a mask to embody a vigilante hero. In this world, I am blessed with loving parents who have allowed me to experience the warmth of paternal and maternal affection, emotions I had not felt in a long time. Suddenly, the school bell rang, interrupting the reverie. Su Quan, who was diligently transcribing notes on the blackboard, paused momentarily. After a brief contemplation, he ceased his writing, turned around, and addressed his classmates, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, uttering the words they cherished most. All right, everyone, we shall continue the remaining lessons in our next class. For now, school is dismissed. With that, he grasped his textbooks and exited the classroom without a backward glance. As Su Quan departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the classroom, prompting everyone to hastily gather their belongings, Parker Jiang included. Parker, would you like to come over to my house tonight? My mom has mentioned how much she misses you. And I recently acquired the latest gaming console. Tomorrow is Saturday, a day off from school. Shall we indulge in a gaming marathon? Lu Mo, who had already packed his bag during class, issued the cordial invitation to Parker Jiang, expecting Parker to respond affirmatively as usual. Lu Mo was taken aback when he shook his head instead. I'm sorry, Lu Mo, I have some matters to attend to at home tonight. But I can come over tomorrow, Parker apologized. All right, just don't forget, Lu Mo reminded him before shouldering his bag and departing from the classroom. Time passed slowly as others gradually left, and soon, Parker Jiang found himself alone in the dimly lit classroom, with only the faint red glow of the surveillance camera illuminating the space. After ensuring that all had vacated, Parker finally exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across his face. He slung his bag over his shoulder, approached the blind spot of the camera, and opened the window. The evening breeze caressed his youthful face, still retaining a hint of innocence. Leaping onto the windowsill, Parker struck a classic pose, aiming towards the distant building. In an instant, a white thread sliced through the air, soaring towards the opposite structure and securing itself firmly. Testing its tensile strength, he found it satisfactory before launching himself into the air, swinging across the expanse. Of course, he did not forget to close the window behind him. As he glided between buildings, gazing down at the peaceful streets below, a look of contentment graced Parker Jiang's features. He estimated that, had this been in the past, it would not have been surprising if, during the brief moment spent in the restroom, an individual wielding dual pistols and bearing a contraption resembling an oxygen tube, self-styled as the Trap, but in truth merely a man with a rubber stick, had emerged from an obscure alley and unleashed a barrage upon peaceful New York. However, at present, he felt no such apprehension. Oh, and it is worth mentioning that despite having traversed into this new realm, Jiang Parker was astonished to discover that the spider abilities he had acquired from being bitten by a radioactive spider in his previous life had not vanished. On the contrary, they had grown even stronger. Essentially, with each passing year, his physical prowess surged dramatically. Now at the age of 17, he had tested his strength, and it was apparent that his full-force punch could exert around 50 tons of pressure, sufficient to incapacitate the supervillains of his former life with a single blow. Had it not been for his past experiences, he feared the destruction he might have inadvertently wrought. Today, being his 18th birthday, he anticipated that once the day concluded, his abilities would enhance yet again, though ultimately, it mattered little, for the tranquil city of Jiang did not require the protection of Spider-Man. Should a figure akin to John Jameson from his previous existence emerge, he would once again find himself bombarded daily by a colossal television. Moreover, by a stroke of serendipity, he discovered that this world bore traces of Spider-Man, albeit in a wholly fictionalized manner, a character entirely conceived from imagination. Upon learning of this, his jaw nearly dropped. And even the angel and demon, who often strategized with him and occasionally clashed, were taken aback. Yet, he soon found solace in the notion that as long as he recognized his own reality, the virtual could remain just that, virtual. This revelation, however, further solidified his resolve never to revert to the amicable neighbor he once was. It had now been 17 years since his arrival in this realm, and he had not lacked the desire to seek out Aunt May and Dr. Octopus, yet he had found not a single clue. Though he often deceived himself, he understood that Aunt May had perished in that explosion, and he bore the guilt of being the architect of her demise. Had he not chosen the path of a superhero, she would not have suffered such a fate. He had effectively caused the death of his only 2 family members. This realization weighed heavily upon him, and consequently, for the sake of his remaining family's safety, he resolved to abandon the mantle of heroism and live as an ordinary neighborly boy. Just then, his spider sense tingled unexpectedly, his pupils dilating sharply as he leapt to a nearby building. Jiang Parker gazed into the distance and beheld a familiar silhouette atop the structure, for mechanical tentacles protruded, 2 anchored to the ground while the other 2 swayed gently in the evening breeze. The figure was none other than Dr. Octopus, In utter disbelief, Jiang Parker could scarcely comprehend the reality before his eyes. It was unexpected for Dr. Octopus, who should have perished in that catastrophic nuclear fusion explosion, to reappear before him, seemingly under the control of those four infernal mechanical tentacles, just as Peter Parker contemplated rushing forward to ascertain the situation, and perhaps consider bestowing a nostalgic kiss upon Dr. Octopus. He was suddenly met with the villain's voice resonating in his ears. Peter Parker, long time no see. You never anticipated that I would still be alive, did you? Octavius, how is it that you still exist? Did you orchestrate my abrupt arrival in this world? And what of Aunt May? Has she also crossed into this realm? Although puzzled by the sudden emergence of telepathy from the scientist-turned-villain, Peter felt compelled to voice all his questions. However, Dr. Octopus did not respond to Peter's inquiries. Instead, he continued his monologue. Peter Parker, this world is on the brink of disaster. My purpose in coming here today is merely to issue you a warning. If you wish to avoid the untimely demise of your parents due to your actions, cease your futile aspirations of becoming that youthful hero once more. What you perceive as heroic deeds may, in reality, unleash countless calamities upon others. Octavius, do not threaten me with my family. I have no intention of reclaiming the mantle of Spider-Man, but should you dare to harm my loved ones, rest assured, that would be the most foolish decision you could make. His dark eyes ablaze with fury, Peter recalled the pain of losing Aunt May in his previous life, feeling a visceral ache in his heart. I hope you heed my warning, Peter Parker. Otherwise, I guarantee you will regret it. With that, Peter witnessed Dr. Octopus dissolve into a cloud of black mist atop the building, leaving no trace behind. As he stood on the rooftop, gazing at the desolate expanse, a heavy sense of foreboding settled upon him. It appeared that not only he but also Dr. Octopus had undergone some form of evolutions. He could not recall any instance of the villain wielding magic. Truly, today was shaping up to be one of his most dreadful days. Reflecting on the enigmatic riddles spoken by Dr. Octopus, he glanced down at the street below, which teemed with life, seemingly oblivious to any impending calamity. What then? Could Dr. Octopus's words truly signify? Chapter 4. 18th birthday. My name is Jiang Parker, your amiable neighbor. On my way home just now, I unexpectedly encountered Dr. Octopus once again. He posed a riddle to me, which, although I could not comprehend, hinted at the impending occurrence of something significant. However, it was evident that this was not the moment for such discussions. I had to return home before 6 o'clock, as today marked my birthday celebration. With a swift shot of webbing towards the nearby building, I resumed my game of swinging. The brisk evening breeze relentlessly whipped against my skin. Had it not been for my robust health, I would have surely succumbed to the chill that threatened to mar my complexion. Unlike the magical assaults of a New York winter, the winters of Jiang City were purely physical, the winds slicing through the air like blades. The journey home was uneventful, devoid of any surprises. As I arrived at my doorstep unscathed, I produced my key, unlocked the door, and entered with a fluidity that spoke to my familiarity with the routine. Just as I stepped into the living room, I happened upon my mother, Qin Xiaoyan, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of braised pork. Mother, I greeted her, a smile gracing my face. Indeed, this was my mother. Qin Xiaoyan, an archetypal housewife whose daily endeavors encompassed cooking, cleaning, and engaging in gossip with the neighbor, Aunt Wang. She led a life of ease and joy. However, according to my father, when he first met her, she embodied the essence of a strong woman, exuding elegance and authority, which had captivated the young dreamer he once was. The transformation into the devoted homemaker she is today, he claimed, was a result of his indulgence. Though our home was modest in size, it radiated warmth and comfort. Ah, son, you're back. You must be famished. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Tonight, I've prepared all your favorites, she said, placing the plate down and approaching me. Wiping her hands on her apron, she enveloped me in a warm embrace. Returning the hug, we eventually released each other. Observing my mother and glancing around the room, I noticed the absence of a figure I had hoped to see. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, Mother, where is father? Is he not back yet? My father, Jiang Ling, though now in middle age, retained a hint of youthful charm at 50. Amusingly, I had encountered him far less frequently than the neighbor's golden retriever. Jiang Ling was perpetually on business trips, often away for no less than 5 months at a time, rendering him almost a phantom in my life. During these absences, communication was virtually non-existent, save for the substantial monthly remittance of 500,000 yuan, which he sent home, leaving us in silence otherwise. In response to this, Jiang Parker, although unaware of his father's occupation, refrained from inquiring and did not lament his father's prolonged absences, which made him resemble a child from a single-parent household. After all, for him, possessing a family of his own was a delightful reality, and he did not demand it to be extraordinarily perfect. Mediocrity would suffice. Upon hearing Jiang Parker mention her husband, Qin Xiaoyan was filled with indignation, pouting and grumbling in dissatisfaction. Don't even mention your father, it infuriates me. It's one thing for him not to come home regularly, but on your birthday, He didn't even bother to call. When he returns, just watch me make him kneel on the washboard. Observing his mother complain about his father, Jiang Parker merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. His mother was only venting. If his father truly came back, she would undoubtedly not let him kneel on the washboard. However, at that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of oddity. His father's business trip had extended far beyond the norm. In previous years, the longest absence was 9 months. Yet this time it had stretched to a year and a half, with no phone call or message. Were it not for the monthly allowance of $500,000, he might have thought his father was missing. All right, Mom, let's cease the complaints about Dad and have our meal. I'm quite hungry. With that, Jiang Parker gently guided his mother to a chair beside him, taking a seat next to her. For someone of ordinary stature like Qin Xiaoyan, Jiang Parker's strength was akin to a tiger devouring a mere morsel, leaving no room for resistance. You keep siding with him, she huffed in dissatisfaction. But soon her face brightened with a smile as she addressed Jiang Parker. All right, let us eat before it gets cold. Nodding in agreement, Jiang Parker picked up a piece of succulent braised pork, glistening with rich brown sauce, and promptly placed it in his mouth, relishing the exquisite flavors of the dish. Jiang Parker could not help but squint his eyes in delight. Though in his previous life as a New Yorker, he relished Aunt May's pancakes, tacos, and pizza. After 18 years of culinary immersion in Huaxia cuisine, his palate had been irrevocably transformed to crave these flavors, leaving him with little choice but to indulge in Huaxia dishes henceforth. Mom, your culinary skills have improved, he exclaimed while savoring the food at the table. If it's delicious, eat plenty. No one is competing with you. Qin Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Parker with a tender maternal smile, though her gaze held an enigmatic quality. The meal swiftly passed, and after tidying up, Qin Xiaoyan placed the pre-purchased cake on the dining table, adorning Jiang Parker with a birthday hat. With the lights dimmed, darkness enveloped the room, but soon several candle flames flickered to life, casting a gentle glow. Wishing you a joyous birthday, accompanied by melodious voices that dance around my ears. Before the flickering candles, Jiang Parker slowly closed his eyes, clasping his hands together, silently making a wish. May all that lies ahead be safe and sound. Upon completing his wish, he opened his eyes and exhaled sharply, extinguishing the rising flames. The lights illuminated once more, restoring brightness to the room. Facing Jiang Parker, Qin Xiaoyan smiled and remarked, from this day forth, you have become an adult of 18. Yet, dear, I still hope you will tread carefully and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, all right? Yes, I promise to fulfill my duties. Jiang Parker smiled back at Qin Xiaoyan, while his mind drifted to the words of Dr. Octopus. Peter Parker, if you wish to spare your parents from suffering due to your actions, then refrain from attempting to reclaim the mantle of that youthful hero. Gazing out at the nightscape, a resolute glimmer shone in Jiang Parker's eyes. Dr. Octopus, while I remain unaware of your latest schemes, should you dare to threaten my family, I would advise against making another move. The night in Jiang City was vibrant, filled with the sounds of vehicles and the tantalizing aromas of street food, with throngs of people meandering about after dinner, exuding a lively spirit. Yet, beneath this bustling vibrancy lay a lurking peril. In the distance, a sudden burst of crimson light illuminated the sky, resembling twinkling stars. Following this, it descended like a comet, streaking across the heavens, plummeting toward the earth. Boom! A vast crater formed upon the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Amidst the haze, a figure gradually stood up, accompanied by an indistinguishable voice, neither male nor female, but profoundly murky. So this is Blue Star? Truly a breathtaking place, indeed worthy of being the chosen location after years of meticulous selection by the Dark Lord. But how long can this beauty endure? This chapter primarily serves to introduce the main narrative, and I apologize for any moments of unnecessary elaboration. Chapter 5, The Sudden Explosion After Dinner. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Parker instinctively reached for his phone. As he opened the news headlines, one particular story captured his attention profoundly. In recent days, our city has witnessed multiple explosions, resulting in a total of 50 casualties. According to eyewitnesses, the suspects are 3 men, approximately 30 years of age, armed with firearms. We urge all citizens to minimize outdoor activities until the police apprehend the culprits, at which point we will promptly notify the public. As he absorbed the news anchor's narration and the accompanying images of the explosions, an unusual glimmer appeared in Jiang Parker's eyes. He had not anticipated that the seemingly peaceful Jiang City harbored such grave dangers. In the past, he would have immediately donned his battle gear to investigate, but now, recalling Dr. Octopus's earlier warning, a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze. Ultimately, he could only sigh in resignation, trusting that the police would surely capture the perpetrators. Muttering to himself and gazing at the ceiling, Jiang Parker fell into a long silence. Just then, the phone rang unexpectedly. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Picking up the phone and seeing the caller ID, Jiang Parker instantly sat up, his face lighting up with the exuberance of a child. Hello, Dad. What a surprise to hear from you. On the other end, a mature and magnetic voice responded. Today is your 18th birthday. As your father, no matter how busy I am, I must take a moment to call you. After a brief pause, Jiang Ling's tone turned apologetic. I'm sorry, son, for not being there to celebrate your birthday. I feel like such a failure as a father. However, Jiang Parker brushed off his father's words. It's all right, Dad. Your work is for Mom and me to have a better life. You've always been so mature for your age, making me feel like I haven't contributed much, Jiang Ling chuckled softly. But enough of that. I have good news. I'm on my way home and should be there in less than 10 minutes. Would you like to come out and greet your dear old dad? Really? The excitement in Jiang Parker's voice was palpable, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course. All right. I won't keep you long. We can talk more when we meet. Okay, Jiang Ling replied before the call ended. In an instant, Jiang Parker leapt up in exhilaration, finally collapsing onto the ceiling. The commotion prompted a query from Qin Xiaoan. Parker, what is all the noise about? Oh, nothing. I just accidentally dropped my phone, he replied casually. Once he heard no further noise outside the door, Jiang Parker immediately opened his window and, with a swift motion, launched his web shooters towards the building across the street. At this moment, the clock strikes 8 in the evening. Due to the antiquated nature of the neighborhood where Jiang Parker resides, it is rare to see anyone strolling about at this hour. Yet, Jiang Parker swings effortlessly through the night, occasionally darting across the facade of the building, startling a vigilant old man on duty who almost questions his own vision. Upon donning his glasses and realizing the figure has vanished, he breathes a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, have my eyes truly become this feeble? Meanwhile, after leading the old man away, a silhouette emerges from the shadows, upside down. Once the guard departs, Jiang Parker exhales in relief, chastising himself for his earlier recklessness. As a strand of webbing detaches, he executes a graceful aerial somersault, landing elegantly on the ground. He then takes a seat on a park bench, patiently awaiting his father. Suddenly, his spider sense tingles, prompting him to gaze into the distance. Enhanced vision, a gift of his physical augmentation, allows Jiang Parker to discern 3 furtive figures lurking among the nearby trees, armed with firearms, definitely not up to any good. At that moment, the news he had seen recently resurfaces in his mind. 3 individuals, armed. How astonishing. Jiang Parker never expected that, despite his unexpected journey to this realm. He would encounter criminals at every turn. Perhaps he should consider purchasing a lottery ticket or a scratch-off. Instinctively, he contemplates intervening, apprehending them, and delivering them to the authorities. However, just as he takes a step forward, he retracts it. He is no longer the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Such matters are no longer within his purview. At present, he is merely an ordinary individual with limited strength. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Parker resolves to call the police, recounting the situation in detail. With a sense of moral assurance, he returns to the park bench. Although he may not be the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, being a good neighbor is still within his grasp. At that moment, he notices a familiar vehicle approaching along the street. Recognizing its distinctive colors, Jiang Parker immediately identifies it as his father's car. Rising to his feet, he waves enthusiastically in its direction, a smile brightening his face. Soon, the vehicle comes to a stop beside the park, and the door swings open to reveal a middle-aged man who bears a striking resemblance to Jiang Parker, his father, Jiang Ling. Upon seeing his father, Jiang Parker leaps into his embrace, wrapping his arms around his waist. Jiang Ling reciprocates the gesture, patting Jiang Parker's back. Feeling the strength in his son's grip, he exclaims in surprise, well, my boy, it has been over a year since we last met, and you seem to have grown stronger. From a young age, Jiang Ling had recognized his son's extraordinary qualities, an intellect surpassing that of ordinary children, a maturity beyond his years, and a physique that grew ever more robust with each passing year, setting him apart from his peers. However, he did not pay much attention to it, as he seldom spent time at home throughout the year. It could even be said that he was entirely unaware of the current situation concerning Jiang Parker. After a brief embrace, the two settled on a park bench and began to engage in light conversation. Dad, how long do you plan to stay this time? I'm not sure, although the original plan was for a week. However, if my superiors issue an urgent notification, I might have to leave at any moment. Oh, I see. Nodding, Jiang Parker refrained from saying much more. Gazing at the night sky above, he felt an inexplicable difference in its appearance compared to previous nights. Not only were there no stars, but even the moon appeared shrouded in a misty haze. For some reason, he sensed that something ominous was on the horizon. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Ling's voice once again reached his ears. To be honest, son, I feel quite remorseful. I haven't spent much time with you growing up. Every time I return, I leave shortly after. When you were bullied as a child, I wasn't there to protect you. For this, I owe you an apology. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, Jiang Parker shook his head, gazing up at the night sky, and smiled as he replied, Dad, you really don't need to say that. Although I'm not entirely sure what you do for a living, I understand that everything you do is for me and Mom. Besides, you're my father. How can a father apologize to his son? It's enough that you know in your heart." Hearing Jiang Parker's words, Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he looked at the youthful face before him, still bearing a hint of innocence, and smiled. "You, my boy, are indeed overly mature," he playfully scolded. Yet as he gazed at Jiang Parker's profile, his eyes reflected an indescribable emotion. The two sat quietly on the park bench, savoring the paternal bond that they had not experienced in years. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. And looking towards the source, they saw flames suddenly erupting on the nearby street, the ferocious fire swiftly engulfing the entire thoroughfare. Chapter 6. Must catch up. The streets were in utter chaos, engulfed in flames, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Panic-stricken residents fled their homes, some barely dressed, rushing out into the turmoil. Amidst the inferno, three figures emerged, conjuring fireballs that they hurled indiscriminately around them, their laughter echoing with malevolence. Ha! Their laughter was sinister. They were undoubtedly not benevolent beings. Staring at the unfolding scene, Jiang Parker stood frozen, unable to comprehend the reality before him. What was he witnessing? Three men capable of spewing fireballs? Was this world home to mutants as well? Why had he never noticed this before? Just as his mind raced, Jiang Ling, his father, charged directly into the flames. Calling out, "Parker, you go home first. I'll return once I've resolved this." Watching his father's retreating figure, Parker finally snapped back to reality and shouted, "Dad, don't go. It's dangerous." However, Jiang Ling seemed oblivious to his son's words and was soon engulfed by the flames, his figure disappearing from sight. "Dad." Without hesitation, Parker bolted toward the inferno. Entering the fiery chaos, heedless of the scorching heat, Parker scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for Jiang Ling. Suddenly, his spider sense activated, slowing everything around him several hundred times. He quickly turned his head just as a fireball narrowly grazed his cheek, crashing into a nearby meat carcass and erupting in a blaze. Breathing a sigh of relief, Parker was grateful not to have become a charred spider. He glanced toward the trajectory of the fireball and witnessed a fierce battle amidst the flames. The three mutants he had seen earlier were engaged in combat with another figure. As he focused on the familiar uniform, Parker's pupils constricted in disbelief. It was none other than his father, Jiang Ling. Now, his arms were enveloped in a dark mist, morphing into something resembling colossal blades, exuding an air of mystery. He fought valiantly, slicing through the incoming fireballs with ease. Stunned by the sight, Parker's jaw nearly dropped. He adjusted his chin, but the shock remained imprinted in his heart. So, his father was a mutant as well. Unlike the hulking green mutants or those transformed into elemental beings he had encountered before, Jiang Ling's abilities seemed to merge with something else entirely. At that moment, Jiang Ling noticed his son standing dumbfounded amidst the flames and urgently shouted, "Parker, get out of here. This is not a place for you." At this moment, it was already too late for a warning. Realizing that the three of them could not withstand the formidable Jiang Ling before them, the three brethren resolutely decided to unleash a tremendous force. A violent fireball rapidly coalesced in their hands, teetering on the brink of chaos due to the overwhelming energy, resembling a bomb primed to detonate at any moment. Simultaneously, Peter Parker's spider sense was fervently alerting him to imminent danger. Gazing at the raging fireball in the hands of the three and the figure of Jiang Ling standing before them, Peter's pupils constricted. In an instant, he took off, sprinting towards Jiang Ling, repeatedly murmuring to himself, "I must reach him. I must reach him." He refrained from using his web shooters, for the makeshift device on his wrist lacked the capability to withstand high temperatures. Any web he shot would be incinerated in an instant by the searing flames. Closer and closer he drew, now within 2 meters of Jiang Ling, extending his right hand. Peter shouted, "Dad." Turning instinctively, Jiang Ling also reached out his right hand. However, just as Peter was about to grasp Jiang Ling's hand, the fireball in the hands of the three could no longer be contained and erupted explosively. In an instant, flames surged outward, accompanied by a shockwave that sent Peter hurtling backward, his hand slipping from the grasp he sought. Helplessly, he watched as Jiang Ling was engulfed by the inferno. With his pupils dilated, Peter exerted every ounce of his strength to scream, "Dad." The deafening roar of the explosion drowned out his voice. Boom. The violent eruption cast Peter out of the fiery tempest, and as he emerged, he found himself surrounded by police officers and firefighters. Although stunned by the sight of Peter being hurled from the flames, several officers rushed forward to assist him. "Let me go! Let me go! My dad is still in there. I must save him," he bellowed, struggling against their grip, his eyes resolute. He firmly believed that Jiang Ling had not perished. He recalled the words Jiang Ling had imparted to him in his youth. "Son, if anyone ever bullies you, make sure to tell your father. I will help you retaliate. But Dad, what if you can't defeat them? Fear not, for your father is exceptionally strong." At that time, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow upon Jiang Ling, whose dark eyes shone like the sun itself, eternal and unwavering. In a sudden burst of resolve, Peter broke free from the officer's hold, attempting once more to dash into the flames, but once again, he was intercepted by several police officers. Child, rushing in like this is tantamount to seeking your own demise. I believe your father would not wish for you to perish in the flames on his behalf. The officers, their eyes filled with compassion, sought to console Peter, observing that he was merely a high school student, yet burdened with such profound grief. One could not help but acknowledge the cruelty of this world. Upon hearing the words of the police, Jiang Parker's struggling figure abruptly froze. His gaze fixed upon the inferno before him, lost in a haze of disbelief. The vast flames reflected in his dark eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he fancied he saw Jiang Ling's figure. Just as he was about to rush forward to embrace him, the blaring sirens of the police yanked him back to reality. There was no Jiang Ling, only the thrashing fire remained. At this moment, despite his heart's vehement denial, he was compelled to accept the grim truth. His father was dead. Child, observing the silent Jiang Parker, someone wanted to offer words of comfort, but he was abruptly interrupted. No, you know nothing, he shouted, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I have lost my family again. It is all my fault. If only I had confronted those 3 men when I first encountered them. None of this would have happened, and Jiang Ling would not have been engulfed by the flames while battling them. If only I had reacted sooner. I would not have failed to grasp Jiang Ling's hand at the critical moment. It is all my fault, a consequence of my cowardice. I have betrayed Uncle Ben's teachings. I am a coward unworthy of being Spider-Man, unworthy of being a superhero. Because of me, Uncle Ben and Aunt May are gone, and now, due to my weakness, I have caused my father's demise. He was engulfed in despair and guilt, yet felt utterly powerless. No longer was he the Spider-Man who could effortlessly confront the Sinister Six. Now he was merely a coward, brimming with strength yet devoid of courage. He believed that if this power were bestowed upon anyone else, they would wield it far better than he could. As he gazed at the weeping Jiang Parker, the surrounding police stood still, heads bowed, unsure of how to proceed. They were ignorant of the trials this youth had endured, completely unaware of how to console him. As time slowly passed, the fierce flames were gradually extinguished through the firefighters' efforts, leaving only a few smoldering embers in the night, poised to extinguish at any moment. The street lay in ruins. Buildings charred and vehicles abandoned, rendered inoperable. This incident was neither wholly good nor entirely bad for the leaders of Jiang City. It was unfortunate due to the substantial losses, representing a significant financial blow, yet fortunate in that no one had been injured, except for. Upon hearing the police's report, Qin Xiaoyan rushed over. Disbelief etched across her face, and behind her lay the unconscious Jiang Parker. I'm sorry, but we have conducted an extensive search. And apart from the bodies of the 3 arsonists, we have found no trace of your husband. Suddenly, her legs felt weak, and she collapsed helplessly onto the ground, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Qin Xiaoyan covered her mouth, choking back sobs as her body trembled uncontrollably. This is something we discovered amidst the fire. I believe it must have belonged to your husband, which is why I refrained from destroying it. From her pocket, she retrieved a small pouch, within which lay a solitary key. Gently, she placed it beside Qin Xiaoyan's feet. Before departing, she cast one last lingering glance, yet ultimately shook her head, turning away to instruct a nearby officer. Keep an eye on them, to prevent any foolish actions. Yes, the officer replied, snapping to attention. At this moment, it was the early hours of dawn, the sun slowly rising, yet no one was there to witness its beauty. Chapter 7. The Funeral on the Street. Witnessing his Uncle Ben, whose abdomen was continuously oozing blood, Peter Parker was overwhelmed with guilt, tears streaming down his face. No, Uncle Ben, don't die. Call an ambulance, quickly. No one responded. In the desolate night, Peter knelt silently in the pool of blood. The scene shifted before his eyes. The once present Uncle Ben had vanished, replaced by Aunt May, now clad in a spider suit. Peter, she cried, plummeting downward, her face etched with terror. Aunt May. Seeing this, Peter shot out webbing once more, but again, he failed to catch her. He could only watch helplessly as Aunt May continued to fall, powerless to intervene. The scene transformed again, this time revealing him as Uncle Ben, engulfed in ferocious flames swirling around him. Before him stood Jiang Ling, battling 3 fiery foes. Parker, run. This is not your fight. Observing the chaos, Uncle Ben felt as though he had lived this moment before, yet he hesitated not. Charging once more at the raging fireballs wielded by the 3 adversaries. Dad. He reached out in an attempt to grasp Jiang Ling's hand, but once again, he could not catch hold, left to witness Jiang Ling consumed by the flames. Kneeling before the inferno, his eyes vacant, Uncle Ben was filled with despair and self-reproach. Why? Why does this always happen? Why does he fail every time he tries to save his family? The flames gradually morphed into a familiar visage, Dr. Octopus. Spider-Man. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can be a hero. Heroes are always alone. Your heroic endeavors will only plunge your family into disaster, while you can do nothing. The flames surged forward, lunging at Uncle Ben. As he was engulfed by the fire, he covered his head with his hands and cried out in despair, "No!" In the external world, wringing out a towel, just as Qin Xiaoyan intended to place it on the forehead of the unconscious Uncle Ben, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, abruptly sitting up in bed. "No!" he shouted, gasping for breath, momentarily disoriented by his surroundings. "Am I not already dead?" Yet, at that moment, a wave of pain surged through his mind, memories from the previous night flooding back. After some time, Uncle Ben finally comprehended his situation. "Parker, are you all right?" Qin Xiaoyan inquired anxiously, having thought he was affected by the explosion from the night before. "I'm fine, Mom, don't worry," he reassured her. "Though the explosion was painful, it pales in comparison to what I endured in my past life." "Thank goodness," she sighed in relief, finally at ease. She had already lost her husband, and if she were to lose her son as well, she could scarcely fathom how she would endure. The room fell into silence once more, the atmosphere thick with despair. After a prolonged moment, gazing at Qin Xiaoyan before him, Jiang Parker finally spoke. "Mom, where's Dad?" Understanding the implication behind his inquiry, she initially contemplated fabricating a lie. However, sensing the hidden emotions in his gaze, she could not bring herself to be deceitful. With a resigned sigh, she seated herself and, after a lengthy silence, finally responded. "The police have been searching for a day and a night. Yet they have found no trace of your father. It is as though he has vanished into thin air." Before Jiang Parker could utter a word, Qin Xiaoyan quickly interjected. "I know what you are about to say. This time, it is not your fault. On the contrary, I am proud of you for rushing into danger to save your father. However, he is still gone." With his head bowed, Jiang Parker's tone was laden with sorrow. His hands clenched tightly at his sides. "Parker, do not dwell on it. You did your best to save him, and I am certain your father would be proud of that. Besides, he may not be dead. After all, the police have yet to find his body. So there remains a glimmer of hope." Qin Xiaoyan attempted to console him, even though she understood that the likelihood of survival was infinitesimal. "Mom, can I have a moment alone? I need some time to think." "All right, but please do not do anything reckless. You are my only source of strength now. If you were to leave me too, Before she could finish, she felt warmth envelop her hands, and upon looking up, she saw Jiang Parker smiling at her. "Mom, don't worry. I won't do anything foolish. I just want to be alone for a while." "Okay, I trust you." Nodding in affirmation, Qin Xiaoyan did not hesitate as she exited the room, casting a lingering glance at her son, who sat in silence on the bed. Once the door clicked shut, Jiang Parker exhaled deeply. He lifted the sleeve of his shirt to reveal the metallic web shooter strapped to his wrist, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He pondered whether, had the web shooter contained heat-resistant silk last night, he could have pulled Jiang Ling back before the explosion. Rather than being a mere half-centimeter short, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. He lamented his own powerlessness. In his previous life, his stubbornness had led to the demise of his only two family members. In this life, his cowardice had cost him his father. Now he was at a loss. The once promising path ahead now shrouded in uncertainty. With a dazed expression, he yanked open the drawer of the bedside table, pulling out the compartment within. Inside lay a portrait of a bespectacled, kindly middle-aged man, Ben Riley. Staring at the image of Uncle Ben, Jiang Parker murmured to himself, "Uncle Ben, if the situation were reversed, what would you choose to do?" Unbeknownst to him, not far away on a rooftop, two figures were observing his every move. "Are you certain of your course of action? After all, he is your son. I am fully aware. It is precisely because he is my son that I must take this step. The situation is far too perilous for a mere child to engage in. I truly cannot fathom the thoughts of your fathers. Nevertheless, let us proceed. This undertaking is fraught with danger, and you must be sure you are prepared. Indeed, all is for the safety and well-being of humanity." A day later. The weather today is rather dreary, with a light drizzle falling from the heavens. It is the day of Jiang Ling's funeral, which has not drawn a large gathering, only two individuals, Jiang Parker and Qin Xiaoyan. Standing before the gravestone, Jiang Parker is clad in white mourning attire, a black cord cinching his waist. With his head bowed, he clutches Jiang Ling's portrait, lost in silence. Raindrops fall incessantly upon him, soaking him to the skin. "Son, please place your father's portrait inside. We must not let it be drenched by the rain. You know how much he despised getting wet," Qin Xiaoyan gently urged, though her own eyes were reddened, hinting at her own tears. Without uttering a word or shedding tears, Jiang Parker delicately placed the portrait into the gravestone. "Let us bow 3 times, and then we shall return home. If you catch a cold because of this, your father would blame himself." In silence, he knelt before the gravestone, bowing his head 3 times in reverence. He did not rise, remaining on his knees in the downpour, droplets cascading from his hair, moistening his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly stood and turned to leave. Qin Xiaoyan, seeing his movement, hurried to follow. Casting one last glance at Jiang Ling's gravestone before they departed, their figures gradually faded from view. The rain continued to fall, drenching Jiang Ling's gravestone, soaking the flowers that adorned it. A single droplet slid down a petal, falling to the ground with a soft thud. Plop! The sound of the raindrops striking the earth echoed, yet no one was there to hear it. Chapter 8. The resplendence rediscovered. 3 days had elapsed, and during this time, Jiang Parker had remained in a state of utter stupor, as if his very soul had departed. At breakfast, he sat before his plate, repeatedly attempting to grasp the air with his chopsticks, oblivious to the absurdity of his actions, and continued to chew as if engaged in a futile endeavor. Qin Xiaoyan, witnessing this spectacle, felt a throbbing headache. Observing his demeanor, she thought to herself, this bodes ill. Stealthily, she picked up her phone and opened the messaging app, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Urgent assistance needed. Just as she sent the message, a knock echoed from the front door. Oh dear. Who could possibly arrive so early? Although she feigned surprise, her mind was in turmoil. This was too swift. The moment she dispatched the message, a visitor appeared at her doorstep. It was as if they had been lurking outside, awaiting her signal to knock. Despite her inner musings, her body moved with sincerity to the door, which she opened to reveal 2 figures, maintaining her act of shock. Ah, Xiaomo, what brings you here? Indeed, the individual before her was none other than Lu Mo, Jiang Parker's childhood confidant. Concerned for Jiang Parker's well-being due to his recent erratic behavior, Qin Xiaoyan had resolved the previous evening to enlist a companion. Who better to understand Jiang Parker than his closest friend, Lu Mo? After relaying the entire situation to Lu Mo, she hoped he would be able to provide guidance to Jiang Parker. Perhaps even take him out for a stroll to clear his mind. Lu Mo, without hesitation, agreed to assist, resulting in the rather awkward scene that now unfolded. Meanwhile, Jiang Parker remained engrossed in his futile pursuit of air with his chopsticks, entirely unaware of Qin Xiaoyan's words. Lu Mo stepped inside, his gaze fixed on the figure at the dining table, whose peculiar behavior was concerning. Auntie, has he truly descended into such depths? It seems to me that Jiang Parker's mental state is quite alarming. After all, who would forsake a steaming bowl of noodles in favor of consuming nothingness? This is decidedly abnormal. Indeed, the past couple of days have been exasperating for me, Xiaomo. As his closest friend, you must lend him your support, Qin Xiaoyan replied, exasperation evident in her voice. The stress stemming from Jiang Parker's troubles had caused her hair to fall out in clumps. She mused that if this continued, she might as well become an editor. Rest assured, Andy, I will fulfill this task. Although my academic pursuits may falter and my skills may be lacking, honesty is my forte, Lu Mo exclaimed, patting his chest with a confident air. Very well, I entrust this to you. I shall step out to purchase groceries. You should stay for dinner tonight. It has been far too long since you savored my cooking, she said, giving Lu Mo a reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing with a basket, leaving him alone with Jiang Parker. After bidding farewell to Qin Xiaoyan, Lu Mo swiftly teleported behind Jiang Parker, extending his malevolent hands, intending to catch him off guard. However, to his astonishment, before he could strike, Jiang Parker abruptly turned his head, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Startled, Lu Mo lost his balance and fell to the ground. This was no act. Given his acting skills, it was impossible to feign such a reaction. Wincing from the sharp pain in his backside, Lu Mo grimaced and looked at Jiang Parker, who remained seated, staring intently at him without offering any assistance. Come on, son, has our bond grown cold? You see your father fall, and choose not to lend a hand. He grumbled, receiving no response as Jiang Parker continued to gaze at him with an unwavering stare. Eventually, Lu Mo conceded, clutching his aching posterior as he rose from the ground. He cautiously seated himself on the stool, wary of aggravating his injury. Observing the significantly more haggard Jiang Parker before him, Lu Mo attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Given your appearance, did you perhaps unlock a new realm last night? If that's the case, my friend, just spill the beans. A few little websites wouldn't hurt. Are you free or not? Jiang Parker, unable to contain himself, retorted, astonished to encounter someone more loquacious than himself. What is wrong with you? Do you have a death wish? Speaking to your father like that? You ungrateful wretch. Lu Mo pressed a hand to his heart, feigning a dramatic heart attack, yet Jiang Parker remained indifferent, observing him as though he were merely a performer on stage, devoid of any sentiment. Truly, you exhibit no emotion whatsoever. I came here to comfort you, yet you won't even acknowledge my presence. Realizing that his verbal attempts to soften Jiang Parker's heart were in vain, Lu Mo decided to enact his second plan. His expression shifted from irritation to a bright smile as he grasped Jiang Parker's arm. Come now, my dear brother. It has been far too long since we indulged in some merriment. Let us embark on a journey from this humble abode towards brighter horizons. Without waiting for Jiang Parker's reaction, he tugged at his arm, leading him toward the door. Though Jiang Parker silently disapproved of Lu Mo's impulsive decision, he understood it was motivated by concern for him and allowed himself to be led outside, even neglecting to close the door behind them, which was instead secured with a web of silk spun by Jiang Parker himself. One can only hope that my mother returns in an hour. His web shooter-esque threads were crafted from unique chemical substances he had concocted in his previous life, exhibiting remarkable resilience while naturally decomposing after an hour, thereby alleviating concerns of environmental pollution. This was also a reason why John, the loudmouth, refrained from harshly criticizing him. Amidst countless moments of passion and turmoil, the two found themselves in a locale favored by both men and women alike. They reveled in the experience, yet prolonged exposure inevitably led to sore backs and fatigue. Indeed, it was an internet CAF. Yes, an internet CAF. Was there a problem with that? Due to their familiarity, the attendant did not require them to present identification. After settling the payment, they were provided with 2 machines. Initially, Jiang Parker intended to foot the bill, but was firmly rebuffed by Lu Mo, leaving Jiang Parker astonished. He had never anticipated that the notoriously frugal Lu Mo would actually offer to pay, especially considering that back in school, he would agonize over spending even a small amount on a bag of spicy snacks just to copy his homework. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Mo's newfound generosity stemmed from Qin Xiaoyan having earned him 500 yuan just before his departure, assuring him that it was for his entertainment expenses. And should he require more, he could ask her. Should there be any remainder, it would simply serve as his spending money. Lu Mo had been so elated at that moment, he nearly knelt in gratitude, fervently acknowledging Qin Xiaoyan as a maternal figure. Is this what you call enjoyment? Jiang Parker mused, observing Lu Mo, who had just settled in and logged onto a certain game. Are you in or not? I am, Lu Mo replied. If we're going to play, let us not dilly-dally. Come on, log in, and let us engage in an exhilarating 1v1 match. I am determined to redeem myself this time. Despite his outward display of exasperation, the excitement radiating from Lu Mo's face coaxed a smile onto Jiang Parker's lips. Ah. This marks the 519th time you've said that this year. One more, and it will be a confession at 520. Don't be so smug. I assure you, this time I will leave you utterly convinced. Very well, I hope you can deliver on that promise. With a chuckle, Jiang Parker gazed at his reflection on the computer screen, his previously lost gaze regaining a glimmer of hope. Indeed, despite the loss of his father, there remained individuals in this world who required his protection, be it his mother or his dear friends. Chapter 9. The Demon of the Universe in the Internet CAF. Lu Mo found himself ensnared in a deep silence after enduring over 20 rounds of exhilarating 1v1 battles in the Rift, only to be met with the disheartening words defeat glaring back at him from the screen. Despite the numerous matches played, he felt no joy in gaming. Each taunt he faced was met with a resounding slap of failure, painfully echoing in his mind. No more, he declared, casting the mouse aside, collapsing into his chair, a visage of resigned acceptance. Observing his friend, Jiang Parker shrugged helplessly. It was not Lu Mo's fault. He had been desperately suppressing his own skills. Yet Lu Mo's formidable premonitions led to his swift demise at every turn. They were currently engaged in 1v1 matches, but had it been a team battle, Lu Mo's performance would likely culminate in a ban from the game. As time stood still, Jiang Parker addressed the charming and captivating readers before him with a smile. Hello everyone, we meet again. I am Jiang Parker. Just the other day, due to my cowardice, I lost my father. However, today, with the guidance of my dear friend who sacrificed himself for my sake, I have successfully emerged from the depths of my father's demise. Wait, I wonder if that's the right way to phrase it. At that moment, Lu Mo's voice chimed in once more. Let us go, old Jiang, it's getting late. Aunt Qin is waiting for us to return for dinner. All right, everyone, it seems I must take my leave, but I believe today will indeed be a splendid day, especially since I have triumphed over old Mo in over 20 matches. As time resumed, Lu Mo rose from his chair, stretching and yawning. They had likely spent 5 or 6 hours in the CAF, marking the first exhilarating experience of their youthful lives at just 18. Not to mention, it was quite taxing on the body. Jiang Parker, despite his robust physique granted by exposure to radiation, also felt the strain in his back. Stepping out of the CAF, the clock read 3 in the afternoon. The autumn sun was already beginning its descent, casting a shadow over the day. Unlike the typical clear skies, today bore a particularly gloomy and chilly atmosphere. Shivering, Lu Mo wrapped his arms around himself, muttering, "Damn it, this cursed weather, it's only October and already so cold. What will winter be like?" Glancing up at the sun and then at Jiang Parker beside him, a mischievous grin spread across Lu Mo's face. Old Jiang, did you know that I once came across an ancient text in my family's collection? It is said that whenever the sun and moon appear together in the sky, the world is divided into realms of light and darkness, heralding the revival of spiritual energy and the arrival of vicious monsters to wreak havoc upon the earth. I had no idea your family possessed such texts. Have you been reading too many fantasy novels? It's the 21st century. We must believe in science, understand? Jiang Parker rolled his eyes, his tone laced with exasperation. As a materialist and a firm believer in science, he harbored skepticism towards the fantastical notions of spiritual awakenings, monstrous arrivals, and global martial arts revival depicted in novels. To him, Every irrational phenomenon could be elucidated through scientific reasoning. Well, it's better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it entirely. Who knows? Perhaps today we might witness such occurrences, Liu Mo stated with a grave expression. Please, I implore you to cease. With your ominous words, if that were to come true, how would I ever manage to live on? Jiang Parker replied, his tone laced with resignation. Having lived 2 lives, he had matured significantly compared to the impassioned youth he once was, though, in truth, he still had a considerable journey ahead to reach genuine maturity. Nonetheless, he hoped that this path would be ordinary, not fantastical. Humph, lacking a sense of humor. Liu Mo scoffed, visibly displeased, but suddenly struck by a thought. He turned to Jiang Parker and inquired, Hey, old Jiang. Let us suppose, just suppose, if a surge of spiritual energy were to occur and we both gained superpowers, would you choose to be an ordinary person or a gallant hero? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Parker finally responded, I would prefer to be an ordinary person. Why? Isn't being a grand hero preferable? Liu Mo asked, bewildered. He had assumed that as fellow 18-year-olds, Jiang Parker would share his dreams of heroism, albeit in a more reserved manner. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Being a hero is not as simple as it seems, Jiang Parker replied, shaking his head with a smile. What do you mean? Liu Mo was now even more perplexed. Are we even discussing the same topic? And I know you excel in academics, but could you speak in a way that a common person might understand? You're making this quite challenging for me. You will understand when you reach my age, Jiang Parker said, patting Liu Mo on the shoulder with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo finally realized he had been taken aback. Damn, old Jiang, what do you mean by that? Dare to toy with me, and I might just teach you a lesson, Liu Mo threatened, though Jiang Parker dismissed the threat entirely, knowing that if Liu Mo were to act on it, he would likely end up on the losing end. Ahem, we've strayed off topic, Jiang Parker noted. Thus, their conversation concluded amidst their awkward banter. Walking down the street, feeling the cool evening breeze against him, Jiang Parker exhaled deeply, relieved as the pressures of recent days dissipated, leaving him in a remarkably good mental state. He patted Liu Mo on the shoulder and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my friend. Hey, don't mention it. What kind of relationship do we have? Just remember not to forget me once you achieve success, Liu Mo replied nonchalantly. Jiang Parker's expression stiffened, and in the next moment, he visibly sagged, unrepentant as ever. With a fleeting glance, he turned his head. Just as Jiang Parker intended to take a deep breath and seize the moment to deliver a forceful kick to Liu Mo's rear with his non-studded shoes. Suddenly, the spider sense activated. He froze in place, a chill coursing through his legs and enveloping his entire being, his hands and feet turning frigid, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, and as he gazed up at the sky, his pupils constricted sharply, his heart feeling as though it were about to burst. The vast street, typically bustling with throngs of people, now lay in eerie silence. Everyone's actions synchronized in an uncanny manner as they collectively directed their gaze skyward, standing motionless like wooden figures. Observing Jiang Parker's stunned state, Liu Mo, puzzled, followed his line of sight and was rendered speechless in the next moment. After a long pause, a phrase of astonishment escaped his lips. Blimey! At that moment, the sky revealed a startling sight. The once vibrant hues of the setting sun had dwindled to a mere half, while the other half was shrouded in darkness. The heavens were divided into 2 realms, one half bathed in light, with a radiant yellow sun hanging in the west, warm and illuminating, while the other half was cloaked in shadow, a pure white moon suspended in the east, cold and sanctified. Between these realms, a colossal rift tore open, and a massive eye materialized, devoid of emotion, fixating on all below. Accompanied by a murky sound, a voice echoed through the air. People of Blue Star, I am the demon god of the universe. Today, I once again declare to you that henceforth, this territory shall belong to us. I offer you but 2 choices. First, submit to me. Second, resist me. However, should you choose the latter, you shall face the wrath of the demon god. We will invade you. And the time limit is until midnight tonight. Your fate, whether life or death, rests solely in your hands. As the voice faded, the rift closed, and the previously divided sky returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired, resembling a dreamlike illusion. Chapter 10. New enemies as the darkness recedes like a tide. Light envelopes the earth, radiating an unparalleled warmth. At this moment, the streets are frozen in time, all beings and humans seemingly paused, as if a button had been pressed to halt their existence. A gentle breeze sweeps through, caressing the crowd with a chill that prompts an elderly gentleman to let out a resounding sneeze. Achoo! With the sound of that sneeze, it is as though someone has pressed the play button once more, and vibrant sounds return to fill the air. The rustling of trees in the breeze is melodious, while wild dogs unabashedly mark their territory on the lawn, the raucous noise echoing loudly in the previously silent street. At last, one elder regains his composure, recalling the extraordinary scene that just unfolded. He swallows hard and speaks up. Did any of you just witness the sky split into day and night? With a great eye speaking? He is attempting to reassure himself that what he saw was merely an illusion, yet reason compels him to inquire further. To be honest, I believe I saw it too. I thought perhaps I was seeing things, another responds. Me too. I felt the same, chimes in a third. In an instant, whether familiar or strangers, individuals on the street erupt into fervent discussion. Some claim it heralds the apocalypse, referencing the Mayan prophecy of the 2012 end of the world. Yet an elder quickly rebuffs. You do realize that the 2012 prophecy is being brought up in 2023? Doesn't that seem odd to you? Though that bizarre occurrence lasted less than a minute, the shock it left behind rendered people speechless. Those inclined to record short videos or live stream were fortuitously capturing the moment. Soon, the news spread across the internet, reaching not only Huaxia but also the Lighthouse Nation and various other countries, all of which noted the sky's unexpected transformation. Shock. The sky was inexplicably divided, with both sun and moon appearing simultaneously. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? Stay tuned for more from our editor. Is this a prophecy of impending doom or something else entirely? Stay with us for updates. In a heartbeat, numerous reports, both professional and amateur, flooded the streets, even reaching the neighboring village where the once reclusive old dog of the Dong family had become aware of the incident. Additionally, some shrewd shopkeepers seized the opportunity to promote their wares, boldly advertising their products. In an instant, essentials like rice, compressed biscuits, and flashlights, items deemed useful or otherwise for the apocalypse, were swept off the shelves, plunging the world into chaos due to this sudden upheaval. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, Jiang Parker cast a peculiar glance towards Lu Mo, his expression laden with intrigue. Although he was a staunch believer in science, he could not help but question whether Lu Mo had somehow invoked some kind of supernatural power. Not long after Lu's words had been spoken, the events he described began to unfold, and aside from the emergence of monsters, everything else he mentioned came to pass. Feeling the weight of Jiang Parker's gaze, Lu Mo quickly found himself compelled to explain. No, old Jiang, you mustn't take my words as mere pretense. Ugh, let me clarify. I truly have no knowledge of what I just said. That was simply a fabrication meant to amuse you. I never anticipated it would manifest into reality. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, until he found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Did he truly possess the ability for his words to come to fruition? If so, why had he never succeeded in his perennial wish for passing grades and exams? Was this power merely capricious, only inclined to bring forth mischief? Was his hope of having someone to copy from during exams not a misdeed? Unperturbed by Lu Mo's spiraling self-doubt, Jiang Ling found merit in his musings. After years of camaraderie, their bond was akin to sharing the same pair of trousers, thus justifying their father-son appellation. Jiang Ling was well aware of Lu Mo's character, a quintessential optimist whose grandest dream was to become a chivalrous hero. In his youth, he would often wield a twig as he engaged in clever duels against the fiercest wild dogs in the countryside, only to be chased around the village, narrowly escaping with Jiang Ling's timely intervention, lest he had been torn to shreds by those beasts. Though Lu Mo still fancied himself a hero, his condition had worsened, and he had long ceased to challenge the wild dogs of the roadside. This shift in circumstances rendered the situation increasingly intriguing. What had prompted such an occurrence? And from whence did the entity claiming to be the cosmic demon, with its large, unblinking eyes, originate? Why did it seek to invade Blue Star? Each question seemed to unravel yet another enigma. Contemplating these mysteries, he recalled the words spoken by Dr. Octopus just a few nights prior. Gazing at the bustling street ahead, he realized that this idyllic scene could not endure for much longer. Let us go. We can ponder this at home. I wouldn't want my mother to worry, he said, grasping Lu Mo's arm as he began to lead him homeward, his eyes reflecting a peculiar glimmer. Meanwhile, in a certain base in China, within a dimly lit room, a middle-aged man clad in military attire sat with a grave expression, his finger rhythmically tapping on the table, producing a series of sharp sounds. At that moment, beams of blue light suddenly illuminated the room, coalescing into humanoid forms, both male and female, the youngest appearing to be no less than 45 years old. These individuals represented the most significant leaders in contemporary China, their expressions mirroring that of the middle-aged man, surveying the assembly before him. The man spoke. I trust you are all aware of the events that transpired at 3:30 this afternoon, thus there is no need for further elaboration. Esteemed colleagues, after a brief pause, the middle-aged man resumed speaking. The prophecy from a century ago has come to fruition, and I believe you all understand the implications of this. Indeed, our world is on the brink of invasion by a host of extraterrestrial beings, and he has presented us with two choices, submission or resistance. Thus, I wish to inquire about your opinions. The conference room fell into a profound silence, with everyone lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, an elderly man, adorned with spectacles, finally spoke up. General Chung, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Chung Ming responded without a hint of hesitation, his voice resolute. I have only one thought, which is to fight them to the death. Even if we submit, we would ultimately become their prey, merely exchanging one form of humiliation for another. Since we are destined for death regardless, we might as well gamble everything. Very well. General Chung, I admire your perspective. Since that despicable demon wishes to treat us as prey, let us show him how the hunted can become the hunters. A massive man, resembling a small mountain, exclaimed with a face full of fury. Commander Jiang, I understand your fervor, but please, calm yourself, interjected a refined gentleman. Calm, Yong. How can you expect me to remain calm when the enemy is almost at our doorstep, employing such provocative tactics? Tell me, how can I be calm? Zhang Li shouted. Visibly agitated. Ignoring Zhang Li's outburst, Yong turned his gaze towards General Chang, adjusting his glasses as he inquired, General Chang, while I support your approach, I have a question. With the emergence of the demon, the spiritual energy of the entire world will also surge dramatically. It is likely that starting tomorrow morning, we will see the rise of a multitude of individuals with extraordinary abilities. If among them, there arises a faction with corrupt intentions, have you considered how to respond? Of course, let us not forget that I have been preparing for this eventuality for years, Chang replied with a mysterious smile. In the next moment, a holographic projection of a towering building appeared before them, accompanied by two enormous aircraft carriers. The Night Slayer Bureau, the culmination of my years of effort, is divided into land-based headquarters, as well as aerial and underwater divisions, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. At that time, we shall convene a comprehensive martial examination, gathering those endowed with talents, training them, and ultimately assigning them to various branches of the Night Slayer across the cities. The most formidable among them will be selected for intensive training at the headquarters, representing the future of humanity's survival. Now, I ask if anyone else present has additional opinions? After exchanging glances, the attendees collectively shook their heads. A subtle smile graced Chang's lips, and his dark eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. Very well, comrades. It appears we shall once again stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. However, unlike before, this time our adversary is a deity. Chapter 11. With great power comes great responsibility. In a flurry, Jiang Parker burst through the front door, exclaiming loudly into the house. Mom. Parker, what is it? Qin Xiaoan emerged from the kitchen, a struggling lobster still in her hands. Upon seeing that his mother was unharmed, Jiang Parker finally exhaled in relief, setting the lobster aside. She approached Jiang Parker, observing the anxiety etched on his face. Parker, you appear to be in distress. What has transpired? At that moment, Luomo, who had also returned home to assure his parents of his safety, walked in and curiously inquired, Aunt Qin, were you not aware of the strange occurrence that just took place? Contemplating for a moment while stroking her chin, Qin Xiaoyun recalled an odd sound she had vaguely heard. I thought I might have imagined it, so I paid it no heed. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Luomo's mouth twitched slightly. Auntie, your composure is quite remarkable. Having confirmed that Qin Xiaoan was safe, Jiang Parker turned on the television to ascertain the current situation. As the screen flickered to life, a familiar female anchor appeared. She had been the face of the station for years, leading one to wonder if there were no others to take her place. The anchor began reporting on the recent events. At 3:30 this afternoon, an unprecedented phenomenon occurred, dividing the world into two realms, one of daylight and the other of night. An entity claiming to be the cosmic demon god has issued a declaration, demanding that we choose between submission and resistance. For insights on this incident, we have invited a military general to share his perspective. The scene shifted to a middle-aged man in military attire, adorned with numerous medals across his chest. General Chung, what are your thoughts on the choice presented by this so-called demon god? Sitting upright in his chair, Chang Ming addressed the camera with a grave expression. I have but one thought, resistance. Although we cannot fathom the nature of the being we face, Blue Star belongs to all of us. It is not for these outsiders to claim as they please. Even if we were to choose submission, how can we ensure that they would honor their promises? Even if they spared our lives, do you truly believe they would grant us dignity? No, they would treat us as mere slaves, leading us to a humiliating demise. Since death is inevitable, let us unite once more to confront those who consider themselves superior and demonstrate that humanity is not to be trifled with. That concludes my remarks. Thank you for listening, comrades. Before the television, gratitude is extended to General Chung for delivering an inspiring speech. To the viewers before their screens, let us unite as one human race from this day forth, forging a future that is distinctly ours. Let us fight for our dignity, for humanity shall never falter. As he listened to the fervent words of the female host, Jiang Parker fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze cast downward, shadows dancing upon his lashes. The emotions in his eyes flickering like a candle's flame, obscured from view. In stark contrast to Parker's quietude, Luomo was ignited by the impassioned discourse. Nearly rushing outside to seize a branch, raising it aloft while exclaiming his allegiance to humanity. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyun, who had been attentively observing Jiang Parker, sensed his unease, and, sitting beside him, inquired with concern, "Parker, what troubles you? You seem rather listless." Upon hearing her question, he snapped back to reality, quickly lifting his head and offering a faint smile. "It's nothing, Mom. I was merely pondering what our fate would be if we truly went to war against that demon god." Smiling gently, Qin Xiaoyun affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "My child, such thoughts are burdens not meant for you to bear. With our nation's vast population, it is inconceivable that students like you would be sent to battle. Perhaps." He nodded with a smile, choosing not to delve further into the topic, his gaze drifting to the night sky outside, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had been contemplating a singular question. If war with the demon god were to erupt, should he remain an ordinary person, indifferent to the chaos? Or don his battle attire once more, reclaiming his identity as the friendly neighbor known as Spider-Man? Yet, it was evident that this was not the moment for such reflections. "Mom, is dinner ready? I find myself quite hungry." For the past few days, overwhelmed by self-doubt, he had scarcely eaten, but now, with clarity returning, he felt a pang of hunger. Perhaps it was due to the mutated genes of the radiation spider that he had an insatiable appetite. Yet the food he consumed had not added to his body fat. Rather, it had enhanced his physique. "Oh dear, I have fish simmering in the pot. It's been so long, it's nearly burnt." Realizing the time, Qin Xiaoyun sprang from the sofa, hastily grabbing the escaping lobster from the table before rushing to the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Parker couldn't help but smile wryly. His mother, with her carefree demeanor, would surely take some time to adjust. Yet, it was her buoyancy that had allowed her to swiftly emerge from the shadows of Jiang Ling's death to provide him solace. His eyes hardened with resolve. Regardless of the cost, he vowed to protect the last of his family. Just as he contemplated this, he felt a comforting embrace around his shoulders, turning to see Lu Mo, whose countenance was grave, as if he had just received a mission to demolish an enemy stronghold. "Lao Jiang, I have made up my mind. I have decided to abandon my studies and enlist in the military. I wish to contribute my humble strength to my beloved motherland." It was a heartfelt statement, deeply moving. Had it not been for Jiang Parker's acquaintance with him for over a decade, understanding his true sentiments, he would have gone through with it without hesitation. "I believe the third sentence reflects your genuine thoughts, doesn't it?" Rolling his eyes, he patted the other's shoulder and said with a serious expression, "Lao Mo, if you consider me a brother, then heed my advice. We can all become heroes, but not everyone can bear the costs that come with being one." In his previous life, due to his identity as Spider-Man, he had caused harm to Minnie, May, Harry, Mary Jane, these names etched in his heart as persistent pain. Thus, in this life, he was particularly averse to the idea of being a hero. He wanted to voice his thoughts, yet gazing into Jiang Parker's earnest eyes. Lu Mo ultimately swallowed his words. Slumping on the sofa, resembling a defeated fish, Lu Mo impatiently remarked, all right, I understand. However, Parker, to speak candidly, my desire to be a hero is not merely to indulge a whimsical fantasy. I simply wish to exert my utmost effort and fulfill my responsibilities to the best of my abilities. With great power comes great responsibility. Was it not you who imparted this wisdom to me? Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing Lu Mo's words, Jiang Parker appeared momentarily lost in thought, as if transported back to their childhood. Rubbing his aching cheek, he gazed at the younger Jiang Parker, who, as a child, had inquired with confusion, "Parker, why did you save me? The trouble was caused by me. You had no obligation to shoulder any part of it." Likewise, tending to his scraped knee, the young Jiang Parker echoed the words once spoken by Uncle Ben. "With great power comes great responsibility. I saved you not only because you are my friend, but also because I possess the ability to save you. If I had chosen not to, and you were injured, then the burden of that would rest entirely on my shoulders." After a long silence, as he looked at the younger version of himself and the expression in his eyes, a smile gradually appeared on Jiang Parker's lips. Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. Chapter 12. The invasion begins. At midnight, every household had lit their lamps, and not a soul was asleep. All stood outside, gazing at the night sky, awaiting the unfolding events. Among them were the elderly and children, yet at this moment, their expressions were unified, unyielding. The hearts of the people seemed to form a singular, unwavering line, devoid of any fluctuation. On the balcony of his home, Jiang Parker looked up at the night sky, his face etched with gravity. Beside him stood Qin Xiaoyun, mirroring his solemn expression. Suddenly, the clouds that had obscured the moon appeared to be banished, dissipating in an instant, revealing the rising sun. The sky was once again divided into realms of light and darkness. From the pinnacle of the base, Cheng Ming murmured to himself, "It has come." A sound akin to fabric tearing echoed, as a seemingly endless rift opened between light and dark. The familiar large eye re-emerged, radiating an aura of omnipotence. The atmosphere grew heavy with its presence, rendering the onlookers somewhat breathless. In that moment, a familiar voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Blue Star inhabitants, the time limit has expired. Have you made your choice? Who do you think you are to decide the fate of my grandfather?" When I was tearing through the enemy, you were still in your cradle, exclaimed a white-haired elder clad in military attire, brandishing a broom towards the great eye. The medals adorning his uniform suggested the veracity of his claims. Unperturbed, the demon god turned to the others, inquiring, "Do you share his sentiments?" "Of course, damn it. You think you can threaten me? I am known as Jiang 13 Yao, a veteran of countless battles. You are nothing but a cur," retorted a bald man with a tattoo of an eye on his back, whose appearance suggested he had just emerged from confinement. "Hey, brother, mind your language." "There are officers present," interjected a younger companion nearby. "Cough, cough, my apologies for the rudeness." The burly man quickly adjusted his demeanor, though his gaze towards the demon god remained filled with disdain. "I finally completed my homework, and if you make me do it all over again, I swear I will make you pay," grumbled a disgruntled elementary student, freshly finished with his assignments. As he listened to the myriad of voices expressing their defiance in various tongues, the demon god's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. "Blue Star inhabitants, I concede that you are among the few races in the universe that pique my interest. However, it is only through invasion that one finds joy in the process of acquisition. Since you have chosen the second option, I shall indulge your desires. Do not blame me for not providing you with alternatives." The invasion begins. As the words of the demon reverberated, a crimson shockwave enveloped the entirety of Blue Star in an instant, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. Unfazed by the occurrence, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a sense of confusion in their eyes. They had anticipated some grand spectacle, yet it appeared to be nothing more than an unexplained event. The demon, however, offered no further elucidation, gazing down upon the crowd as it delivered its final proclamation. "Inhabitants of Blue Star, my invasion has commenced. Savor your fleeting moments of tranquility." Ha 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 ha. The laughter gradually faded, vanishing completely, along with the rising sun. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had transpired. No monstrous beings emerged, not even a whisper of disturbance. After observing for a while longer and confirming that nothing had indeed occurred, the crowd began to disperse. Tomorrow was Monday, students would return to school, and workers to their jobs. Society would not halt its rhythm for the sudden appearance of a demon. To do so would be utterly inept. While others remained oblivious to the situation, Jiang Parker, endowed with spider sense, distinctly perceived that at the moment the crimson shockwave appeared, the entirety of Blue Star seemed to be liberated from some unseen shackles, the air infused with an unusual substance that eluded scientific explanation. Just as he contemplated whether to collect some for analysis, Qin Xiaoyun's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Parker, it's getting late. You should return and rest. It's been a week since you last attended school. Tomorrow, you must go back." Although Jiang Parker had already received his admission letter from Hucking University, she believed that attending school was essential. One must engage in the activities befitting their age, while not neglecting to ponder matters beyond their immediate concerns, such as becoming a hero. Zhang Ling had lost his life battling evildoers, and he did not wish for his only son to tread the same perilous path. Nodding in agreement, he quelled his thoughts, wished her good night, and made his way toward his room. As he walked away, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over Qin Xiaoyun. Gazing up at the moonlit sky, her dark eyes brimmed with worry. "Perhaps I am overthinking things," she sighed, dismissing her concerns as she headed to her own room. Meanwhile, upon returning to his sanctuary, Jiang Parker did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he retrieved sheets of white paper and a pencil, embarking on a creative endeavor. Time slipped away unnoticed until the wastebasket overflowed with crumpled papers, prompting him to finally set down his pencil. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he surveyed the 2 sheets in his hand. After securing the drawings in a repaired drawer and locking it, Jiang Parker leaped from his chair with a forceful thrust, executing a graceful backflip midair before landing in his bed, the entire sequence executed with fluidity indicative of habitual practice. Snap! As the radiant table lamp extinguished, its light faded away, allowing the pure white moonlight to flood the room, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled harmony. At that very moment, a famished, emaciated little kitten unsteadily made its way to its nest. For reasons unknown, it felt a peculiar fuzziness in its head, although the day had been perfectly fine. It began to feel unwell just moments ago. Once returned to its cozy nook, it curled up, hoping to alleviate its mental fog through slumber. Yet, unexpectedly, a colossal silhouette appeared not far from it. With bare teeth and eyes as dark as night, brimming with primal ferocity, it was a large wolf dog, evidently starved for quite some time. Gradually, it advanced toward the kitten, a glistening droplet of saliva escaping its jaws. Sensing the looming danger, the kitten's eyes flew open, and there it beheld the approaching wolf dog. With a frightened meow, its pupils dilated, and instinctively it leapt up, driven by the primal urge to flee. However, the ravenous wolf dog, starved for an eternity, would not relent. It surged forward with alarming speed. In that precarious moment, the kitten felt an excruciating pain coursing through its body. And in the next instant, it began to expand, growing until it reached over 2 meters in height, finally ceasing its transformation. This massive form rendered the already cramped alleyway exceedingly congested. The charging wolf dog, taken aback by the sudden metamorphosis of the kitten, froze in place, bewildered. As it blinked rapidly, the once blue slit-like pupils vanished, replaced by a vivid crimson hue, infusing its gaze with a sanguinary essence. With a thunderous roar that reverberated painfully in the ears, the beast awakened from its stupor, desperate to escape, but it was far too late. A flash of cold steel sliced through the air, and in an instant, the wolf dog was torn asunder, its blood painting the alleyway in a crimson hue. Standing amidst the pool of blood, savoring the flesh and blood of the wolf dog, the cat demon's eyes glimmered with insatiable desire. It craved more. It longed for an abundance. As the tantalizing aroma enveloped its senses, a droplet of saliva escaped its mouth, staining its once pristine white fur a deep scarlet. Chapter 13. Familiar novel tropes. The tranquil night swiftly faded away, due to the burdensome life of a high school student. Jiang Parker rose early at the break of dawn. After finishing breakfast and slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he stepped outside to encounter the familiar visage of Lu Mo. At that moment, the dark circles under Lu Mo's eyes made him resemble someone who had just escaped from a zoo. "Don't tell me you didn't sleep at all last night?" Jiang Parker inquired, feigning surprise, though he already suspected the truth. "No," Lu Mo replied listlessly, nodding as if he were a weary soul who had just turned 18, suddenly thrust into a new world, a night fraught with exhaustion. "Really? If you didn't sleep, how could you be this worn out?" Jiang Parker chuckled in disbelief. "You're putting on an act. I truly didn't. If you don't believe me, ask my mom. And is it reasonable to be this tired from just one sleepless night?" Lu Mo's words held a semblance of truth. After all, this was the same guy who had once stayed awake for 3 days straight for a game, yet remained full of energy. At that moment, Jiang Parker noticed something peculiar. There seemed to be many others on the street who shared Lu Mo's disheveled state. "This is strange, very strange indeed," he thought, sensing an oddity that warranted further contemplation. Could it be due to that red shockwave from last night? That seems implausible. It defies logic. With no answers forthcoming, Jiang Parker forced himself to rationalize that this group of lethargic individuals must have also lost sleep contemplating the matters of the demon god. "All right, let's go. Don't forget that our first class this morning is with Teacher Sue. If we're late, it will be disastrous for you," he warned. "Why am I the only one who will suffer?" Lu Mo asked, perplexed. "To be honest, the principal already told me that even if I stop attending classes, it wouldn't matter," Jiang Parker replied casually, though his tone was laced with pride. Lu Mo, genuinely envy you," Lu Mo responded, his eyes reflecting his admiration. After bantering back and forth, Lu Mo felt a slight resurgence of energy in his fatigued mind. At Jiang City No. 8 High School, whispers fluttered through the air. "Hey, isn't that Jiang Parker? Why is he back today?" "I don't know. I thought he had dropped out." "Don't be ridiculous. He wouldn't drop out. He has to take the college entrance exam. He received his acceptance letter from Hucking back in his second year, after all. Stop attending, stop attending." With his handsome looks, tall stature, and the title of a prodigy, Jiang Parker had always been the center of attention wherever he went. Yet, he remained indifferent. For in his past life, while he was a mere shadow in school, upon transforming into Spider-Man, he became the focus of all New York. Unfazed, with his hands in his pockets, Jiang Parker made his way towards the teaching building, oblivious to the adoring gazes from the girls around him. Lu Mo, feeling a twinge of envy, remarked on the admiration directed at his friend. "Old Jiang, do you know? There are times when I genuinely feel like hitting you. With so many girls admiring you, why do you not consider finding a girlfriend? Don't tell me you have no interest in women." After saying this, Lu Mo instinctively stepped aside, casting a wary glance at Jiang Parker, as if he feared that at any moment, Jiang would transform from a gentle lamb into a predatory wolf, overpowering him, this delicate and handsome young man, in a nearby grove. With a face full of exasperation, Jiang Parker regarded the overly cautious Lu Mo with disdain, wishing he could somehow affix him upside down against the wall. However, just then, a strikingly beautiful freshman approached Jiang Parker and under Lu Mo's envious gaze, handed him a love letter. "Jiang, Senior Jiang, please accept this." With her head lowered, the freshman's face had turned as red as a ripe apple. Observing the young girl before him, Jiang Parker felt somewhat helpless. Being handsome and talented had its drawbacks, as it attracted too many admirers. Though he was inclined to refuse, he ultimately accepted the letter, placing it in his pocket with a smile. "Thank you. I will read it when I have the time. Now, hurry back to class." Without waiting for her reaction, he departed with Lu Mo, whose face was filled with envy, leaving behind the disheartened freshman. She understood that Jiang Parker was merely rejecting her in a manner that spared her the embarrassment of public rejection. Watching the forlorn freshman retreat, Lu Mo turned to Jiang Parker and said in a melancholic tone, "Jiang Parker, you truly lack appreciation. How could you reject such a beautiful girl? You are simply inhumane. By the way, you don't actually prefer men, do you?" He jokingly covered his rear. Rolling his eyes, Jiang Parker sighed in exasperation. "Get lost. I just haven't found the one who makes my heart flutter yet." Heart flutter? What kind of wife are you hoping for? Lu Mo's tone carried a hint of mischief, as if he had uncovered a significant secret. Stroking his chin, he reminisced about Mary Jane from his previous life, and then slowly replied, perhaps someone a bit stronger. Just as the two were chatting, a massive figure loomed before them, radiating anger. Looking up, Jiang Parker smiled upon recognizing the newcomer. Oh, isn't this Wang Biao? Why aren't you hiding in your mother's embrace crying today? Wang Biao was notorious as the school bully of No. 8 middle school in Jiang City, reputed for stretching a 3-year program into a 6-year endeavor. When Jiang Parker first arrived at No. 8, he attracted envy for his popularity among girls, prompting Wang Biao to seek to teach him a lesson through violence. However, to his surprise, the seemingly frail Jiang Parker possessed extraordinary strength, effortlessly evading Wang Biao's punches and sending him flying several dozen meters with a single blow, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Consequently, Wang Biao lost all standing within the school. While his classmates feigned respect, they privately dubbed him the instant loser. Jiang Parker. Don't engage in verbal sparring with me. I'm not falling for that. I'm here today to issue you a challenge. A challenge? Jiang Parker gazed at Wang Biao with a peculiar expression. Such a penchant for suffering. Could it be that this fellow had awakened some extraordinary trait? Sensing Jiang Parker's scrutinizing gaze and understanding his thoughts, Wang Biao suppressed the fury boiling within him, gritting his teeth as he continued. Yes, it is a challenge. Tonight after school, in the narrow alley, we must meet. I am determined to reclaim everything I have lost. Hey, buddy, do not speak nonsense. I have not taken anything from you. Be careful, or I might just accuse you of defamation, Jiang Parker replied casually. Yet, in Wang Biao's eyes, he appeared utterly contemptible. With a firmer stance, he pressed down on the cobblestones, leaving subtle cracks beneath his feet. However, considering the repercussions of fighting on campus, Wang Biao had no choice but to swallow his resentment once more. With a cold snicker, he fixed a murderous glare upon Jiang Parker. Oh, you enjoy cracking cold jokes, do you? I shall see if you can still jest after I give you a sound thrashing. Hey, do not assume that I accepted your challenge. Please. As a diligent student who abhors trouble, I have no desire to engage in a brawl. If I lose control, my punch could easily deliver 50 tons of force. Wouldn't that obliterate you? Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Wang Biao's eyes abruptly ceased. Blinking in confusion, he asked, why won't you accept my challenge? Why should I? Jiang Parker laughed in exasperation. Do I need a reason not to accept your challenge? By the way, you approached me with your left foot first, which I dislike. Wang Biao, if you were a real man, you would accept my invitation. He attempted to provoke. Unfortunately, this tactic proved ineffective against Jiang Parker. Whether I am a real man is not for you to judge. And who decreed that a real man must know how to fight? Look at me. I appear so fragile. What if you were to injure me? All right. Class is about to start. Farewell. With that, he gently patted Wang Biao on the shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly, and then Jiang Parker left with Lu Mo. Chapter 14. Haunting shadows. As Wang Biao watched the figures of Jiang Parker and his companion gradually fade into the distance, realization finally dawned upon him. His face flushed crimson, and with a voice brimming with fury, he shouted, Jiang Parker, just you wait. Yet, Jiang Parker appeared oblivious to his exclamations, continuing his solitary march toward the academic building. Inwardly contemplating, who would wait for you, you fool? Receiving no response, Wang Biao, in a fit of exasperation, was about to take action when suddenly, a familiar melody reverberated through the air, accompanied by a man's voice. Oh, if it isn't my brother Wang, what brings you here? Surely, you're not looking for a fight? The tone dripped with sarcasm, igniting a fierce desire in listeners to deliver a punch to the voice's owner. However, Wang Biao refrained from acting, for the source of the voice was the director. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of the director, whose physique was an enigma, perhaps a case of breast cancer or abdominal cancer. It's me, Wang Biao. I truly didn't expect this. I merely stepped out to buy a bottle of water and stumbled upon such a surprise. Director, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Biao's forehead. Come with me to the office. With that, the director clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward the academic building, while Wang Biao obediently followed like a primary school student. Passers-by stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. Feeling the mocking gazes of those around him, Wang Biao's expression darkened, and he muttered through gritted teeth, Jiang, you wait. What did you say? The director turned back, his glasses glinting with an unsettling gleam. Nothing. Startled, Wang Biao lowered his head, hesitant to speak any further. At that moment, Jiang Parker and Lu Mo arrived at the classroom door. Upon entering, they noticed their classmates engaged in conversation. As the newcomers entered, the chatter subsided momentarily, only to resume once they recognized Jiang Parker and Lu Mo returning to his seat. Jiang Parker set down his backpack and arranged his books on the desk before plunging into a reverie. Meanwhile, Lu Mo, with his innate audacity, seamlessly infiltrated the conversations of others, indulging in the gossip. After a considerable time, the class bell rang, and footsteps echoed as students hastily dispersed from their clusters. When Su Quan entered, he found the classroom filled with neatly seated students. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Quan opened his textbook but suddenly recalled something and addressed Jiang Parker. Jiang Parker, due to your absence for a week, I wanted to ask if you require supplementary lessons. No need, teacher. I've already completed the high school curriculum. So there's no need to hold back the class for my sake, Jiang Parker replied candidly. Su Quan's lips twitched in resignation. As a teacher, what left him feeling powerless was the existence of exceptionally gifted students, which diminished his sense of accomplishment. Fortunately, such students were rare. The majority were typical students who struggled with their studies. As the other students expressed their gratitude, Lu Mo, who had grown up alongside Jiang Parker and was accustomed to the relentless encouragement, seized the moment during Su Quan's lecture to whisper to Jiang Parker. Old Jiang, do you know? What do you mean? Jiang Parker replied, somewhat exasperated. If you have something to say, just say it. Must you be so impatient? Why the rush? You silly monkey? Just as Jiang Parker prepared to retaliate, Lu Mo assumed a serious demeanor. Old Jiang, while I was gathering intelligence earlier, I discovered that ever since that demon initiated its invasion last night, many individuals with extraordinary abilities have emerged. Some can control flames, while others possess immense strength. Do you think it's possible that we might awaken some extraordinary powers ourselves? As he spoke, Lu Mo displayed a rather foolish grin, his mind wandering into daydreams of possessing superpowers and transforming into a superhero. He envisioned himself becoming the most sought-after individual by all manner of women, be they innocent classmates, aloof goddesses, or beautiful ants. Ahem, perhaps that last thought was better left unsaid. Regardless, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention. However, as his fantasies spiraled, Jiang Parker abruptly intruded upon his reverie, shattering his illusions with a single remark. Enough with the daydreaming. Even if it were true, such good fortune would hardly come our way. Come on, old Jiang. Can you not be such a pessimist? Can't you entertain a dream? Lu Mo pouted. Yet he continued to indulge in his fantasies, his face lighting up with an expression reminiscent of an infatuated admirer. My dream is simply to be an ordinary person, living a stable and peaceful life. Observing Lu Mo lost in his blissful thoughts, Jiang Parker shook his head in exasperation. Yet, he couldn't help but recall the moment he witnessed Wang Biao shatter a stone slab with a single kick. He had not paid it much heed at the time, but now, coupled with Lu Mo's words, it struck him as peculiar. Even if Wang Biao possessed great strength, he was ultimately just a well-developed ordinary person. How could he possibly crush a flat stone slab unless he had trained for it? Yet, based on his knowledge of Wang Biao, the guy smoked enough each month to blacken a healthy lung, spending his days drinking and chasing women. It was a wonder he was even in decent shape, let alone practicing martial arts. Unable to make sense of it, Jiang Parker decided to let it go. After all things unscientific stemmed from the lack of scientific understanding on the part of those involved. Yes, that must be it. The day passed slowly amid idle chatter and daydreaming. Throughout this time, Wang Biao did not reappear before Jiang Parker, much to his relief. If that fellow truly intended to cling to him like an adhesive bandage, he would have to consider a strategy to incapacitate him for 3 days. And to clarify, he meant incapacitating him through a good beating. As the school bell rang, Su Quan's command to dismiss the class sent a flurry of students leaping to their feet, hastily grabbing their prepared bags and rushing out the classroom door. Jiang Parker, what? You ask me why there is no evening study session? I'm merely a charming protagonist. How could I possibly know such matters? This evening, Jiang Parker did not employ his web shooters but instead swung homeward, accompanied by his good friend Lu Mo, as they animatedly strolled in the direction of their abode. As they exited the school gates, Jiang's spider sense suddenly activated, causing his pupils to sharpen with seriousness as he gazed into the distance. It was then that he spotted a massive figure lurking behind a nearby tree, watching him with evident malice. The moment the figure realized that Jiang had noticed its presence, it attempted to shrink behind a smaller tree, clearly attempting to conceal its considerable bulk. Jiang Parker could only shake his head in disbelief. Was this figure overestimating the tree's ability to hide him or underestimating his own stature? Nevertheless, he recognized the individual. It was none other than Wang Biao, who had issued a fervent challenge to him earlier that morning. Initially, Jiang had thought the challenge would be abandoned, but it appeared he had underestimated Wang Biao's tenacity. Suppressing his irritation, he gestured to Lu Mo, who was about to head home, to draw his attention to the lurking figure. Lu, understanding the unspoken message, followed Jiang's gaze and spotted the enormous silhouette behind the tree. His expression turned peculiar, yet he nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that he comprehended the situation. Redirecting their course, the two friends headed in the opposite direction. Accompanying this individual towards his home felt utterly foolish. If Jiang did not confront him today, Wang Biao would undoubtedly seek him out later, likely standing at his doorstep. If that scenario were to unfold, Jiang Parker could not guarantee that he wouldn't react in anger, delivering a thorough thrashing and leaving Wang Biao in nothing but his undergarments. Hanging in the alleyways of Jiang City, while informing the authorities that he had subdued a public nuisance. Chapter 15. I never expected you to be such a person. As they ventured further, Jiang Parker and Lu Mo found themselves in a secluded alley, where the foot traffic was almost non-existent. In a bustling city like New York, such alleys are notorious for being hotspots of criminal activity, with at least one unsuspecting citizen falling victim to misfortune each day. Standing in the alley, facing the wall, Jiang Parker suddenly spoke after a long silence. Come out, there is nothing fresh waiting for you to savor over there. Huh? Confused and poised to strike from behind the wall, Wang Biao froze in place. Was he referring to me? Glancing around, he saw no one else. Just then, Jiang Parker's voice pierced the silence again. It's you. Facing the wall and sensing the murderous intent emanating from Wang Biao behind him, Jiang Parker wore an expression of exasperation. As an ordinary person endowed with a spider sense, he could perceive danger before it struck and react accordingly. Jiang Parker, to provide a brief insight into what spider sense entails, it functions as a warning system, activating whenever imminent peril is present. Having been discovered, Wang Biao chose not to remain hidden any longer. He stepped into the alley, regarding the two with a cold smirk. I don't know how you saw through my elaborate disguise, but since you have, let me lay my cards on the table. I, Wang Biao, am here today to challenge you, Jiang Parker, to a battle for my dignity. Oh, how brave. What gives you such courage? Is it the song by Liang Jingru? Jiang Parker replied with an uncharacteristically calm demeanor, handing his backpack to Lu Mo. I've looped that song over 100 times with no effect. What fuels your courage is this? With that, he raised his arm, revealing what should have been a sun-kissed skin now encased in glimmering metallic armor. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Parker exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, a metallic arm? How did you manage that? By the way, do you have a brother in the X-Men? With a proud demeanor reminiscent of a rooster, Wang Biao lifted his chin, exuding a sense of superiority. Well, since you've asked so sincerely, I might as well enlighten you. Ever since that self-proclaimed demon appeared last night, I discovered this morning that I possess the ability to metallize my skin. So, what do you think? Are you afraid? I'll spare you if you admit before the entire school tomorrow that you are inferior to me, Wang Biao. With hands on his hips, Wang Biao struck a pose reminiscent of a typical antagonist in a novel. Very well said, but do you know something, Wang Biao? What is it? Wang Biao paused, looking down, only to meet the side of a shoe sole approximately 40 yards in front of him. Certainly, during a confrontation, one should refrain from unnecessary banter, as it may lead to an unexpected ambush. In a sudden burst, Jiang Parker executed a spinning kick, delivering a powerful strike to Wang Biao's chest, a blow imbued with tremendous force that a mere mortal like Wang Biao could hardly withstand. He was sent flying, landing on the ground in a classic Spider-Man pose. Amidst Lu Mo's admiring gaze, he slowly rose to his feet and dusted off his hands, finally turning his attention toward the incapacitated Wang Biao. Clutching his aching chest and pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Parker, Wang Biao seethed with anger, exclaiming, attacking from behind. Do you have no sense of martial ethics? He felt deeply aggrieved that a sneak attack had been executed while he was speaking. In his mind, if he were to fight seriously, there was no doubt that Jiang Parker would be unable to defeat him. The source of his unwarranted confidence remained a mystery, perhaps attributed to the author. On the battlefield, however, such considerations are of little consequence. Jiang Parker shrugged nonchalantly. Although this remark carried an odd dissonance coming from someone who was usually quite vocal during fights. After a brief pause, Wang Biao gradually rose from the ground, adopting a fighting stance and bellowed at Jiang Parker, let's go again. With that, he charged swiftly toward Jiang Parker, his massive frame causing the earth to tremble with each step, reminiscent of an earthquake. Observing the advancing Wang Biao, Jiang Parker shrugged in resignation. This was the second opponent he had encountered, aside from Dr. Octopus, who displayed such relentless determination. Compared to Dr. Octopus, Wang Biao was considerably easier to handle. As Wang Biao drew near, he swiftly swung his right fist toward Jiang Parker's face, aiming to mar his features with a devastating blow. The intention was commendable. Yet in Jiang Parker's eyes, the punch appeared to move in slow motion, with a slight tilt of his neck to the left. The fist merely grazed his hair as it passed by. Seizing this opportune moment, Jiang Parker grasped Wang Biao's arm, propelling himself upward and momentarily defying gravity. Releasing his grip, he angled his legs behind Wang Biao, executing a backflip just before landing, gracefully settling onto one knee. Meanwhile, Wang Biao was sent hurtling backward from the force of the kick, nearly colliding with Lu Mo, who had already taken out a bag of chips to enjoy the spectacle. Hey, old Jiang, could you be more mindful of the bystanders when you toss debris around next time? Don't you just love to stir up trouble? Lu Mo remarked, exasperated, as he approached Jiang Parker. Without hesitation, Jiang Parker snatched the nearly empty bag of chips from Lu Mo's hands, not bothering to be picky, and devoured the remaining morsels with gusto. Ignoring Lu Mo's resentful glare, He returned the now empty bag to him and then redirected his gaze back to Wang Biao, who was attempting to rise once more. However, due to the recent rain, the ground remained muddy, and now much of it was caked onto Wang Biao's body. At this moment, Wang Biao resembled a clay sculpture yet to dry, emanating a foul stench of mud. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Parker pinched his nose and stepped back. "You know, the aroma of mud truly suits you," he remarked. Clenching his fists tightly, the murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. A silver radiance enveloped his form, rendering Wang Biao akin to an Iron Man. "Charge!" he bellowed, exerting force in his limbs, causing the ground beneath him to crack with tremors as he lunged towards Jiang Parker. "Old Jiang, I can't shake the feeling that you've angered him," Lu Imo observed, swallowing hard as he watched Wang Biao charge like a bull. "In fact, you might want to retract that, seems like," he added, as Jiang Parker also surged forward to meet Wang Biao. Just as Lu Imo anticipated a fierce confrontation between the two, he was astonished to see Jiang Parker suddenly drop low mid-stride, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Wang Biao's lower body. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Wang Biao was momentarily stunned, and he fell heavily to the ground with a muffled thud. "Oh yeah," Jiang Parker exclaimed triumphantly as he stood over the fallen Wang Biao, reveling in his victory. "I know what you're all thinking, childish, but this feeling is simply exhilarating." Having sustained multiple blows, Wang Biao's metallic exterior dissipated instantly, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Approaching Jiang Parker, Lu Imo observed the incapacitated Wang Biao with a peculiar expression. "Old Jiang, I once thought you were a man of integrity, yet here you are resorting to such underhanded tactics." "What underhanded tactics? This is merely a defensive maneuver executed within my capabilities. Do you understand what a defensive maneuver is?" Jiang Parker retorted, poking the motionless Wang Biao. Lu Imo replied with a deadpan expression, "A defensive maneuver." Feeling a tad awkward, Jiang Parker admitted that he hadn't fought in a long time and was somewhat out of practice, though he had been trying to temper his strength. Chapter 16, Lu Imo has perished. The atmosphere at that moment was palpably awkward. However, Lu Imo swiftly alleviated the tension. "Old Jiang, what do you intend to do with him? Call the police, or shall we leave him here and await the arrival of our inebriated companion to deliver his fate?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Parker, unable to harden his heart, sighed in resignation and spoke. "Let it be. After all, it is a life, albeit a small one. We should take him back." "Oh, very well," Lu Imo nodded in agreement. Yet, just as they deliberated whether to bind Wang Biao, the spider sense suddenly activated, an overwhelming sense of danger cascading through Jiang Parker's entire being. "Watch out," he shouted, and without hesitation, he kicked Wang Biao, who lay motionless, away from harm's path. Just as Jiang Parker aimed to push Lu Imo aside, it was already too late. A colossal figure lunged forward, accompanied by a fearsome roar. Before he could react, Jiang Parker could only watch helplessly as the creature tackled Lu Imo, sending him sprawling 5 meters away with a thunderous crash. The piercing agony of being pierced by a sharp object elicited a harrowing scream from Lu Imo, an 18-year-old boy. "Old Imo." Jiang Parker's pupils constricted as he finally discerned the nature of the creature that had assaulted Lu Imo. Its elongated body stood 2 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, covered in white fur splattered with dried blood. "Is this a tiger?" Regrettably, before he could ponder further, Lu Imo's agonized cries yanked him back to reality. Without hesitation, he extended his hands and pressed the switch on the web shooter. In the next moment, 2 strands of web shot forth, slicing through the heavy air and adhering to the monstrous creature. With his muscles tensed, Jiang Parker exerted tremendous force, and with a mighty shout, the colossal beast was yanked upward, arcing through the air before crashing heavily in front of him. The pain elicited a furious roar from the creature as it rose, glaring at Jiang Parker with its crimson eyes, radiating unrestrained fury. Gazing upon the feline-like visage of the beast, Jiang Parker realized that it was not a tiger, but rather a slightly oversized white kitten. As he glanced back at Lu Imo, bleeding on the ground, he yearned to inquire about his condition. However, the cat demon denied him the opportunity, charging once more, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the night sky toward Jiang Parker's chest. There was no doubt, if Jiang Parker were to take that claw head-on, it would surely leave a gaping scar. He was not Wolverine, with his extraordinary healing abilities. He was merely a fragile spider, lacking such resilience. Moreover, if his clothing were to be torn, it would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings with his mother upon returning home. To avoid any misunderstandings, Jiang Parker directly launched strands of silk, ensnaring the cat demon's legs. With a firm grip, he yanked upward with force, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's chin. Releasing his hold, the cat demon was sent flying backward, performing a backflip as it landed. It shot out strands of silk that latched onto a nearby backpack, and Jiang Parker charged towards it. Although a backpack is not a conventional weapon, being the bag of a high school student, with just a modicum of effort, it could inflict significant damage upon an adversary. Before it even touched the ground, the cat demon was struck again by the backpack, crashing down to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Jiang Parker swiftly fired several webs at the creature, securing it in place before hastening to Lu Mo's side. At that moment, Lu Mo lay on the ground, his school uniform soaked with blood, appearing utterly lifeless. In an instant, Jiang Parker supported him, his face etched with panic. Lu Mo, are you all right? It seemed Lu Mo heard Jiang Parker's voice. Slowly opening his eyes to meet Jiang Parker's gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Old Jiang, I feel a bit of pain in my chest. It's all right. You'll be fine. Jiang Parker's voice was hoarse, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Old Jiang, I'm listening, Lu Mo murmured, gazing at the starry night sky. To be honest, I often envy you. Why are you so much more mature than others your age? You're excelling in your studies, handsome, and your physical abilities are unparalleled. You're truly a monster. Being around you makes me feel overshadowed, and everyone thinks I seek your friendship for ulterior motives. But I just want to tell them that my friendship with you has no ulterior motives. Yes, you are my best friend, my brother. Jiang Parker nodded vigorously, his lips trembling. Satisfied with the response, a smile curved Lu Mo's lips. Since childhood, I've fantasized about being a great hero, but it seems that without any abilities, becoming a hero is quite difficult. Moreover, it appears I may not have any chances left. With trembling hands, Jiang Parker shook Lu Mo's body gently. No. You haven't fulfilled your wish. You cannot die. Old Jiang, can you promise me one thing? Grasping Jiang Parker's hand, Lu Mo's eyes held a pleading glimmer. Of course. As long as you don't die, you can ask for anything. His voice emerged as a mere whisper. Old Jiang, if I die, please protect my parents in my stead. They have only me as their son, and if I leave, I'm afraid they might do something foolish. Such matters should not fall upon me. You must be the one to protect them. Jiang Parker exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. Lu Mo, I won't allow you to die. You still owe me those 2 yuan for the spicy strips. Due to his actions, he has caused the demise of his dearest friend. Had he reacted a moment sooner, even if he had pushed Lu Mo away, he would not have been harmed. If he had not hesitated about his identity, he would not have brought so much suffering to others who were injured for his sake. Uncle Ben, Harry, Mary Jane, Aunt May, Jiang Ling, and lastly, Lu Mo. If the price of obtaining power is the lives of those around him, then he would rather forego such power. A hero who cannot protect those close to him is no hero at all. Hearing Jiang Parker's words, Lu Mo's lips twitched in resignation. Old Jiang, look at me. I'm on the brink of death. Can you please stop fixating on these trivial matters? If you don't intend to repay the debt, then don't go dying on me. Didn't you say you wanted to be a great hero and find a girlfriend? Dying alone. Are you not afraid that your resentment will turn you into a vengeful spirit? Old Jiang, I must say, you are truly something else, even at such a time. You cannot utter a few comforting words. What you say makes me not want to die at all. With a bitter smile, he gazed up at the night sky. If he could, he would choose not to die, but he could distinctly feel his life ebbing away. He knew he could not hold on much longer. Since you wish to live, then silence your tongue. I will take you to the hospital now. With that, Jiang Parker lifted Lu Mo, and the web shooter immediately launched a thread to secure the unconscious Wang Biao nearby, before dashing toward the alley's exit. Old Jiang, stop wasting your strength. You still haven't answered my earlier question. Will you agree to my terms? Lying in Jiang Parker's arms, Lu Mo felt everything before him growing increasingly blurred. Yes. I promise you everything. I beg you, don't die. His voice choked, tinged with a hint of sobbing, as Jiang Parker screamed with all his might. A smile graced Lu Mo's lips as his eyes slowly closed, and his body began to relax. Lu Mo is dead. Old Mo. Jiang Parker shook Lu Mo desperately, crying out, but there was no response. In his hand, he still clutched a bag of chips, a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 17. Deception. Following Jiang Ling's demise, a second blow swiftly descended upon Jiang Parker. His dear friend, Lu Mo, had passed away. Within the confines of the hospital room, the once dynamic lines on the ECG monitor abruptly transformed into a flat line, the oppressive beeping resonating deeply within Jiang Parker's heart. Gazing at Lu Mo, motionless upon the hospital bed, Jiang Parker's expression was one of utter despair, resembling that of a bereaved spouse. Parker, do not grieve. The fate that befell Xiao Mo is in no way your fault. In fact, had it not been for you, we might never have had the chance to see Xiao Mo again. Lu Mo's parents consoled from behind him, though their eyes glistened with recent tears, revealing they too had just wept. No, it is my fault. If I had reacted more swiftly, then Lao Mo would not have been harmed by that monster. Jiang Parker's voice was hoarse, his head bowed in regret. Upon hearing his words, Lu Mo's parents were at a loss for how to provide comfort, sighing helplessly before casting one last sorrowful glance at Lu Mo, and subsequently exiting the room. As the door closed, the room was enveloped in silence once more. At that moment, Lu Mo, who had lain still, suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at Jiang Parker beside him, he inquired, Lao Jiang, where am I? I distinctly recall being pierced to death by a large cat. Startled by the voice, Jiang Parker froze, lifting his gaze to the bed where Lu Mo lay. Lu Mo returned his stare, and they shared a prolonged, intense gaze. Swallowing hard, Jiang Parker sprang into action, executing a backflip to land 2 meters away from Lu Mo. Anxiety evident in his voice. Are you human, or a ghost? Come now, Lao Jiang, after 13 years of brotherhood. Do you truly fail to discern whether I am human or a specter? Lu Mo retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Hearing Lu Mo's familiar tone, Jiang Parker felt a flicker of hope, though, as a cautious individual, he deemed it prudent to seek confirmation. When I was 7, I witnessed a beautiful 10-year-old girl being bullied and, driven by desire, I rushed to her aid, only to be nearly beaten to a pulp. Who was that? Ridiculous. That was not desire. I was rescuing a wayward damsel. Do you understand? A hero saving a beauty. Do you grasp the concept? Lu Mo stammered, his face flushing with indignation. Observing Lu Mo's shameless demeanor, Jiang Parker finally exhaled in relief. Only Lu Mo could articulate such shamelessness in the context of desire. Patting his chest, Jiang Parker returned to his seat, gazing at Lu Mo with curiosity. Lao Mo, you were dead. How are you alive again? Casting him a sidelong glance, Lu Mo replied, Lao Jiang, one should not curse another so. Ahem, do not mind me. I am merely curious, Jiang Parker interjected, with a light cough. Holding on to the belief that as long as I am not embarrassed, the only awkwardness lies in the thoughts of others, Jiang Parker continued to inquire. Come on. What on earth is going on? He distinctly recalled Lu Mo's condition earlier, which even prompted the doctor to shake his head and suggest, you should seek another opinion. We cannot bear this responsibility. Yet now, Lu Mo appeared as if nothing was amiss, casually conversing with him. This situation was undeniably peculiar. Lu Mo, uncertain how to articulate his experience, pondered for a while before slowly speaking. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either. After I finished my last words, everything in front of me became a blur. My mind felt completely empty, just as I was about to witness my life flash before my eyes like a revolving lantern. I sensed a mysterious force pulling me back. When I opened my eyes again, there you were. Well articulated, but utterly useless, Jiang Parker remarked. A mysterious force? He stroked his chin, contemplating the nature of this enigmatic power. At that moment, Lu Mo interrupted his thoughts. Old Jiang, I need to tell you something. But you mustn't share it with anyone. What is it? Jiang Parker asked, puzzled, wondering if Lu Mo had secretly met that young lady and was too shy to ask for his assistance in arranging a meeting. Lu Mo gestured for Jiang Parker to lean closer. Although uncertain of Lu Mo's intentions, Jiang Parker complied. Lowering his voice, Lu Mo whispered, I think I might have superpowers. What? Jiang Parker exclaimed, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. Shoo, keep it down. Can you not be so dramatic? He quickly motioned for Jiang Parker to quiet down. Then Lu Mo, with a serious expression, said, Old Jiang, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, watch. With that, Lu Mo extended his hand, and a flicker of flame suddenly appeared in his palm, radiating a soft glow. Staring at the flame in Lu Mo's hand, Jiang Parker blinked in confusion. Initially thinking Lu Mo was merely playing a trick, he was taken aback when, within seconds, he found himself proven wrong. How could this phenomenon be explained scientifically? There's no known creature in nature capable of generating flames from its own body, as this requires significant energy, released in the form of heat. And nature's competition is fiercely brutal, necessitating the conservation of strength, came a proud declaration from Lu Mo. Just as he was about to boast further, he caught sight of Jiang Parker producing a skewer of undercooked lamb from seemingly nowhere, placing it above the flame in his palm. What are you doing? Lu Mo asked, bewildered by Jiang Parker's actions. Grilling skewers, of course, Jiang Parker replied nonchalantly. Is there a possibility that by the time I finish roasting this meat skewer over the small flame, you will be ready to partake in my feast? Really? When does this begin? I will take the table for the children. A glimmer of gold sparkled in Jiang Parker's eyes. Has anyone ever told you that you possess a remarkable sense of humor? I, too, believe I am rather amusing. Heh. Lu Mo scoffed. Very well. With a resigned sigh, he tossed the lamb skewer aside, seated himself properly, and adopted the demeanor of a well-behaved child, inviting a round of eye rolls from Lu Mo. Enough of the antics. Although I remain perplexed by your extraordinary abilities, I am merely curious about one thing. What purpose does this small flame serve? Is it meant for cupping others? He extended a finger to poke at the flame before him, feeling its warmth, and Jiang Parker even thought it was not as hot as a lighter. I'm uncertain, but I suspect it was the work of that demon last night. Lu Mo shared his thoughts, only to be swiftly dismissed by Jiang Parker. Impossible. Such matters defy the laws of science. Shaking his head, Jiang Parker expressed his disbelief. If that demon were indeed responsible, then why did he not gain any powers, remaining the same weakling with a mere 50-ton punch? Listening to Jiang Parker's tone laced with envy, Lu Mo chuckled and remarked, Old Jiang, are you not a bit envious and jealous? Rest assured, once I attain greatness, I shall not forget you. All you need to do is call me father. and what is mine will be yours. He patted his chest, wearing a look that seemed to invite worship. Before you boast. Do not forget how recently you were bested by a little kitten. As he spoke, Jiang Parker pulled out his phone and opened a video, where Lu Mo's cries of despair were quite melodious. Jiang Parker, honestly, I could listen to this on repeat for a year and never tire of it. What the heck? Old Jiang, when did you record this? I had no idea. Lu Mo exclaimed, shock written all over his face, causing the flame in his hand to flicker out in an instant. Well, who knows? Shrugging, Jiang Parker wore a grin that was utterly infuriating. Chapter 18, The Excuse Roulette. Just as the two engaged in casual conversation, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Lu Mo's parents, accompanied by a host of doctors, entered upon hearing the commotion within. What on earth is happening? The newcomers were momentarily taken aback at the sight of the two embroiled in a fierce contest over a mobile phone. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was decidedly peculiar. After a lengthy silence, sensing the awkwardness, Lu Mo resolved to break the tension with his characteristic humor. He extended his right hand and waved, a smile gracing his face. Hello. Half an hour later, the doctors regarded Lu Mo, who lay on the hospital bed, with astonishment. His patient attire was in disarray, and his vacant gaze fixed upon the ceiling. He resembled a girl who had lost all hope after an encounter with a horde of lascivious men. Standing beside him, Jiang Parker turned his back to Lu Mo, stifling his laughter with a hand over his mouth, his body shaking as if struck by a fit of uncontrollable giggles. As time stood still, Jiang Parker addressed the audience before the screen. Greetings, everyone. My name is Jiang Parker. Just a few hours ago, my dear friend Lu Mo sustained grave injuries due to my actions. Just when we all believed he was on the brink of death, he miraculously revived, and his injuries healed completely. Isn't that rather unscientific? Indeed, I share your sentiments. Time resumed. Being the center of attention for 18 or 19 doctors is a rather uncomfortable experience. Even Lu Mo, known for his thick skin, felt the embarrassment as he turned to Jiang Parker, who had fashioned a spider suit for him, and said, Mom, I believe I'm quite all right now. It's rather late. Shall we head home for dinner? I still have homework to finish this evening. To which Lu Mo's mother shot him a disapproving glance. Oh, now you care about your homework? I haven't seen you this eager to study in our everyday life. And whether you're fine is not for you to decide. It must be determined by the doctors. After receiving a verbal reprimand, Lu Mo felt a wave of frustration and cast a pleading glance at Jiang Parker for assistance. Understanding the unspoken plea, Jiang Parker nodded and gave a thumbs up, signaling that he would take care of it. Lu Mo felt a surge of gratitude, thinking, truly, he is my best friend. No need to say more. As long as I have a meal, he will have a bowl to wash. Then he watched as Jiang Parker approached his mother, only to abruptly pivot and exit the hospital room, closing the door behind him. Blinking in bewilderment, Lu Mo was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he finally comprehended the scene. Staring at the closed door, his expression morphed into one of despair and indignation. Is this what you mean by understanding? I had thought that our 13 years of brotherhood had brought us to a level of profound connection. What a cad. Ugh. Meanwhile, Jiang Parker, unaware of the label of cad that had been affixed to him, strolled towards the entrance of the hospital. It has been quite some time since he last returned home. He surmised that Qin Xiaoyan must be terribly anxious by now. If one were to inquire why he hadn't called her, well, the author seems to have forgotten. As for whether he truly understood Lu Mo's gaze earlier, it is certain that he did comprehend it, but out of concern for his well-being, he decided to allow this individual to remain under observation in the hospital for a few more days. This interval also provided him the opportunity to investigate the peculiar white cat demon he had encountered not long ago. Such creatures, even in his previous life, were exceedingly rare. Most were merely failed products of the human experiments conducted by Dr. Octopus. It was quite a hassle, without delving into other matters. Resolving issues with this group had cost him a considerable number of garments, and as a financially strapped individual, that weighed heavily on his heart. Upon returning home and opening the door, Jiang Parker was greeted by the sight of Qin Xiaoyan, her face etched with concern as she paced anxiously in the living room. Hearing the door creak open, she abruptly halted and turned toward him, her expression brightening at the sight of him. Mom, good evening. In the next moment, his ear was seized by Qin Xiaoyan. Jiang Parker, why have you returned so late? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Ouch, ouch, Mom, that hurts. Be gentle, please. Feigning pain, but feeling none, Jiang Parker looked at the slightly reddened eyes of Qin Xiaoyan and attempted to soothe her. Besides, Mom, don't I seem perfectly fine? Are you implying you wanted to be anything but fine? Her grip tightened, yet upon seeing Jiang Parker return safely, the weight of anxiety in Qin Xiaoyan's heart finally began to lift. No, Mom, I didn't mean that at all. After a prolonged moment, as she gently rubbed his slightly reddened ears, her gaze softened with concern, though her voice remained stern. Let us see if you dare to do this again. Now, tell me, what were you up to tonight? Upon hearing the tone of Qin Xiaoyan, reminiscent of an interrogator questioning a suspect, Jiang Parker felt a jolt of apprehension. In situations like this, one often resorts to the excuse wheel. The colorful segments of the wheel spun rapidly. Fighting with someone. No. That would not do. If his mother found out, she would surely have his head. She might even resurrect him as a zombie just to slay him once more. Studying at a friend's house. That was even less plausible. He was taking the college entrance examination, so what studying was there to discuss? Eating spoiled food. That was worth considering, but he hadn't quite settled on that yet. Ultimately, the excuse wheel came to a halt in a yellow segment. A wholly unconvincing story. Mom, Just as he was about to concoct a lie, he was interrupted by Qin Xiaoyan. Parker, don't deceive me. I know how your mind wanders when you're lying. How could she possibly know? Was she also a reader of this tale? Conflicted within. Yet under the gaze of Qin Xiaoyan, Jiang Parker ultimately found himself unable to utter a falsehood. With a resigned sigh, he recounted the events of the evening in their entirety to his mother. Half an hour later, he explained, "This is the situation. Old Mo is currently undergoing examinations at the hospital. I returned early to spare you worry. I'm sorry, Mom, With his head bowed, Jiang Parker braced himself for an impending torrent of reprimand from his mother. However, instead of a scolding, he was met with the gentle touch of a warm hand. Qin Xiaoyan extended her hand, softly resting it on Jiang Parker's shoulder, and offered him a reassuring smile. It's all right, Parker. You need not apologize. Given all that you have endured these past few days, it is I who should be apologizing for being unable to assist you. Embracing him tenderly, she continued, what matters is that you have returned home safely. Parker, I understand you harbor your own secrets and have your reasons for withholding them from me. Although I may not be able to aid you directly, I want you to know that I will always stand by your side. You are my son, my pride, and I take immense pride in you. From her pocket, she produced a gleaming key, its golden shimmer catching the light, and gently placed it into Jiang Parker's hand. This was discovered by the police at the fire scene. It bears your father's fingerprints and is suspected to be his keepsake. Therefore, it was not destroyed but entrusted to me. Now, I pass it on to you. Though its purpose remains unclear, it may prove useful. Feeling the warmth of the key in his palm, Jiang Parker was momentarily taken aback. Surprised that his father had left behind a memento. Releasing him gently, Qin Xiaoyan rose from the sofa and cheerfully inquired, "Is there a young man who is hungry and in need of a meal?" As the realization dawned on him, Jiang Parker's lips curled into a smile. He clasped the key tightly and tucked it into his pocket before rising from the sofa as well. "I am indeed quite hungry after not having eaten all night." So you do know hunger? Just wait, I will heat up some food, but first, I must change my clothes." "Yes, ma'am." He saluted playfully before making his way towards the bathroom. Watching Jiang Parker's retreating figure, Qin Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with a myriad of emotions. She had never anticipated that her son would ultimately tread this path. Chapter 19. The secret passageway. On that night, after dinner, Jiang Parker did not return to his room but instead ventured into Jiang Ling's study, driven by an instinct that whispered of hidden secrets within. Upon entering the study, he found it impeccably tidy, a testament to his mother's penchant for cleanliness. Although Jiang Ling had scarcely set foot in the room since its inception, his mother occasionally came to tidy up. As he meandered through the shelves, drawing upon his previous life's experiences, he surmised that if a secret chamber truly existed, the mechanism to unlock its entrance was likely concealed within one of the tomes on the shelves. Faced with a dazzling array of at least 500 books, Jiang Parker felt as if his mind had inflated to its utmost limit, only to burst in an overwhelming explosion of thought. Regaining composure, he muttered to himself, "Honestly, this is the first time I felt that an abundance of books could be a burden." With no other recourse, Jiang Parker began his relentless quest to uncover the elusive volume. Hours slipped by, and soon the study was in disarray. Books strewn about in a manner reminiscent of a bachelor's quarters, though devoid of the crumpled tissues that typically littered such spaces. He had rifled through every shelf, leaving only one solitary book remaining. Gazing at this final volume, exhaustion enveloping him, Jiang Parker paused time once more and spoke aloud. "Truth be told, I have nearly given up. Surely, my luck cannot be so dire as to have scoured 500 books without a single success." As time resumed its flow, adopting a calm demeanor, he retrieved the last book. Click. The sound of a door creaking open resonated through the room, leaving Jiang Parker momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a crow flew overhead, leaving its droppings in its wake. He could hardly fathom that his luck had indeed dwindled to a 1 in 500 chance. In pondering the now unlocked door, he glanced around, but saw nothing. A sudden thought struck him, and he lowered his gaze. I wonder if the tile beneath my feet will suddenly give way? As if summoned by his words, the tile beneath him vanished in an instant. Well, it seems my guess was correct. With that, he plummeted downward. A scream echoed throughout the study, reverberating with intensity. "Parker!" Hearing the commotion, Qin Xiaoyan pushed open the study door, only to be met with a chaotic scene of scattered books, yet no sign of Jiang Parker. Noticing a clear patch on the floor, a fleeting shadow of concern flickered in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Wordlessly, she bent down to gather the disarrayed books, methodically returning them to their rightful places on the shelves. The study fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, at that very moment, as he plummeted downward, Jiang Parker's voice echoed in frantic cries, suddenly recalling his past life's identity amidst the chaos. He swiftly aimed at a nearby wall and shot out a strand of webbing. In the split second before impact, the web adhered to the wall just in time. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he gazed at the ground, now less than a centimeter from him, and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had managed to halt his fall. Otherwise, at such a height, even he would have cried out, "My back, my back." However, at that moment, the web supporting Jiang Parker began to falter, its middle section starting to fray. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground reverberated and clutching his back. Jiang Parker uttered that iconic line, "My back. When will the debts of vengeance end? They exist not because they are absent, but because the time has yet to arrive." Slowly rising from the ground and rubbing his aching back, Jiang Parker began to survey his surroundings. The darkness enveloped him entirely, rendering visibility non-existent. While the profound silence weighed heavily on him, he yearned to return, but upon glancing up at the pitch-black ceiling, he abandoned the thought. "Hey, is anyone there?" he called out, cupping his hands around his mouth as he walked forward. After an indeterminate distance, feeling fatigued from calling out, Jiang Parker decided to pause for a moment. "This wretched place. Does Dad really have this much money to construct such a vast underground chamber?" he muttered, leaning against the wall. Just as he was about to rest, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. "Oh, I have a bad feeling about this." At that very moment, the previously dark basement was illuminated by rows of lights. The sudden brightness causing Jiang Parker to squint involuntarily. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, his spider sense tingled. His body instinctively propelled upwards, adhering to the ceiling as a beam of blue energy whizzed past him, crashing into the wall with a resounding explosion. As the dust settled, the intact wall came into view. This wall seems quite sturdy. Perhaps I could sell it for my home later," he remarked, narrowly dodging several more beams. It was then that he finally discerned the source of the attacks, a small iron ball with a gun barrel. "Hey, didn't your mother ever tell you that shooting at others is terribly impolite?" he quipped. Whoosh. Releasing his grip from the ceiling, he executed a graceful spin, successfully evading 2 more beams of light. "All right, it appears your mother neglected to impart that lesson." Shrugging, he seized the moment as the iron ball began to charge another beam. Jiang Parker swiftly extended a web toward it. The energy burst forth from the barrel just as the web intervened, causing it to explode upon contact. As he gazed at the now damaged iron ball on the ground, he was about to flaunt his victory when he heard a series of sounds approaching from behind. "Let me take a wild guess. At this very moment behind me lies a barrage of artillery, all aimed directly at me?" Whoosh. The sound of a beam being fired answered Jiang Parker's unspoken question. "Well, it seems my intuition has proven accurate once again." Executing a backflip, time around him appeared to slow to a mere fraction of its usual pace. With the agility of his body, Jiang Parker deftly evaded the incoming beams of light. With his hands planted firmly on the ground and a surge of strength from his core, he sprang into action, opting against a direct confrontation in favor of a more prudent strategy. The ancient wisdom of the 36 stratagems advises that retreat is often the best course of action. Dashing swiftly through the tunnel, he was pursued by a swarm of hovering iron spheres, which periodically launched projectiles aimed at his rear. Wait, that description seems rather peculiar. As he sprinted forward, a fleeting glance revealed a grand doorway just around the corner. Though the nature of whatever lay beyond that entrance remained uncertain, perhaps even more perilous, it was a far better alternative than engaging in a relentless game of cat and mouse with a pack of relentless, dogged iron spheres. With a swift sliding maneuver, Jiang Parker propelled himself towards the corner, all the while casting intricate webs in the direction of the pursuing spheres to obstruct their path. The crimson lasers pierced through the white webs, creating large openings, through which the iron spheres emerged, desperately searching for Jiang Parker's whereabouts, yet finding nothing, as if he had simply vanished into thin air. 3 question marks appeared above their heads, and ultimately, with no other options left, they retreated along the path they had come. Meanwhile, safely tucked away in the room, Jiang Parker finally exhaled in relief upon hearing the silence outside. Raising his gaze, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he had found himself in an extraordinary place. Within glass chambers filled with a green liquid, an assortment of creatures, varied in both size and shape, resided, yet they all shared one unflattering characteristic: they were utterly grotesque. As he gazed at the monsters within the glass enclosures, Jiang Parker found himself reconsidering the Hulk, with his green skin, as not so intolerable after all. Though temperamental and prone to destruction, he still retained the semblance of humanity. However, just as he was contemplating his surroundings, he felt an unfamiliar presence behind him, and his instincts were screaming in alarm. Oh no, this could be trouble. Chapter 20. The USB drive. My name is Jiang Parker, your amiable neighbor. This evening, I unexpectedly stumbled into the hidden chamber left behind by my father. Initially, I found myself pursued by a horde of robots emitting beams of light, akin to wild dogs racing through the streets. Fortunately, I managed to seek refuge in a laboratory. However, I was unprepared for the colossal figure awaiting me within. Gazing at the towering robot, which stood 2 heads taller than myself, I attempted to introduce myself. Hello, I am Jiang Parker. Before I could finish my sentence, the massive robot swung its enormous fist towards me. Ah, I exclaimed, instinctively bending backward as the powerful fist swept by, creating a gust of wind that barely grazed my clothing. Exhaling in relief, I seized the moment as the robot retracted its arm, lifting my right leg to deliver a fierce kick to its abdomen. With little effort, my leg, imbued with tremendous force, pierced through the robot's midsection, leaving a gaping hole the size of a basin. Looking down, I saw the robot's blue visor filled with disbelief, and in the next moment, the light within it began to dim. With a resounding crash, it collapsed to the ground, retracting my leg and prodding the lifeless machine to confirm its demise. I finally sighed in relief. Yet, in the next instant, I found myself airborne. Standing atop the robot's lifeless body, I struck a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder, envisioning myself surrounded by journalists capturing my moment of glory. However, this delightful scene was abruptly interrupted by the emergence of red laser beams. Observing the dots of red on my chest, I attempted to evade them, but to no avail. Just as I pondered whether to consider a casket with a lid or one that could be rolled, a mechanical female voice echoed through the chamber. Scanning pupils. Searching for data. Data search complete. Welcome back, young master. With the conclusion of the mechanical voice, the red lasers targeting me vanished entirely. Blinking in bewilderment, I appeared rather dazed, struggling to comprehend the sudden electronic voice. After a prolonged moment, I regained my composure and decided to greet it. Hello, who are you? Greetings, young master. I am Karen, an artificial intelligence created by your father. Father? You mean my dad? Indeed. Reflecting momentarily and recalling what my mother had mentioned about Jiang Ling's potential whereabouts, I resolved to inquire if this artificial intelligence possessed any knowledge. Karen, do you know where my father is now? Regrettably, your father transferred all control to you 5 days ago and subsequently disappeared. I am currently unable to locate him. Catching the pivotal detail, I was taken aback to learn that Jiang Ling had been here just 5 days prior. 5 days ago, wasn't that the day my father passed away? Karen, do you recall when my father arrived here 5 days ago? At midnight, after receiving an answer. And stroking his chin, Parker began to ponder. If what Karen said was true, and Jiang Ling had indeed returned here 5 nights prior, it would imply that he was still alive. The weight that had burdened Parker's heart for days finally lifted, and he exhaled in relief. However, another question soon arose. If Jiang Ling was alive, why had he not made an appearance? What could be his purpose in this? Unable to fathom it, Parker felt as if his head might explode. Hey, lend me a hand. Just then, a crimson figure resembling a demonic Spider-Man, complete with horns and wings, appeared on his shoulder. Grasping a hefty hammer, it brought it down forcefully upon Parker's head. After a dizzying moment, Parker felt considerably better. Karen, did my father leave anything behind before he departed? Yes. Could you show it to me? Upon hearing that there was something, Parker's spirit soared. Perhaps within his father's belongings lay the answers he sought. Of course, in the next instant, a robot identical to the one Parker had previously dispatched with a kick emerged from the ground, holding an iron box, which it presented to Parker. Thank you. Parker expressed his gratitude, though his expression turned awkward as he gazed at the robot, recalling that he had just obliterated its counterpart. The robot, having scanned Parker briefly, turned and vanished back to its origin. Once it was gone, tranquility returned to the laboratory. With a thick skin comparable to Lu Mo, Parker's embarrassment dissipated almost instantly, and he began to scrutinize the small iron box before him. It was a modest, unadorned box secured with a golden lock. Upon biting it, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's real." Gently shaking it revealed no sound. After a moment's contemplation, convinced that his father would not jest with him, Parker resolved to open the box. Then the second dilemma arose: how to unlock it? As Parker contemplated whether to force it open with his hands, a cartoonish version of Jiang Ling suddenly perched on his shoulder, shouting in his ear, "The key. Did I not leave you the key?" "Oh, right, the key," Parker exclaimed. Grateful, he retrieved the golden key from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. With a gentle twist, he heard a satisfying click. The lock had opened. Casually tossing the lock aside, Parker rubbed his hands together in excitement, transforming into Flyman as he eagerly lifted the lid of the small iron box. Upon seeing its contents, his wide eyes immediately shrank to mere dots. Inside the box was not a yellow diary or a pair of glasses, but rather a USB drive. Indeed, you read that correctly, the very device capable of storing videos and files. Extracting the USB drive from the box, Parker fell into silence. Is it truly the case that even riddles have become so in tune with modern trends, still relying on USB drives for storage? Although some aspects diverge from my original thoughts, at least there is something tangible rather than mere emptiness. Karen, do you have a computer? After surveying the surroundings and finding no sign of a computer, Parker decided to consult the artificial intelligence. Yes, came the response, and in an instant, a blue holographic screen materialized before Parker, accompanied by a floating keyboard. How incredible! Upon witnessing this spectacle, a spark of excitement ignited in Parker's eyes. It was astonishingly impressive. If Luo were to see this, he would undoubtedly be mesmerized. Though Parker longed to take it home, pressing matters took precedence, and without further hesitation, he swiftly inserted the USB drive into the computer. The screen brightened instantly, data uploaded at an astonishing pace, and within mere seconds, the transfer was complete. Upon clicking to view the contents, Parker discovered there was only one video. This must be the key to the mystery. With that thought in mind, Parker clicked on the video. As it played, a familiar face emerged on the screen. His father, Jiang Ling, clad in a white lab coat. Jiang Ling sat on a chair, addressing the screen. Parker, by the time you see this video, I will have been gone for quite some time, due to an urgent matter that requires my attention. I had no choice but to stage this departure. Please forgive my abrupt exit. I know you are a strong child, endowed with wisdom and maturity far beyond your peers, which is why I dared to do this. I understand that this may deeply affect you, but I must proceed. Everything I do is not only for you and your mother, but for all of humanity. Once again, I must extend my sincerest apologies. I know your mind is filled with countless questions, so please take a moment to calm yourself and listen carefully to everything I am about to share. It encompasses the truths you seek. Chapter 21. Is this still the world I once knew? I can discern the thoughts swirling in your mind. Why has a being, proclaiming itself as the demon god of the universe, appeared so suddenly, declaring intentions to invade Earth? Furthermore, why are creatures that do not belong to this realm emerging? Allow me to elucidate your queries one by one. In truth, my own thoughts were rather mundane, fixating on pancakes. Yet, it is evident that Jiang Parker would never voice such trivialities. Even if he did, Jiang Ling would remain oblivious, unable to emerge from the screen to deliver a slap. In fact, this so-called demon god is not a newcomer to our world. It made its presence known a century ago, during the early years of Empress Cishi's reign, proclaiming its intent to thoroughly conquer the Blue Planet 100 years hence. At that time, society plunged into chaos, but amidst the turmoil, a figure wielding the power to control lightning emerged, successfully quelling the societal disarray. Since then, ordinary animals have evolved into formidable monsters, wreaking havoc upon humanity. Correspondingly, among humans, individuals with a plethora of abilities arose, known as the Evolved. During this past century, both monsters and Evolved have appeared sparingly, engaging in clandestine battles. Ultimately, the monstrous horde faltered against humanity, suffering repeated defeats. From that point onward, the remaining Evolved initiated the formation of a secret organization to conduct experiments, hoping to uncover the origins of these monsters, yet to no avail. We refer to these creatures as the otherworldly, classified into 9 tiers from 1 to 9, with Tier 1 being the weakest, capable of being dispatched by ordinary bullets and artillery, while Tier 9, the most powerful, has only manifested once in history. It is said that to vanquish this being, humanity's strongest, the lightning-wielding individual, sacrificed his life to ensure its destruction. The registration of evolved individuals categorizes them from the weakest F to the mightiest SSS. Their abilities fall into 3 distinct categories. The first is elemental, allowing manipulation of fire, ice, and lightning. Those who awaken elemental powers often possess extraordinary talent. The second category encompasses physical enhancement, including immense strength, incredible speed, or complete metallic transformation, with varying levels of aptitude. The third and most enigmatic category is psychic, involving abilities such as telepathy, control over others' consciousness, or illusions. Evolved individuals with this talent are often of great importance. Yet few are fortunate enough to awaken such gifts. I understand that you might perceive all of this as sheer nonsense. However, I assure you, it is all veritable. Now that the centennial mark has arrived, according to the predictions of the great diviners of China, from the moment the demon god descends again, the world will undergo a profound transformation. The numbers of monsters and evolved will surge dramatically, plunging society into chaos once more. To be candid, my son, I sincerely wish for you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter, as it is far too brutal for your tender age. Though you exhibit an extraordinary level of maturity, you remain, after all, merely a child. I am fully aware that, given your disposition, you would not easily relinquish any clues. Hence, I have entrusted the control of the laboratory to your name. This establishment embodies years of my arduous labor, equipped with a plethora of technological marvels. Should you encounter anything beyond your comprehension, you may consult Karen, the artificial intelligence who serves as the steward of this place and is well versed in its intricacies. Rest assured, Karen represents the pinnacle of technological advancement in this world, and you need not fear her being manipulated or turning against you. Alas, time is of the essence. And I must conclude my words here. My son, do not endeavor to seek me out. You shall not find me. Once I have resolved this turmoil, I shall return. Additionally, please convey my apologies to your mother on my behalf. The video has now reached its end, although it lasted less than 10 minutes. The impact it had on Jiang Parker was unparalleled. At this moment, two words incessantly revolved in his mind, spinning like a whirlwind. Alien, superhuman. What do these terms even signify? Initially, he believed he had entered a realm of unparalleled safety. However, it now seems that this security was merely a feature of the novice protection period. Having recently turned 18, an array of absurd occurrences has weighed heavily upon his fragile psyche, delivering a shock that rivals the transformation of the Hulk into a timid being. Rubbing his slightly larger head, Jiang Parker was consumed by a singular thought. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Karen, I'm here. Please assist me in locating a nearby establishment selling corn tortillas. I find myself rather hungry. Searching now. Apologies, young master. But based on the scan, all shops selling corn tortillas within a 50-mile radius are currently closed. The earliest opening will be in 3 hours. Oh, very well. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Parker came to a stark realization. The seemingly tranquil world around him concealed immense peril, and most disconcertingly, he could not explain any of this through scientific reasoning. Seated upon a chair, he fell once more into contemplation. While he had ascertained that his father was presently in no immediate danger, the future remained uncertain. From the prior discourse, it was evident that this world had irrevocably changed. Dangers would proliferate, and crime rates would escalate significantly. He pondered whether he should once again embrace the identity of Spider-Man to safeguard his city and family. Yet, should he don the mask once more, the weight of responsibility would render it impossible to remove, forever binding him to the consequences of every misdeed that transpired thereafter. In his previous life, this very identity had caused him to harm many. However, in this lifetime, due to his inaction, he has once again caused harm to many. Gazing at his own reflection on the screen, Jiang Parker murmured to himself, "What am I to do?" In a moment of daze, he seemed to see a familiar figure appear before him. Peter, remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Uncle Ben. His eyes cast downward. Unable to meet Uncle Ben's gaze, he felt he had betrayed his uncle's trust. Before he could finish his thought, Uncle Ben's voice resonated once more. Peter, act according to your own convictions. Do not allow external influences to sway your thoughts. Act according to my own convictions, he murmured, staring at his hands. And after a long pause, his dark eyes gradually grew resolute. Clenching his fists, he lifted his gaze to meet Uncle Ben's as Jiang Parker's tone became firm. Uncle Ben, I understand. A smile of reassurance graced Uncle Ben's face, and without uttering another word, his figure gradually faded from Jiang Parker's sight. At this moment, within the laboratory, seated upon a chair, surrounded by darkness, the youth's eyes shone like flames, everlasting and brilliant. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the laboratory before him and spoke. Karen, is everything in this laboratory mine? Yes, my lord. Upon hearing the response, a smile graced his lips. Very well, Karen, in the coming days. I need you to assist me in creating something. I am willing to serve you, my lord. Oh, Karen, I didn't realize you could be so eloquent. Jiang Parker expressed his surprise at Karen's words. My lord, I possess the largest database in the world. Being articulate is no challenge. Is that so? Then can you tell me the ultimate value of pi? If you wish to know, I would not recommend calculating it at this moment. Never mind. I was merely joking. By the way, do you robots not understand humor? Jiang Parker interjected as Karen prepared to calculate. According to human reasoning, my lord, what you just said was an exceptionally cold joke. Nonsense. How could I possibly tell a cold joke? Jiang Parker retorted. You're being dismissive. I am not. You are. Fine, if there is no cold joke, then so be it. Chapter 22. The sudden martial arts examination. 3 days have passed. It is Thursday. After a period of recuperation, Lu Mo, through persistent persuasion, has finally escaped the clutches of the malevolent hospital bed. Upon arriving at the classroom door, he cleared his throat and stood tall. Before boldly stepping inside the classroom, his classmates were engrossed in animated discussions about various recent peculiarities. Among the tales was one of a fellow who spontaneously ignited into flames and ran naked down the street, only to be apprehended by the righteous police. Another story revolved around a sudden disappearance case in a nearby neighborhood, where many individuals vanished without a trace. There was even an amusing anecdote about the little black dog from Wang Ermatzi's family in the neighboring village, which had given birth to a litter of yellow puppies. Despite both parents being black, a veritable soap opera of family ethics in the animal kingdom. As everyone conversed amongst themselves, none paid Lu Mo any heed. Assuming they had not heard his entrance, he cleared his throat again and proclaimed, Dear classmates, your most esteemed peer has returned, revitalized. At this, someone finally acknowledged him. A rather mature-looking classmate, strikingly reminiscent of the author's uncle, turned to Lu Mo and said, "Could you lower your voice? We are still engaged in conversation." After delivering this stern rebuke, he turned back to his group and resumed chatting. Caw, caw. A crow, dragging a piece of excrement, flew over Lu Mo's head, cawing mockingly and amplifying the awkward atmosphere. Just then, a sudden pop shattered the tension. Lu Mo looked up to see his good friend, Jiang Parker, laughing heartily. Seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of his eyes. "Hey, old Jiang, what is the meaning of this? I've just returned. And you can't even muster a welcome?" Lu Mo approached Jiang Parker, rolling up his sleeves, intent on delivering a playful reprimand. However, as he prepared to teach him a lesson, he noticed Jiang Parker had ceased laughing and was gripping a hand gripper, adjusted to its maximum resistance, and exerting a slight pressure. Crack! The gripper crumbled under his grip. "What are you up to?" Jiang Parker's tone was imbued with mischief as he regarded Lu Mo, who stood with sleeves rolled up. Spotting the deformed gripper in Jiang Parker's hand, Lu Mo regained his composure, straightened his sleeves, and replied, "Nothing, just tidying up my attire." It was a jest. Though he now possessed the extraordinary ability to conjure flames, he remained an ordinary person at heart. Jiang Parker could effortlessly overpower him, leading to a series of unspeakable outcomes, and he would be utterly defenseless. Moreover, after several days of experimentation, Lu Mo discovered that his current powers allowed him to summon flames no hotter than 35 degrees Celsius, a temperature that paled in comparison to that of the human body. Having just set down his backpack and settled in, he instinctively rifled through his desk, only to unearth a considerable stack of papers, as anticipated. During the 3 days of my absence, what on earth transpired? Gazing at the pile of papers in his hands, Lu Mo felt a twitch in his eyelids. This was overwhelmingly excessive. When would he ever complete it all? "Oh, you mean this? This is last night's homework. The assignments from the previous days are here," Jiang Parker replied, producing a neatly bundled stack of papers from a corner, much to Lu Mo's astonishment. "Are you certain this is homework?" Lu Mo queried. "Indeed." "What of it?" Jiang Parker responded nonchalantly, indifferent to the amount of work he had to do. "Never mind, I won't do it." Lu Mo tied together the papers on his desk, estimating they could fetch 2 yuan, though meager, it was enough for an ice pop. At that moment, the classroom door swung open, and Su Quan entered. The students were momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. Checking the schedule, they pondered. Isn't the first class supposed to be mathematics? Why is Su Quan, who teaches language, here? Ascending to the podium, Su Quan addressed the astonished crowd with a stoic expression. In 5 seconds, everyone returned to your seats. The students froze, surprised that their stern teacher had not reprimanded them. However, at that instant, the countdown to doom began. 5. Instantly, the previously clustered group dispersed in a flurry, some fleeing so hastily that one student lost a shoe, continuing barefoot in his haste. The once harmonious class erupted into chaos. Ultimately, just before the final number fell, everyone managed to return to their seats. Observing the orderly arrangement, Su Quan nodded in satisfaction. Good. Placing his books on the desk, he adopted a serious demeanor and began, "I trust many of you have encountered some peculiarities online lately. What I am about to share will fundamentally alter your worldview. I implore you to listen attentively, as this matter is of paramount importance, far surpassing the significance of your college entrance examinations." The class gasped in astonishment, not expecting Su Quan, who often extolled the importance of the exams, to utter such words. "Since the day the demon descended, have some of you noticed any peculiarities within your own bodies?" Su Quan continued. A student raised his hand, inquiring, "Teacher, I've been feeling perpetually sleep-deprived lately. What could be the cause?" "I feel the same. I've had such dizziness and fatigue," another student chimed in. "Me too." One by one, students voiced their symptoms. Listening to their concerns, Su Quan gestured for silence before proceeding. "What I am about to say will clarify your doubts. Ever since that day the demon descended, I am certain some of you have noticed the red shockwave it released, correct? Indeed, it is that crimson shockwave which has manifested various symptoms among you. If we were to indulge in the narratives of those web novels you speak of, we might say that this crimson shockwave has successfully revitalized the spiritual energy of our world, and naturally, those of you who have absorbed this energy will experience a myriad of transformations." Upon hearing Su Quan's words, the crowd was astonished. Had they not known Su Quan to be devoid of jest, they might have speculated that perhaps he had endured a quarrel with his spouse the previous night, seeking solace in drink, and had arrived in class still under the influence. "Goodness, Lao Jiang, I told you that the spiritual energy has revived, yet you remain oblivious," exclaimed Lu Mo, exhilarated as he grasped Jiang Parker's arm. "Silence. Let the teacher continue," Jiang Parker retorted, dismissively swatting Lu Mo's hand away with an eye roll. "There are so many of us, such frivolity is unbecoming. While you may lack decorum, I still possess some sense of propriety." "Oh," Lu Mo nodded like a dutiful spouse, refraining from further comment, appearing quite obedient. However, Jiang Parker was aware that this surface compliance belied a mind brimming with imaginative tales. He had even conjured up a title for Lu Mo's unwritten masterpiece, Revival of Spiritual Energy, as the Master of Flames. I fight for my country. Quiet down, Su Quan exclaimed, striking the table. At his command, the murmurs of the gathering ceased abruptly. With a resigned sigh and a hand pressed to his forehead, Su Quan began, do not mistake the revival of spiritual energy for a blessing. Do you understand what this signifies? It heralds a tumultuous shift in your societal trajectory. At any moment, you may find yourselves confronted by unforeseen perils. Enough of that for now. I must inform you that, effective today, English class is cancelled and will be replaced by physical education. Furthermore, you will soon face a martial arts examination, for it is this that will ultimately determine your fate. Class. The sudden proclamation startled the students, who instinctively rose and chorused. Good day, teacher. Please take your seats and turn to page 50. Today we shall discuss, while Su Quan lectured at the front. The students were engrossed in their own conversations, their minds far removed from the lesson at hand. Stroking his chin, Jiang Parker felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding the abrupt reforms unfolding before them. Chapter 23. The Otherworldly Beneath the Dimly Lit Clouds. The twilight's faint glow had long since vanished, shrouding the world in an enigmatic veil of darkness. The hour was precisely 6 o'clock in the evening. The autumn night carried a chill, and the streets were teeming with pedestrians. However, unlike any other evening, this time they were engrossed in a singular topic of conversation. Hey, brother, have you heard about the nationwide martial arts examination taking place in a month? Of course, I'm aware. What abilities do you think we might awaken? Who knows? Personally, I would love to acquire the duplication technique from Naruto, allowing me to enlarge anything at will. Brother, I sense your intentions are not entirely pure. How could that be? I merely wish to use my robust fists to contribute to our country. Oh, but let me caution you. Do not attempt to duplicate your little brother unless you intend for a full-body duplication. Otherwise, he might explode. Forget that. I would rather awaken the ability to turn my body to metal. Weren't you just saying that you wanted the duplication technique for the nation? Did I say that? The news of the nationwide martial arts examination was no longer a secret. Nearly everyone in China had received the notification. Unbeknownst to them, lurking around a street corner were eyes resembling ethereal flames fixated upon them. If Jiang Parker were present, he would certainly recognize the owner of those eyes, the cat demon who had previously been toyed with by him, ultimately spared due to his urgent desire to save another. At this moment, the cat demon had fully healed and appeared to have undergone an evolution. Its size even more formidable than before, with its tail now split into two. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, a figure donned in a baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses, clearly not a person of good repute, was lurking. One might wonder who would wear dark sunglasses at night. In his hand was a pair of pliers, and before him sat a small yellow-furred kitten, blissfully indulging itself, utterly unaware of the impending danger. A depraved gleam flickered in the eyes concealed beneath the sunglasses, and seizing the opportunity while the kitten feasted, the man swiftly grasped the kitten by the scruff of its neck. The kitten, struggling in disbelief, gazed up at the man. It could not comprehend why this once amicable figure was now treating it with such hostility. Alas, before it could ponder further, the man spoke. You're the 15th one. I must admit, you creatures are remarkably easy to deceive. A mere sausage is enough to render you defenseless. However, since you've savored my sausage, you might as well surrender your life to me. With that, the man tightened his grip on the pliers, advancing menacingly toward the kitten. The clattering sound of the pliers was deafening, causing the kitten's pupils to constrict in terror as it let out a series of desperate cries. Just then, a voice pierced through the tension. Let it go. Otherwise, I shall call the police. Turning his head, the man in sunglasses noticed that the newcomer was a woman in her early 20s, likely a recent university graduate. Her face still bearing the innocence untouched by the harsh realities of life. At that moment, she held her phone in hand, poised to dial the authorities. Observing her, the man exhibited no signs of alarm. Instead, a mocking smile spread across his face. Discarding the small cat he had been holding, he gazed at the woman and taunted. Go ahead and report me. I'm waiting. Don't come closer, or I will truly call the police. The woman retreated, panic etched across her features. Go on. Hurry up and report me. He bellowed, startling her so much that she dropped her phone to the ground. As she bent to retrieve it, the man quickened his pace and seized her wrist. What do you want? Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him, fearing the man in sunglasses might have sinister intentions. What do I want? He gently removed his sunglasses, revealing his narrowed eyes. I want to show you the harshness of society. Little girl, didn't your guardians ever tell you not to meddle in others' affairs? With that, he extended his hand, greedily unfastening the buttons of her blouse, exposing her fair skin that emanated a faint fragrance, looking utterly enticing. Please, don't. I beg you, just let me go. The woman pleaded desperately, her fear palpable. But the man showed no mercy, intent on indulging himself. However, in that instant, he noticed her resistance abruptly cease. Her eyes widening in terror as if she had seen something monstrous. Thinking she was merely acting, he scoffed. "Ha! Don't try to deceive me with theatrics. It won't work. Since you cannot resist, you might as well enjoy it. My touch is quite pleasurable." Just as he was about to resume his previous actions, she urged, "Look behind you." Huh. Instinctively turning around, the man felt his grip on her wrist slacken as he beheld the creature looming behind him. A monster. Its crimson eyes glowed with a chilling menace, the stench of blood overwhelming, its massive white form adorned with two tails. What manner of beast is this? He recalled the official warnings issued earlier that day and could not suppress a gulp. Surely, he could not be this unfortunate. He had merely sought an outlet for the frustrations inflicted by his foolish boss, and now he had unwittingly stumbled upon a creature from another realm. In a surge of fear, he released the woman's wrist, his instinct screaming for him to flee the alley, but it was already too late. A piercing sound sliced through the air, and in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he realized, to his horror, that a deadly claw had pierced through him, blood dripping steadily from the wound. His pupils dilated, growing vacant, as his vision began to blur. Shortly thereafter, the man in sunglasses collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the claw was withdrawn, the two-tailed cat demon prepared to feast upon the fallen man. Suddenly, the sound of a can dropping caught its attention. It was the woman, hastily retrieving her phone, attempting to flee. Feeling the weight of the demon's gaze, the woman froze in terror, closing her eyes, convinced that death was imminent. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, silence enveloped her. Slowly, she dared to open her eyes, only to discover that the two-tailed cat demon had vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood. Still paralyzed with fear, she waited a moment longer until she was certain the demon had truly departed, and only then did she exhale in relief. Though she did not comprehend why the demon had spared her, she realized that now was not the time for contemplation. As she prepared to exit the alley, her peripheral vision caught sight of a small cat lying on the ground, appearing injured. Without hesitation, she scooped it up and hurried towards the nearby veterinary clinic. At that very instant, a massive shadow emerged from the darkness. The two-tailed cat demon, having reappeared, its mouth still hanging onto the lifeless body of the man in sunglasses. It tilted its head back and swallowed the man whole, licking the remnants of blood from its lips. Feeling satiated, the demon was about to seek its next prey when a figure suddenly appeared beside it. With a fierce roar, its fur bristled, and it fixed a menacing gaze upon the newcomer, instinctively sensing the danger they posed. "Hey, no need to be so tense. I'm merely here to lend a hand," the figure said. "As a beast, how could you harbor emotions? What suits you is only slaughter." Before the two-tailed cat demon could react, it felt its consciousness fading, replaced by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. "Go, my child, seek vengeance upon those humans who have wronged you," the figure urged, their alluring black-purple eyes glinting with a sinister light, a smile playing upon their lips. In the next chapter, our beloved neighbor shall return. Chapter 24 Indeed, Spider-Man. Atop the tallest edifice in the heart of Jiang City stood a solitary figure, clad in a vibrant red and blue suit adorned with web-like patterns. The chest bore a striking black spider emblem, while the back showcased a vivid red spider design. Despite its simplicity, the ensemble exuded an undeniable aesthetic appeal. As Jiang Parker donned the long-awaited spider suit, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. After 3 arduous days, he had successfully crafted this suit with the aid of materials from the laboratory, thanks to Karen's assistance. Unlike the ordinary athletic attire of his past life, this suit, forged from an array of advanced materials, possessed not only a measure of defensive capability but also an array of functionalities for unforeseen circumstances. The web shooters on his wrists had undergone a remarkable transformation, replaced by sleek, technologically advanced conical devices that featured built-in targeting systems. However, fearing they might attract undue attention, Jiang Parker opted to activate their invisibility mode, in contrast to the first-generation web shooters that could only emit standard webs. The second-generation devices on his wrists allowed for the manipulation of web strands into various forms, including a formidable new function, an electric net. This could ensnare foes and deliver a staggering electric shock of up to 1,000 volts, with the potential to be adjusted to a maximum of 50,000 volts. Without a mask, Jiang Parker stood on the rooftop, the evening breeze caressing his face, his hand clutching a savory pancake roll reminiscent of the night. He pondered whether his actions were indeed justified. Donning the suit signified that he could no longer lead a mundane existence as Jiang Parker. At that moment, Karen's voice echoed in his ear. "Master, 500 meters to your east, a second-tier feline demon is attacking civilians. Shall you engage? Really? Can't you wait until I finish my pancake roll?" he retorted, though his body betrayed his words as he swiftly devoured the remaining morsel, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. Grabbing the mask beside him, he hesitated not a moment longer, donning it with resolve. With a pat on the spider emblem on his chest, a radiant blue glow emanated outward, flowing like water. Karen, initiate navigation. Understood, master. Navigation is underway, Karen replied. As her words faded, Jiang Parker's vision dimmed momentarily, a blue marker pulsating before him. Welcome to Jiang City, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he proclaimed, then launched himself into a sprint, leaping from the building. The wind whipped against his face, invigorating him. As he descended halfway down the structure, he aimed at a nearby edifice, shooting a web that sliced through the air and adhered to its surface. Utilizing the momentum, he swung upwards, shooting another strand. As he soared through the air, executing aerial maneuvers, Jiang Parker once again reveled in the exhilarating joy of being Spider-Man. However, unbeknownst to him, at the precise moment he shot out his web, a nearby camera captured every one of his movements. Within the confines of a mysterious underground laboratory, Dr. Octopus gazed at the image of Spider-Man, taken by the roadside camera, and a peculiar glint illuminated his eyes. Peter Parker, it seems you have indeed embarked upon the path of Spider-Man. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the streets, with panicked crowds running in all directions, at the center of which loomed a colossal cat demon with two tails. The roadside stalls lay in ruins, and as it consumed a man in its maw, the two-tailed cat demon advanced menacingly toward a child who had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the tumult. Oh my, little kitty, no need for destruction. Instinctively turning his head, the demon's pupils constricted in terror, and it attempted to flee, but it was too late. A pair of feet, clad in a crimson suit, struck it forcefully, sending it hurtling away, crashing into a nearby ice cream stall. Having dispatched the two-tailed cat demon with a kick, Spider-Man released his web and executed a graceful backflip, landing lightly on the ground. Approaching the astonished child, he gently stroked the boy's head and asked softly, "Hey there. Are you all right?" Silently gazing at the familiar attire of Spider-Man, the child remained in a daze for a moment before slowly responding, "Spider-Man. That's right, Spider-Man," he affirmed with a nod. Just then, a two-dimensional cat demon, now entangled in the ice cream cart, emerged. Its body adorned with a kaleidoscope of ice cream and a glint of menace in its eyes. "Child, it seems we shall have to continue our conversation later. Please, go wait over there for me, all right? Once I deal with this foe, I will take you to find your mother." With narrowed eyes, Spider-Man remained vigilant. "I'm the two-tailed cat demon. Okay, Spider-Man, good luck." Without hesitation, the child nodded and dashed towards a nearby alley. Seeing the fleeing child, the two-tailed cat demon pursued, its gaze solely fixed upon Spider-Man as it crouched low, preparing to attack. At that moment, Karen transmitted all the information regarding the two-tailed cat demon to Spider-Man. Two-tailed cat demon, a creature evolved from ordinary cats, gaining an additional tail at each stage of evolution. It possesses the ability to unleash ethereal flames, once struck. The flames will continue to burn until the original body is destroyed. Would you like to activate the weakness marking mode? Not for now. Let me gauge this creature's capabilities first. Declining Karen's offer, Spider-Man turned his attention to the two-tailed cat demon, which was now covered in ice cream. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with its appearance. "Hey, little kitty, have we met somewhere before? Perhaps we could share some ice cream and reflect on things together." After all, fighting is quite an unpleasant affair. Spider-Man endeavored to forge a connection with the two-tailed cat demon, yet regrettably, his earlier kick had fully incensed the creature. "You were the one who kicked me moments ago, and now you dare to chastise me for fighting? Where is your dignity? Has a dog nodded away?" With no response forthcoming, the two-tailed cat demon, considering the force of Spider-Man's previous strike, opted against engaging in close combat. Two orbs of dark purple flames ascended from its twin tails, swiftly coalescing into fireballs, which, under the demon's command, hurtled towards Spider-Man. "Fine, if you refuse to respond. What skill is it to merely shoot fireballs? Have the courage to engage in melee." Despite his taunts, Spider-Man's reflexes dictated that he skillfully evaded the oncoming fireballs. Adjusting his web shooter to the web bomb mode, he extended his hands, aiming at the two-tailed cat demon and unleashing a flurry of shots. The white web bombs sliced through the air, striking the demon with precision, bursting forth to ensnare it in a sticky web, binding it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the demon was immobilized, Spider-Man did not indulge in a freshly roasted sweet potato lying nearby to spectate, but instead shot two strands of webbing to ensnare the two-tailed cat demon further. Gripping the web tightly, he dashed backward, and as the web reached its limit, he abruptly exerted force, propelling himself forward like a missile. As he approached the two-tailed cat demon, Spider-Man swiftly extended his right fist, delivering a powerful blow to its face. KO. The tremendous force behind his punch was far beyond what a mere second-tier demon could withstand, sending it spiraling through the air and crashing into an ice cream cart. Honestly, I could go for some vanilla ice cream, but perhaps the limited edition from another realm is best avoided. Shrugging, as Spider-Man prepared to retrieve the roasted sweet potato from the ground nearby, his spider sense suddenly tingled. "Hey, I just wanted a sweet potato." Chapter 25, Evaluation, D grade. A dark purple fireball surged towards Spider-Man's back in an instant. Although he narrowly avoided it thanks to his spider sense, the explosion still sent him hurtling away. Dear audience, if you wish to spare your beloved superhero from being smashed into a wall, kindly turn to the next page swiftly. Time resumed. And the blasted Spider-Man found himself embedded within the wall, only to crash down to the ground with a slight exertion. My back, he cried out in agony. Yet the resilient Spider-Man stood up again, unfazed. Brushing off the dust from his suit, he felt fortunate that his current attire possessed built-in cushioning. Otherwise, he would have been forced to mend it with needle and thread like in his previous life. Ah, the irony of such a powerful superhero being financially challenged. Fortunately, in this life, his circumstances had improved significantly as the materials in the lab were sufficient for him to create over 100 unique suits. Meanwhile, the two-tailed cat demon leaped out from the ice cream truck once more, eyeing the little spider brushing off the dust, and pounced. As Spider-Man's spider sense activated, he looked up to see a gaping mole rushing towards him, exuding an overwhelming stench. Covering his mouth with his hands to suppress the urge to vomit, he squinted against the horrendous odor, only to be knocked down by the two-tailed cat demon. As the demon aimed to shred his costume with its claws and savor the flesh beneath, Spider-Man, sensing the plot was awry, interrupted the scenario. Hey, don't you realize that some of the readers on Tomato are children? Your actions could lead them astray. The two-tailed cat demon was left speechless. Why was this hero so verbose? At such a moment, he should be worried about himself rather than the potential influence on children. Alas, unbeknownst to it, while it was busy lamenting, Spider-Man had already executed his plan. With a swift twist of his wrist, a web shot forth, firmly adhering to the demon's face. The sudden blurriness of vision startled the two-tailed cat demon, causing it to shriek in alarm, its claws flailing in confusion. Seizing this opportune moment, Spider-Man bent his legs, exerted force from his abdomen, and sprang up from the ground, simultaneously kicking the demon away. Without hesitation, the moment he stood, he fired another web that stuck to the two-tailed cat demon and began to spin it around with his webbing. Before the demon could regain its bearings, its vision blurred anew. Woohoo! Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man delivers a package to the beautiful Jiang City. With that proclamation, Spider-Man released his grip on the web, and the spinning two-tailed cat demon lost its support, soaring into the sky and landing precisely in the rooftop water room. Oh yes, 3 points. With an exuberant leap, hands placed on his hips and head held high, Spider-Man exuded an air of undeniable bravado. Karen, how did I perform just now? Would you like to hear the truth? Young master? Of course, I crave the truth. Do not fear that I might sulk if you deduct points. I pride myself on my honesty. Just as Spider-Man braced himself for a perfect score, a crushing response slipped from Karen's lips. D grade. What? Initially prepared to nod in satisfaction, Spider-Man quickly sensed something amiss. D grade. Upon hearing this, he nearly doubted his own ears. Sister Karen, surely you must have made an error. How could my remarkable display possibly warrant a D grade? He expressed disbelief, recalling how he had effortlessly subdued the two-tailed cat demon, convinced that such prowess could not yield a paltry score. According to my analysis, young master, your current punching power stands at 53T and your kicking power at 60T. Although the second-tier two-tailed cat demon can emit ethereal flames, its overall data pales in comparison to even a fraction of your strength. You could have ended the battle with a single punch, yet you prolonged it for 6 minutes. Moreover, you endured 2 setbacks, causing property damage amounting to $50,000. Thus, the system evaluates your performance as, my young master, undeniably powerful, yet consistently facing setbacks. Karen's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing Spider-Man's heart, leaving him feeling aged and dejected, his head bowed and his once bright eyes now filled with despondency. In that moment, a small figure approached, and upon looking up, he recognized the child he had previously rescued, clutching a roasted sweet potato. Spider-Man, thank you for saving me, the child said, extending the sweet potato toward him. At that instant, the wail of sirens pierced the air, and flashing red and blue lights enveloped the street as a swarm of police officers emerged, guns drawn. As they disembarked, the scene before them left them utterly bewildered. The so-called white two-tailed cat had vanished, replaced by a figure clad in red and blue pajamas, the mask on his face appearing strikingly familiar. Goodness, isn't that Spider-Man? Someone gasped, recognizing the iconic figure, their astonishment palpable. Spider-Man? As the name echoed in the air, the lead officer's repressed memories surged forth. Spider-Man, Spider-Man familiar tunes resonated in his mind, and his expression shifted to one of shock as he finally recalled the identity of the figure before him. Then, he too was taken aback. Earlier that morning, he had received word from superiors about the resurgence of mystical energies in this world, heralding the emergence of various monsters, a revelation that had already left him reeling. Yet before he could fully comprehend it, he found himself face to face with his childhood superhero. Spider-Man, surveying the officers surrounding him with drawn weapons, felt a twinge of tension creeping in. as a youth profoundly influenced by the ideals of the new century. One might say that his greatest fear throughout life has been the police. In his childhood, his mother often employed the figure of the police officer to instill fear in him, although he never truly believed it. Hey, folks, let's be candid. Perhaps we should first lower our weapons and engage in a friendly dialogue, Spider-Man proposed. Upon hearing these words, the lead sheriff finally recognized his own indiscretion and signaled for his companions to lower their arms. Complying promptly, they did as instructed. "Who are you?" inquired the lead sheriff, peering from behind the police car at Spider-Man. Although he had identified him, he still found it hard to fathom that a character from comic books could materialize in reality. "Spider-Man, do you not recognize me? I am that superhero often disparaged by John the Loudmouth," he replied, and to ensure the sheriff grasped his point, he took a comic book from the hands of a small green figure behind the scenes, the cover vividly depicting Spider-Man swinging through the city. "Hey, who illustrated this cover?" It's rather unsightly. Spider-Man couldn't help but jest as he examined the comic book. The onlookers were rendered speechless, having never witnessed someone critique their own portrayal before. Yet, from Spider-Man's playful demeanor, they could ascertain that he was not a malevolent figure, thus lowering their guard. Surveying the surroundings and finding no sign of a two-tailed cat demon, the sheriff inquired, "Have you seen a creature with two tails?" "If you mean that little two-tailed kitty, then I believe I am acquainted with it," Spider-Man responded. "Where is it?" the sheriff asked, gripping his handgun. "In this world, I suspect it is still enjoying a bath in the water room. If you intend to capture it, I suggest you hurry. I fear it may soon float away," Spider-Man said earnestly, glancing at his non-existent wristwatch. "The water room?" The sheriff was taken aback, instinctively gazing into the distance, where he spotted a water chamber atop a tall building. Could he have thrown the creature in there? Chapter 26, Beneath the Mask. "Anyone can be all right, officers. I entrust this child to your care. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man must return home for a moment of repose. Farewell." With that, Spider-Man prepared to swing away on his web. Just then, a small hand tugged at his pant leg. Turning around, he found the little boy gazing up at him. "Spider-Man, will you come back again?" The boy's eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation. Spider-Man, noticing the glimmer of expectation in the child's gaze, paused for a moment. A smile crept across his masked face as he nodded resolutely and replied, "Of course. As long as danger exists, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, me, will always be here." Satisfied with the answer, the boy's face radiated the admiration only a child could possess when in the presence of a hero. He continued to inquire, "Then, will I have the chance to become a hero like you someday?" Crouching down to meet the boy's gaze, Spider-Man responded, "Certainly. Each of us possesses the potential to be a hero. Beneath the mask, anyone can be anyone." "But," the boy inquired, filled with curiosity, "but before you can become a hero, you must first dedicate yourself to your studies. Here, I have a workbook for you, and it's yours for free." With that, Spider-Man produced a workbook from his dimensional pocket and placed it in the boy's hands. Patting the boy on the shoulder, he picked up the roasted sweet potato the child was holding and said, "Now, as a reward for giving you the workbook, I shall take this sweet potato. Farewell." With that, Spider-Man swiftly stood up, shot a web towards the distance, and propelled himself away. As the officers watched Spider-Man depart, they were even more astonished. Initially, they had believed him to be merely a superhuman in a spider suit. Now it seemed he was indeed something extraordinary. The young boy stood there, entranced by the workbook in his hands, until a beautiful police officer approached him, asking for her mother's phone number, bringing him back to reality. Tightly gripping the still warm workbook, the boy's eyes ignited with a determined flame. "Spider-Man, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations." He opened the workbook, and as he beheld the dense array of English text, he was bewildered. If he wasn't mistaken, the cover had stated it was a mathematics workbook. Why then was it filled with a multitude of English? "Doesn't he know that I despise English? In such a thick book. When will I ever finish this? It might as well be an eternity," he lamented. "Spider-Man, you've tricked me." At that very moment, the unassuming Spider-Man, who performed good deeds without seeking recognition, found himself atop a grand edifice. He had removed his mask and was blissfully savoring a practice workbook acquired through the exchange of 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulated tests. Utterly oblivious to the fact that he had just shattered a child's dream. "Is the young master quite pleased?" Karen inquired curiously, sensing the aura of joy radiating from Jiang Parker. Nodding in affirmation, Jiang Parker recalled the adoration reflected in the boy's eyes, which elicited a surge of secret delight within him. Although he had encountered similar gazes during his school days, none had resonated quite like this one. "Why?" Karen asked, puzzled. As an artificial intelligence, she was inherently programmed for servitude and lacked understanding of human emotions. Her intrinsic curiosity compelled her to seek comprehension of these feelings. "Well, if you ask why I feel happy, I cannot quite articulate it. Nonetheless, whenever I hear those I have rescued express their gratitude, I cannot help but feel a surge of joy." Propping his chin on one hand and gazing at the distant moon, a faint glimmer sparkled in Jiang Parker's eyes. while the evening breeze gently tousled his dark hair. Humans, such complex beings, Karen remarked, not fully grasping the sentiment. With that, she disconnected, leaving Jiang Parker to relish his roasted sweet potato. For reasons unknown, this seemingly ordinary roasted sweet potato tasted exceptionally sweet. Did they add saccharin? He mused. Yet his body honestly consumed the last bite. Disposing of the remaining skin into a garbage bag, Jiang Parker donned his mask once more, shot out a web, and began to wander through the quaint streets of Jiang City. Oh, and as he passed a trash bin, he made sure to dispose of the garbage bag. After meandering for a while, just as Jiang Parker prepared to return home for some rest, his spider sense suddenly activated, attempting to shoot a web to evade danger. It was already too late. A massive mechanical tentacle swiftly struck him, sending him crashing into a nearby trash can. To be honest, I truly despise tentacles. Crawling out of the refuse, he removed a banana peel from his head, took a whiff of his own scent, and squinted, nearly retching. Pinching his nose, he promptly called out to Karen. Karen, activate the automatic cleaning mode. Having been unceremoniously tossed into garbage bins in his past life, he had incorporated various peculiar modes into his spider suit, including one designed to cleanse bodily grime. However, this time, Karen did not respond. As if the connection had been severed. After several unsuccessful calls, Jiang Parker sensed something was amiss. Just then, his spider sense tingled once more, and he spotted a mechanical tentacle lunging toward him, prompting him to swiftly execute a backflip to evade the attack. As he landed on the wall, he finally discerned the source of the assault. A robotic entity resembling an octopus, adorned with emerald eyes, stood before Spider-Man. Upon beholding this familiar visage and its enchanting green hue, Spider-Man instantly recognized its master, Dr. Octopus. At that very moment, the attacking robot ceased its onslaught, and a well-known virtual projection emerged from its eyes, revealing none other than Dr. Octopus himself. Gazing at Spider-Man, who was perched against the wall, Dr. Octopus spoke with a tinge of indignation. Peter Parker, you once declared that you would no longer don the mantle of Spider-Man. Now, Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man retorted. I advise you not to twist the narrative. Indeed, I once stated my desire to abandon my role as Spider-Man, yet wanting and needing are two distinct concepts. Besides, can you truly say you do not miss this adorable little spider? Leaning against the wall and looking down at Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man maintained an air of nonchalance, even playfully adopting a charming expression. His demeanor resembled that of someone constipated, leaving Dr. Octopus momentarily at a loss for words to describe the figure before him. After a brief pause, Dr. Octopus finally replied, unhurriedly, Spider-Man, I have warned you before, your identity as a hero will only bring harm to your loved ones because of your choices. Yet, since you refuse to heed my counsel, do not blame me for reminding you that there will be consequences for your actions. Spider-Man, heroes are oftentimes solitary. This is my final caution to you. Hey, could you refrain from threatening me, Dr. Octopus? We've known each other for quite some time, and you've issued threats countless times. Yet, I recall one instance when you returned home in tears after I gave you a good thrashing. Mommy, Spider-Man is bullying me. You cried as you ran into your mother's embrace, while behind you stood a proud, defiant little Spider-Man, brimming with confidence. That image was indeed a sight to behold. The thought sent a shiver down Spider-Man's spine, causing him to dismiss Dr. Octopus's words entirely. Spider-Man, I wonder if, when you lose everything, you will still be able to deliver your cold jokes with such optimism. Without a trace of anger, Dr. Octopus let out a chilling laugh and uttered a final remark before his virtual form rapidly disintegrated into particles, leaving a bewildered robot standing in place, utterly at a loss. Chapter 27. He is the hero of the child octopus, he shouted, eager to clarify his doubts. But by the time Jiang Parker leaped down from the wall, the virtual projection of Dr. Octopus had vanished. His fist struck nothing but air, and coupled with Dr. Octopus's menacing threats, Jiang Parker felt a surge of irritation. In response, he executed a swift and decisive move, dispatching the dazed robot before him. The robot collapsed, erupting in a burst of flames. Having dealt with the mechanical foe, he exhaled deeply, just as Karen's voice suddenly resonated in his earpiece. I apologize, sir. A strange signal momentarily disrupted our connection. I hope nothing untoward has occurred? Fortunately, all was well. Could you kindly activate the auto-clean feature for me? I would prefer not to dwell on Dr. Octopus's affairs, he replied, leaning against the alley wall, inhaling the unpleasant aroma reminiscent of a garbage bin, which sent a shiver down his spine. Auto-clean mode activated. A mist of water vapor instantly emanated from his spider suit, cleansing it of grime. Satisfied by the newfound fragrance, Spider-Man nodded approvingly, silently applauding his earlier decision to integrate the automatic cleaning function into his suit. Karen, what time is it? Despite his privilege of not attending school, his fervor for learning and camaraderie with classmates compelled him to return home early, especially with the impending martial arts examination. The school had strict regulations, forbidding any absences for the month unless under exceptional circumstances. Sir, it is currently 9:30 p.m. in the capital. Ah, not too late, he acknowledged with a nod, swinging away on his web towards home. At 9:40 p.m., at Jiang Parker's residence, he discreetly opened his bedroom window, confirming the absence of anyone within before executing a swift maneuver to land on the ceiling of his room. Positioning himself above his bed, he released his grip and gently descended onto the mattress. The entire process was executed with utter silence, a fluidity that bespoke of a seasoned expert. Without delving into trivial matters, if he were to take up thievery, not even a locked door would pose a challenge. With his fist wielding centuries of mastery, no lock could withstand his might. Hulk's limitations paled in comparison. Just then, footsteps echoed, followed by the voice of his mother. Parker, I've cut some fruit. Would you like some? Startled by the sound, Jiang Parker quickly began to remove his spider's suit. Fortunately, he had anticipated such unexpected occurrences and had prepared accordingly. With a tap on the spider emblem on his chest, his vibrant red and blue suit instantaneously transformed into a simple set of pajamas. Simultaneously, the door creaked open, and Qin Xiaoyan peeked in, soon discovering Jiang Parker seated at his desk, engaged in writing and drawing. Feigning surprise at the commotion, Jiang Parker turned and inquired, Mom, when did you arrive? Upon hearing Jiang Parker's inquiry, Qin Xiaoyan entered the room, delicately balancing a platter of freshly cut fruit. I prepared some fruit and wanted to ask if you would like some. I didn't realize you were studying. I hope I haven't interrupted you, she inquired cautiously, placing the fruit platter on the table. For some reason, she seemed to notice a bead of perspiration forming on Jiang Parker's forehead. Sensing her penetrating gaze, Jiang Parker felt a wave of panic wash over him and quickly replied, Mom, I'll eat the fruit later. I'm currently working on my thesis. Could you please step outside for a moment? After gently ushering his mother out and closing the door, he finally exhaled with relief. Collapsing onto the floor in a state of exhaustion, gazing up at the ceiling, he reminisced about the early days of becoming Spider-Man, when he also sought refuge from Aunt May's probing questions. He recalled how, at some point, she began to harbor suspicions about his true identity, despite his belief that he had portrayed his role convincingly. Forgive me, Mother, for concealing my identity from you. Sometimes, knowing too much can be burdensome. Silently apologizing to his mother, he removed his spider suit and, utilizing the robotic passage to return it to the laboratory, changed into his actual pajamas. Grabbing the fruit platter, Jiang Parker leaped back onto his bed and began to indulge in the delightful treats. While the spider suit was comfortable and could transform into various outfits to evade potential foes, Jiang Parker worried that if he were to engage in playful banter with Lu Mo, he might inadvertently be struck in the chest with a small hammer, thus revealing his disguise. Moreover, he had previously inquired with Karen, who informed him that nearly half of Jiang City was comprised of his father's laboratories. Whenever he desired, the spider suit could be summoned to him in an instant. When he first learned of the extensive network of his father's underground facilities, both he and the angel and devil perched on his shoulders were momentarily taken aback. However, he soon found solace in the fact that all of these resources would eventually belong to him. If not for the fear of drawing too much attention, he might have even boasted, my father is Jiangling. Despite possessing a laboratory the size of half of Jiang City, he was uncertain about what to do with it. Setting aside other concerns, he felt compelled to design several distinct variations of the spider suit for various functionalities, ensuring preparedness for unforeseen circumstances. Having been severely let down in his previous life, Jiang Parker vowed to embody the cautious nature of the esteemed Lord in this life. As for the Lord's demeanor, he regrettably acknowledged that his propensity for humor was deeply ingrained within him and irreparable. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyan, left standing outside the door, was utterly bewildered. A thesis? Isn't that something one writes before graduating from university? If her memory served her correctly, Jiang Parker should be in his third year of high school this year. However, considering her son's brilliant intellect, she quickly reconciled herself to the situation. Geniuses are entitled to engage in a few irrational pursuits. As long as he stays away from those monsters and villains, all will be well. After successfully brainwashing herself, Qin Xiaoyan returned to her room with a smile on her face. With a soft click, the lights went out, plunging the entire living room into darkness. Meanwhile, outside, at the water room, the sheriff stood before a puddle of clear water, devoid of any trace of hair, his expression grim and contemplative. The other officers nearby wore similarly dismal faces, harboring serious doubts about whether Spider-Man had deceived them, yet lacking any evidence to confirm their suspicions. Sheriff, do you think it's possible we've been played? Inquired a weary-looking officer, clearly accustomed to long nights of work. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He has no reason to toy with us. The sheriff immediately dismissed the officer's suggestion, shaking his head vigorously. Are you that trusting of him? We don't even know if he is a good person or a villain. The officer couldn't help but wonder if their sheriff had become a blind admirer. Recalling his own childhood days spent donning a Spider-Man mask, running about only to trip due to the limited visibility the mask provided. Yet, The sheriff, now a family man, surely couldn't still be so naive, could he? The phrase "a man remains a boy until death" certainly held some truth, but this was bordering on childishness. Almost as if they were watching a children's program. "No, I believe he is a good person," the sheriff stated with unwavering conviction. "Why do you say that?" "Because he is a hero to children." The sheriff reminisced about the earlier conversation between the boy and Spider-Man, nostalgia flooding his eyes. In another life, he had once fantasized about being a superhero. Although he had ultimately become a police officer, he felt it was akin to being a hero, doing his utmost to help others. Upon hearing the sheriff's words, the officer, though perplexed, chose not to argue further, fearing the repercussions of dissent. "Well then, since we've found nothing, let us call it a day." With a simple command, the sheriff headed towards the rooftop exit, and the officers behind him formed an orderly line before departing. Unbeknownst to them, the two-tailed cat demon they had been searching for was lurking right in their midst. "Ah, a new creature. This might be beneficial for my research," a shadowy figure observed, a peculiar smile gracing their lips as they gazed at the unconscious two-tailed cat demon before them. Chapter 28. A 45-minute morning exercise. Early the next morning, Jiang Parker, deeply ensconced in slumber, was abruptly roused by Lu Mo's boisterous call. "Old Jiang, rise and shine. What are you still doing in bed at your age?" Rubbing his slightly bleary eyes and gradually opening them, Jiang Parker was startled to see Lu Mo standing by his bedside. "When did you arrive, old Mo?" He yawned, sitting up in bed. "I arrived ages ago. Do you even realize what time it is?" Lu Mo retorted, visibly exasperated by Jiang Parker's nonchalance. "What time is it?" Jiang Parker inquired with genuine curiosity. "It's already 5:40. We only have 20 minutes before we're late." Lu Mo exclaimed with a voice laced with urgency. "Oh, we still have 20 minutes. There's no need to panic," Jiang Parker replied, somewhat astonished that it was indeed 5:40. This was the latest he had ever woken up, likely due to the scuffle he had engaged in the previous night. Lu Mo stammered in frustration, his hands trembling. After a moment, he let out a resigned sigh. "Fine, I'll wait for you downstairs. Hurry up, you know the consequences of being late." As Lu Mo, resembling a disgruntled spouse, turned to exit the room, a sudden rush of air signaled a change. To his astonishment, Jiang Parker had already donned his school uniform and slung his backpack over his shoulder. "Am I quick enough?" Jiang Parker shrugged, a grin spreading across his face. "Oh, by the way, I am just that remarkable." Without waiting for Lu Mo's response, he playfully tugged at the collar of Lu Mo's shirt, dragging him towards the door like a sack. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaolun was setting the breakfast she had prepared on the dining table. Observing the two emerging in such a peculiar manner, she raised an eyebrow but chose to remain silent. "Parker, Xiaomo, aren't you two going to eat some breakfast before you leave?" she called out. "No need, Mom. We're going to be late," Jiang Parker replied, ushering Lu Mo out the door. With a resounding bang, the door closed behind them. Sighing and rubbing her temples, Qin Xiaolun felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. What lively characters they are. Yet, it was only Lu Mo who could keep pace with Jiang Parker. After all, few could endure the verbal sparring and maturity of Jiang Parker, and befriending such a genius often led to social ostracism. Once outside, Lu Mo finally regained his composure. Breaking free from Jiang Parker's grasp, he curiously asked, "Old Jiang, how did you manage to change clothes in a second?" The eagerness in his tone was unmistakable. If he possessed such a skill, he needn't worry about being tardy due to changing clothes at school. Jiang Parker, however, merely patted his shoulder and replied earnestly, "Read more books, stay informed, eat less junk food, and get ample sleep." "Is that really how one learns to change clothes in a second?" Lu Mo questioned incredulously, sensing that Jiang Parker was teasing him. "That can't be right," Jiang Parker replied casually. Stunned, Lu Mo fell into silence. Well, his intuition remained as sharp as ever, and Jiang Parker did not disappoint him. "So, what was the purpose of your lengthy discourse?" "Just to fill the word count," shrugged Jiang Parker nonchalantly. Lu Mo fell silent. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to counter Jiang Parker's remark. The atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, Lu Mo decided to change the subject. "By the way, have you heard, old Jiang? There was an attack on the pedestrian street last night. According to witnesses, the assailant was a two-tailed cat demon. Do you think that could be true? If I told you I not only know about it, but also fought it last night, tossing it into a water basin with a single strike, would you believe me?" Though he thought this to himself, Jiang Parker refrained from voicing it. If he revealed that he was Spider-Man, Lu Mo, with his loose lips, would likely spread the news to everyone within a day, further undermining Jiang Parker's trust in him. "I don't know, but didn't Old Ban say yesterday that monsters known as alien races would appear in this world? Perhaps that two-tailed cat demon is one of them." Nodding, Lu Mo suddenly recalled something and continued, "To be honest, I also heard that Spider-Man was the one who defeated the two-tailed cat demon. Do you think that is true? How is it that you've heard about everything?" While Jiang Parker was baffled by Lu Mo's seemingly omniscient talent, He spoke with a serious demeanor. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Old Mo, think carefully. Characters from comics cannot possibly exist in reality, can they? Don't you agree? That's not true. Jiang Parker's smile abruptly halted, and he blinked in disbelief, nearly convinced he had misheard. Why don't you believe it? Old Jiang, you know my mind has long since rusted. And we live in a world where spiritual energy is reviving. Anyone could awaken supernatural powers. Perhaps a fortunate soul has coincidentally awakened Spider-Man's abilities. Lu Mo reasoned earnestly, pushing aside any doubt. This left Jiang Parker speechless. How could he maintain such a serious analysis of this matter? If only he applied such mental acuity to his studies, he would have surpassed. Never mind. That's a possibility for another lifetime. With the thought that too many words lead to missteps, Jiang Parker shifted the subject. All right, enough rambling. Let us hurry up, or we'll be late. Oh, right. Let us run. Nodding, Lu Mo refrained from further analysis, grasped Jiang Parker's wrist, and swiftly headed toward the school. At that moment, the time was 5:50 a.m., and the sun began to rise, illuminating the dark city of Jiang and awakening its citizens. The weather was splendid, indicating that nothing untoward was likely to occur today. Moments later, the two finally arrived at the school gate just before 6 o'clock and quickly made their way toward the playground, although they are already in their senior year. Due to sudden reforms in the impending martial arts examination, the Education Bureau has mandated an increase in morning exercise and physical education class durations over the past month. The aim is to substantially enhance students' physical fitness, thereby increasing the likelihood of awakening their latent abilities during the martial arts assessment. Upon arriving at the playground, the two tallest members of the class, seated at the back, made their presence known. Unlike in a previous life, in this existence, Jiang Parker had awakened his spider abilities at a young age and enjoyed a nutritious diet, resulting in a stature that was at least half a head taller than in his former life, with a well-built physique that retained an aesthetic appeal. Standing at the forefront of the line, Lu Mo was slightly out of breath, observing Jiang Parker beside him, who appeared completely unfazed and without a bead of sweat. He curiously inquired, Old Jiang, after running this far, how come you're not even the slightest bit affected? Despite sharing the same humanity and being an ability user himself, Lu felt diminutive in comparison to Jiang Parker, fearing he might be effortlessly swatted away. Jiang Parker, however, did not offer an explanation. Instead, he regarded Lu with a disdainful glance and uttered a classic retort. Can you handle this, little dog? Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Parker, wanting to respond, but ultimately refraining due to the evident disparity in their strength. He turned his head away, resembling a sulking spouse, feeling dejected. Witnessing the duo's quarrel akin to that of a married couple, the female classmates behind them began to murmur among themselves, appearing to relish the spectacle. Jiang Parker, however, chose to ignore their disparagement. It is well understood that explanations often come across as mere excuses by not engaging with them. They soon lost interest when they realized he would not respond. At that moment, the physical education teacher, standing on the platform, displayed an expression of excitement. At last, he could take charge, no longer relegated to watching a group of subject teachers discuss encroaching on his class time. My dear students, let us respond to this sudden news with our fervor, he proclaimed. Today's morning exercise will last for 45 minutes. If there are any special circumstances, please inform your homeroom teacher, and do not let me catch you repeatedly tying your shoelaces. With that, he commanded, all right, everyone, let's begin jogging. The familiar background music played once more, and their legs instinctively began to run, while their minds lingered on the teacher's earlier announcement regarding the duration of morning exercises. 45 minutes? Is this even considered morning exercise? Chapter 29. Taking charge. The 45-minute morning exercise was utterly exhausting. After the session, nearly everyone at the school was left drained. Even Jiang Parker was sweating profusely, yet he hardly felt fatigued. Upon returning to the classroom, he glanced at Lu Mo, who resembled a lifeless dog, and Jiang Parker could only shake his head in silence. How are you holding up, you frail one? He mused internally, cognizant that comparing his mutant physique to that of Lu Mo, an ordinary individual who indulged in adult films and had all his vigor flowing to his brain, felt somewhat unfair. Turning his gaze towards the class schedule on the blackboard, Jiang Parker's eyelids twitched in dismay. Goodness. Physical education had been transformed from a class every other day to 2 classes daily, with morning and afternoon exercises extended from 20 minutes to a grueling 45 minutes. The cumulative exercise this week surely surpassed the total physical activity of the entire second year combined. Moreover, as Su Quan had mentioned, English classes had completely vanished. This raises a pertinent question. Where has the English teacher gone? Dismissed? Surely, they cannot have transitioned to a physical education instructor? Recalling the vibrant figure with short red hair on the playground, reminiscent of a spirited lion cub, Jiang Parker swiftly dismissed the notion in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If that individual were to become a physical education teacher, then he could easily join the Avengers. At that moment, Su Quan entered with silent footsteps. Approaching the podium, he addressed the class. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Starting today, physical education will replace English as your primary subject. Do not mistake this for a blessing. Allow me to assure you that after enduring today's 2 physical education classes, you will find your English teacher rather endearing. Before the students had a moment to react, Su Quan continued. Now, class is in session. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. Please proceed. Today we will continue with the material we did not finish yesterday. Now in the 3rd period, the next class was physical education, yet the math teacher, addicted to lecturing, was extending the session. The accustomed students remained silent. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, and a robust figure clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, adorned with a baseball cap and a whistle hanging from his chest, entered. It was indeed the physical education teacher. Under the gaze of all present, the physical education teacher, with an expression of calmness, addressed Mr. Jiang. It has been 6 minutes since class ended. My lesson is about to commence, so kindly schedule the unfinished material for the next period. Thank you. His tone was polite, yet it conveyed an unmistakable air of self-satisfaction. Clearly, the physical education teacher, now in command, sought to reclaim all that he had endured previously. Upon hearing the teacher's words, even Jiang Parker felt a jolt of disbelief. Was this truly the same instructor who used to fall ill every 3 days and spend 5 days in intensive care? How had he become so emboldened? The subsequent remarks from the math teacher left Jiang Parker utterly astounded. My apologies, Teacher Fong. I will conclude the lesson right away. He quickly turned to his bewildered classmates below and smiled. Classmates, please close your textbooks and hurry to physical education. We will finish our lessons tomorrow. With that, he took his textbook and exited, casting a lingering glance at Bai Fei. Very well, I shall endure. Now that the policy is changed. The significance of my subject pales in comparison to physical education, so I must swallow my resentment and leave. Until the very moment the mathematics teacher departed, everyone remained in a state of confusion. It is worth noting that in the past, upon witnessing the math teacher extend the class, Bai Fei would have promptly vacated the room, not daring to utter a word, demonstrating utmost obedience. Yet now, this once obedient student has transformed into someone quite formidable. What remarkable change has transpired? However, their spirits soon lifted, for they were finally free to attend physical education class, forgetting the dreariness of academic subjects. The majority of students relished the prospect of physical activity. After changing into their sports attire and standing on the playground, Jiang Parker was inexplicably beset by a sense of foreboding. In contrast, Lu Mo was brimming with excitement, nearly kneeling before Bai Fei, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Teacher, you are my savior. Why are you so exuberant?" Jiang Parker asked, observing the trembling Lu Mo, almost mistaking him for someone afflicted. "It's physical education, and it's never going to be taken away from us. How could I not be thrilled?" "I advise you not to celebrate too soon," Jiang Parker cautioned, attempting to instill some caution. "Why?" Lu Mo inquired, puzzled. "I just have a nagging feeling that something is amiss." Jiang Parker squinted at Bai Fei, who was approaching. "That's merely an overreaction," Lu Mo retorted, rolling his eyes at Jiang Parker, and then resumed his jubilant demeanor. "Alas, ignoring my advice will lead to regret." Jiang Parker sighed, shaking his head but refraining from further comment, for it is difficult to counsel those who are determined to court disaster. Before the group, Bai Fei held a list of all the students from Class 5 of the senior year, which also documented their physical fitness ratings from the previous 2 years. A cursory glance revealed that most hovered between B and C, with only a select few achieving an A. This was hardly surprising, as such results were common in the senior year, where the overwhelming burden of assignments left little room for study. At that moment, Bai Fei noticed something peculiar. "Who is Jiang Parker?" "I am, teacher." Jiang Parker raised his hand, a hint of confusion in his voice upon being called. "What is this about?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just that your name sounds somewhat familiar." Gazing at Jiang Parker's tall figure and the strength concealed beneath his clothing, Bai Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike the others, Jiang Parker's name was marked with an A in physical fitness. Although aware of the achievement, Bai Fei had never witnessed anyone attain such a remarkable score since the establishment of the school. The highest he had seen was merely an A. Indeed, this individual possesses great potential, and it seems prudent to provide him with some special guidance in the future. While Bai Fei remained silent, Jiang Parker had nearly deduced the implications. Reflecting on his own A grade, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Initially, he had not considered concealing his abilities, believing he could never return to being Spider-Man. Now, it appeared he had inadvertently dug himself a substantial hole. What to do? Surely, he couldn't covertly ask Karen to alter the data, could he? Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. All right, let us commence with the roll call. Lu Qian, present. Jose, present. Ah, splendid. Excellent energy. Thank you, teacher. As Bai Fei diligently called out each name on the list, A satisfied smile graced his face. Very commendable. Not a single tardy student. Setting the roster aside and clasping his hands behind his back, Bai Fei surveyed the assembly with a serious demeanor. Students, you are likely aware that the martial arts examination is approaching in a month. Once again, I shall elaborate on the necessity of the educational reforms mandated by the Bureau. The martial arts examination is designed to awaken your unique abilities through specialized methods. However, the probability of awakening is exceedingly low. According to official statistics, the chance of one developing extraordinary powers is less than 1%, implying that only 1 among 100 may become an ability wielder. To enhance your chances of awakening, the Education Bureau has designated physical education as a core subject, aiming to fortify your physical constitution and facilitate communication with the ethereal energies of the universe. Thus, unlike previous physical education classes, you will not have leisure time. Instead, you will face rigorous training. The timeline is stringent, and I shall refrain from elaborating further, hoping you can endure the challenges ahead. Now, who is the class representative for physical education? Teacher, it's me, the representative replied, stepping forward with a look of resignation. Very well, you shall lead the class in running 5 laps around the track, followed by warm-up exercises on the playground. Subsequently, we will proceed to the next phase of training. Responding affirmatively, the representative signaled for the others to commence their run. Chapter 30, on how to drive the physical education teacher to despair. The 5-lap run was relatively swift. Soon, under the guidance of the sports committee, everyone gathered on the playground. Accompanied by the rhythmic chants of 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, the group commenced their warm-up exercises. A few boys, however, were covertly engaged in conversation. In the past, Bai Fei might have turned a blind eye, but the circumstances had changed. What are you two discussing? Bai Fei inquired. Hey, it's not like I'm the teacher. Why should a physical education teacher walk silently? The sudden voice startled the two, nearly causing them to leap 3 meters into the air. Who dictated that a physical education teacher must tread quietly? Furthermore, what were you two discussing just now? Bai Fei said with an impassive expression. Upon hearing the familiar tone, the two curiously asked, Teacher, what is your relationship with the director? No relationship. Consider this your final warning. If I catch you two secretly chatting again, it will be 20 laps for you. The mention of 20 laps rendered the boys instantly compliant. Their warm-ups were executed with impeccable precision, their faces reflecting a seriousness that resembled a soldier contemplating a battle cry. A few minutes later, the warm-up concluded. The class was arranged into 4 orderly rows, awaiting Bai Fei's forthcoming instructions. As you are likely aware, recent online discussions have been rife with rumors concerning the emergence of extraordinary abilities. I understand that not every one of you will awaken such powers, so to equip you with the means to safeguard yourselves in times of peril, I shall impart to you a set of combat techniques. Pay attention and learn diligently. Understood? Understood. The prospect of learning combat techniques ignited excitement among the students. Even Jiang Parker found himself intrigued. After all, in both his past life and the present, he had relied solely on his spider sense to evade confrontations, never having undergone systematic training in combat skills. This lack of formal education often left him unsure of how to modulate his strength, resulting in situations where he could have effortlessly defeated an opponent but feared causing serious harm, thus diminishing his prowess to the point of becoming a source of embarrassment. Just as Jiang Parker prepared to absorb this knowledge, Bai Fei's next words left him bewildered. Next, I will invite a student to demonstrate alongside me, as a live demonstration will enhance our learning experience. Casting an ostensibly casual glance over the crowd, Bai Fei had already chosen a participant in his mind. Come, Jiang Parker. You will assist me in demonstrating for the other students. Jiang Parker was taken aback. Why me? I don't recall provoking you in any way. At that moment, the gaze of the entire class converged on Jiang Parker. Old Jiang, go on. If you perish, I shall feast at your banquet. Lu Mo jested, giving Jiang Parker a gentle nudge, secretly amused. In this world, few things are as delightful as witnessing the downfall of a pretentious individual. Get lost. With a glare and a resigned sigh, Jiang Parker stepped forward, standing before Bai Fei. Next, my classmate Jiang Parker and I will demonstrate the best methods of defense in the event of an attack, Bai Fei announced to the audience. Bai Fei's intentions were quite straightforward. He had heard of Jiang Parker's reputation, and he believed that any blunder on Jiang's part would validate his teaching efficacy. With that, Bai Fei turned to face Jiang Parker, who was of similar height. Now, I will illustrate how we should retaliate when someone strikes at us, and how to bring down our opponent. Come on, Parker, throw a punch at me, don't hold back. And fear not, I am gentle. At this moment, Bai Fei was in high spirits, relishing the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Meanwhile, Jiang Parker hesitated, asking, Teacher, are you sure? My punch carries at least 500 years of power. Do you truly wish for me to unleash it fully? Of course. Fear not. You won't injure me. If a student could harm me, I would have no face left as a teacher, Bai Fei replied, patting his chest with unwavering confidence. In his eyes, Jiang Parker was merely an ordinary student, and even with strength, he could not possibly rival a seasoned veteran like him. Though still hesitant, Jiang Parker, under Bai Fei's fervent gaze, sighed in resignation and raised his right fist. "Teacher, here I come. Come on." Bai Fei struck a pose reminiscent of a superhero, standing defenseless, inwardly resigned. Although Bai Fei urged him to use his full strength, Jiang Parker refrained, only summoning power akin to that of a certain boxing champion before he finally halted. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Parker's demeanor transformed. With a surge of energy, he lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. His fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck towards Bai Fei's chest. As Jiang Parker appeared before him in a flash, Bai Fei was momentarily dazed, instinctively raising his arm to defend himself, but it proved futile. Boom. The collision of fist and arm unleashed an overwhelming force upon Bai Fei, who was sent flying backward, unable to withstand even a second of the impact. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. They had anticipated a display of Jiang Parker's clumsiness, only to witness Bai Fei being sent sprawling by a single punch. Lu Mo, too, was left speechless. Though aware of Jiang Parker's innate strength, he found this display astonishing. Recalling their previous conversation, Lu Mo couldn't help but shudder. Surely, Jiang Parker wouldn't incapacitate him for a mere comment, would he? Meanwhile, Jiang Parker, who had just sent Bai Fei flying, was engulfed in a panic. Oh no, I lost control of my strength. I couldn't have truly injured him, could I? If he were truly to perish, then his aspirations of becoming a superhero would be rendered moot, and he might as well seek refuge with Dr. Octopus. "Teacher, are you all right?" Jiang Parker inquired with a face full of concern as he hurried to Bai Fei's side and crouched before him. At that moment, Bai Fei lay silently on the ground, the pain in his arm leading him to question the very essence of his existence. How could it be that a former soldier, who had once faced the trials of combat, could be so easily felled by a mere student? Was it the years of leisurely existence as a physical education instructor that had led to his decline, or had the youth of today become so extraordinarily formidable? Upon hearing Jiang Parker's concerned inquiry, Bai Fei gazed up with a melancholic expression and asked, "Child, have you awakened your powers?" "No, why do you ask?" Jiang Parker responded, bewildered. However, upon realizing that Bai Fei was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the tale of Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus joining forces would not need to unfold. "It's nothing. I was merely curious as to why your strength is so extraordinary," Bai Fei replied, his tone tinged with despair. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he might have shed tears. A student who had yet to awaken any powers could topple him with a single blow. What would happen if that student were to awaken their abilities? The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and after a prolonged silence, Jiang Parker, sensing the tension, ventured to ask, "Teacher, shall we continue? Do I look like I am in any condition to continue?" Bai Fei retorted, his mouth opening as if to scold. Yet upon seeing Jiang Parker's innocent expression, he refrained from voicing his frustrations. "No need. You are quite remarkable. I believe you will undoubtedly become a formidable power wielder in the future. Thank you for your kind wishes, teacher." "Not at all. Oh, by the way, teacher, there is still half an hour left until class ends. May I ask what we are to do next?" Jiang Parker inquired, glancing at his wristwatch. "You may engage in free activities." "But teacher, didn't you say that from now on, free activities during physical education would be prohibited?" "Did I say that?" It seems you did not. Do not concern yourselves. If I say you may engage in activities, then you are free to do so." Gazing up at the azure sky, Bai Fei's eyes reflected a profound detachment from worldly desires, akin to a salted fish. Chapter 31. Behold, the pork belly has arrived. The incident of Jiang Parker delivering a knockout punch to the physical education teacher swiftly spread throughout the entire 8 middle school, igniting a fervor among the student body. Our dear protagonist, Jiang Parker, was summoned to the principal's office. Upon entering, he greeted the principal, who was seated behind the desk, with a cordial hello. After all, they were old acquaintances, as Jiang Parker had previously garnered numerous accolades for the school. "Mr. Parker, I have heard that you struck down the physical education teacher today. Is that true?" The principal inquired with a smile, pouring a glass of water and placing it before him. Jiang Parker pondered internally whether he was merely here for an admonishment, but outwardly he nodded. The word of his actions had already circulated throughout the school, leaving no room for denial. "Do not worry. I am not here to chastise you. I have gathered sufficient information regarding the incident. It was teacher Bai Fei who provoked you, and you bear no responsibility. I called you here today simply to inquire, Jiang, have you awakened any extraordinary abilities?" Jiang Parker fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. He was unsure whether his newfound strength, attributed to his spider-like powers, qualified as an extraordinary ability. Perceiving Jiang Parker's unease, the principal continued, "Do not fear. Even if you choose not to disclose, it is of no consequence. My curiosity simply compels me to ask. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Parker eventually shook his head. Principal, I am not certain if I have awakened anything. I merely feel that my strength has increased somewhat. He refrained from revealing too much, as his identity as Spider-Man must remain concealed. Is that so? Very well, I understand. You may return, Jiang. Let our conversation remain confidential. The principal did not press further, as he had already arrived at a conclusion in his mind. All right, Jiang Parker replied, rising from his seat and departing the principal's office. Mindful of the adage that too many words can lead to misfortune, as the door closed behind him, the office descended into silence once more. The principal, resting his chin on his hands, fell into deep contemplation while gazing at the closed door. Meanwhile, Jiang Parker returned to his classroom, seemingly unfazed by the principal's inquiry. Upon taking his seat, his classmates flocked around him, showering him with concern and questions. The sight of Jiang Parker emerging unscathed from the principal's office left everyone in astonishment. Luimo, however, wore a look of regret and sighed. Alas, I had hoped to channel my grief into appetite at your funeral banquet, to celebrate our brotherhood. A vein pulsing on his forehead, Jiang Parker playfully smacked Luimo, causing him to stagger. Get lost. If you keep babbling nonsense, I swear I'll eat your portion. And by the way, I'm your father, not your brother. Luimo, intending to retort, abandoned the notion as the sharp pain in his back deterred him. So, did the principal really say anything about you? Luimo inquired. No, Jiang Parker replied. Jiang Parker replied in a flat tone. Oh, why do you sound so disappointed? Do you really wish to see me in trouble? After another class, the exhilarating mealtime arrived. As the history teacher concluded his lecture, the students swiftly exited their seats. Rushing towards the cafeteria, observing the hurried students, the seasoned history teacher shook his head in resignation. Young people, so impatient, relying on their long legs. Jiang Parker and his good friend Luimo surged ahead of the crowd, reaching the cafeteria first. Grabbing a tray, Luimo cheerfully greeted the cafeteria lady. Hello, sister. The elderly lady, now in her 60s, beamed at Luimo's sweet words and generously served him a larger portion. Witnessing Luimo's shamelessness, Jiang Parker cast a disdainful glance at him, refusing to associate with such behavior. Sister, were you a senior who graduated last year? How come you look so young? Oh, you really know how to flatter, but I'm quite old now, she replied. Really? I can hardly tell. With looks like yours, I do believe you were 18 today. Such sweet talk. Here, let me give you a little more, she said, ladling a generous scoop of braised pork onto Jiang Parker's tray, and then added another. Thank you. Sister, he smiled in gratitude before paying. Observing Jiang Parker's series of actions, Luimo regarded him with contempt, having never encountered someone even more shameless than himself. How could he utter such words? Unfazed by Luimo's gaze, Jiang Parker took his heaping plate to his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and began to feast heartily. Seeing Jiang Parker ignore him, Luimo felt no inclination to speak up, recognizing that they were both, in essence, equally shameless. Just then, a familiar figure walked past them. Looking up, they realized it was Wang Biao. Since their last encounter, where Jiang Parker had dragged Wang Biao to the police station after a one-on-one confrontation, he had not been seen for days. Well, if it isn't Brother Biao, you seem a bit worse for wear after a few days, Luimo remarked sarcastically. However, before he could finish, Jiang Parker admonished him with a serious expression. Luimo, watch your words. Brother Biao has his off days too. Oh, right. My apologies, Brother Biao. I misjudged you, Luimo said, offering an apology. Their synchronized banter left Wang Biao momentarily speechless, struggling to find a response as he gripped his tray tightly. Jiang Parker, I advise you not to be overly confident. The last time, I had just awakened my abilities and failed to control them properly. If you have the courage, challenge me again, and I assure you, I will bring you to your knees. Wang Biao's eyes burned with fury as he issued another challenge to Jiang Parker. Well said. Indeed. However, why would I consent to a duel with someone who has already tasted defeat? Jiang Parker replied, casually holding chopsticks and closing his eyes. Wang Biao was taken aback. Why are you not following the usual script? Why should I adhere to the conventional playbook? Jiang Parker countered. Moreover, we are no longer children. Must we engage in violence every day? Can we not strive for a more peaceful resolution? Here, I have a workbook. Take it and study diligently. How about we compare our academic achievements later? With that, Jiang Parker produced a workbook from behind and handed it to Wang Biao. Stunned, Wang Biao took the workbook. And after a long moment, he finally reacted. No, you must accept my challenge. I will give you 5 seconds to provide a reason for accepting my duel. Leaning on his hands, Jiang Parker bore a striking resemblance to a stern judge from a talent show, his expression grave. Feeling the weight of Jiang Parker's authority, Wang Biao found himself at a loss for words. Time's up. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang Biao, but you have failed. You may leave now. Please, grant me another chance, I beg you. Upon hearing this, Wang Biao panicked, almost kneeling in desperation. Observing Wang Biao's actions, Both Jiang Parker and Lu Mo were taken aback. Could it be that he has immersed himself too deeply into this? Just as Wang Biao's knees were about to touch the ground, he suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening, and he retracted his kneeling posture. Seeing Wang Biao regain his composure, Jiang Parker felt a twinge of disappointment. Without regard for anything else, Wang Biao shouted in frustration, "Jiang Parker, you dare to deceive me. I have not deceived you. It is you who has become too engrossed in the act. What is that to me?" As he began to retort, he suddenly noticed Jiang Parker's astonished expression. "Look, the belly pork is coming." "Director?" Instinctively turning to look, Wang Biao saw nothing and turned back in confusion, only to realize that Jiang Parker and Lu Mo had vanished from their seats. Realizing he had once again been tricked, Wang Biao howled to the heavens, "Jiang Parker." Chapter 32, Terror at You. With a heavy sneeze, Jiang Parker rubbed his nose in confusion and remarked, "Who is thinking of me?" "Huh, are you sure it's not an insult?" Lu Mo replied, speechless. "How could that be? Haven't you heard? 1 thinks, 2 insults, 3 mumbles. I just sneezed. So someone must be thinking of me. How do you manage to analyze this matter so seriously?" Lu Mo inquired. "Because," before Jiang Parker could finish his statement, his spider sense suddenly activated, with an intensity akin to a raging storm. "Be careful." He swiftly tackled Lu Mo to the ground just as a nearby teaching building erupted in a violent explosion, sending enormous stones flying in all directions. As the thick smoke dissipated, Jiang Parker rose from the ground, eager to ascertain the situation. Amidst the haze, he spotted a robust figure standing resolutely. Clad in an orange-yellow cotton outfit, with a mask obscuring his face and iron armor encasing his hands, he was unmistakably either a villain or a psychopath. Staring at the familiar attire, Jiang Parker was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts escaping his lips. Terror. Time seemed to freeze. Addressing the audience before him, Jiang Parker began to elaborate. Terror, a peculiar individual with a penchant for cotton attire, possesses the ability to emit shockwaves. During my year as Spider-Man in my previous life, I encountered this cotton pants man several times, each encounter. F, is there truly such a score as F? However, what astonished Jiang Parker was the realization that this individual should have belonged to his original world. How could he suddenly appear in this one? Could this be the effect of a parallel universe? Truly remarkable. Terror? What a splendid name. Thank you for the moniker, young one. From now on, I shall be known as Terror. He mused, finding the name quite appealing, as his laughter rang melodiously, akin to the sound of a bell. All right, I admit, I am indeed quite adept at naming my adversaries. With a shrug, Jiang Parker's tone was laced with resignation. Who are you? Why are you here? Protectively shielding Lu Mo, Jiang Parker inquired cautiously. I am called Terror. As for why I am here, it is, of course, to cause destruction, without a hint of concealment. Terror openly declared his intentions. His purpose was simple and unequivocal, rendering Jiang Parker momentarily speechless. Turning to Lu Mo behind him, Jiang Parker whispered, Old Mo, you should run. But what about you? Lu Mo asked with concern. I'll hold them off. You go find help and tell them that their S and ability user attacking. But Lu Mo hesitated, yet before he could finish, Jiang Parker interrupted him. Go quickly, don't dawdle. Don't worry about me, I have ways to protect myself. Upon hearing Jiang Parker's words, Lu Mo gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. Very well, I shall summon reinforcements. Lao Jiang, do not perish. I have no appetite these days and do not wish to partake in a feast. With a smile, Jiang Parker then shifted his gaze to the ominous ahead. His fists clenched tightly. After a fleeting glance at Jiang Parker, he hesitated no longer and sprang to his feet, Lu Mo swiftly darting into the distance. Upon witnessing Lu Mo's retreat, a frown creased his brow as he raised his right hand, an orb of orange light coalescing within it. Yet, before he could unleash it, the quick-witted Jiang Parker surged forward, raising his right leg to deliver a swift kick to his wrist. The orange shockwave erupted in the air, creating an explosion. Staggering back a few steps, he winced at the pain radiating from his wrist, his eyes, concealed beneath the mask of terror, glowering furiously at Jiang Parker before him. You dare, you little wretch. Before he could finish his sentence, two massive boulders hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Reacting swiftly, he raised both hands, unleashing two shockwaves that obliterated the boulders into dust, shrouding the surroundings in a cloud of debris that obscured his vision. Thanks to the mask, he need not fear suffocation from the dust clogging his airways. You coward! Where are you hiding? Stop being so pathetic. Wandering amidst the haze, he attempted to locate Jiang Parker, but the thick dust rendered him unable to see even a shadow. Continuously firing shockwaves in all directions, he sought to strike Jiang Parker with this reckless barrage, unaware that Jiang Parker stood not far away atop a large tree. Observing the chaotic figure amidst the dust, Jiang Parker could only shake his head in disbelief. This truly was his ability, wielded without a care. In his past life, due to his impoverished circumstances, each use of his web had been a source of distress, for it was a one-time resource that disintegrated an hour after deployment. Fortunately, it was lunchtime, and nearly everyone in the school was gathered in the cafeteria, alleviating his concerns about collateral damage during the impending battle. Retrieving an earpiece from his pocket, he donned it and pressed the connect button, promptly awakening the artificial intelligence, Karen. Karen, kindly summon the battle suit. I find myself in a predicament. Understood. The Thunder battle suit is en route. Estimated delivery in 3 seconds. As Karen's voice faded, a small metallic sphere appeared beside Jiang Parker, the very robot that had been in pursuit of him moments prior. Beneath it lay an iron box containing the Thunder battle suit. Thank you. He retrieved the box, unlocking the clasp, and with the sound of whirring gears, the lid opened automatically, revealing the neatly folded Thunder battle suit before him. Ah, how splendid. No wonder Mr. Stark is so fond of summoning his suits in such peculiar manners. It truly is impressive. After making a fleeting remark about the former Iron Man, Tony Stark, without a moment's hesitation, Peter Parker swiftly changed into his suit, donning the sleek, form-fitting attire in the blink of an eye. As he affixed the mask, he tapped the spider emblem on his chest, causing the previously loose fabric of the suit to constrict tightly against his skin, accentuating the elegant contours of his muscular physique. At that instant, his AI companion, Karen, materialized. Sir, what is the situation? If her memory served her correctly, Peter was supposed to be at school today. How could he possibly be in need of his suit? Oh, it's nothing much, just encountered a weirdo clad in orange-yellow trousers, Spider-Man replied, shifting his gaze downward to the chaos unfolding below. In tandem with his line of sight, Karen identified the source of the disturbance, observing the orange-yellow beams emanating from the figure's hands, and commenced a scan. Shockwave ability, Class A superpower, capable of emitting energy in the form of blasts that can shatter the bones and internal organs of the target. Searching for countermeasures. Search complete. A total of 58 strategies identified, analyzing the most practical approach. Analysis complete. Would you like to review the options, sir? No need. I have faced this individual a few times before and am familiar with the means to defeat him. Let us see if I have learned from my past encounters. I believe this 4th attempt will surely be my most fortuitous. With a confident declaration, oblivious to the ominous fate he had inadvertently invoked, Spider-Man propelled himself into the air, landing atop a nearby stone pavilion, directly facing the back of his adversary. Meanwhile, the clouds of dust began to settle, revealing the devastated ground littered with craters from the onslaught. Standing amidst the desolation, the adversary's voice brimmed with fury as he surveyed the barren surroundings. Where did he go? He refused to entertain the notion that Peter had been reduced to mere dust. Even if that were the case, there would surely be some remnants left behind. Yet, apart from the gaping holes created by his own blasts, there was nothing else in sight. How many witnesses were there? Perhaps a count would suffice. Chapter 33. The Cawing Crow. Caw, caw, caw. Thud. The sound of a stone hitting the ground echoed. Upon hearing the noise, he instinctively raised his arms, orange light converging in his hands as he turned around, only to be horrified to find nothing there. Just as he was in a daze, a voice resonated from behind him. Cotton Pants Man, do not shoot that recklessly. What if it misfires and injures someone? Reacting instinctively, he turned his head, and in the next moment, he witnessed 2 white projectiles swiftly darting towards him. Before he could even react, they had adhered to his arms. At that moment, the shockwave had reached its zenith, ready to be unleashed, yet it was suddenly confined. The sensation of wanting to release, but being unable to was unbearable. Unable to contain himself, the shockwave erupted, propelling the master of horror, Jing Song, into the air. Crashing onto the ground, Jing Song finally beheld the source of the voice. Clad in a red and blue bodysuit adorned with a net-like pattern, and sporting a mask with 2 large, expressive eyes, the figure was strikingly familiar. However, Jing Song, still dazed by the explosion, was unable to think clearly. Had it not been for the specially designed cotton jacket he wore, he would have been shattered by the residual force of the blast. You truly reek today. Honestly, perhaps you always do. Standing atop the stone pavilion, Spider-Man mocked Jing Song with a tone that was quite infuriating. Then again, it might be me. He raised his right arm, gently waving it, and sniffed the scent emanating from it, concluding that there was no foul odor. All right, it seems it's still you. Shrugging, Spider-Man remarked. Yet, just as Spider-Man was engaged in his verbal jabs, his spider sense tingled once more, prompting an instinctive reaction. Executing a backflip in place, Spider-Man leaped off the stone pavilion. At the very moment he jumped, an orange beam surged forth, obliterating the pavilion. Hey, that was my favorite stone pavilion. I loved coming here to cultivate my sentiments. With hands on his hips, Spider-Man expressed his displeasure while gazing at the ruins of the pavilion, destroyed by Jing Song. Insect, although I do not know who you are, daring to disturb me means you shall perish. Without waiting for Spider-Man's reaction, Jing Song unleashed 2 shockwaves towards him, eyes wide open. Spider-Man evaded the incoming shockwaves while simultaneously grumbling. To be honest, I am quite displeased with villains like you who incessantly utter die. Can we not simply share a seat on a wooden bench, sipping tea and exchanging stories? Come, Mr. Jing Song, Allow me to honor you with tea instead of wine today. Holding a teacup, the long-bearded Spider-Man addressed the similarly bearded Jing Song. Very well, Mr. Spider-Man. I have great admiration for you as well. Jing Song bellowed with an unexplainable exuberance. Today, let us once again forge a brotherhood. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same year, but rather to perish together on the same date of the same month and year. The scene is undeniably beautiful, isn't it? Indeed, I share the same sentiment, yet alas, it remains merely a figment of my imagination. Time resumes, and with a backflip, I evade the terrifying onslaught of a shockwave. Without a moment's hesitation, I charge towards the source of the dread, my right fist coiling with power. And then I unleash it towards the face obscured by cotton trousers. Boom. My fist, imbued with immense force, sends the figure of terror hurtling backward, crashing onto the ground and rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Oh, yes. I flashed a peace sign, contemplating whether Spider-Man should activate the automatic photo feature to capture a moment with this terrifying foe. However, the adversary, covered in dusty orange cotton clothing, scrambles back to his feet. In that moment, the figure's eyes glimmer with malice, fist clenched tightly, body trembling with rage. My friend, have I ever mentioned that swapping your orange trousers for gray would lend you a cooler appearance? No response came, only the return of a shockwave. An orange beam sliced through the air, rapidly targeting Spider-Man's chest. Oh dear, orange does have its charm. His eyes widened in an attempt to evade. Yet it was too late. The shockwave struck him squarely, the force within it propelling him away. At that instant, he shared a fate akin to that of the figure he had just attacked. Warning, warning, significant injury detected in the young master's chest cavity. Would you like to activate healing mode? No, Karen. Just give me a moment. Lying on the stone pavement, clutching his pained chest, Peter Parker gritted his teeth beneath his mask. The material of the lightning suit, crafted from an advanced alien leather rather than mere fibers, afforded it great defensive capabilities. The pain he felt was a consequence of the shockwave bypassing his suit and directly assaulting his flesh. Detection indicates the young master has suffered a serious blow. Would you like to review the attack strategy? Actually, Karen, if you hadn't uttered that previous statement, we would still be good friends. Beneath the mask, Peter's face was as grimy as coal, his tone dripping with exasperation. Kid, don't assume that donning a baby's pajamas qualifies you as a hero. Heroism is not merely a title one can claim it will. Raising his arms, he aimed at the prone Spider-Man, two shockwaves coalescing in his hands, ready to be unleashed. Just as he was about to fire, a voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, release that man. No, release that man and let me take over. Both turned to see a figure, each hand engulfed in flames, standing not far from them. Draped over his shoulders was a cloak that appeared to have been salvaged from a dumpster, complete with a banana peel. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, and after a prolonged pause, a curse slowly escaped Spider-Man's lips. What the hell? In an instant, Spider-Man recognized the figure before him. It was none other than his good friend Lou Mo. Setting aside the issue of where the reinforcements he had sent him to fetch had vanished to, Spider-Man couldn't help but exclaim. Could you possibly discard that banana peel from your cape? Overwhelmed by the multitude of sarcastic remarks he wished to make, he found himself at a loss. At that moment, the shockwave emanating from Lou Mo's hands was on the verge of overloading. Seizing the opportunity while Lou Mo stood in stunned silence, two strands of webbing were swiftly discharged from Spider-Man's web shooters. In a seamless motion, he leaped into the air, gripping the webbing tightly and pulling it with great force, causing Lou Mo's hands to stretch skyward. The shockwave was released, but due to the shifting position of Lou Mo's arms, it veered off its intended path, resulting in a collision in midair that erupted into a visible explosion of energy. As he leaned back, preparing to land, he adjusted his position gracefully, touching down lightly upon the ground. Meanwhile, Lou Mo's hands continued to blaze with flames, and his cape billowed in the wind. Resembling a fiery monarch caught in a moment of training, betrayed by a disciple, unexpectedly thrust into a time tunnel back to the very beginning of his cultivation. In short, he appeared rather foolish. Approaching Lou Mo and observing the flames erupting from his hands, Spider-Man inquired with curiosity, why not retract it? Lou Mo, with an air of pride and a flick of his buzz cut, retorted, you wouldn't understand. I simply cannot retract it. Just then, a crow flew overhead, cawing loudly. The atmosphere turned awkward as Spider-Man looked at Lou Mo, who maintained his proud demeanor, embodying the philosophy that as long as he was unembarrassed, any embarrassment belonged to others. With a hand to his forehead, Spider-Man, despite his mask, found it difficult to conceal his exasperation. I should have known better, Lou Mo. I expected you to say something profound, but it appears my expectations were far too lofty. After all, he was merely a joker. What wisdom could he possibly impart? From the very beginning, Spider-Man should never have harbored expectations regarding Lou Mo's words, as he had a remarkable talent for silencing others in the most absurd ways. Chapter 34. The ultimate fan of Spider-Man, Lou Mo. My friend, Could you kindly step aside for a moment? Allow me to deal with this cotton pants man before we continue our discussion on how to extinguish the flames in your hands. With a resigned sigh, gazing at the looming threat behind him, Jiang Parker spoke. At that very moment, Luomo finally recognized the identity of the Spider-Man before him. Could it be? Spider-Man, you're Spider-Man. As he beheld the familiar red and blue attire of the hero, Luomo's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, he forgot all about searching for his good friend Jiang Parker and instead stripped off his school uniform, revealing a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with Spider-Man's emblem. Spider-Man. My name is Luomo, and I am your devoted admirer. Just a few days ago, I heard about your exploits online. I thought they were mere fabrications. Yet here you are before me. With that, he produced a paintbrush from his pocket and respectfully extended it towards Spider-Man, asking, "May I trouble you to sign your name on my shirt?" Blinking in surprise at the eager light in Luomo's eyes, Spider-Man felt a bit bewildered. How was he unaware that Luomo possessed such a shirt? Moreover, why on earth did a bookish fellow like him carry a writing implement? Furthermore, did he not notice the cotton pants man in the distance, clad in orange-yellow? Well, now it was orange-yellow-gray attire, capable of firing lasers? Was it truly appropriate for them to hold a fan meeting in front of such a person? This is simply marvelous. Accepting the paintbrush with a smile, Spider-Man happily signed his name on Luomo's white short-sleeve shirt, of course, signing as Spider-Man, not Jiang Parker, and certainly not Peter Parker. After all, celebrities often use stage names, so it was only fitting for a world-saving superhero to do the same. Feeling the delightful sensation of the paintbrush gliding across his back, Luomo was akin to a woman experiencing a profound connection with a gentle young man, his face flushed with joy, and he even let out a soft moan of pleasure. Ah, cough. Pausing time, he took out his phone and captured a few photographs of the moment with Luomo. Only then did Spider-Man speak. Honestly, such an opportunity is rare, and if I don't take a few pictures, I would feel remiss. Perhaps one day in the future. When I retire, I could develop these photos to show my descendants, letting them know that their grandfather was quite the eccentric. Putting away his phone, time resumed. He returned the paintbrush and patted Luomo's shoulder, saying, "All right, you may leave now. Allow me to handle this fellow." "Oh, certainly." Having received the signature, Luomo felt akin to a court eunuch, echoing whatever Spider-Man said. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and inquired. Once upon a time, Spider-Man found himself in a peculiar situation. "Have you seen a boy of similar height to mine, albeit less dashing? He is my good friend. And he just engaged in a battle with that fellow in padded trousers to save me." Spider-Man, momentarily speechless, retorted, "So, you have been neglecting to seek me out all this time? And how dare you claim I am less handsome than you?" In a moment of feigned contemplation, Spider-Man continued. "Well, I did encounter a lad who was far more handsome than you. I wonder if he might be your brother." Suddenly, the infamous cawing crow reappeared, cackling, "Oh, if he is more handsome, then he cannot be my mate. All right, he is indeed my buddy. Pray tell, where is he now?" Luomo hastily interjected. Sensing the atmosphere had turned awkward. "Over there," Spider-Man pointed nonchalantly. "I just saw him sprinting in that direction." "Thank you," Luomo exclaimed, preparing to dash toward the indicated path. Just then, in a fit of rage at being ignored, the thrill-seeker decided he could endure no longer. He raised his arm, unleashing a shockwave aimed directly at Luomo. However, Spider-Man's senses had already alerted him, and just as the shockwave was about to strike Luomo, he swiftly shot out two webs, pulling Luomo into the air to avert a disastrous fate. With open arms, Spider-Man caught the descending Luomo and winked at him. Luomo, covering his face in embarrassment, felt an overwhelming need for an appropriate background score. "Sweet, sweet, your smile is so sweet," he began, but quickly dismissed the tune. "No, that won't do, let's change it. Summer quietly passes, leaving behind small secrets." He tried again, but to no avail. Ajin fell in love with a Chang. He exclaimed in frustration, "Is there not a single good song?" Abandoning the idea of background music, Spider-Man addressed Luomo. "All right. My friend, to be honest, you are rather heavy, and if you wish to avoid being pulverized by that padded-trousered fellow, I suggest you hastily extricate yourself from my embrace." Realizing the awkwardness of their position, Luomo quickly stepped away, offering a grateful remark before making his swift exit. At the entrance of the teaching building, only Spider-Man and the Thrill-Seeker remained. "Speaking of which, Mr. Thrill-Seeker, after such a prolonged fight, shall we take a breather? I just finished signing autographs for my fans and my wrist is rather sore. Do you have an affinity for telling corny jokes?" Thrill-Seeker snapped, barely containing his irritation. "Please. Corny jokes are delightful. Everyone loves them, just as everyone adores the charming little spider." With hands on his hips, Spider-Man declared proudly. "I certainly do not," Thrill-Seeker shouted, launching two shockwaves towards Spider-Man. "Can we not pause for a moment and discuss this calmly? I have some candy here. Would you like to have some? After all, keeping your mouth covered in cotton pants daily, aren't you concerned about developing an unpleasant odor?" With that, Spider-Man reached into his pocket and withdrew a piece of candy wrapper. Alas, it seems that I consumed the last piece of candy on my way today. Discarding the wrapper, he dodged a sudden shockwave that surged towards him and propelled himself forward, delivering a kick aimed at the chest of his opponent. In an instant, the force of that kick sent him flying backward, landing several meters away before finally coming to a halt, with a menacing glint in his eyes. A fierce orange glow began to coalesce in his hands as he targeted Spider-Man from a distance, letting out a thunderous roar. Can't you just shut that foul mouth of yours? In a mere 15 minutes of combat, the one in front of me, clad in pajamas, has not ceased his incessant chatter. Even if he survives this, he will surely be driven to madness by the incessant noise. The buzzing in my ears from Spider-Man's incessant prattling is nearing the point of inducing tinnitus. Fueled by rage, the energy of his shockwave attack surged to immense levels. Sensing the imminent danger, Spider-Man had no doubt that should he be struck by this attack, he would find himself confined to a hospital bed for several days. After all, he is Spider-Man, a creature of agility, not like Wolverine, whose remarkable healing abilities border on the supernatural. Wolverine could be slashed and recover almost instantaneously, while one cut would take Spider-Man at least a day to heal. No, my dear friend, you mustn't recklessly unleash your attacks on others. That could set a bad example for the little ones, Spider-Man remarked, as he shot out 2 strands of web, ensnaring his opponent's arms and forcing his fists to collide. Before his adversary could react, the shockwaves emanating from their fists collided, resulting in a powerful explosion. The eyes beneath the mask widened in realization as the adversary finally grasped the situation, letting out a desperate scream. No, the cry was loud, but it was swiftly drowned out by the sound of the explosion. Boom! The blast reverberated, sending shockwaves that propelled him away. Just as he was about to be flung out of the school gates, a web suddenly latched onto him, pulling him back. Chapter 35. It's wonderful to have you drawing back the thrilling scene. The figure was ensnared in a web of spider silk. Spider-Man, wiping the perspiration from his brow beneath his mask, stood with his hands on his hips, exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, the villain lay unconscious, rendered incapacitated by the aftermath of the explosion, appearing as though he might not awaken for quite some time. Just then, the familiar wail of police sirens pierced the air. To be honest, I hold a certain admiration for these officers. Their response time rivals that of the New York police. With a touch of sarcasm, Spider-Man addressed the audience before the screen. Greetings. I'm Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood hero. Recently, an individual resembling my former adversary Shockwave appeared at my school and began wreaking havoc. Fortunately, his timing was rather fortuitous, coinciding with lunchtime. Otherwise, the potential for widespread casualties would have been catastrophic. However, thanks to my experience from past battles, I successfully subdued him. As the scene unfolded, several armed officers arrived at the school, preparing to draw their weapons when they spotted Spider-Man standing before the incapacitated Shockwave. After a prolonged moment, one officer finally spoke. Spider-Man. Upon hearing his name, Spider-Man turned and waved to the officers. Hey there, fellas. How about you put those weapons away? Aren't you worried about a stray shot? The lead officer, lowering his firearm, approached Spider-Man, scrutinizing his familiar attire. Are you truly Spider-Man? Just the other day, I heard colleagues mention they had seen you. At first, I was skeptical. After all, the likelihood of a fictional character from the Marvel Universe appearing in reality is akin to finding a winning lottery ticket on the street. Indeed, I assure you it is no fabrication, Spider-Man replied, flexing his robust biceps for the officer's inspection. But I must be on my way. My oven at home is busy baking a cake, and if I tarry much longer, I fear dinner will consist of nothing more than a charred lump. With that, he hoisted the web-bound Shockwave and presented him to the officers. This is Shockwave. He has the ability to generate shockwaves that can easily pulverize an ordinary person. So, when you transport him, exercise caution. Best wishes to you all, until we meet again. Spider-Man concluded, turning away as his web shooters propelled him into the air. Swinging away, he vanished from the officer's sight. As they watched him depart, the astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable. After a considerable pause, the lead officer finally regained his composure and glanced at the incapacitated Shockwave on the ground. Since the situation has been resolved, let us take this criminal into custody. Yes, sir. 2 officers promptly stepped forward, lifting Shockwave and heading towards the police vehicle. An hour later, due to the damage caused by Shockwave, the teaching building suffered extensive harm, resulting in the entire 8th middle school of Jiang City being forced to close for 2 days. As Luo Mo walked along the path home, he glanced at Jiang Parker beside him and curiously inquired, Old Jiang, where did you just disappear to? I searched for you for ages. In the cafeteria. Jiang Parker replied nonchalantly. Luo Mo was speechless. Could your response be any less thoughtful? However, he refrained from probing further, suddenly recalling something. An excited smile illuminated Luo Mo's face. Old Jiang, do you know? I met Spider-Man today, and I even got his autograph. Oh, Jiang Parker nodded expressionlessly. Yet in his heart, he began to sift through the photos he had taken of Lu Imo earlier, admiring each one. At this moment, Jiang Parker contemplated whether to replicate some of these photos to sell. He speculated that if someone were to buy one and place it on their bedside, it might ward off evil within 30 meters and prevent pregnancy beyond 50. In short, anyone who beheld it would find no inclination for elegance. Listening to Jiang Parker's casual tone, Lu Imo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Hey, old Jiang, what kind of tone is that? Suddenly realizing something, he leaned closer to Jiang Parker, wearing a mischievous grin akin to Anya's. Old Jiang, you're not jealous because you didn't get Spider-Man's autograph, are you? Time froze, and Jiang Parker, with a stoic expression directed at the audience before the screen, remarked, Folks, remember this insufferable expression of his. When I retire and reveal my identity, I intend to make him repay every last thing he owes me. Time resumed, and with a swift motion, he pushed Lu Mo's face away, suppressing the urge to deliver a forceful kick with his non-studded shoe. Jiang Parker said, Get lost. Or shall I strip you and toss you at the police station? Recalling Jiang Parker's previous actions towards Wang Biao, Lu Imo felt it was entirely plausible that he could follow through on such a threat. Instantly, he became meek, resembling a timid spouse. After a series of stop-and-go moments, 20 minutes later, Jiang Parker and Lu Imo walked in the same direction. Their homes were remarkably close, merely separated by a narrow path. Extracting his key, Jiang Parker entered his home, shutting the door behind him in one fluid motion. Upon entering the living room, he found Qin Xiaoyan preparing dinner, while the television broadcasted news of an attack on Jiang City's 8th high school. Noticing Jiang Parker's return, she paused her chopping and stepped out of the kitchen. Parker. Yes, Mom, Jiang Parker replied with a smile. I heard there was an incident at your school. Are you all right? Approaching him, Qin Xiaoyan scrutinized him for any signs of distress, and only when she confirmed his safety did she release a breath of relief. Tom paused once more. I know what you're all thinking. Spider-Man living with his doting mother. How pathetic. But consider this, while my mother is a homemaker, even she would grow weary of being cooped up all day. Every day, she is inundated with a myriad of classes, leaving her perpetually occupied. This allows me the freedom to come and go without the fear of being discovered absent from home while I play the role of a superhero. My mother has always cautioned me against engaging in perilous activities, though circumstances often compel me to confront others. Regardless, she would never sanction her beloved son mingling with those nefarious monsters and criminals. Time heals. Rest assured, Mother. I was merely dining in the cafeteria and did not encounter that lunatic. I nearly let slip a rather unsettling nickname, but fortunately, Jiang Parker's quick reflexes prevented me from doing so. It is all well and good, should anything happen to you. I would truly be at a loss on how to explain it to your father. At the mention of Jiang Ling, a fleeting sadness glimmered in Qin Xiaoyan's eyes. Fear not, Mother. Did you not previously mention that father might still be alive? Perhaps he is currently attending a French class somewhere. Jiang Parker offered his reassurance. Perhaps. She shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. The atmosphere turned somber, and after a moment, Jiang Parker, sensing the tension, promptly interjected. All right, Mother. What shall we have for dinner this evening? I am nearly starving. Oh, tonight's dinner is your favorite beef with potatoes. Qin Xiaoyan responded, immediately snapping back from her sadness. That is splendid. How did you know I was craving it today? Humph. I wonder which little rascal has been incessantly clamoring for beef with potatoes these past few days. As a mother, could I possibly ignore that? With a playful roll of her eyes, Qin Xiaoyan smiled. Jiang Parker, with a confidence akin to that of Lu Imo, felt no embarrassment as he gently embraced Qin Xiaoyan. Mother, it is truly wonderful to have you. I feel the same. Gently stroking Jiang Parker's head, Qin Xiaoyan spoke in a soft tone. After a considerable time had passed, she slowly released Jiang Parker and said, All right, young man, so much has transpired at school today. Seeing you return home safely brings me peace. Hurry upstairs and rest. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Nodding in agreement without another word, Jiang Parker entered his room and quietly closed the door behind him. Chapter 36, The 9 Turns of the Large Intestine. In the subterranean laboratory, Jiang Parker sat in a chair, cradling a cup of warm water, lost in contemplation of the unsettling events he had encountered that day. To this moment, he remained perplexed. Why had a supervillain, who should have originated in New York, materialized here, and how could he possess extraordinary abilities? After a prolonged period of reflection, without any clarity, Jiang Parker resolved to inquire of Karen. Karen, do you believe that the concept of a multiverse truly exists? The term multiverse was something he had fortuitously overheard from the lips of a peculiar doctor, yet he lacked a comprehensive understanding of it. Apologies, sir, but my database does not contain an explanation of the multiverse. However, the Marvel comics from the United States do provide some insights on the subject. Would you like me to display that information for you? Although I cannot verify its authenticity. Never mind, he replied, shaking his head, and fell into a deeper reverie. Could it be that his very presence had inadvertently caused the emergence of supervillains who should not exist in this world? Impossible. Utterly implausible. He dismissed his thoughts once more, just as Karen's voice interrupted his musings again. Sir, I have detected that your mother is approaching your room. Would you like me to escort you back? What? Startled at first, Jiang Parker quickly gathered his wits. Hurry, Karen, take me back. If Qin Shaowen discovered him absent from his room, he could only imagine the scolding that would ensue, perhaps even leading to a resurrection as a zombie for further admonishment. Return mode activated. Estimated time, 3 seconds. 3. The ground beneath Jiang Parker's feet abruptly surged upward. 2. The surface lifted, propelling Jiang Parker swiftly skyward. 1. As the final count concluded. When Jiang Parker reopened his eyes, he found himself back in his room. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Qin Shaoyan's voice. Parker. Dinner is ready. All right, I'm coming, he responded, quickly regaining his bearings from the sudden return. Hurry, or it will be cold and unappetizing. With that parting remark, Qin Shaoyan departed. Once the sound of her footsteps faded, Jiang Parker exhaled in relief. Luckily, he had returned just in time. Had he been a few seconds later, he would surely have faced her ire. 10 minutes later, as he emerged from his room, he found Qin Shaoyan washing a pot. Upon noticing him, she curiously inquired, Why did it take you so long to come out? You didn't tea. Oh, recalling her son's age, which was marked by youthful vigor, Qin Shaoyan instantly understood. She felt a mix of surprise and pride, realizing that her son had managed to sustain his efforts for such an extended duration. It appeared he was destined to grow into a robust man, potentially finding a girlfriend and ensuring the continuation of their family line. Feeling the weight of his mother's gaze, Jiang Parker was rendered speechless. My dear mother, what on earth occupies your mind? With a resigned sigh, Jiang Parker began. I was just playing a game with Luemo. He mentioned that he was startled today and wanted to alleviate his nerves through gaming. Luemo, in truth. I am rather excited. After all, he lifted his shirt to reveal a short sleeve emblazoned with Spider-Man, his face aglow with enthusiasm. I am a man with a Spider-Man signature, ahaha. Oh. Upon hearing Jiang Parker's explanation, Qin Shaoyan lowered her head. Why do you look so disappointed? Internally grumbling. She maintained a stoic expression as she approached the dining table, serving herself a generous bowl of rice topped with beef and potatoes, subsequently declaring that she would indulge heartily. Given Jiang Parker's current appetite, had it not been for the family's ample savings, he would have long since depleted their resources. The meal swiftly passed. And as Jiang Parker was about to retreat to his room for some respite on his large bed, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon opening it, he found Luemo standing there. What is up? Jiang Parker inquired, his face devoid of expression. Fancy a stroll? Luemo extended an invitation. Are you a dog? What do you mean by strolling? Jiang Parker scoffed internally, but eventually nodded, informing Qin Shaoyan as he followed Luemo outside. Where are we headed? Jiang Parker asked as they walked down the street. Not sure, Luemo replied earnestly. Jiang Parker's expression darkened, his right fist clenched, exuding an aura of impending violence. Getting tense, are we? My fist is ready to strike. Just as he was about to unleash his punch, Luemo interjected. I heard a new restaurant opened nearby that is great food. Shall we give it a try? Jiang Parker halted his fist midair, contemplating for a moment before nodding. All right. He had not eaten sufficiently at home and thought it prudent to fill his stomach to a satisfactory level. He could not fathom why his appetite had been growing at such an alarming rate over the past 2 years. From bowls, he now required basins to accommodate his meals. At this rate, he mused, soon he might be devouring from a rice cooker. Nonetheless, he recognized the significance of this increased nourishment. He had observed that as his food intake rose, so too did the speed of his strength enhancement. Let us walk. They wrapped their arms around each other as shoulders, embracing the warmth of camaraderie as they strolled toward the horizon, the setting sun casting a golden hue upon them. Passers-by couldn't help but reminisce about the purity of youthful affection, lamenting that such moments could never return. Half an hour later, is this the restaurant you mentioned? Jiang Parker asked, eyeing the establishment with skepticism. Had it not been for Luemo's guidance, I would have mistaken this for a public restroom. It appears exceedingly dilapidated. The so-called fly restaurant is merely a testament to its reputation. Remarkably, it lacks even a signboard. Relying on exceptional culinary skills, he could discern that adjacent to this establishment, there lay a tempting array of freshly prepared dishes, presumably just out of the oven. Covering his nose, Jiang Parker furrowed his brow tightly. The aroma reminded him of the refuse bin he had recently stumbled into, equally repulsive. Ah, old Jiang, this is your ignorance, isn't it? Have you not heard the wisdom that great talents often conceal themselves in plain sight? The more unassuming the eatery, the more exquisite the cuisine, Luemo asserted earnestly, patting Jiang Parker on the shoulder. Are you brave enough to remove the 2 fingers lodged in your nose before continuing this conversation? He thought, stifling his disdain. Just then, a skitty strolled by, lifting its right leg to relieve itself at the entrance of the restaurant. Are you certain? Jiang Parker asked Luemo, his expression devoid of emotion. Even a skitty treats this place as a public restroom, and you still claim it's a restaurant. Well, how could I not be sure? Lu Mo replied, glancing at the skitty, which had withdrawn its leg and wagged its tail as it departed, now somewhat uncertain himself. Never mind. Shall I ask if you're going to eat? Are you treating? Jiang Parker probed, hitting the crux of the matter. Fine, Lu Mo gritted his teeth, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. Then I shall eat. Who would refuse the delightful opportunity of a free late-night snack? Furthermore, this was one of the rare occasions where Lu Mo could indulge extravagantly, a chance he certainly wished to seize. Subsequently, Jiang Parker draped an arm around Lu Mo's shoulder, feigning camaraderie as they entered the restaurant. Upon entering, they found the proprietor scrubbing the intestines. Excuse me, what is your specialty here? 9-turn intestines. What on earth is that? Both Jiang Parker and Lu Mo exclaimed in astonishment. 9-turn intestines, it's quite delicious. Would you gentlemen care to try some? Very well, we shall have a portion. Excellent. The 9-turn intestines will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment. Since Lu Mo was treating, Jiang Parker paid little heed to the somewhat familiar name of the dish, ordered a serving, and then followed Lu Mo to find a relatively clean spot to sit. Chapter 37. I eliminated most of the intestinal odor before long. The exquisite dish known as 9-turn intestines was presented upon the table. The vibrant hue of the dish was undeniably alluring, yet the aroma it emanated was rather disconcerting. Have you tasted it yourself, boss? Holding his nose, Jiang Parker furrowed his brow, harboring grave doubts that the proprietor had adequately cleaned the intestines. After sampling a piece, the owner appeared distinctly uneasy. How does it taste? He inquired. I have removed most of the foul odor, but I retained a hint, as I believe a trace of the original flavor is essential for one to truly appreciate the dish, he asserted with unwavering confidence. Was this retention intentional? Jiang Parker, suppressing the urge to deliver a kick to the owner, forced a smile. Meanwhile, Lu Mo had already retreated 5 meters, overwhelmed by the pungent scent. It was left over from the cleaning process, the owner stated, his hands clasped behind his back, now exuding pride rather than guilt. Was it deliberate or accidental? It was intentional, he replied with assurance, gazing at the 9-turn intestines before him. Jiang Parker hesitated for a moment before steeling himself to pick up a piece with his chopsticks. Come on, old Mo, since you were treating today. You must be the first to try this, he insisted. Why me? Lu Mo exclaimed, unable to contain himself. I'm merely here for the spectacle. Why should I be involved? He wished to maintain his composure and play the reluctant participant, but it was too late. Jiang Parker, quick as a flash, thrust a piece of intestine into Lu Mo's mouth the moment he opened it. Lu Mo's eyes widened as he experienced the flavor, immediately beginning to protest vehemently. However, his small frame was no match for the sheer force of Jiang Parker, a veritable behemoth. As the intestine lodged in his throat, pain surged and his eyes rolled back. He fainted. Silence enveloped the restaurant, a palpable tension hanging in the air. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Parker, regaining his composure, turned to the owner. How dare you poison my friend? The owner, bewildered, retorted. But you were the one who forced it into your friend's mouth. What does that have to do with me? I'm telling you, if anything happens to my brother, I will not let this matter rest. Jiang Parker threatened. How about I waive your bill? The owner suggested weakly after a prolonged pause, fearful that Jiang Parker might wreak havoc upon his establishment. I find that acceptable. Lu Mo raised his hand, voicing his agreement, even in his dazed state. The owner fell silent, gazing at Jiang Parker as if awaiting the next act in this unfolding drama. I believe that could work, Jiang Parker responded, seizing Lu Mo by his collar and, with a speed surpassing that of Bolt, dashed out of the restaurant. Having run a considerable distance, Parker finally came to a halt, turning his head to discover that his employer had not pursued him, allowing him to exhale in relief. Could you not have remained feigning death a little longer? What was the purpose of that sudden resurrection performance? Parker chided, releasing Lu Mo from his grasp. Hey, wasn't it all for the sake of adding an element of surprise to the plot? Lu Mo replied with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. Are you really that proud of yourself? Parker remarked with a blank expression. Just a little, third best in the world, Lu Mo humbly asserted. Get lost. Thanks to you. I might not even get a meal now, Parker retorted, frustration bubbling within him as he pondered how he had ended up with such an audacious companion. They say friends can influence one another. Could it be that he had been infected by Lu Mo's shamelessness? Is it possible that you have influenced him instead? The little angel Spider-Man interjected. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Parker vehemently denied the angel's suggestion, flicking it off his shoulder. Well, if all else fails, I know a restaurant that serves exquisite dishes. Would you like me to take you there? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Mo could not quite silence his conscience and spoke up. Forget it. Right now, it's a veritable gastrointestinal catastrophe. If we were to indulge in some chicken soup afterward, would we even survive? Parker shot Lu Mo a disapproving glance, suddenly recalling where he had heard the phrase gastrointestinal catastrophe. While he understood that such opportunistic behavior could be exhibited by anyone with a cunning mind, He wished Lu Mo would refrain from being so blatant about it. No wonder the area surrounding your restaurant is swarming with the Paw Patrol. They must be drawn in by the authentic flavors of that dish. All right then. How about the snack street? Lu Mo suggested, exhaling in exasperation, secretly lamenting Parker's lack of adventurous spirit. However, being famished himself, he made the suggestion once more. Are you treating? Parker inquired. Sure. Let us go. Wrapping an arm around Lu Mo's shoulder, Parker headed toward the distant snack street, conversing along the way. Old Mo. Yes? Tonight, avoid speaking to your parents. If you must, at least brush your teeth first. Why's that? I'm afraid your parents will catch a whiff of your breath and think you've been eating feces, sending you off to a mental institution. Have I mentioned how eloquently you speak? I think so too. Ha, you're quite confident. Thank you for the compliment. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the police station, Director Zhao, a police officer, greeted a newcomer with respect as he rose. There's no need for formality. I heard you apprehended an ability-wielding criminal today. Is that true? Zhao Qingtian inquired. Well, we did, but it wasn't us who captured him, the officer replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Is that so? Who captured him if it wasn't you? Upon hearing the officer's words, Zhao Qingtian was filled with confusion. Leader Zhao, this matter is somewhat complicated, and it primarily hinges on your belief. The timid young officer hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the truth. After all, the situation was quite bizarre. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have accepted it. With a slight furrow of his brow, Zhao Qingtian's expression turned serious. Are you wasting my time? Do you not know that my greatest aversion is time wasting? Very well. Before we proceed, Leader Zhao, may I ask you a question? Are you familiar with Spider-Man? Ultimately gathering his resolve, the young officer inquired. Of course, but what does that have to do with this matter? We are here discussing criminals. And you bring up Spider-Man. Doesn't that seem a bit far-fetched? Well, Leader Zhao, if I were to tell you that the person responsible is Spider-Man, would you believe me? The young officer said meekly. Silence enveloped the room as his words hung in the air, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. The young officer sensed the awkwardness but was too intimidated to break the silence, bowing his head and avoiding Zhao Qingtian's gaze. After a long pause, Zhao Qingtian finally spoke. Are you jesting with me? Absolutely not, the young officer exclaimed, shaking his head in denial. Faced with the young officer, Zhao Qingtian found himself at a loss for words. Unsure how to respond. To accuse him of lying would be unfounded. His demeanor suggested sincerity. Yet the notion of Spider-Man from the Marvel Universe was simply too surreal to believe. After a lengthy silence, Zhao Qingtian let out a helpless sigh. Enough of this frivolity. My purpose here today is straightforward. I need to take that superpowered criminal away. Keeping him here is far too perilous. Understood, Leader Zhao. Please follow me. We've secured him in a specially designed cell to prevent his escape using his abilities. With that, the young officer led Zhao Qingtian into a concealed chamber, where the terrifying individual was held captive. He placed his palm on the biometric lock beside the door. Beep. The door swung open. Chapter 38. A collision. The door creaked open, revealing a profound silence within the cell. The young officer stood frozen, absorbing the sight before him. What's the matter? Why are you standing there like a statue? Zhao Qingtian inquired, perplexed by the officer's immobility. Director Zhao, I fear that mere words cannot encapsulate the essence of this situation. It would be far better for you to witness it yourself, assuming the role of a riddle master. The young officer gestured for Zhao Qingtian to step forward and have a look. With myriad questions swirling in his mind, Zhao Qingtian nonetheless turned his gaze to the cell. Inside, a pair of iron handcuffs and shackles lay carelessly discarded on the floor, while their owner had mysteriously vanished. At the back of the cell, a gaping hole loomed ominously. This is bad. His pupils contracted sharply as he hurried into the cell, feeling the residual warmth lingering around the jagged opening. Zhao Qingtian surmised that the escapee had departed not long ago. He needed to alert the others immediately to prevent that individual from fleeing. The A-class ability of shockwave manipulation, if wielded by a virtuous individual, would pose little concern. However, the predicament escalated when it fell into the hands of someone with a penchant for destruction. Historical records detailed an S-rank warrior who had unleashed their shockwave power, obliterating a mountain several dozen meters high with a single punch. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young officer finally snapped out of his daze, affirming with a quick yes before hastening out of the cell. Soon, the wailing of sirens pierced the air as police cars sped from the precinct, racing towards the outside world. Peering through the gaping hole in the cell, Zhao Qingtian's expression grew grave. Without hesitation, he activated his earpiece. Captain, the target has escaped. The police are in pursuit. What should we do? A male voice responded from the other end. I am currently engaged in a pursuit of a third-tier alien entity with Sinan and cannot break away just yet. Can you manage on your end? Approximately, Zhao Qingtian assessed the disparity in strength between himself and the escapee before responding. That's good. Remember, once you locate the target, first disperse the crowd, then attempt to communicate with him. If he refuses to listen, then compel him to do so. Understood? Isn't that a bit excessive? Zhao Qingtian replied, somewhat bashful. What? Old Zhao, isn't that your usual approach? Why are you suddenly being coy with me today? Not at all. I meant to ask if we could resolve this without direct confrontation. I'm not exactly skilled at negotiation. Well, whatever works, as long as he doesn't end up dead. A wielder of shockwave abilities, if controlled properly, could contribute to our future resistance against alien forces and demonic entities. Captain, your words sound suspiciously like those of a pyramid scheme, Zhao Qingtian retorted. Nonsense. We are a legitimate organization. Oh, I was merely jesting. Why are you getting so worked up? Zhao Qingtian smirked. The captain fell silent for a moment, before finally saying, hurry up and get moving. Don't waste my time. Understood. With the headset switched off, Zhao Qingtian gazed at the distant street, a surge of golden light igniting within his eyes. He summoned his strength, propelling himself through the large opening of his cell. As he neared the ground, he executed a flawless forward roll, effortlessly dissipating the impact of the fall. He sprinted towards a sleek black car, swiftly sliding into the driver's seat through the window, and pressed the accelerator, amidst a symphony of speed and adrenaline. The vehicle roared forward with a sudden burst of velocity. Did you think I was going to run there? How absurd. I don't even know where the target is. If I were to run, I would likely exhaust myself, he muttered, while his gaze remained fixed ahead, his dark eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, a mask adorned with black and white patterns rested alongside a sheathed longsword. Simultaneously, in the bustling snack street, two figures meandered leisurely, each burdened with large bags. It was Jiang Parker and Lu Mo, enjoying their outing. Jiang Parker sported a broad smile, savoring several skewers of roasted lamb, while Lu Mo beside him wore an expression of palpable distress. Come on, Lu Mo, is it really that serious? Jiang Parker remarked, observing Lu Mo's face, which seemed to scream his discontent over the food situation. How could it not be? You never mentioned you could eat this much, Lu Mo retorted, seizing a skewer from Jiang Parker's hand without a thought, voraciously indulging as if to transform his frustration into appetite. After all these years as brothers. You should know my appetite by now, Jiang Parker shrugged, unfazed by the theft of his skewers, and reached into his bag for more roasted lamb kidneys. I took a beating today, bled a little. I need to replenish with some roasted lamb kidneys. Of course, I know your capacity. But who would have guessed your appetite has expanded again? That pig at my grandfather's farm, weighing 500 pounds, doesn't he eat as much as you do? Lu Mo remarked, watching Jiang Parker produce yet another batch of roasted kidneys, feeling his heart ache for the loss of his allowance. Come on. Just let me have a bite. Lu Mo pleaded. What are you talking about? 500 pounds? Jiang Parker seemed oblivious to Lu Mo's complaint, fixated on the crux of his own thoughts. Yes, what's wrong with that? Lu Mo responded, bewildered by Jiang Parker's astonishment. What do you mean? What's wrong? Are you not aware that with the resurgence of spiritual energy, many animals are gradually transforming into otherworldly beings? Just think about it. Even ordinary cats and dogs have become formidable after their transformation. Imagine a 500-pound pig. What should we do then? Lu Mo asked, slightly panicking at Jiang Parker's earnest explanation. It's simple. We just need to slaughter it before it becomes an otherworldly being, Jiang Parker replied nonchalantly. Great idea. I'll call my grandfather right now. Lu Mo exclaimed, finding Jiang Parker's logic compelling. But as he reached for his phone, he suddenly paused, a thought striking him. He turned to Jiang Parker, his expression now devoid of emotion. Old Jiang, what are you suddenly saying? Surely you are not coveting my husband's physique, are you? The scheme has been unveiled, however. As the so-called pseudo-actor Jiang Parker, one must continue to play the role to the end, despite being discovered. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Mo, have I misjudged you? Do you truly perceive your good brother as a heartless wolf, abandoning friendship for mere indulgence? With an appearance of righteous indignation. It seems there might be some truth to it. Yet, Lu Mo remains expressionless. If only you could wipe away the grease from your lips while speaking. Perhaps I would be more inclined to believe you. Really? Do I have grease on my lips? Picking up a tissue, I gently dabbed my lips, and upon inspection, indeed, there was some. Do not concern yourself with such trivial details, Lu Mo. You must understand, I am like a father to you. I would deceive anyone but you. Discarding the tissue, Jiang Parker patted Lu Mo's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with determination. Old Jiang, Lu Mo. The two shared a profound gaze, and at that moment, a little girl nearby, savoring her ice cream, gazed upon the scene before her with her mouth agape, her face a canvas of astonishment. Mommy, what are those two uncles doing? She curiously inquired, tugging at her mother, who appeared slightly bewildered. Upon hearing her daughter's question, the mother hesitated to explain, considering the delicacy required when speaking to a child. After a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, Ruan, those two brothers are engaged in a rather novel endeavor. With that, she redirected her gaze back to Jiang Parker and Lu Mo, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, leaving the little girl on the stone, utterly perplexed. Observing her mother's captivated expression, the little girl felt an indescribable sense of grievance. Are you just going to stand there? Don't you know that I absolutely detest Riddlers? Riddlers should leave Jiang City, for goodness sake. Chapter 39. The bank heist. At this moment, not far from Jiang Parker, a group of individuals was advancing toward the bank. At the forefront of this assembly was a peculiar figure dressed in an orange-yellow cotton coat and trousers. If Jiang Parker were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this eccentric leader as the very same individual he had recently delivered to the authorities, an unsettling character known as Jing Song. Observing the menacing group, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted, fearful of provoking them and incurring their wrath. Upon entering the bank, the security guard attempted to intervene, but was met with the cold steel of a submachine gun pressed against his forehead. Be quiet. We simply desire money and wish to avoid taking a life. A burly man adorned with a black scarf threatened in a hushed tone. Feeling the chilling barrel against his skin, the security guard promptly complied, crouching silently on the ground. Meanwhile, a heavy female voice resonated through the hall. Please, number 568. Proceed to window 1. You all stay here. I shall retrieve the money. Jing Song instructed his companions before striding purposefully toward the first window. The clerk at window 1, an elderly woman wearing spectacles, was engrossed in her typing. Hearing the commotion, she assumed it was a customer and, without looking up, asked, "What can I assist you with today?" "Fill it up," Jing Song declared, placing a large bag on the counter before her. Perhaps due to her age or her focus on the computer, the elderly woman did not comprehend his request at first. "Could you please repeat that, sir?" she inquired. "I said, fill it up," Jing Song reiterated, his tone devoid of warmth or emotion. Finally registering his words, the clerk slowly lifted her gaze, taking in the unsettling appearance of her customer and the bag before her. Though puzzled by the bizarre attire, she adhered to the adage that the customer is always right and replied, "Sir, may I see your bank card or passbook?" "I do not have one," Jing Song coldly responded. "Excuse me? Are you attempting to take advantage?" The clerk, upon hearing his answer coupled with his peculiar garb, quickly assumed Jing Song was causing trouble. Her expression hardened as she suppressed her rising anger. "I am sorry, sir, but this is a legitimate bank. Without a bank card or passbook, I must ask you to leave and return once you have the necessary items. Please do not waste the time of those behind you. I will say this one last time. Fill it up." "Oh, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Do you think an old lady like me is easy to bully?" The clerk's demeanor shifted, her voice now imbued with authority. "Sir, I am warning you for the last time. Please leave, or I will be forced to call the police." She exuded the presence of a seasoned streetwise matriarch. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense, poised on the brink of an explosive confrontation. In silence, Jing Song's crimson eyes fixated on the elderly woman. He raised his right hand toward the adjacent wall and unleashed a shockwave. An orange beam shot forth, crashing into the wall with a resounding boom. Though the wall was sturdy, it ultimately proved no match for the extraordinary forces unleashed upon it. A powerful shockwave blasted through, creating a gaping hole and sending debris flying. The sudden explosion plunged the previously bustling waiting hall into an eerie silence, drawing everyone's gaze forward in unison. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally reacted, rising to their feet and shouting, "It's a robbery." Without hesitation, they rushed towards the exit. But after barely 5 paces, they turned back, meekly returning to the crowd, crouching down with their hands clasped over their heads, trembling in fear. At that very moment, several figures entered, clad in identical black ski masks and brandishing submachine guns, barking orders at the patrons. "If you value your lives, behave yourselves." Faced with the menacing weapons, the previously chaotic crowd fell silent, paralyzed by fear. No one dared to resist. After all, no one was foolish enough to gamble their life on whether these criminals' guns were loaded. Not everyone possesses the audacity of one named Yi Shuangying, whose mantra is a dollar bet that your gun is empty. Such confidence stems from skill, not mere luck. Retracting his right hand, he addressed the matron behind the counter in a chilling tone. "I shall state this for the last time. Fill the bags, unless you wish to share the same fate as that wall." All right, I'll do it now," she stammered, her demeanor shifting drastically, as if propelled by some primal instinct. In a swift motion, she filled the bags with stacks of vibrant bills. Receiving the bulging bag of currency from her, the assailant, accompanied by his accomplices, made their way towards the bank's exit. The security guard, previously held at gunpoint, resumed his position against the wall, resembling a remorseful schoolboy contemplating his misdeeds. Ignoring him, the quartet hastily dashed towards a distant van. However, just as they departed, a deafening siren pierced through the air. Jiang Parker, who had been locked in a tender gaze with Lu Mo, instantly shifted his focus upon hearing the shrill alarm. His keen perception allowed him to spot the 4 fleeing figures, and his eyes narrowed as he recognized the familiar silhouette clad in an orange-yellow padded outfit. Clutching a bulging bag, "Jing Kong? I distinctly recall binding him and delivering him to the hands of the righteous police. How could he be here again?" and this time accompanied by 3 armed accomplices? Turning to the audience, time resumed its flow. Addressing Lou Mo, Jiang Parker stated, "Old Mo, I seem to have some unfinished business. Please return for now, and we shall reconvene tomorrow." With that, he thrust the bulging bag into Lou Mo's arms before sprinting off in the opposite direction. Old Jiang, shouting at Jiang Parker's retreating figure. Lou Mo realized that the latter was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to acknowledge him, quickly disappearing from sight. It was perplexing. Recently, Jiang seemed to be acting rather strangely. However, glancing at the bundles in his arms, a smile bloomed on his face as he picked up a roasted lamb kidney and began to eat while walking. Meanwhile, Jiang Parker had arrived in a secluded alley. Ensuring no one was around, he took out his earpiece and activated it. "Karen, please send me the battle suit. The battle suit is on its way." Estimated time, 5 seconds. Soon, a familiar flying robot appeared beside him, carrying a box containing the Thunder battle suit. He opened the box, swiftly shedding his clothing until he was left in nothing but his shorts, and began to don the suit. With a tap on his chest, a vibrant blue light enveloped his body. "Welcome, young master. How may I assist you?" "Karen, can you access the police station surveillance?" "Of course." Though the response was brief, it brimmed with unparalleled confidence. "Good. Please check the surveillance from Jiang City's police station." Upon hearing Karen's affirmative reply, Jiang Parker felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently praising his father for leaving him such a remarkable treasure. His body instinctively scaled the wall, reaching the rooftop of a 2-story building. Standing atop the roof, his technological compound began to contract, and soon the figures of the terrifying 4 came into view. Crouching low, one hand touching the ground, Jiang Parker observed the 4 below, who were still preoccupied with their nefarious plans. Intent on bringing distress to the citizens of the city, the once vibrant snack street had descended into chaos, teeming with panicked crowds fleeing from the tumult caused by the 4. Chapter 40. A renewed terror. At this moment, Karen's voice emerged. "Sir, the system has been breached. We can access the surveillance footage at any time." As she spoke, several condensed video feeds materialized before Jiang Parker's eyes. A swift glance revealed exactly what he sought. The footage meticulously documented how the assailant had liberated himself from his shackles and shattered the cell wall to escape. Jiang Parker remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "To be candid, my friends, in my previous world, this assailant was quite adept at lockpicking. While I cannot fathom why the New York police failed to provide him with a more secure lock, it is evident that this world's version of the assailant possesses the same remarkable skills. However, it is clearly not the time to debate his locksmithing prowess. I must apprehend him before he absconds with a substantial sum of currency. Moreover, I shall certainly advise the diligent officers to replace his lock with a more formidable one." As time resumed, Jiang Parker launched a web line towards the distant high-rise, swinging towards the direction of the 4 criminals. Meanwhile, the group of robbers was drawing perilously close to their getaway van. However, they were halted by the sight of a small girl, wailing inconsolably with a stuffed bear clutched in her arms, repeatedly calling for her mother. "Kid, if you don't want to get hurt, you'd better scram." One of the assailants barked at the little girl, brandishing a submachine gun. Instead of fleeing, the girl cried even louder. Bystanders, initially inclined to assist, hesitated, retreating their hands upon seeing the approaching robbers. "I detest it when children cry." The assailant seethed, overwhelmed by irritation from the girl's sobs, his finger itching to pull the trigger and silence the source of his annoyance. Witnesses around them instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending horror. Suddenly, a youthful male voice rang out. "No, no, no, my friend. Kindly relinquish your firearm to the adorable little spider for safekeeping." Startled, the assailant paused and turned toward the voice. Just as he did, a white web line shot towards him. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. But by the time he processed the situation, it was too late. He felt his grip loosen as the submachine gun vanished from his hands. "Who is it?" he bellowed, scanning the surroundings but finding no one. "Stop hiding. When I find you, I will drown your head in the toilet at school." "Oh, brother. You are truly ruthless." The voice echoed once more, and the assailant suddenly spotted a pair of crimson-clad feet rushing towards him. By the time he attempted to evade, it was already too late. Bang! A forceful blow struck, leaving no room for resistance. The assailant was sent flying, landing beside a nearby garbage bin. As is well known, such refuse containers often serve as gathering spots for stray cats and dogs, inevitably littered with animal excrement. Due to the assailant's face being pressed against the ground, one could only exclaim, "Oh, dear brother, your taste is quite peculiar." To be honest, today I encountered a vendor selling pig intestines, and I initially thought that anyone enduring such dire circumstances must be quite formidable, until I met you. Frankly, my friend, is your household in such dire straits that you find yourself in this predicament? Hence, I have a job opportunity that suits you well, shoveling pig dung, offering a monthly payment of 500, and you may keep all the dung you collect. Covered in filth and tasting the remnants in his mouth, the assailant bore a grimace reminiscent of a defeated figure. Rising from the ground, he glared at the figure clad in red and blue not far away. And with a voice laced with anger, he demanded, "Who are you? Why did you attack us? You inquire about my identity? Since you have sincerely asked, I shall graciously inform you. I am Spider." Before he could finish his sentence, the spider sense suddenly activated. Spider sense? Before Spider-Man could react, an orange-yellow shockwave surged forward, striking him fiercely in the back. Ugh, he grunted in pain, only to be hurled backward, crashing onto the ground face first. Perhaps I should reconsider my penchant for rambling, he muttered, feeling the ache radiating from his back. Meanwhile, retracting his right hand, the figure beneath the mask coldly regarded Spider-Man sprawled on the ground, exclaiming in astonishment, "I never expected to encounter you again, but this time, I finally remember who you are. Spider-Man. Though I do not comprehend how a fictional character has manifested in this world, especially one so verbose. I am determined to repay you for all you did to me this afternoon. My friend, I am quite pleased that you have recognized me. But could you please articulate your thoughts more clearly?" "I have done nothing to you," Spider-Man replied, elegantly executing a backflip and landing gracefully on the ground. Turning to the little girl behind him, he gently said, "Dear child, the upcoming events may be rather brutal. I kindly request that those under 18 watch in the company of an adult. Thank you for your cooperation. Spider-Man, you will win, won't you?" The little girl sobbed as she looked up at him. "Of course. I am Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood superhero," he replied confidently, a smile adorning his face. Just then, the figure in front raised his arm, a shockwave coalescing ominously around his forearm. Feeling the menacing power emanating from the terrifying arm, Spider-Man addressed the little girl behind him once more. "All right, dear girl, hurry along now. Your friendly neighborhood superhero is about to send these 4 supervillains reeling." "Yes, Spider-Man. Go for it." With a decisive nod, the tears at the corners of her eyes had ceased, and without a moment's hesitation, the little girl sprinted towards the distant street. "Child, come here." A passerby across the street quickly beckoned to the little girl, guiding her to a safe refuge. "Good." She obediently nestled behind the stranger. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Spider-Man, her beautiful black eyes shimmering with a hint of light. At this moment, the street was left with only Spider-Man and the 3 terrifying foes. "What? You wonder where the 4th one went?" "Oh." He was expelled from the ranks for being utterly foul-mouthed after consuming something unspeakable. "Spider-Man, round 2, you are surely destined to lose." "Oh, not so fast. Have you forgotten the uproar you made earlier today when I bested you?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Spider-Man's attention was clearly not on the menacing figure before him. "Humph. I hope you can maintain that bravado when I have you beneath my foot." Undeterred by Spider-Man's verbal jabs, the villain had discerned that engaging in battle with this individual meant disregarding his words. To be provoked by him would be to fall into his trap. "Beneath your foot? Oh, my friend, you're quite imaginative. If you find yourself unable to contain your desires, I happen to know a friend whose phone is filled with many beautiful, unsatisfied women who could cater to your every whim. Shall I facilitate an introduction?" With a disdainful expression directed at the menacing figure, Spider-Man silently took a step back, adopting a stance that maintained a safe distance. Despite his inner admonitions to remain calm, the relentless taunts would provoke even the most patient of souls. Without further ado, the villain unleashed 2 powerful shockwaves, rapidly hurtling towards Spider-Man's chest. Chapter 41. The anti-gravity gun. As the incoming shockwave approached, Spider-Man instantaneously leaped 5 meters into the air, adhering to the adjacent wall. His web shooter switched modes, and he promptly aimed at the formidable foe below. A web projectile was swiftly launched, detonating just before it reached its target, enveloping the entire street in a cascade of white webbing. The adversary was ensnared in the explosion of webs, unable to break free despite his vigorous efforts, his eyes fixed intently on the descending Spider-Man. "Hey, buddy, don't look at me like that. I'm quite timid." Spider-Man feigned fear, sensing the intensity of his opponent's gaze. Unperturbed, the foe regarded Spider-Man and slowly uttered, "What are you 2 standing there for? Get moving." Spider-Man questioned, perplexed. At that moment, his spider sense flared violently. Turning his head, he spotted a thug behind him who had inexplicably produced a rocket launcher and was aiming it directly at him. Let me guess. That rocket launcher is a toy, right?" Spider-Man inquired, retreating cautiously. "Guess?" Without hesitation, the thug pulled the trigger, and the rocket was instantly launched, slicing through the heavy air, igniting with a flicker of flames. "All right, it seems to be real," Spider-Man sighed, shrugging his shoulders, yet he didn't evade. After all, even if he dodged, allowing the rocket to detonate here could result in a significant explosion and potentially harm innocent bystanders. A web shot forth from his web shooter, enveloping the rapidly approaching rocket. Without delay, he exerted his strength, hurling the rocket, along with the web, skyward. At the moment it ascended, the rocket could no longer contain itself and erupted in a brilliant explosion, sending shockwaves that rippled through the sky. "Yay!" Spider-Man cheered with excitement at the sight of the detonated rocket, preparing to turn and taunt the individuals behind him. However, he was taken aback to see that the foe, who should have been ensnared in the web, had somehow freed himself from his bindings, not showing any signs of complacency upon noticing Spider-Man's gaze. The foe raised his right arm and aimed directly at him. In the next instant, a shockwave surged forth. Whoa, this isn't good. Spider-Man's white compound eyes widened as he attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The orange shockwave struck him squarely in the chest. Ugh. He groaned in pain, propelled backward and crashing violently against the ground 10 meters away. The stone pavement fractured like a web under the immense force of impact. Due to the agony, his white compound eyes involuntarily squinted. Detected that the young master has sustained injury for the second time today. Would you like to activate emergency mode? What emergency mode? Spider-Man felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could not recall incorporating an emergency mode into his suit during its creation. One-hit kill mode. Karen's voice echoed, and he instantly sensed a surge of power coursing through him, amplifying his strength significantly. Even his originally pristine white compound eyes transformed into an ominous black, illuminated by a menacing red light that signified danger. No. Shut it off. I have no intention of taking a life. Upon hearing the name of the mode, Peter Parker panicked. He was already unsure of how to control his own strength, and now it had doubled at the very least, pushing him perilously close to lethal force. One-hit kill mode has been deactivated, the power receded, and Spider-Man exhaled in relief. By the way, Karen, when did I install this mode? I had no idea, he inquired. Puzzled, the multitude of modes installed had begun to blur even his own recollection. You added a unique material during the creation of the Thunder suit. This material can enhance the user's strength through appropriate electrical stimulation, potentially doubling it. Thus, the origin of the one-hit kill mode, Karen explained. Ah, I see, Peter replied, enlightened. During the suit's construction, he had merely chosen materials that caught his eye, unaware that he had unwittingly incorporated such a special substance. However, while he was conversing with Karen, the trio of villains known as the Sinister Three approached him. One of them stomped down hard on Spider-Man's chest, coldly stating, Spider-Man, round 2, you are defeated. Humph. Have you forgotten how soundly I defeated you this afternoon? Peter retorted. With all the students off to lunch, it had just been the two of them. And now he would be humiliated in front of the entire city. Despite the pain radiating from his chest, Spider-Man remained undeterred. You overestimate your capabilities, Spider-Man. Indeed. I may not be your match alone, but this time, we are 4. Though we have lost 1, 3 remain. A single fist cannot defeat 4 hands. You stand no chance against us. With a chilling tone, he turned his gaze to his accomplices and commanded, teach him a lesson. Understood, boss, one of the henchmen nodded, stepping forward with a sinister grin plastered across his face. Spider-Man, I detest self-righteous superheroes like you who constantly bully the defenseless little monsters. Hey, buddy, are you confused? I've never fought any little monsters. You should be looking for Ultraman next door, Spider-Man interjected, indignant at the accusation. Laughing, he thought to himself that the largest adversary he had ever faced was Dr. Octopus's gigantic robot, which barely reached 10 meters in height, dwarfed by an actual monster. With all that trash talk, let me take care of your insufferable mouth, the henchman sneered. As he spoke, he retrieved from his backpack an object that one would scarcely believe this world could produce. This item was so large that even Spider-Man found himself intrigued by how it had been fitted into the confines of the bag. Atop it, there was a mechanical claw reminiscent of those found in arcade claw machines. Hey, buddy, without further ado, I must ask, how on earth did you manage to fit that colossal contraption into your backpack? Spider-Man inquired, his expression one of childlike curiosity as he pointed at the claw in the villain's grasp. Receiving no answer, the villain aimed the claw directly at the ground where Spider-Man lay and promptly activated its switch. In an instant, Spider-Man felt the weight of gravity vanish. And the next moment, he found himself soaring into the air. Wow, he exclaimed, and before he could fully comprehend this abrupt departure from the laws of Newton, he witnessed the villain twist his body, propelling him through the air and colliding with a nearby red brick wall. Ouch! He grunted as the unforgiving wall yielded to the impact, creating a sizable dent. No sooner had Spider-Man begun to regain his composure than he heard the villain bellow once more. His body moved uncontrollably, crashing heavily onto the concrete floor. Ah! He cried out in pain, squinting at the villain with his white, compound eyes, and expressed his indignation. All right, little rascal, you brought this upon yourself. With that, he raised both hands and shot 2 strands of webbing towards the villain. Take that, he declared. However, to his astonishment, the webbing fell limply, drifting aimlessly through the air like a withered flower. What on earth? He pondered, confusion swirling within him, when suddenly, Karen's voice echoed in his mind. Young master, you are currently within the range of a gravitational field. The webbing you fired is, like your own body, affected by this phenomenon. The object held by that individual is known as an anti-gravity gun. Any creature targeted by it will instantaneously lose its weight. It is a technological weapon developed through S-class superpower manipulation of gravity. Chapter 42. The Emergence of the Masked Man. My name is Jiang Parker. This afternoon, I had planned to embark on a culinary adventure along the snack street with my dear friend Lou Mo. However, due to my oversight in failing to alert the police about the impending escape of the criminal, the terrifying individual has successfully broken free, accompanied by 2 henchmen. At this moment, they have me pinned down, yet I assure you, I am on the verge of turning the tide against them. Time rewinds, and Spider-Man finds himself adorned with an extravagant wig crafted from webbing. Oh dear, this contraption does not come cheap. As he touches the silky strands atop his head, a pang of regret washes over him. Though the savings left by his father would suffice for an eternity of web slinging, the sentiment remains. Even at death's door, you can't resist bantering. It appears a memorable lesson is in order, he muses, a smirk gracing his lips. In that instant, the assailant presses a dangerously ominous red button on the gravity-defying weapon in his grasp. In the next moment, the device, originally designed to manipulate Spider-Man's gravity, emits a peculiar wave. Spider-Man feels as though he is transformed into a mere hamburger patty, squished between 2 slices of bread, relentlessly squeezed from both sides. His anguished cries resonate, prompting nearby bystanders to turn away, unable to bear witness to the unfolding spectacle. Among them, a young girl whom Spider-Man had previously rescued listens intently, her dark eyes filled with concern. With hands clasped in prayer, she silently implores, "You must win, you must prevail." Meanwhile, the villain revels in Spider-Man's distress, a satisfied smile creeping beneath his mask. It's my turn now, he declares, raising his right arm as a tremor of energy coalesces, launching towards Spider-Man. The shrieks grow more pitiful as Spider-Man feels his form degrade from a robust hamburger patty to the dismal mixture of scraps sold on the streets, his essence fragmented into pieces. After a brief moment of silence, the assailant inquires, "Boss, he has fainted." Halting his assault, he approaches Spider-Man, prodding his face to confirm his state. Is this all? I expected more entertainment, he remarks, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Since that's the case, let's expedite your demise, Spider-Man. However, just as he intends to amplify the shockwave to its maximum potency, he witnesses the supposedly unconscious Spider-Man suddenly lift his head, accompanied by an infuriatingly playful voice. Just kidding. With that, he performs a swift 360-degree spin in midair, delivering a powerful kick to the villain's abdomen. Ugh. With a muffled grunt, Spider-Man was propelled through the air by a powerful kick, only to come to a halt upon crashing into a wall 10 meters away. Regaining his composure and floating above, he gazed down at the 2 bewildered criminals who had yet to comprehend the situation. To be honest, I am quite curious about how much benefit you have received from that man in the padded trousers to work for this loud-mouthed individual, he remarked. If you simply lay down your weapons, I can assist you in securing a free abode, offer complimentary haircuts, provide meals at no cost, and perhaps even present you with a pair of silver bracelets. What do you say? Tempting, isn't it? Hey, you fool. I think what he's saying is rather appealing. Why not consider it? One of the criminals began to waver, but as he uttered these words, he was met with a slap from his companion. Are you foolish or simply dim-witted? Can't you discern what he is implying? He intends to send us to prison. The exasperated criminal, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation, was tempted to remove his belt and chastise his dim-witted companion. What? The realization dawned on the second criminal, and he glared furiously at the floating Spider-Man. How dare you deceive me? Hey, I advise you to refrain from spouting nonsense. I have legal representation, Spider-Man retorted, feeling indignant. What do you mean nonsense? Clearly, it is your brain that is malfunctioning. At this, Spider-Man felt a twinge of regret. He had initially assumed that these 2 imbeciles were devoid of intellect, but it appeared that one of them possessed some semblance of common sense. You know, I prefer your dazed expression over your current state of verbal nonsense, he quipped. As he spoke, the other criminal extracted a high-tech firearm from his bag, chambered around, and aimed it at Spider-Man. The electromagnetic pulse gun, utilizing electromagnetic force to envelop the fired bullets with an ampere charge, enhances their power and velocity, capable of penetrating a 5-centimeter thick steel plate in an instant. Listening to Karen's explanation in his ear, Spider-Man sighed. Actually, Karen, if you hadn't provided that information, I might not have felt so anxious. Understood. I shall refrain from such explanations in the future. Well, that presumes I will have a future, he thought, swallowing hard as he stared down the ominous barrel of the gun. With a squeeze of the trigger, a bullet shimmering with silver light shot forth, crackling with faint blue electricity, hurtling directly towards Spider-Man's chest. Oh dear, this could be serious. Panic surged through him, although his spider sense alerted him to the incoming projectile. He found himself unable to control his body. Just as he braced for the inevitable, he caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of his eye, causing his pupils to constrict in surprise. Behind the criminals, a shadowy figure clad in black was rapidly closing in on their position. If I am not mistaken, the figure approaching is not a rat but rather a human being. With a swift motion, a dark silhouette flashed before Spider-Man's eyes. Upon closer inspection, a man clad in a black trench coat, adorned with intricate black and white patterns, emerged before him. The man's broad chest suggested a formidable presence. At that moment, dusk enveloped the surroundings as the waning light penetrated the clouds, casting a soft, golden hue over the vast sea of clouds. The sky dimmed, and a fierce wind swept through the street, billowing the man's coat. Notably, the man bore a long blade sheathed at his back. With a deft motion, he grasped the hilt and forcefully hurled the sword upward, catching it securely just before it touched the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened his grip and swung the blade forward with great ferocity. The silver edge of the sword sliced through the night, tracing a crescent shape in the air. The blade collided with the incoming bullets, creating a shower of sparks. With a sudden surge of strength, the man thrust his arms forward, stomping heavily with one foot, cleaving the hard bullets in two, which then whizzed past Spider-Man's cheek. All present were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of this man, Spider-Man included. However, he noted that his spider sense had not been triggered upon the man's arrival, indicating that, for the time being, he posed no threat. Yet, recalling the man's extraordinary ability to sever bullets, Spider-Man understood that this figure in the black trench coat was certainly no ordinary individual. As curiosity about the man's identity swirled in his mind, he witnessed the figure move once more, his steps eerily fluid, akin to a phantom, as he instantly appeared before one of the thugs. Before the thug could react, the man drew his blade, severing the electromagnetic pulse gun in the thug's grasp in an instant, which clattered to the ground, crackling with faint arcs of electricity. Fortunately, Spider-Man remained suspended in midair, avoiding any potential shock. Chapter 43. I am the genuine article. The resounding clatter of metal hitting the ground was deafening, abruptly rousing the dazed onlookers. Gazing at the masked man before them, the cautious assailant wielding an anti-gravity gun inquired, "Who are you? Why do you wish to attack us?" In response, the man's eyes gleamed with an unfathomable malevolence, resembling blades glinting with a chilling light, exceedingly piercing. The aura of impending death surged forth like a relentless tide, swiftly enveloping the two criminals. Despite their nefarious past, having taken lives before, they found themselves paralyzed by fear in the face of such overwhelming menace. As the man prepared to strike once more, Spider-Man, who had hesitated momentarily, finally spoke up. My friend, although I am unaware of your identity, could you kindly assist me by dismantling that gravity-controlling gun? It's quite chilly this autumn, and I'm only clad in this attire." Upon hearing the voice, the man turned and scrutinized the pajama-clad figure before him. When he beheld the red and blue suit, he stood frozen in place for a protracted moment. Eventually, he managed to utter, "Spider-Man?" Recalling what a young officer had recently informed him, and upon seeing the eager Spider-Man, Zhao Qingtian felt as though his entire worldview was collapsing. There truly exists a Spider-Man. Well, if there are no other Spider-Men in this world, then I must be the one, Spider-Man affirmed with a nod, embracing his identity. However, my good sir, before we engage in further dialogue, could you kindly set me down? I would rather not awaken tomorrow only to discover that I have reverted to a state of illness. Upon hearing Spider-Man's words, Zhao Qingtian snapped back to reality. While still grappling with disbelief, he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for such discussions. He then turned to see the two criminals hesitating, contemplating their escape. Without a second thought, he swung his blade, a flash of steel slicing through the air, and in an instant, the anti-gravity gun was severed in two. With gravity restored, Spider-Man felt the familiar pull of Newton's principles and promptly collapsed onto the ground. "Oh, my posterior," he groaned, rubbing his rear and finding it relatively unscathed, which brought him a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the two disarmed criminals, having lost their weaponry, abandoned their dignity and turned to flee. Yet, Spider-Man was not about to grant them such an opportunity. With a powerful leap, he sprang from the ground, and as he landed, two strands of webbing shot forth, firmly attaching themselves to the backs of the fleeing criminals. With his muscles taut, he yanked back with remarkable force, pulling the two hefty assailants, each weighing no less than 180 pounds, toward him as if they were mere children. A bullet struck the forehead of a criminal who had previously attempted to shoot himself, the immense force rendering him unconscious as he staggered backward before collapsing to the ground, his posture reminiscent of a long-dead corpse lying in a coffin for a century or more. Having dealt with one foe, Spider-Man turned his gaze towards another, whose face was etched with panic and desperate attempts to flee, yet found himself utterly trapped. A smirk played upon Spider-Man's lips as he reassured, "Fear not. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to invite you to dance." Without awaiting the criminal's response, he seized his wrist and spun him around as if he were a top. The criminal twirled helplessly, while Spider-Man busied himself by shooting webs, soon ensnaring the villain in a sticky cocoon, a sight that, if transported to ancient Egypt, could convince the locals they were gazing upon their pharaoh. Struggling to escape the adhesive strands, the criminal was granted no reprieve, as Spider-Man executed a backflip and landed atop a street lamp glowing with a soft amber light. He shot a web at the feet of the now mummified assailant, suspending him head downwards from the lamp, complete with a decorative bow. After neutralizing the two criminals, Spider-Man leaped to the side of Zhao Qingtian, who had been observing the spectacle, extending a hand in greeting. "Greetings, I am Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood hero. I appreciate your timely assistance today. Otherwise, I might have met my end beneath a hail of bullets." Without hesitation, Zhao Qingtian grasped Spider-Man's outstretched hand and replied, "I am Zhao Qingtian, a slayer of night." Releasing his grip, Zhao Qingtian regarded Spider-Man for a moment, wrestling with his thoughts before finally voicing his curiosity. "Are you truly Spider-Man? The one from the comic books?" He harbored serious doubts about whether the figure before him was merely an empowered individual with abilities similar to Spider-Man's, driven by a hero's heart to assume that identity. After all, it was far easier to believe in this explanation than to accept that Spider-Man had traversed from the Marvel Universe. Understanding Zhao Qingtian's skepticism, Spider-Man chose not to refute it, instead opting to clarify. "Not exactly. Only a few days ago, the morning after the appearance of that demon, I discovered that I had awakened powers strikingly similar to those of the Spider-Man from the comics. After contemplating this, I decided to embody the spirit of Spider-Man and become a friendly neighbor." Zhao Qingtian nodded in comprehension, his gaze towards Spider-Man tinged with a hint of envy. How he wished for such extraordinary abilities. Yet, as their conversation unfolded, the fearsome figure known as Horror finally emerged from the shadows. Observing the subdued henchmen scattered around and the two engaged in lively conversation not far away, his crimson eyes glinted with a trace of fury. At this moment, he had also forgotten his initial purpose, gazing at the smiling Spider-Man from the corner of his eye. He raised his arms, and two shockwaves swiftly coalesced, without hesitation. He unleashed them. Spider-Man, who was enjoying a lively conversation with Zhao Qingtian, suddenly felt a jolt in his brain as his spider sense emitted a warning of danger. Caution! In an instant, he tackled Zhao Qingtian to the ground and leaped away, narrowly evading the incoming shockwaves. Landing gracefully, he turned to the astonished onlookers and spoke. "Hey, sweatpants guy, how could you act in such a manner? Are you not aware that firing at someone during a conversation is quite rude? Moreover, I must concede, your aim leaves much to be desired. Perhaps you should consider enrolling in a shooting class for a year or so before attempting this again." However, the figure known as Terror was not incensed by Spider-Man's words. Instead, he cast his gaze toward a nearby building, a smile dancing in his eyes. "Spider-Man, did you know? I never intended to hit you from the very start." Alarmed, Spider-Man swiftly turned his head, only to see a water tank precariously teetering on the edge of the building, seemingly ready to crash down at any moment, while below, a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. With widened eyes, Spider-Man stared incredulously at Terror. "Ha ha, Spider-Man. I know I cannot defeat you, but I am curious, can you save them?" In the comics, Spider-Man always manages to rescue the citizens of New York. I wonder if you, the counterfeit version, can do the same? Witnessing Spider-Man's incredulous expression, Terror boasted arrogantly. "Actually, I am the genuine article." Internally scoffing, Spider-Man recognized that such a retort was ill-timed. Just then, the water tank could no longer maintain its balance and plummeted toward the crowd below. No. With a powerful shout, Spider-Man wasted no time. He swung into action, propelling himself towards the people below. Meanwhile, the crowd, witnessing the water tank's rapid descent, instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves. Suddenly, a red and blue figure darted past, and in an instant, the plummeting water tank came to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair. Chapter 44. Are you a devil? As they slightly raised their heads, the crowd was astonished to see the water tank, which had been plummeting, ensnared by several formidable spider webs. Just as their confusion deepened, a voice resonated through the air. "Brothers, hurry back home. Do you not realize that watching a show is fraught with peril?" Following the source of the voice, they beheld the fleeting figure clad in red and blue, the one and only Spider-Man. A radiant smile blossomed upon his face as he raised his arms high, prompting the crowd to erupt in cheers. "Spider-Man! Spider-Man!" Listening to the jubilant shouts from below, Spider-Man felt a profound sense of fulfillment within. With one foot planted on a villain's horrified visage, hands on his hips, he proudly lifted his chin, basking in the adoration of the crowd below. Contemplating this scene, a smile graced Spider-Man's lips. Ah, how delightful. Meanwhile, the villain, in disbelief at Spider-Man's ability to save the crowd, was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, and without hesitation, prepared to flee. Get out of the way. Aware that he could not possibly contend with Spider-Man and Zhao Qingtian given his current capabilities, the villain decisively abandoned his three lackeys and made a beeline for the nearby van, intent on escaping with the money. Yet, just as he was a mere step away from the van, a colossal web materialized before him, obstructing his path. Turning around, he found Spider-Man, who had just returned after rescuing the crowd. "Spider-Man, you..." Before he could finish his sentence, a strand of webbing shot forth, swiftly binding his mouth. "No foul language, please. I recommend a more polite vocabulary, cotton pants. There are children watching." With that, Spider-Man cast a glance at a little girl nearby, who was cheering him on, and waved at her with a smile, before refocusing on the villain before him. "So, will you surrender willingly? Or shall I employ my newly acquired Asian binding technique to wrap you up and deliver you to the police station?" Suddenly, Spider's sense tingled, prompting him to glance back swiftly, where he spotted the previously expelled thug, still reeking of mischief, now brandishing a submachine gun aimed directly at him. "Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about you? My friend, shall I suggest you hand over that firearm for safekeeping while you cleanse your mouth? Then I can return the gun to you. What do you think of this idea?" Spider-Man proposed. However, the thug was undeterred, ready to pull the trigger. At that moment, two flashes of blades gleamed, and he found his submachine gun reduced to splinters. Looking up, he was startled to see a figure clad in a black trench coat, their face obscured by a mask adorned with black and white patterns, standing before him. "Hello." With a courteous greeting, Jiang City seized the opportunity without allowing any response. He delivered a powerful kick to the assailant before him, sending the miscreant flying against the wall, where he slumped, unconscious, retrieving his right foot. Zhao turned to the nearby Spider-Man and said, "Leave this to me. You need not worry. Just focus on the adversary in front of you." "It's great to have you." Spider-Man replied with a heart gesture, then shifted his attention back to the menacing figure nearby. At that moment, the menacing figure had abandoned any thoughts of escape, opting instead to embrace the role of a living sacrifice as he regarded Spider-Man. He raised his arms once more, orange light enveloping his hands. "Spider-Man, I once warned you that provoking me would lead to dire consequences. After you endure my most potent punch, I hope your bravado remains intact." "In truth, my words are quite gentle," Spider-Man instinctively retorted. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed on Spider-Man, their gazes tinged with peculiarity. Although his words held no inherent fault, they somehow felt strangely off. Realizing his verbal misstep, Spider-Man hastily attempted to clarify, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely speak the truth. As a living being, I am entirely soft." His attempt at clarification only intensified the odd expressions around him, drawing attention to a particular part of Spider-Man's anatomy. Meanwhile, the repeatedly taunted menacing figure could no longer contain his rage, his eyes flickering with murderous intent as he bellowed, "I care not whether you are hard or soft. Perish." With that, he prepared to unleash a shockwave. At that moment, Spider-Man sprang into action. Two strands of webbing shot forth, firmly ensnaring the assailant's arms. With a swift motion, he pulled apart, drawing the assailant's arms wide, forcing his fists, imbued with shockwave energy, to collide. No. The assailant attempted to retract his shockwave energy, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the energy surged, culminating in a violent explosion. Boom. The sound of the blast echoed, creating a substantial indentation in the ground beneath. Closing his eyes, Spider-Man waited until the brightness had diminished significantly before he slowly reopened them. The street lay in a deep crater, and the menacing figure lay within, eyes shut, likely unconscious. At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as patrol cars, arriving punctually, encircled the area. Officers emerged from their vehicles, weapons drawn. Upon stepping out, the officers were met with the scene before them and the two familiar figures, immediately falling silent. Had they arrived late once more? Wait. Why use the word once more? Waving his hand at the approaching officers, Zhao Tritian remarked, just in time. Please take care of the scene. I will take the one in yellow, while the matter concerning the other three shall be left to the law." As he spoke, he swiftly grasped the horror that lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. He then gestured towards the Spider-Man who was engaged in a playful interaction with a little girl. "Hey, come over here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing Zhao Chentin's words, Spider-Man responded with a casual "all right," before shifting his gaze back to the young girl. He retrieved a practice book from his dimensional space and placed it in her hands. "Little sister, consider this practice book a gift to commemorate our first meeting. I hope that when we meet again, you will have grown stronger and braver." "Thank you, Spider-Man." The little girl expressed her gratitude as she accepted the practice book, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Well then, until we meet again." After gently ruffling the girl's hair, Spider-Man began to walk towards Zhao Chentin. "What did you just give that little girl?" Zhao Chentin inquired with curiosity as Spider-Man approached. This was the first time he had witnessed a superhero not only thwarting criminals, but also presenting gifts. "By the way, where did you pull out such a large item from?" "It's a practice book for the 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year simulations," Spider-Man replied candidly, for he was a man of honesty. At this response, Zhao Chentin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You actually brought a practice book with you? Who on earth carries a practice book when going out, especially one titled 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year simulations. What's wrong with that? Is there a law against carrying a practice book when you go out? Spider-Man asked, puzzled. No, it's nothing. Zhao Qingtian shook his head, though his gaze towards Spider-Man remained peculiar. Looking at the little girl, who was probably only in the 2nd or 3rd grade, he remarked with disbelief. She is still a child. Are you really expecting her to tackle a 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year simulation? You must know that even I struggle with this. Let alone a girl in the 3rd or 4th grade. What's wrong with children? If she can't solve it, can't she just keep it? Chapter 45. Well, that sounds good. But I must decline, Zhao Qingtian said, glancing at Spider-Man. Do you think this outfit of mine is stylish? Spider-Man replied. Are you serious? In such a serious situation, you're talking about clothes? I've never met anyone more tedious than Lu Imo. Observing Zhao's earnestness, Spider-Man fell silent for a moment before responding. It's decent, but it pales in comparison to my suit. Having spent countless hours meticulously designing his spider suit, he regarded it as the epitome of style. This left Zhao Qingtian momentarily speechless. He examined his own black trench coat, then looked at Spider-Man's lightning suit. After some contemplation, he realized his ensemble did indeed lack the flair of the spider suit. After a lengthy pause, Zhao decided to shift the topic. How do you feel about your current abilities? Quite good, Spider-Man replied candidly, expressing satisfaction with his current prowess. Zhao fell silent, feeling frustrated by the lack of engagement. Couldn't he at least indulge him a little? Abandoning his earlier pretensions, Zhao revealed his true intention. Do you wish to become a superhero? Am I not one already? Spider-Man inquired, puzzled by Zhao's words. No, currently you merely use your fame to assist others. The state offers you no rewards, but if you join us, you need not worry about a lack of support. We have professional trainers who can help you evolve from a mere imitation of Spider-Man into the genuine article, possibly even with an ultimate title to precede it. What do you say? Upon hearing Zhao's proposition, Spider-Man finally grasped his underlying meaning. A wary glint appeared in his eyes as he regarded Zhao. I thought you were a decent person, but it seems you're just like the rest. Huh. I knew you wanted me to purchase a stack of self-help books. However, I'm afraid I'm not interested. I'm completely broke until my mother sends me my allowance. As he spoke, Spider-Man tugged at his empty pocket to illustrate his point. Releasing his grip, he raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. As you can see, there is not a single penny. So if there is nothing else, I believe I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to walk away. However, at that moment, Zhao Qingtian interjected, with great power comes great responsibility. Spider-Man halted abruptly and turned back, puzzled. How do you know that? It's written in the comics, Zhao Qingtian replied honestly. With a sudden shift in expression, Spider-Man gazed at Zhao Qingtian, rendered speechless by his compelling argument. Zhao Qingtian, unfazed, continued to tempt him. I can offer you an opportunity to further comprehend the essence of responsibility. What must you do? Spider-Man inquired, perplexed. It is quite simple. Join our team. Among us, you will find an array of talents and training that will elevate you to a more formidable Spider-Man, the ultimate Spider-Man. What does it mean to be ultimate? Spider-Man asked, puzzled. In his previous life, he had referred to himself as the amazing Spider-Man, never contemplating the notion of becoming the ultimate. However, he had to admit, the title did possess a certain allure. Without responding, he turned his gaze to a nearby scene where a recently awakened criminal had evaded the grasp of the police and was sprinting away. Spider-Man, witnessing this unfold, was about to shoot his web to intervene when Zhao Qingtian acted more swiftly. He seized a stone and hurled it toward the fleeing perpetrator. It missed, landing just before the criminal, who, oblivious to the sudden projectile, stumbled and fell clumsily. Observing this, the police rushed forward to place a silver bracelet on the fallen miscreant. What does it mean to be ultimate? Zhao Qingtian remarked smugly to Spider-Man, reveling in his success. Excellent, Spider-Man replied, playing along. Indeed, so why hesitate? Join us swiftly. I believe that through our specialized training combined with your inherent talent, you could evolve into a more powerful superhero. In due course, you could have your pick of beautiful companions. Noticing Spider-Man's hesitation, Zhao Qingtian continued to entice him. As he spoke, images of Spider-Man lounging on a beach, gazing at the ocean with beautiful women surrounding him, flooded his mind. It was undeniably appealing, yet, thank you for the suggestion. But my mother advised me not to converse with strangers, and the name Night Slasher hardly sounds like a legitimate organization, so I must decline. It was a jest. He could not ascertain if Zhao Qingtian was genuinely offering a proposition or leading him astray, potentially into a life-altering mistake akin to joining a pyramid scheme. Fantastic. Welcome. What? Zhao Qingtian's smile abruptly vanished. Disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Spider-Man. Apologies, your argument is compelling, but I must decline. Spider-Man stated firmly. Zhao Qingtian's lips twitched in frustration. Why? Because I am a boy who cherishes freedom, Spider-Man replied earnestly. Before Zhao Qingtian could finish his thought, Spider-Man interrupted. I must be on my way now. I wish you a pleasant day. Is that acceptable? With a continuous retreat, followed by a sudden leap, Spider-Man swung away on his web, swiftly vanishing from Zhao Qingtian's sight. Watching the departing figure of Spider-Man, Zhao Qingtian wore a somewhat melancholic expression, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Ah, the youth of today. From Spider-Man's tone, demeanor, in the previous practice book, it was evident that he was at most 18 years old, still merely a boy. Activating his earpiece, Zhao Qingtian spoke, "Captain, the target has been apprehended." "That's excellent. I knew I could rely on you, old Zhao." Upon hearing the captain's praise, Zhao Qingtian, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "Actually, Captain, I did not capture him." "Who did then?" "If I were to say it was Spider-Man, would you believe me? Take a guess." At that very moment, not far from Zhao Qingtian, four figures stood in a narrow alley, clad in black trench coats akin to Zhao Qingtian's, their faces obscured by differently patterned masks. The alley was now stained crimson with blood, and they stood amidst the pool. Behind them lay a grotesque creature, its visage reminiscent of a serpent in its former life. Among the four, a man wearing a platinum mask displayed an expression of incredulity in his eyes. "Are you certain that what you say is true? Have you not perhaps indulged too much at noon, and have yet to awaken?" His tone betrayed his disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingtian's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Captain, how could I jest about such matters? Besides, numerous witnesses have corroborated my account. Even the surveillance footage captured it. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself." "Very well, I believe you. But did you not attempt to recruit him into our team?" The man, reluctantly accepting Zhao Qingtian's tale, posed a crucial question. I made the attempt, but he fled." "Fled? Did you not inform him of our benefits?" The man's disbelief was palpable. "I did. I told him everything, and in fact, I exaggerated quite a bit to entice him. Yet, he was resolute in his refusal to join. I could hardly force him, and besides, I might not be able to defeat him." The man fell silent. "All right, we shall discuss this further upon my return. For now, let me handle the serpent's corpse." Although the otherworldly beings are perilous, they are also treasures in their own right, whether for monetary gain or crafting equipment. They hold great value. Chapter 46. Zhao Qingtian. Today, a remarkably devastating robbery occurred on street in our city, perpetrated by 4 adult males, who absconded with a staggering 1 million huaxia coins. According to eyewitness accounts, the robbery was thwarted by Spider-Man. Now, let us turn to the witness for further insights. The scene shifts to a poised female host, microphone in hand, alongside an elderly gentleman clad in a white vest, accompanied by a rather hefty Labrador at his feet. "Excuse me, sir," the host inquires respectfully. "It is said that this robbery was orchestrated by Spider-Man. Did you witness the event?" "What hero?" The old man responds, bewildered. "Spider-Man." She clarifies. "Spider what?" He continues, his confusion palpable. "Never mind, sir. It's all right. Please head home and rest." The host replies with a hint of resignation. "All right then." The elder responds promptly, and, much to the host's astonishment, he departs the scene, leading his Labrador away. Cough, cough, cough. Esteemed viewers, what just transpired was merely an unfortunate incident. Perhaps the gentleman's hearing is not quite up to par. Let us proceed with another witness. At that moment, a young man wearing headphones happens to stroll by. Without hesitation, the host approaches him, eager to inquire. "Excuse me, sir. May I take a moment of your time for an interview?" "Not possible," he replies instantaneously. The host's smile freezes. Internally cursing the day's unfortunate turns, she had only managed to interview 2 individuals, yet none yielded fruitful results. Undeterred, she continues, "This is a news broadcast. It will be aired on television. Are you implying that everything I just said will be recorded?" He questions. "Indeed," she affirms. The young man falls silent, and after a brief pause, poses a crucial question. "Can it be edited out?" "I'm afraid not, sir. We are live," she responds. "Then what you're saying is that my family might hear everything I just said?" He presses. "That is a possibility. What did you just ask?" "Sir, may I take a moment of your time for an interview?" The host repeats earnestly, though her confusion lingers. "Yes," he answers solemnly. The host is left speechless. "Sir, we cannot edit our broadcast," she attempts to clarify. "What are you talking about? We just met," he asserts with conviction. The host is at a loss. She has never encountered such unabashed audacity before. Enough with the small talk. Let us get straight to the point. The young man insists impatiently. "Very well," she sighs, feeling the weight of her exhaustion. Nevertheless, she strives to maintain her professionalism as she poses her question. "Were you present at the scene during the robbery this afternoon?" "Certainly. I was dining on curry rice at a nearby restaurant when the incident unfolded. Let me tell you, the curry was absolutely delectable, the flavor." Before the young man could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the female host. "May I ask, sir, did you happen to see Spider-Man at that time?" Taken aback for a moment, the young man's expression transformed into one of excitement as he recalled something. "If you're asking about that, then we certainly have much to discuss. Believe me, do not be surprised. Spider-Man truly exists. I was right there, witnessing the entire fierce battle unfold. That Spider-Man, the defeated man, was unleashing his webbing in a spectacular display. Let me assure you, if this were to be made into a film, it would undoubtedly be a blockbuster. I mean a serious film, of course. Turning his back on the now animated young man, the female host addressed the camera. Thank you to this gentleman for his vivid recounting, as if we were right there with him. Now, let us seek out a few more witnesses. In a clandestine laboratory, Dr. Octopus gazed at the images displayed on the screen before him, his countenance dark and brooding. Behind him, four mechanical arms moved restlessly, each grasping various vials containing liquids of differing hues. In his vicinity were two petri dishes connected by a tube filled with a vibrant green nutrient solution, wherein lay a two-tailed cat and a man. The man, stripped bare, floated motionlessly in the solution, head bowed, his gaunt form betraying no sign of life or death. Spider-Man, soon you shall receive my first grand gift, he murmured, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his damp black hair hanging loosely, revealing only his mouth and nose. At that same moment, having changed his attire, Parker returned to his doorstep, retrieved his keys, and opened the door to enter. Inside, Qin Xiaoan was watching the news broadcast. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned to see Parker and exhaled in relief. Parker, thank goodness you're back. I just saw on the news that a robbery occurred on street. You weren't at the scene, were you? She inquired, approaching him. Rest assured, Mom, I'm fine. I didn't go anywhere with Lauemo. We merely found a picturesque spot to sit and play games, Parker replied, spinning a blatant lie without a hint of hesitation. Wait, that metaphor sounds a bit odd. That's a relief. Qin Xiaoan smiled, her expression softening. All right, Mom, I'm a bit tired today. I'll retire to my room early. Please do not disturb me, Parker stated. Yes, that's wise. You should indeed rest well today. Without further thought, Qin Xiaoan nodded in agreement. Good night. He gently embraced his mother before making his way to his room. The door to the room closed, and tranquility enveloped the living room once more, save for the sounds emanating from the television. Gazing at the shut door and saying little, Qin Xiaoan returned to the sofa to continue her viewing. Meanwhile, in his own room, Jiang Parker was not idle either. Confirming that his mother was engrossed in the television outside, he approached his desk. With a gentle tap of his fingers on the surface, the floor beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a seemingly bottomless abyss below. As the ground fell away, he plummeted downward, the wind tousling his hair but failing to disrupt his resolute spirit. After days of experimentation, he had grown accustomed to such descents. Just before reaching the ground, brilliant white lights illuminated the surroundings, causing his rapid descent to decelerate swiftly. He landed softly on the ground, at which point several flying robots approached him. A beam of red light emerged, scanning him thoroughly before confirming his identity and departing. Relieved to see the robots leave, Jiang Parker exhaled, as the previous incident of being pursued had left him with considerable psychological scars. Entering the laboratory, the lights flickered on, accompanied by Karen's voice. Welcome back, young master. Would you like a drink? After a moment's thought, feeling parched, Jiang Parker replied, just a cup of warm water, please. Certainly. As he approached the experimental desk, a chair rose instantly to meet him. Taking a seat, he was soon presented with his warm water by a towering robot. Thank you. Gratefully accepting the offered drink, he took a sip before setting it down. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him. Slumping in his chair, he inquired, Karen, have you retrieved the identity information of that person named Zhao Qingtian? Yes, it has been transmitted to your computer and is available for your review at any time. Good. Thank you. With that, Jiang Parker opened his computer to begin his investigation. Zhao Qingtian, male, 41 years old, awakened ability, precognition, level, E-grade upper tier. Affiliated with the Night Slayer Bureau, team member of the 8th Squad. The information was comprehensive, even detailing mundane aspects of his life. One could not help but marvel at the prowess of big data. Zhao Qingtian, I wonder if he is a good person. Jiang Parker mused aloud, gazing at the information displayed on the screen. To the readers, could you please share your thoughts or suggestions? Chapter 47, An Uninvited Guest. As time flowed on, the two-day holiday swiftly came to an end. Arriving at school alongside Luemo, Jiang Parker gazed at the teaching building, pristine and seemingly untouched by the recent chaos, and could not help but marvel in silence. One could not deny the astonishing speed of the renovations. In merely 2 days, the once ravaged structure had been restored to its former glory. Why then did it take months to repair a mere restroom in the past? Puzzled, he returned to his classroom. The first lesson was mathematics, and perhaps due to the lesson learned from their previous encounter, the math teacher did not prolong the class this time, departing as soon as the bell rang. Old Jiang, let us go. Time for some spirited duo gameplay in the restroom, Luemo exclaimed, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Parker, beckoning him to join the fun. Naturally, Jiang Parker would not dampen his enthusiasm and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Just as the two were about to rise and embark on their quest to conquer the canyon, A face unexpectedly appeared at the back door. What the? The sudden visage startled Lu Mo so much that he fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Parker was also taken aback, but not by the unexpected face. Rather, he was startled by Lu Mo's reaction. However, he quickly recognized the owner of the face as their amiable homeroom teacher, Su Quan. As the door swung open, Su Quan stepped inside, ignoring the sight of Lu Mo sprawled on the ground like a seal, and addressed Jiang Parker directly. Jiang Parker, come out for a moment. The principal is looking for you. Taken aback, Jiang Parker was surprised that the principal had summoned him again. The unfolding scenario was rather peculiar. Was this a potential breach of protocol? As this thought crossed his mind, he promptly chastised himself. What was he thinking? It was evident that Lu Mo's eccentricity had tainted his mind. In his past life, he had been an innocent young lad, having only shared a fleeting kiss with his childhood friend, Mary Jane, at the tender age of 11. However, that moment was marred by the heavy scent of garlic she had consumed for lunch that day. Without further ado, Su Quan, noticing Jiang Parker's hesitation and his shifting expressions, urged, "Let us not keep the principal waiting." Nodding in acknowledgement and refraining from further questions, Jiang Parker hastily made his way towards the principal's office. After Jiang Parker departed, Su Quan turned his attention to Lu Mo, who remained on the floor, still pretending to be a seal. The two maintained eye contact for about 10 seconds before Su Quan could no longer contain himself. With a face as dark as coal, he admonished, "Get back to your seat at once, or I'll make you transcribe the entire Chinese textbook. Have you forgotten your dismal score on the last exam? 91. At least I passed, didn't I?" Lu Mo mumbled under his breath. "Huh, a score of 91? That's merely 16 points. Didn't you realize you turned your paper upside down?" Su Quan exclaimed, half amused and half exasperated. "Are you still recovering from your last bout of illness? What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mo's expression morphed into one of incredulity. In an instant, he sprang up from the ground and returned to his desk, retrieving the long dusty Chinese language test that had been sealed away for days. Upon a cursory glance, it was indeed a mere 16 points. "Lu Mo, could you enlighten me on how you managed to gain admission to high school? And now that you're already in your senior year, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? Playing in the mud?" Su Quan's expression was darker than ever, resembling the gloom of a particularly dismal bus. It could be said that Lu Mo was academically imbalanced, struggling with this one subject, which he could tolerate. However, what was truly infuriating was that Lu Mo consistently performed exceptionally across all subjects. This had surpassed Su Quan's threshold of endurance. The next words from Lu Mo made him feel his blood pressure rising dramatically. With a serious countenance, Lu Mo stated, "Teacher, the school has no mud." Clenching his fists, a smile crept onto Su Quan's face as he gently patted Lu Mo's head, saying softly, "Come now, child, return to your seat. Unless you transcribe the entire Chinese textbook for me today, you won't be going home. Do I have to copy the page numbers too?" "Yes," he bellowed, his face now a vivid crimson, a stark contrast to its previous shade of anger. In stark contrast to Lu Mo's antics, Jiang Parker stood before the principal's office, his expression grave, pondering the reason for the principal's summons. With a sense of curiosity, he knocked on the office door. "Come in," came the principal's voice from within. "Principal, you called for me?" Upon entering, Jiang Parker was greeted by the sight of the principal's Mediterranean hairstyle. "Ah, Jiang. I called you here today primarily because a significant individual wishes to meet you." Setting down his water cup, the principal, resembling a plump fish, spoke amiably. Though anyone familiar with him knew he was a classic two-faced character. A significant individual? Jiang Parker was taken aback, unable to fathom who could be deemed so important as to evoke such reverence from the principal. Moreover, what business could such a notable figure have with someone like him? Just then, there was another knock on the door. "Ah, they've arrived," the principal remarked, leaving Jiang Parker bewildered. Rising from his chair, the principal personally opened the door for the visitor. "Leader Zhao, welcome, welcome," he greeted the man outside, adopting a subservient posture that was almost comical. "Principal Yang, there's no need for such formality. By the way, has the person I'm looking for arrived?" The man outside inquired with a smile. Of course, nodding in affirmation. Principal Yang gestured for Jiang Parker. "Come here, Jiang. This is the significant individual I mentioned, Leader Zhao Chitian." Upon hearing the familiar name, Jiang Parker was momentarily stunned, lifting his gaze to behold the familiar visage of Zhao Qingtian. Although their last encounter was merely 2 days prior, during which Zhao Qingtian donned a mask, Jiang Parker was able to acquire comprehensive information about him, thanks to Karen, who could access global data, not to mention a photograph. Gazing at Jiang Parker, who appeared somewhat dazed, Zhao Qingtian was the first to break the silence. "You must be Jiang Parker, a name I have heard for quite some time. It is indeed a pleasure to finally meet such a remarkable individual." Jiang Parker replied. "Please act normally. I find myself rather apprehensive." However, recalling his current identity as a prodigious scholar rather than a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, he felt a wave of relief. "Greetings, Director Zhao," he said politely, extending his hand for a handshake. As their hands clasped, Jiang Parker sensed the strength emanating from Zhao Chengtian's grip and cast a wary glance in his direction. Was he testing him? Something felt amiss. No, something felt profoundly amiss. The intentions of the man before him surely extended beyond a mere visit. Caution was warranted. "Director Zhao." "That hurts," he feigned, inwardly awarding himself full marks for his acting prowess. With such talent, he could undoubtedly secure an Oscar in Hollywood. "Ah, my sincerest apologies." Zhao Chitian quickly released his grip, though a glimmer of certainty lingered in his gaze. He was convinced that Jiang Parker was indeed the individual he sought. Despite Jiang Parker's commendable performance, there had been a fleeting moment when he inadvertently revealed his true strength. This was not entirely Jiang Parker's fault. As the human body instinctively reacts to threats, akin to a knee-jerk reflex. However, due to the presence of an outsider, he needed to maintain a faade. Casting a meaningful glance at Principal Yang beside him, Zhao Chengtian signaled for him to exit swiftly. Principal Yang, perceptive to Zhao Chengtian's intent, understood the unspoken communication and addressed Jiang Parker. "Jiang Parker, you may converse with Director Zhao. I shall take my leave for now. Call for me when you are finished." "Thank you, Principal Yang," Jiang Parker replied. "Not at all," Principal Yang responded before departing from the office. Chapter 48. A deceptive encounter when Principal Yang departed. The principal's office was left with only Jiang Parker and Zhao Chengtian, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Neither spoke, and they simply locked eyes in silence. After a considerable time, Jiang Parker could no longer contain himself and finally inquired, "Director Zhao, what brings you to seek me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Chengtian did not respond. Instead, a peculiar smile crept across his face, causing Jiang Parker to feel an involuntary tightening in his chest. Instinctively, he took a step back, his fists clenched tightly behind him, ready to unleash the full force of his 50-ton punch should Zhao Chengtian dare to make a move against him. Observing Jiang Parker's reaction, Zhao Chengtian's smile abruptly froze, a wave of frustration washing over him. It was no wonder he bore no resemblance to a benevolent individual. Though puzzled, Zhao Chengtian recited the lines assigned to him by the captain that morning, without alteration. "Young man, it's been 2 days. You haven't forgotten me so soon, have you?" A weight settled in Jiang Parker's heart, yet he persisted in his act. "Uncle, have we met before?" Tilting his head, he attempted to feign innocence. Zhao Chengtian, however, was not fooled, letting out a couple of derisive chuckles. "Humph, spare me your pretense. Don't think that by adopting a respectable persona, I want to recognize you." Taken aback by this, Jiang Parker retorted indignantly, "Ha! Uncle, what do you mean by that? Be careful, I might accuse you of defamation. What do you mean by respectable persona? I have always been quite respectable. Look at that smile of yours. You resemble a creepy uncle trying to lure innocent boys to see goldfish." "What did you just call me?" Zhao Chengtian exclaimed. "Creepy uncle." Jiang Parker pronounced each word distinctly and with conviction. "I'm only 41 this year. How dare you call me uncle?" Zhao Chengtian replied, his temper flaring. Convinced of his youthful vigor. "Is 41 not old enough? With your age, you could easily be my father." Jiang Parker countered, his confidence unwavering. As a true Northeasterner, he had inherited the art of spirited debate perfectly. With fists clenched, Zhao Chengtian's face reddened with indignation. He yearned to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. For Jiang Parker was indeed correct. In terms of both appearance and age, he was undeniably more mature than Jiang Parker. Observing the speechless Zhao Chengtian before him, Jiang Parker crossed his arms, lifting his chin in a display of bravado. Suddenly, his instincts kicked in, and he noticed a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling towards his face. Instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the incoming blow. Only when he regained his composure did he realize he had been deceived. Retracting his fist, Zhao Chengtian slowly addressed the incredulous Jiang Parker before him. "Jiang Parker, an 18-year-old residing at Unit 51, Building 10, has a mother named Qin Xiaowen, a typical homemaker, and a father, Jiang Ling, who recently sacrificed himself in a valiant attempt to thwart 3 fire elemental beings. On the fateful day of the demon's arrival, he discovered he had awakened powers akin to those of Spider-Man from comics. However, he kept these abilities under wraps, dedicated to protecting rather than showcasing them. When his close friend Lu Mo was attacked by a second-tier feline demon, he felt that his cowardice had led to the injury of those around him, and thus resolved to wield his powers for the greater good. Am I correct, Jiang Parker? No, it is more fitting to refer to you as Spider-Man. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Spider-Man? Surely, you must have read too many comics. A profound heaviness weighed on his heart as he stumbled through his explanations, unable to meet Zhao Chengtian's gaze. Humph, young man, you need not feign ignorance. We have uncovered everything about you. But fret not. I am not a villain and have no intention of revealing your true identity. Observing Jiang Parker's flustered demeanor, Zhao Chengtian exuded an air of confidence. Jiang Parker considered retorting, but, feeling the intensity of Zhao Qingtian's scrutiny, ultimately sighed in resignation, abandoning any futile attempts at denial. Fine, though I am unsure how you discovered my true identity. I simply wish to know your purpose for seeking me. His eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Qingtian, his tone growing slightly frosty. Although Zhao Qingtian claimed to be harmless, it is widely recognized that, just as a madman never admits to their insanity, a villain would never acknowledge their malevolence. With a cautious mindset, Jiang Parker stepped back, maintaining a safe distance from the man before him. Hey, there is no need to be so tense. I've already stated that I am not a bad person. Moreover, if I were truly nefarious, I wouldn't waste time chatting with you. Zhao Qingtian appeared baffled, wondering if his appearance inherently suggested villainy. Do you not realize that modern kidnappers often engage in a game of seduction, first garnering the target as trust to lower their guard, only to strike when least expected? Jiang Parker remained skeptical, stubborn as a mule. Upon hearing Zhao Qingtian's words, he fell silent, contemplating the unsettling ease with which Zhao Qingtian articulated such matters. By the heavens, how have you honed this skill so proficiently? It seems you have ample experience. Relax, I merely wish to converse with you. There are no ulterior motives. Besides, if I were to abduct someone, it would be someone lacking intelligence, not you. Zhao Qingtian jested. Finding some merit in his reasoning, Jiang Parker pondered for a moment, sighed, and then seated himself on a sofa 5 meters away from Zhao Qingtian. Speak, what is it you wish to discuss? Could you not move a little closer? At this distance, how can we have a proper conversation? Observing Jiang Parker, who was a mere 5 meters away, Zhao Qingtian's lips twitched in irritation. Are we going to chat or not? If you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave. I was just about to engage in ranked matches, he remarked. Jiang Parker furrowed his brows, taken aback by the peculiar eagerness of someone seeking another's trivial matters. You still engage in ranked matches while attending school? He pondered inwardly. However, Zhao Qingtian hastily interjected. Let us talk. Look at your impatience. With that, he settled onto the nearby sofa. I came here to inquire why you chose to become a superhero, Zhao Qingtian said, his expression turning serious. You already know the reason, don't you? Jiang Parker replied, puzzled. No, I don't believe that mere 2 reasons could compel you to resolutely embrace the role of a superhero. Shaking his head, he gazed at Jiang Parker, his eyes brimming with intense curiosity. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Parker fell into silence as memories of Uncle Ben flooded his mind. Recalling the words he imparted before his demise, Peter, I am aware of your extraordinary abilities. Therefore, I hope you use this power to assist those in need. Remember, greater power entails greater responsibility. Just as he was lost in thought, Zhao Qingtian's voice broke through the reverie. Hey, kid, what are you daydreaming about? It wouldn't be a certain girl, would it? With a knowing expression, he patted Jiang Parker on the shoulder, adding with earnestness, listen, if you have a girl you like, muster the courage to pursue her. Don't wait for her to make the first move, or you may end up suffering greatly. Get lost, Jiang Parker retorted, shoving Zhao Qingtian's hand away and rolling his eyes. I was merely joking. No need to be so angry, Zhao Qingtian chuckled, his face reflecting the demeanor of a mischievous uncle who had just teased 2 young men. All right, enough with the jesting. So, enlighten me. What is it that inspires you to pursue the path of an unnamed hero? Zhao Qingtian resumed his serious demeanor. Although internally exasperated by Zhao Qingtian's swift change of expression, Jiang Parker sighed and began to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 49. The calamity. 3 years later, with his hands resting on his thighs, fidgeting incessantly, Jiang Parker spoke to Zhao Qingtian, who sat before him. I was once an ordinary person, but half a month ago, I discovered that I possessed extraordinary abilities. If one has such power yet remains inactive, then any misfortune that befalls others is ultimately one's own responsibility. Upon hearing Jiang Parker's words, even Zhao Qingtian was taken aback. He could hardly believe that such sentiments could emanate from an 18-year-old. After scrutinizing Jiang Parker for a prolonged moment, Zhao Qingtian finally spoke. So you aspire to be an anonymous hero, aiding the weak? Indeed. It is not only the weak I wish to protect, but also my family. They are my driving force, and I cannot afford to lose another, Jiang Parker replied, his expression remarkably serene, akin to a still pond. Child, I understand you still bear guilt for your father's fate, yet I believe he would not wish to see you transformed into the shadow of yourself. Perhaps you can start anew and refrain from dwelling in the past, Zhao Qingtian offered, attempting to console him. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Parker chose not to pursue this line of conversation and instead inquired, So, do not tell me your sole purpose for being here today is this? Certainly not. Zhao Qingtian quickly denied. My purpose today is quite straightforward. I wish to recruit you into our team. I believe that a talent such as yours, if left to develop in solitude, will encounter a tumultuous path ahead. Hence, to prevent your gifts from going to waste, I hope you will consider my proposal. As expected, Upon hearing Zhao Qingtian's words, Jiang Parker thought to himself that he had suspected Zhao would not simply relinquish the opportunity. It was clear he had been waiting here for him. I'm sorry, but before Jiang Parker could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhao Qingtian. Hold your rejection for a moment. Allow me to elaborate on the overarching narrative. Zhao Qingtian interjected, not granting Jiang Parker a chance to respond. You are likely already aware of the classifications of otherworldly beings and the levels of those endowed with abilities, so I shall not dwell on that. However, what I am about to share is undoubtedly of interest to you. A century ago, the cosmic demon descended for the first time, introducing minor upheavals to an otherwise peaceful world, leading to the emergence of those with extraordinary abilities and otherworldly beings. Over the past century, otherworldly beings have been nearly annihilated by those with powers, yet remnants still exist, quietly consolidating their strength. The powers that remain have suffered significant losses, and those who are left have been engaged in a covert struggle against the remaining otherworldly beings, though it has yet to be brought to light. However, half a month ago, the cosmic demon returned. Unlike the previous minor alterations, this time the spiritual energy of the entire blue planet has been utterly revitalized, resulting in monumental changes across the oceans, land, and sky. Do you recall the two-tailed cat demon you vanquished a few days ago? He is among the first evolved beings. And as time progresses, with the continuous release of spiritual energy, such extraordinary races will continually emerge, and so will those endowed with special abilities. Listening to Zhao Qingtian's explanation, Jiang Parker nodded. It was similar to what his father had told him, albeit more detailed. His father must have been quite anxious when recording the video for him. He couldn't help but wonder what had made his father so agitated at that moment. Could it have been an urgent need to relieve himself? Quite a possibility, indeed. While he pondered this internally, Jiang Parker outwardly inquired, so, as time goes on, will ultimately all animals in the world transform into extraordinary races, and humanity become a collective of individuals with special abilities? Theoretically, yes, but we may not reach that point. Nodding, Zhao Qingtian regarded Jiang Parker with an expression of a teachable youth. Ignoring him, Jiang Parker, somewhat bewildered, asked, "What do you mean by we may not reach that point? Is something else expected to happen in the meantime?" When it came to the crux of the matter, Zhao Qingtian's expression grew serious once more. Indeed, among the earliest pioneers of special abilities on Blue Star, there exists an elder who has awakened prophetic powers. He is now 150 years old. Just a few days ago, he prophesied that 3 years hence, the cosmic demon god will descend once more. Unlike the previous 2 occasions, this time he will personally invade the entire Blue Star. Therefore, the upcoming National Martial Arts Examination. Jiang Parker thought of something, yet he did not articulate his entire thought. Zhao Qingtian understood Jiang Parker's implication and nodded in affirmation. Precisely as you surmised. The National Martial Arts Examination aims to gather all those who have awakened special abilities across the globe, to train them in preparation for the impending invasion by the demon god in 3 years, regardless of age, be it child or elder. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Parker hadn't anticipated the urgency of the timeline. Indeed, regardless of age, anyone who awakens must undergo training. I realize this may seem harsh, yet it is for the future of humanity. Without such measures, we would be defeated by the demon god in 3 years. Zhao Qingtian nodded, a grave expression in his eyes. Jiang Parker fell into silence. These matters had not been addressed in the video left by Jiang Ling, likely due to their recent developments. He truly had not expected that in his past life, he fought alongside the Avengers against extraterrestrial races, and in this life, he would contend with deities. Thus, the question arises, what substance constitutes a deity? Are they truly human? Observing Jiang Parker's silence, Zhao Qingtian hesitated for a moment before continuing. This is why I wish for you to join us. Compared to navigating this journey alone, our training can facilitate your growth and enable you to become a true hero. Nodding, Jiang Parker suddenly recalled something and asked, so, how exactly are these special abilities born? And how can one achieve their evolution? The emergence of extraordinary abilities can be elucidated quite clearly. Do you recall the moment when the red shockwave enveloped the entire world upon the arrival of the demon? Indeed. Jiang Parker nodded. According to the current global research, that shockwave was, in fact, a form of unconventional radiation. As it shrouded the planet, it infected all living beings, leaving a certain energy within their bodies, catalyzed by spiritual power. However, due to the unique constitution of each individual, the rate of this catalysis varies, some awakening swiftly, while others take longer. Yet, given sufficient time, awakening is inevitable. For this ability to evolve, one must utilize special methods to rapidly absorb external spiritual power into the body, transforming it into a unique energy capable of facilitating the evolution of spiritual power. Nevertheless, owing to the differing physiques and talents among individuals, it stands to reason that the more potent the awakened ability, the greater the innate talent of the individual. Nodding in understanding, Jiang Parker acknowledged the thoroughness of Zhao Qingtian's explanation. Even someone as simple-minded as Lu Mo could grasp it, let alone himself. At that moment, A thought crossed his mind. Could his spider abilities undergo evolution? Logically speaking, his powers were a result of being bitten by a radioactive spider in his previous life, altering his genes, and merely carried over to this existence. Thus, they should not fall within the realm of extraordinary abilities. Contemplating this, he felt somewhat troubled. While he currently possessed the strength to deliver punches of 50 tons and kicks of 60 tons, rendering him nearly invincible in the early stages, what about later on? According to the narratives within novels, even a golden core cultivator can dominate in the initial phases, yet in the later stages, the scene shifts dramatically to an abundance of ascended beings, with transformation being rendered insignificant. Although he could sense that his abilities had yet to reach their ultimate evolution, the maximum he could achieve would be around 100 tons. He could contend with minor extraterrestrial beings, but facing divine entities later on would not be as certain. What then should he do? If his abilities cannot be enhanced, he certainly could not resort to engineering another radioactive spider to grant him another bite for a potential buff. Could he? Yet, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Chapter 50. Have you made up your mind? As if sensing the thought swirling within Jiang Parker's heart, Zhao Chengtian chuckled and remarked, if you wish to ascertain your current qualifications and level, I possess a method to assist you. However, well, you understand. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Parker felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, his expression turning cautious as he fixed a wary gaze on Zhao Chengtian. Finally, he warned, perverted uncle, do not blame me for cautioning you. Do not entertain any improper thoughts, for I do have hemorrhoids. In truth, he did not, but he merely sought to dispel Zhao Chengtian's notions. Upon listening to Jiang Parker's words, Zhao Chengtian, having endured much, instantly comprehended, and his countenance darkened as he retorted, get lost. I have no interest in you. Why is it that all these children are the future flowers of our nation, yet you are the only one that is yellow? Is this what comprises the minds of contemporary male high school students, filled solely with crude thoughts? Relieved by Zhao Chengtian's apparent disinterest, Jiang Parker could finally exhale. Albeit inwardly he criticized, how can this perverted uncle speak so oddly, leading one to think in such a negative direction? After a brief pause, he inquired, so, what do you expect me to offer in return? Before Zhao Chengtian could finish his sentence, Jiang Parker interrupted, aside from my joining you, I need to ponder this matter further. How dull, Zhao Chengtian thought, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon, perplexed by how this little rascal could predict his intentions. Yet, eager to assess Jiang Parker's qualifications, he pressed on, rest assured, do I strike you as someone who would force others? Not at all. You are precisely the type. Jiang Parker replied with utmost seriousness. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chengtian felt as though a dagger had been thrust into his heart, causing him immense pain. His complexion darkened, resembling a miner emerging from a coal mine, his entire body covered in soot save for his face. Kid, have I ever told you that you possess a way with words? Yes. Who? My son. Zhao Chengtian was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Jiang Parker. At 41 years of age, he was a proud member of a noble single lineage, while Jiang Parker, astonishingly, already had a child. Is life truly so unfair? Does being handsome grant one carte blanche? I am not lacking in looks either. I am the Wu Yinzu of Jiang City. Realizing that Zhao Chengtian was overthinking, Jiang Parker regarded him with a look of skepticism, his tone laced with disbelief. Perverted uncle. Do not call me perverted uncle. Refer to me as Brother Zhao. I am only 41 years old, and do not even have children. Zhao Chengtian gritted his teeth, vexed that this impudent youth had bestowed upon him a title so utterly incongruent with his character. Oh, perverted brother, Jiang Parker replied innocently. His thoughts were quite straightforward. Zhao Chengtian merely rejected the title uncle, without contesting the label of pervert. So why did he retract his statement? You widened your eyes, pointing at Jiang Parker, observing his innocent demeanor. Ultimately, Zhao Chengtian could only let out a resigned sigh. Very well, do as you please. What do you wish to say? Oh, what I mean to convey is that the title brother you cling to has long since evolved. Are you not aware that nowadays, son is predominantly used among friends rather than by parents addressing their children? Jiang Parker stated candidly. Zhao Chengtian was taken aback, pondering whether he truly had become outdated, unable to keep pace with contemporary trends. Perhaps the younger generation indulged too extravagantly, unable to fathom it. Zhao Chengtian decided to abandon that line of thought and resume their previous conversation. My terms are simple. Provide me with 100 yuan, and I shall assist you. Isn't that quite a bargain? Just as he anticipated Jiang Parker's agreement, he witnessed the latter retrieving his phone and placing it to his ear. Hello, is this the police? I've encountered a perverted uncle who demands 100 yuan from me. What should I do? Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhao Chengtian's face froze instantaneously, and in the next moment, he grew anxious. No, child, not 100. Can we settle for 1 yuan? That's the lowest I can go. I must benefit somewhat, you see. Hesitating for scarcely a second, Jiang Parker nodded. All right. A single yuan was still within his means. Seeing Jiang Parker acquiesce, Zhao Qingtian finally exhaled in relief. Though it was merely a yuan, it still held value, enough to purchase a lollipop from a nearby shop after school. Not a complete loss in business, after all. Now, could you please hang up that phone? Zhao Qingtian implored, gazing at the still raised phone in Jiang Parker's hand. His expression morose. How could he, Zhao Qingtian, a true man, be played like a fool by an 18-year-old child? Oh, all right, Jiang Parker replied obediently, promptly stowing his phone away. In truth, he had no intention of calling the police. After all, if he were to abruptly hang up mid-report, the authorities might suspect him of filing a false report or assume he had been discovered by some perverted uncle. Within 5 minutes, a cadre of honorable officers would burst through the door to apprehend the so-called perverted uncle beside him. I must ask, can't you extend a modicum of trust in our dealings? If you found the price disagreeable, why not simply voice your concerns? Surely, I would negotiate. There would be no need to resort to calling the police, Zhao Qingtian lamented, casting a mournful gaze at Jiang Parker, akin to a disgruntled wife who, after 5 years of marriage, finds herself in the nuptial chamber for the first time, exuding an aura of frustration. Without uttering a word, Jiang Parker retrieved a single yuan he had found on the street earlier that morning and placed it into Zhao Qingtian's hand. Now, please expound on how to proceed with the testing. I am pressed for time. Do you really think a single yuan can suffice? Although it might sound trivial. Zhao Qingtian cherished that 1 yuan, pocketing it with utmost care. He then retrieved a glass orb from his bag, significantly larger than the marbles children typically play with. Holding the orb before Jiang Parker, Zhao Qingtian elucidated, this is a crystal detector, a forbidden artifact crafted by a master 80 years ago. Merely holding it can awaken latent abilities in those on the brink of such an awakening, and it also allows you to assess the level and potential of one's powers. As you are aware, the ability levels range from F to SSS, encompassing a total of 9 classifications. This grading system is primarily determined by evaluating the potential for awakening abilities and their destructive power. Conversely, the talent levels differ from ability levels, consisting of only 6 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, red, and the exceedingly rare orange. Upon hearing this, Jiang Parker's eyelids flickered. The classification of talent levels seemed strangely familiar. Did the ancients indulge in online gaming as well? But let us not dwell on such trivialities. Listen closely to what follows. Understanding Jiang Parker's thoughts, for Zhao Qingtian had once entertained similar musings. He nodded in acknowledgement and continued. Talent does not demand excessive expectations. Most ability wielders, with sufficient effort, can at least attain E level. Statistically, there is currently but one individual worldwide who has reached SSS level, while the majority stagnate upon reaching a level. Unless propelled by extraordinary circumstances or opportunities, yet such occurrences are elusive, with a probability of less than 1%. As long as one can awaken their abilities, regardless of their talent, they will gain access to the secret methods of cultivation. That encapsulates the essence of the matter, however. I must caution you, when using this crystal orb, some individuals may confront visions of the very people or things they most fear. If one can traverse this challenge, their future potential is immeasurable, yet, should they falter, they will remain an ordinary person. Have you made your decision? Chapter 51. An unexpected turn of events. Have you made up your mind? Zhao Qingtian inquired solemnly, gazing intently at Jiang Parker before him. What do you think? You've already accepted my payment. How can you possibly back out now? Jiang Parker replied with a smile, his tone devoid of any trepidation. He did not believe that his fortune would stoop so low as to align him with certain individuals. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall not say much more. After all, you have awakened your abilities, and nothing should go awry. With that, Zhao Qingtian handed the crystal ball over to Jiang Parker. Curiously, Jiang Parker took the crystal ball into his hands, playing with it as he inquired, Hey, eccentric uncle, how does one use this thing? At the mention of that infuriating moniker, a vein throbbed on Zhao Qingtian's forehead. He thought to himself that if he were not concerned about his ability to outmatch this impudent youth, he would have kicked him out long ago. Place it in the palm of your right hand, close your eyes, and attempt to communicate with it using your mind. Just clear your thoughts and refrain from indulging in any nonsensical distractions, he instructed, particularly mindful of avoiding any inappropriate thoughts. Though he kept this sentiment to himself, he was confident that Jiang Parker was astute enough not to be a fool. Oh, understood. Nodding obediently, Jiang Parker contemplated the crystal ball, pondering how much he could sell it for if he were to take it away. He also wondered if he would meet his demise at Zhao Qingtian's hands should he accidentally break it. As he mused silently, Zhao Qingtian's voice broke through once more. I advise you not to overthink it. A single detection crystal costs 50 million. Even if you sold every part of your body, you would not be able to cover the cost. Is it really that inexpensive? Upon hearing the price, Jiang Parker felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. 50 million? That's trivial. Even if I broke it, it would not matter. My father left me a pseudo-inheritance that would allow me to purchase 1,000 or 1,800 of these, with plenty to spare. At that moment, Jiang Parker finally grasped the true essence of having a wealthy father. It felt utterly exhilarating. If Zhao Chitian had the ability to read minds, he would have certainly throttled Jiang Parker upon hearing his thoughts. You wouldn't spare $100 for me. Yet you're so generous when it comes to buying a detection crystal. Without further words, Jiang Parker placed the crystal ball in the palm of his right hand, closed his eyes, and began to attempt communication with the object. Though he considered such things to be contrary to materialism, having invested a single penny, he felt he could not afford to incur a loss. Meanwhile, Zhao Chitian observed Jiang Parker's state in silence. Soon enough, he witnessed the crystal ball in Jiang Parker's grasp begin to emit a faint white light, which shifted to green, then blue, and purple, eventually hinting at a slight red hue. Seeing the crystal ball glowing with a subtle red light, Zhao Chitian's expression turned to one of excitement. Although he was aware of Jiang Parker's considerable talent, he had not anticipated it to be this remarkable. After all, a pale red color was noteworthy. Their team leader was merely at a deep red level and was hailed as a genius, with a future deemed immeasurable. As he observed the situation, it seemed there was still potential for deeper exploration. Upon realizing this, Zhao Qingtian's grin resembled that of a simpleton. If he could recruit this prodigy into his team, his salary for the month would surely increase. This thought sparked a flicker of excitement within him. However, as Zhao Qingtian indulged in his fanciful musings, he noticed that Jiang Parker, who had previously worn a tranquil expression, now furrowed his brow, his muscles taut as if he had encountered something ominous. The smile on Zhao Qingtian's face instantly faded. He hastily approached Jiang Parker and gently shook his arm, whispering urgently, "Hey, wake up, wake up." Yet, there was no response. At that moment, Jiang Parker resembled a patient who had not slept for a month. Finally succumbing to slumber after being administered 5 sleeping pills by a doctor, no amount of calling could rouse him, as if he were in a deep and unshakable sleep. This was troubling. Seeing the scene before him, Zhao Qingtian felt a wave of unease wash over him. He truly had not anticipated that Jiang Parker would fall victim to such misfortune. He had hit the 1 in a million chance. "Please, don't let anything happen to you, or I may very well be doomed," he murmured, gazing at Jiang Parker, who sat rigidly on the sofa. If he were to be the cause of a genius becoming a failure, his beloved captain would undoubtedly treat him like a mere tuna. In Jiang Parker's hand, the crystal ball continued to pulse with a crimson glow, indicating a deepening hue, yet no one noticed. At that moment, Jiang Parker, clutching the crystal ball, felt his consciousness sink. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. His school uniform had vanished, replaced by a suit of thunderous armor. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, even activating his night vision goggles yielded no clarity. Attempts to communicate with Karen proved futile. It was as if their connection had severed. And no matter how he tapped, there was no response. Estimating the situation, Jiang Parker surmised that he was likely not in the real world, but rather in a so-called spiritual realm. Silence enveloped him, and the oppressive darkness obscured all sight. He could not even feel his own body. His limbs, this sensation was akin to dreaming. The silence was palpable. The closed environment and endless blackness created an atmosphere so stifling it was difficult to breathe. The spider senses remained unresponsive. Had they also disconnected? He tapped his forehead, producing a series of crisp sounds. "Hey, is this thing still operational?" Still, there was no reply. After a few more taps, his head began to throb, prompting Jiang Parker to cease the action. Assessing his surroundings, he pondered for a protracted moment before deciding that standing idly served no purpose. Resolute, he took a step forward. With intention, he moved, and a clear sound echoed. Oh, quite resonant. He took another couple of steps, producing the same crisp sounds. Tap, tap. "Hey, don't sleep. This is rather amusing." Intrigued, Jiang Parker seized the opportunity to engage in an activity he had long contemplated but never had the chance to pursue, breaking into a dance. In that enigmatic space, a striking figure clad in vibrant hues of red and blue emerged, incongruous against the surrounding darkness. He executed grand pirouettes, followed by a sudden backflip, reveling in the sheer joy of movement. However, after an indeterminate period of exuberance, the realization dawned upon him that he was not merely there to conquer his social fears, but rather to uncover the path back home. Resolute in his decision to cease this frivolous distraction, Jiang Parker resumed his forward journey. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed incessantly in his ears. Initially, the cadence was rather pleasing, yet as time wore on, it began to grate on his nerves. A troubling thought crossed his mind. The footsteps seemed perpetually out of sync with his own. To borrow a phrase from his former music teacher, it was akin to a rogue element marring the harmony. Furrowing his brow, he crouched down and gently tapped the opaque floor. Addressing the unseen presence sternly, "I'm not criticizing you, but can you please keep up with the rhythm? If I had pursued music, I would have dealt with you accordingly." Silence reigned, and no response met his challenge. After a prolonged stare into the void, the absence of any living entity addressing him prompted Jiang Parker to slump his shoulders in resignation. Well, it seems I've indulged in too many video games. How could I expect a specter to leap out from the floor and startle me? Assured that no danger lurked, he continued onward, unaware that in the depths of darkness, a pair of eyes was keenly observing him. As he pressed on, uncertain of the distance covered, a sudden jolt coursed through his mind, triggering his spider sense. Spider sense. His pupils constricted sharply, muscles tensed, and he adopted a defensive posture. Chapter 52. Farewell, Uncle Ben. The spider sense alerted me to a looming threat. As the warning reverberated through him, Peter Parker began to survey his surroundings. Should he move left, right, or downward? Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the atmosphere behind him. Peter. His pupils dilated as he turned around sharply, only to behold a house etched deeply in his memory. It was a quaint, white two-story home, and at that moment, the door swung open, revealing a figure he recognized all too well. Upon seeing this person, Peter's once steadfast heart began to falter. The figure before him was none other than Uncle Ben, the man who had once placed unwavering trust in him, only for Peter to ultimately betray that trust. Uncle Ben, gradually retreating, disbelief filled Peter's eyes. Uncle Ben, meanwhile, approached him, his serious demeanor giving way to a warm smile. How have you been, Peter? Hearing that familiar tone, Peter instinctively moved closer. They embraced, and as Uncle Ben held him, he gently removed the mask from Peter's face, gazing at the remnants of youthful innocence that still lingered. You've endured so much over the years. Uncle Ben, I am truly overjoyed to see you again. Feeling the warmth of Uncle Ben's presence, Peter relaxed completely. At that moment, he was no longer the youthful hero Spider-Man, but simply an ordinary boy, Peter Parker. As they parted, Peter looked at the familiar visage of Uncle Ben. Though he understood that this was an illusion, his mind struggled to accept it. Uncle Ben, I'm so sorry. Aunt May. He hung his head, resembling a child awaiting punishment for a transgression. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a warm touch atop his head, Uncle Ben's hand. Peter, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Besides, haven't you given it your all? Looking at Peter, Uncle Ben spoke gently. I am so glad to see you grown. Now, could you grant me one wish? Without hesitation, Peter replied, his dark eyes shimmering with resolve. Of course. A smile graced Uncle Ben's lips upon hearing Peter's response. Then, Peter, I wish for you to return to being an ordinary high school student, rather than the youthful hero Spider-Man. What? Peter was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that this was Uncle Ben's wish. What's wrong, Peter? Is that not acceptable? Did you not promise to fulfill any wish of mine? Uncle Ben said with a playful smile as he observed Peter's stunned expression. I lowered my head, my fists clenched tightly at my sides, as Uncle Ben's eyes shimmered with an overwhelming sense of hesitation. On one side stood the man who had nurtured me since childhood, not my biological father, yet undeniably the finest father figure one could wish for. On the other loomed an endless burden of responsibility. Both were irreplaceable aspects of my life, rendering me indecisive in this moment. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben continued to stoke the flames of doubt. Peter, I know you never truly aspired to be a superhero. The mask you wear is merely a means to fill the void in your heart by aiding the vulnerable. Understand this. You are not cut out to be a hero. Your actions could bring harm to others as well as to yourself. You could lead a fulfilling life, so why choose this extraordinary path to become an anonymous hero? The amazing Spider-Man? The extraordinary are those who possess abilities that transcend the ordinary, encompassing not merely strength but also spirit. When calamity strikes, it is the extraordinary spirit that serves as humanity's foremost weapon against peril. Yet you, Peter Parker, though endowed with remarkable power, lack the extraordinary will. Deep within, you remain that timid child who, bullied and powerless, could only watch as others confined him to a locker. You assist the weak, yet gratitude eludes you, replaced instead by an unending tide of malice. As he spoke, a familiar television screen appeared before me, displaying the Daily Bugle, where the ever-familiar visage of J. Jonah Jameson relentlessly disseminated anti-Spider-Man rhetoric. I know you're out there, you wall-crawling menace. Every New Yorker has the duty to report the whereabouts of these masked aberrations. As long as I, Jonah Jameson, remain the CEO of the Daily Bugle, I will ensure that Spider-Man feels the full brunt of New York's disdain. Oh no. Not again, Jonah Bigmouth. I covered my ears, attempting to shield myself from the cacophony of his voice. In that moment, lost in thought, I found myself on a street, surrounded by a familiar landscape. Was this not New York? Just as I pondered how I had returned, I noticed the passers-by casting furious glances in my direction. Look, it's that wall-crawling menace. Get him out of here, shouted one, hurling a rotten egg at me. Hey, folks, I think there has been a misunderstanding. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, not some wall-crawling monster. Yet, the moment the words left my lips, I only incited greater ire among the citizens of New York. Suddenly, a barrage of rotten tomatoes, used cucumbers, eggplants, eggs, and vegetable scraps rained down upon me. No. What are you doing? I raised my hands defensively, trying to shield myself from the onslaught. Disbelief etched across my features. Just then, Uncle Ben's voice echoed once more. Peter, have you perceived that, regardless of your actions, this group will always regard you as an outsider? They cheer for you upon your salvation, yet when you falter, they greet you with ceaseless wrath and indignation. There has never existed a youthful hero like Spider-Man. Rather, there is merely a boy who, through an accidental spider bite, has acquired extraordinary powers and seeks to alleviate his own suffering. I do not wish to discourage you, but these are the undeniable truths. Peter, no matter how mature you appear, you remain but a child. The world's ugliness is not a burden for one so young to bear. If your intentions are truly for my benefit, and indeed for your own, then heed my counsel. Relinquish your current identity and return to being an ordinary high school youth. You are not exceptional. You are merely an ordinary individual who has inadvertently gained superhuman abilities. While you may seem mature, your heart is still akin to that of your peers, yearning for loving parents, a fulfilling career that inspires pride, respect from others, companionship, and a joyful life. Now, the opportunity to embrace this notion has arisen. If you are willing to forsake the mantle of Spider-Man and rely on your innate talents, all that you desire can be yours. You shall transform into a victor of life, possessing everything you seek. So, what holds you back? Gazing upon Uncle Ben, his eyes still radiated that unwavering kindness, as if everything was truly for Peter's consideration. Enough. With his hands clasped atop his head, Peter crouched, his voice heavy with despair, filled with an overwhelming sense of confusion. He found himself at a loss, unable to discern his path forward. At that moment, the future appeared shrouded in ambiguity, as if veiled by a mysterious shroud. Peter, what are you still hesitating for? You are not super. You are not a hero. You are simply an ordinary individual. An 18-year-old with a promising future. Why sacrifice your life for those who do not matter? Uncle Ben's tone was laced with frustration. Stop talking. Unable to contain himself any longer, Peter shouted. Instantly, the space fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Chapter 53. I am just your friendly neighbor, Spider-Man. At this moment, the realm of the mind lay shrouded in silence. Enough. There is no more to be said. Raising his gaze to the figure of Uncle Ben before him, Jiang Parker's dark eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire, radiating brilliance. You are not my Uncle Ben. My Uncle Ben would never douse my spirit with cold water or urge me to relinquish my aspirations. He respected my choices and once imparted to me the wisdom that with great power comes great responsibility. You do not comprehend Uncle Ben, nor do you truly understand me. Did you genuinely believe that this is the secret I have harbored in my heart? Though I once succumbed to cowardice and was unable to save my uncle's life, I think of him incessantly, yet it is not as you perceive. Upon hearing these words, a look of astonishment crossed Uncle Ben's face, maintaining his calm demeanor. Jiang Parker continued, I bear full responsibility for what transpired in his life, and I have transformed this burden into a unique emotion that fuels my resolve as Spider-Man. The surroundings shifted continuously. The New Yorkers who once cast malevolence upon Jiang Parker disintegrated into ash. The familiar streets of New York vanished, returning to the oppressive darkness of before. Loneliness, despair, and pain converged into invisible hands that incessantly dragged at Jiang Parker's being, as if seeking to devour him whole. Yet, he remained unperturbed, standing resolutely in place, his expression unwavering against the onslaught of negativity. In truth, I nearly heeded your words at the outset. I have pondered whether to return to an ordinary existence, to forsake my identity as a superhero. A person like me cannot be a hero. Do I possess the capacity to embody heroism? I am but a child. Do I truly possess the qualities of a hero? As he stepped back, the environment around him shifted. He now stood atop a towering edifice, overlooking a city in utter chaos. Monsters and criminals rampaged, while ordinary citizens fled in terror, cries for help echoing in their wake. Gazing across the tumultuous cityscape, Jiang Parker felt no hint of retreat. Only unwavering determination filled his eyes. It has dawned on me that I have never truly contemplated the notion of being a superhero. As you have stated, I am merely an ordinary individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, in times of turmoil, there are no heroes descending from the heavens. Only mortals who cling to hope and aspire to save the world. They tread through thorns and peril, inching towards the so-called realm of heroism. Indeed, this world harbors much ugliness, and the path ahead remains shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, if I were to halt my journey here, how could I ever discern what lies ahead? The path I have chosen, no matter how arduous, shall be traversed to its conclusion, even if I must do so on my knees. I harbor no grand ambitions, nor have I ever fantasized about obtaining anyone's approval. My desire is simple, to lead a life of tranquility. I have experienced confusion numerous times, yet in the end, I have always managed to rekindle that heroic spirit within me. I am exceedingly ordinary, perhaps the most mundane of individuals, and fate has continually toyed with me, allowing me to empathize with the struggles of the common folk. The accolades they toil a lifetime to earn pale in comparison to those effortlessly bestowed upon the privileged born into wealth. They curse the injustice of fate, yet persist in their endeavors for survival. While I cannot alter their circumstances, I can strive to assist them to the best of my ability during their times of distress. This is my duty. I have never been a hero. I am merely an ordinary person endowed with extraordinary abilities. All I desire is to utilize my powers to aid more individuals. I am not the superhero Spider-Man. I am simply your friendly neighbor. Listening to the words of Peter Parker, Uncle Ben's face gradually illuminated with a smile. He approached Peter, handing him the Spider-Man mask. Peter, no, Jiang Parker. I am proud of you. It seems you have not forgotten my teachings. With great power comes great responsibility, he said with a smile. In that moment, Peter swiftly donned the mask. Go, Parker, do what you must. Yes, Uncle Ben, I will miss you. Turning away, he gazed down at the unfolding scenes below, his eyes narrowing with resolve. I will miss you too, Parker, Uncle Ben replied, and in the next instant, he transformed into ashes, vanishing from the rooftop. After a considerable time, Peter realized he had yet to return, feeling a twinge of confusion. Wait, why am I still here? Just as he pondered this, his spider sense tingled. His body jolted, and without hesitation, he executed a backflip, leaping 5 meters away. As he raised his head, he spotted a figure that had mysteriously appeared in this space. The newcomer was shrouded in darkness, obscuring their features, as if enveloped in a mysterious veil. Hey, buddy, from which corner of the world did you emerge? Peter stood tall, greeting the figure politely. Yet, the stranger remained unresponsive, standing as still as a statue. Puzzled, Peter considered whether to inscribe his name upon this statue when the figure finally spoke. Spider-Man, despair will ultimately consume you. Everything you do will be in vain. Malicious hands will pull you into an unfathomable abyss. Humanity is greedy. Do not attempt to save them, for in the end, only you will be hurt. The sole path to altering all of this is to resolve it at its source. Remove your suit and return to being an ordinary person. Huh? Another one trying to counsel me? The author surely must be at a loss for words, resorting to such antics merely to fill the page, one might think. With hands placed firmly on his hips, Jiang Parker addressed the man before him, a man of African descent. Brother, you speak the truth. However, I must decline. By the way, what is the source of your darkness, your skin, or some extraordinary effect? The man remained unperturbed, continuing to speak as if Jiang Parker had not uttered a word. Life and death rest within your choices. The truth of the world's transformation is but a consequence of cause and effect. Those who want not to exist in this realm find themselves here, in the world. In its quest for balance, will inevitably make adjustments. Cause and effect? Those who should not appear in this world? Jiang Parker pondered, momentarily disoriented by the weight of this revelation. He felt as though his mind was buzzing, a peculiar sensation prickling at his scalp. Perhaps he was beginning to comprehend the complexities of existence. Observing Jiang Parker's deep contemplation, the man continued, Spider-Man, all choices lie within your grasp. However, I must caution you to act swiftly. Otherwise, you may find yourself filled with regret, losing everything you hold dear. With those words, the man's form slowly transformed into a dark liquid, sinking into the unfathomable abyss. Hey, what do you mean by that? Can you please clarify? Jiang Parker, eager to detain the man for further explanation, attempted to approach him. Yet, resolute in his decision, the man eluded Jiang Parker's grasp, the dark liquid dissipating with an increasing swiftness. By the time Jiang Parker reached his side, the man had vanished entirely. Damn it, Riddlemaker, get out of Jiang City. Jiang Parker lamented, his expression one of exasperation. There are two types of individuals universally despised, those who leave their sentences unfinished, and those who speak in such a convoluted manner that they become enigmas. Crouching and striking the dark ground, Jiang Parker called out repeatedly, Brother, are you there? Please respond. Please respond. After calling for an extended period without a reply, his frustration boiled over, and he struck the ground with a heavy fist. Crack. The sound of shattering glass echoed ominously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his compound eyes widened in alarm. Surely, I want to be held accountable for this. In the next instant, the surrounding space shattered, and the ground beneath him gave way, sending Jiang Parker plummeting downward. Oh. Chapter 54. I aim to be the beacon that illuminates the night at this moment, observing the seemingly unresponsive Jiang Parker before him. Zhao Chitian felt an increasing sense of panic. The multitude of cigarette butts collected in the ashtray spoke volumes about his anxiety. Just as he contemplated whether to call for help, he noticed a peculiar transformation occurring within the crystal ball held by Jiang Parker. The deep crimson hue had vanished, replaced instead by a striking orange. Goodness, orange. Zhao Chitian gasped, nearly speechless, as if he had been struck blind. Historically, only 3 individuals had ever attained a 6th-tier talent, each subsequently becoming a veritable paragon of human strength. The orange emanating from Jiang Parker indicated that perhaps he was destined to become one of humanity's mightiest champions. Yet, amidst this revelation, Zhao Chitian detected an anomaly. Why did this orange appear so yellow? No, it was more akin to gold. He then observed Jiang Parker, who had initially been furrowing his brow, slowly relaxing his expression, his eyelids fluttering before suddenly snapping open. As he did so, the golden light emanating from the crystal ball surged dramatically, casting a delicate golden sheen over the entire office. In a state of shock, Zhao Tritian resembled a lovesick youth, his dark eyes reflecting nothing but the image of Jiang Parker. Throughout his life, he had never heard of anyone possessing a golden talent. According to the game's lore, such a hue could only signify a legendary status. The golden light enveloped the youth, illuminating his own dark eyes to resemble molten gold, much like a deity descended from the heavens. Yet, this godlike figure wore an expression of bewilderment, gazing at the dazzling crystal ball radiating golden light. And then turning to Zhao Tritian, Jiang Parker finally spoke after a long silence. Strange uncle, why is mine golden? Did you mistakenly give me the wrong item? At these words, the astonishment on Zhao Tritian's face solidified into disbelief, only to be followed by a profound sense of disappointment. He had intended to praise the young man for his imperial potential, but now it seemed wiser to refrain. Rubbing his temples, he found himself still reeling from the brilliance of that golden light. Initially, he had believed that orange talent represented the pinnacle. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. After a lengthy appraisal of the composed Jiang Parker, Zhao Tritian finally inquired, "What did you see just now?" "What?" Jiang Parker replied, perplexed, internally lamenting the inability of his companions to communicate clearly, as if they relished in riddles. "I mean, when you were interacting with the detection crystal, did you find yourself in an unfamiliar space? What did you observe there?" Zhao Tritian reiterated, this time with greater clarity. "Oh, I see. It's nothing much, really. I was just subjected to an outpouring from an old acquaintance. Please do not misunderstand. It was merely a verbal exchange. Then I found myself scorned by society. Ultimately, I bore the weight of this pressure and donned my mask once more." "Is that all?" Zhao Tritian inquired with skepticism, feeling as though Jiang Parker was concealing something. "Is that it? What more do you expect from me?" Jiang Parker shrugged nonchalantly, though internally he was in a state of turmoil. He refrained from mentioning the incident involving the black man, as even he was uncertain of the man's intentions and the meaning behind his words. "Oh," nodding slightly, Zhao Tritian chose not to press further. "By the way, you peculiar old man, what is the nature of this golden talent of mine? Surely it cannot be a result of your crystal ball being outdated. Perhaps the bulb is malfunctioning?" Knowing that excessive words could lead to missteps, Jiang Parker deftly shifted the topic. "Get lost. Even if you were to kick the bucket, this detection crystal could not possibly fail." Zhao Tritian shot Jiang Parker an incredulous glance and shook his head in confusion. "To be honest, I have yet to comprehend the origin of this golden light. Historically in Blue Star, the highest talent observed has been orange. Yours is truly a rarity." His lips twitched, as Jiang Parker felt a peculiar sensation that the man before him was indirectly insulting him. Dismissing it, he proceeded to voice his most pressing concern. "Peculiar old man, do I possess any supernatural abilities? And what level am I currently at?" A vein pulsed on his forehead as Zhao Tritian yelled at Jiang Parker. "Get lost. I've told you I'm still young. Refer to me as Big Brother. Do you understand?" "All right, peculiar Big Brother, no problem. So, could you kindly address my question?" Jiang Parker obediently complied with the new title. "You're insufferable. If I weren't worried about not being able to best you, I would have already stuffed that snow-capped coffee from the school restroom down your throat." Clenching his fists tightly, Zhao Tritian suppressed his fury and began to examine Jiang Parker's supernatural ability level, only to be astounded once more. SSS ability? Rubbing his eyes, Zhao Tritian nearly believed he was hallucinating. After several glances confirmed the SSS rating, his gaze towards Jiang Parker transformed. It was no longer the look directed at an 18-year-old youth, but rather one befitting a prodigy. Emotions of envy, jealousy, and silence formed a pie chart in his eyes. Noticing Zhao Tritian's gaze, Jiang Parker discreetly pushed his chair back, wary that this peculiar old man might succumb to primal instincts and do something to him. The youth with a birthmark. Observing Jiang Parker's movement without concern, Zhao Tritian finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "Kid, to be honest, I genuinely wish to dissect you on the operating table. Unprecedented golden talent, an SSS-grade supernatural ability. These two extraordinary attributes, which most people across the globe can only dream of, have fortuitously manifested in this 18-year-old youth before us, evoking a sense of envy and jealousy. If he were a character in a novel, Jiang Parker would undoubtedly be the protagonist, while I might serve as the guide illuminating the truth of the world for him, leading to one of two inevitable outcomes, either becoming a mere tool to torment the readers or fading into obscurity as a forgettable supporting character. Is it really that dire?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Parker was immediately taken aback. Observing the worry etched upon his face, Zhao Tritian reassured him, "Do not fret. I was merely jesting. Even if dissection were to occur, it would only be after your demise. The nation would not so casually dispose of a future genius of humanity. Do you even know how to comfort someone?" Perceiving the turmoil within Jiang Parker, Zhao Tritian hesitated for a moment before posing a question that had long troubled him. How did you manage to withstand such immense pressure and resolve to become a hero? Taken aback by Zhao Chengtian's inquiry, Jiang Parker contemplated the pristine white ceiling for a considerable time before finally responding. In truth, I did not overthink it. I have never subscribed to the notions of the supernatural. I firmly believe that all irrationality stems from a lack of technological advancement. Perhaps reality is harsh. Yet we must confront it, which indeed requires great courage. To be candid, prior to becoming Spider-Man, I too experienced moments of self-doubt, questioning the significance of my actions. No one would recognize my deeds. I would remain a nameless hero in the shadows. However, I soon extricated myself from that mindset. For I believe that helping others requires no justification. Since I possess extraordinary abilities, I must also shoulder the responsibilities that accompany such power. Before dawn arrives, someone must kindle a glimmer of light in the darkness. My purpose is to be that beacon, rescuing those ensnared in despair. I do not consider myself a hero, nor have I ever fantasized about saving the world. I am simply an ordinary boy next door, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. A smile graced the youth's lips, and his dark eyes shone like flames, radiant and captivating. Chapter 55. I only wish to protect my home. Gazing at Jiang Parker before him, Zhao Chengtian's emotions remained tumultuous. And it was not until a considerable time had passed that a smile finally graced his face. Indeed, I am growing old. He sighed reflectively, and at that moment, Jiang Parker, having heard his words, spoke up. So, since you admit to being old, may I call you the perverted uncle? The smile on Zhao Chengtian's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of despair. He slowly uttered two words to Jiang Parker. Get lost. I should never have assumed you were a respectable person. After his reprimand, Zhao Chengtian felt a sense of relief, but his expression soon turned serious once more as he extended another invitation to Jiang Parker. Jiang Parker, I once again extend an invitation to you, representing the 8th Squad of the Night Slayer, hoping you will join us. Sensing Zhao Chengtian's grave demeanor, Jiang Parker took a long time before finally shaking his head. I'm sorry, but I must decline. Why? Zhao Chengtian asked, his brows furrowed in confusion. Although I am unaware of what the Night Slayer truly represents, I can surmise it is akin to a military organization. I once fantasized about becoming a soldier, defending my homeland, but now that I have matured, I realize there are many responsibilities I cannot abandon. What responsibilities? My mother. His expression serious. Jiang Parker looked at Zhao Chengtian and spoke earnestly. My mother is in her 40s now, and due to my father's frequent business trips, I was raised solely by her. I know she is weary, yet she has never uttered a complaint. Instead, every time I return home, I find the table laden with my favorite dishes. She is a gentle soul, always silently accompanying me through my moments of confusion and despair, helping me untangle my thoughts. After my father passed away, she swiftly emerged from her sorrow to comfort me, claiming she is a strong person, a supermom. But I know this is all a fade. She is fragile. I can hear her cries emanating from her room. I have asked her about it before, but her responses have never changed. She claims that losing weight is the reason. Yet she weighs only 120 pounds. She often tells me to grow up happily, urging me not to bear burdens that are not mine to carry. She does not wish for her son to achieve great success. She merely desires that I live the life I want, find a job I love, meet someone who loves me, and have a child, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl. Thus, each time I set out to act heroically, I do so in secret, carrying her hopes with me. I dare not reveal to her that her son is Spider-Man, for I know that she would never want her child to be harmed. Perhaps your social standing is quite elevated, yet I must apologize. My sole desire is to protect my home and safeguard my only family member. Occasionally, I feel compelled to fulfill the responsibilities of a good neighbor, akin to a friendly Spider-Man, to protect my city and assist those in need. Listening to the words of Jiang Parker, Zhao Chengtian fell into a contemplative silence, never anticipating that one day he would be rendered speechless by a child. Jiang Parker exhibited a maturity that surpassed that of certain adults, devoid of grand ambitions but strikingly pragmatic. Indeed, if one cannot even protect their family, how can they claim to defend the world? This is not selfishness. It is a reflection of reality. No one would abandon their lifelong family for the sake of strangers. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed in resignation, a wry smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought I would lecture a child today? I underestimated you. I should have anticipated that a young person capable of becoming an unnamed hero is far beyond the ordinary, impassioned high school students. Since your convictions are so resolute, I shall no longer press you. Rest assured, you need not worry about others disturbing you. I will clarify matters upon my return. Furthermore, in a few days, I will share with you the secrets of honing your abilities. However, remember, this knowledge is not to be imparted to anyone else. It is for you alone to possess. Understand? You, the perverse uncle, actually possess such kindness? Surely, you harbor ulterior motives. Upon hearing Zhao Chengtian's generous offer, Jiang Parker, who initially thought he would continue to pester him, was taken aback. Get lost. If you dare call me that again, I'll shove a snow-topped coffee from your school restroom down your throat. After a sharp retort, Zhao Tian continued, what else can I do? Your words have nearly struck a chord in my heart. If I continue to press you, it would be shameless. After a significant pause, Jiang Parker, with a serious expression, said, thank you, Brother Zhao. At this moment, Zhao Chengtian's jaw dropped in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. He had never imagined that Jiang Parker would express gratitude towards him. Could you repeat that? Repeat what? Jiang Parker feigned confusion. Seeing Jiang Parker's pretense, Zhao Qingtian felt exasperated but managed to respond. Very well, let us conclude our conversation for today. I hope that when we meet again, you will refrain from calling me perverse uncle. Oh, sure thing, perverse uncle. Get lost. Zhao Qingtian gritted his teeth in annoyance. Humph, why so irritable? What's the matter? Perverse uncle, are you going through a midlife crisis? Jiang Parker continued to provoke. Then, under Zhao Qingtian's furious gaze, Jiang Parker exited the office. The room fell silent once more. Leaning against the desk, cradling his forehead, Zhao Qingtian felt a headache brewing. He was now contemplating how to explain the situation to his team leader upon his return. It is worth noting that prior to stepping out today, I had confidently assured my team leader that I would certainly bring Jiang Parker back. Yet, the outcome was rather disheartening. My only gain for the day amounted to $1. I contemplated using this dollar to treat myself to a lollipop at the school's convenience store as a small reward. At that moment, the office door swung open once more, and Principal Yang entered, observing my troubled expression. He inquired, did you manage to accomplish what you set out to do? He was aware of my intention to recruit Jiang Parker into the Knight's Severance Bureau, but his knowledge was limited to that. He remained oblivious to the recent commotion surrounding Jiang Parker, the so-called Spider-Man. No, I replied, shaking my head, internally lamenting, does my forlorn expression suggest that I succeeded? Is there anything I can do to assist? Principal Yang proposed, hoping to garner some goodwill, yet I firmly declined. Thank you, but as you well understand, a reluctant grape is never sweet. Since he is unwilling, we cannot impose our will upon him. Moreover, he is merely 18, a prodigy with countless paths before him. We have no right to dictate his choices. Indeed, you are absolutely right, he nodded, resembling a court eunuch from ancient times, eagerly acquiescing to my words. It is no wonder my esteemed status, while not from a noble lineage, as a member of the Knight's Severance Bureau, commands respect beyond measure. In the face of power, even the vastest fortune is rendered insignificant. Very well, I shall take my leave. And I trust you understand not to lay hands on Jiang Parker in the days to come, I warned Principal Yang. My instincts urged me to voice this caution. For I sensed that this old fellow might privately summon Jiang Parker, subjecting him to an onslaught of motivational platitudes, potentially resorting to threats in the process. Why? You ask how I know? Have I not seen enough drama unfold on television? Rest assured, Leader Zhao, everything will be fine. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, I exited the office, my thoughts drifting to which flavor of lollipop I should purchase. Chapter 56. The secret of the bathroom stall. Having concluded an impassioned exchange with Zhao Qingtian, Jiang Parker returned to his classroom. Upon entering, he was surprised to find only one person present. Ah, Lao Mo, what a rarity. I never expected to see your diligent figure in an otherwise empty classroom, he exclaimed. Lu Mo, hearing the voice, looked up with weary eyes and a resigned expression. What can I do? Do you think I want to be so industrious? If it weren't for Su, he glanced around, noting that Su Quan was absent, and continued. If it weren't for that old demon Su punishing me to transcribe this entire Chinese textbook, I would be enjoying myself on the playground right now. Oh, I see. Jiang Parker nodded in sudden understanding. Then a thought struck him, and he asked with an odd expression, by the way, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't old Su make you copy the entire textbook last time as well? I recall he hadn't collected it yet. So why don't you use that one instead? At these words, Lu Mo's pen stilled, and he looked at Jiang Parker, his pupils dilating and his expression stiffening. Damn. You're right. He rummaged through his desk and pulled out a small notebook, which contained the transcriptions that Su Quan had not yet collected. Glancing at the half-filled pages, Lu Mo lamented, Old Jiang, why didn't you tell me sooner? Huh? I just got back. Didn't I? Jiang Parker rolled his eyes as he made his way to his seat. I don't care. It's all your fault. If it weren't for a pack of spicy strips, I swear I wouldn't let this go. Lu Mo declared, adopting a petulant demeanor. I'm indifferent to that. I'm completely broke, Jiang Parker replied, displaying his empty pockets for emphasis. TCH, seeing Jiang Parker's meager state, Lu Mo, acting as a benevolent figure, generously produced his cherished stash of spicy strips. Here, if you call me Ifu, this bag of spicy strips is yours. Huh? You think a single spicy strip will appease me? Look, I have a bag of chips. Just call me, and they're all yours. Jiang Parker retorted, pulling out a bag of chips from his desk. Upon seeing the chips, Lu Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed. Jiang Parker was speechless. Are you really that desperate for food that you'd forsake your dignity? Though bemused, he recognized the importance of keeping his word. Otherwise, Lu Mo would surely pester him like a widow mourning her lost husband. He tossed the chips to Lu Mo and then turned his gaze to the scenery outside the window. At this moment, the playground was alive with youthful exuberance, filled with spirited youngsters engaged in playful antics. Jiang Parker even witnessed a small girl relentlessly pursuing 5 young lads, brandishing a piece of school uniform. Everything was remarkably delightful. However, recalling his earlier conversation with Jiang City, Jiang Parker's expression grew somber. Gazing at the cerulean sky, who could fathom that beyond this azure expanse lurked a formidable force, watching over everything below? Could he, endowed with extraordinary abilities, truly confront such an entity? He was uncertain, unable to confirm his own resolve. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Lu Mo's voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. Old Jiang, accompany me to the restroom, would you? Huh? You, a vigorous young man, need someone to accompany you to the restroom? What do I have to do? Hold your hand? Jiang Parker replied, puzzled. Get lost. I'm just going to relieve myself, not unleash a torrent. I thought this scene was perfect for us to compose a poem in the lavatory, Lu Mo retorted, playfully wrapping an arm around Jiang Parker's shoulder. Chuckling, Jiang Parker remarked, only you could make such a mundane act sound so exquisite. Very well. Who am I to refuse my godson? Let us proceed. With that, he stood up from his chair and followed Lu Mo towards the restroom. The sound of water cascading against the steel plate resonated sharply. Lu Mo, reveling in the moment, wore a look of pure satisfaction, observing his rather eccentric demeanor. Jiang Parker could only shake his head in disbelief. Honestly, you could keep your enjoyment to yourself. Must you display such an odd expression? If others were to see you, it would create quite a scandal. What do you know? Haven't you ever experienced the exhilaration of holding it in all morning, only to finally let it all out? Is that not something to take pride in? Lu Mo boasted, raising his chin like a rooster among hens. With a sardonic smile, Jiang Parker chose not to respond further. Just then, a loud crash erupted from one of the restroom stalls. Ah, damn. Startled, Lu Mo's flow was abruptly interrupted, causing him to wince in discomfort as he instinctively tightened his legs, nearly losing control. Once the pain subsided, he turned to Jiang Parker, frustration boiling over. Damn it. Old Jiang, did you hear that commotion? If I find out who caused it, they will learn what it means to be as fierce as a dragon. His expression serious. He surveyed the 5 stalls nearby. Unlike the middle school restrooms, which had been dismantled due to a significant decrease in mischief makers, these stalls remained intact. The scent was still somewhat pungent, but one could grow accustomed to it. Fortunately, as seniors, Jiang Parker and his peers occupied the upper floors. Had they been on the first floor, the ground would have been covered in stagnant water, and one could only wonder what unspeakable substances lurked within it. At that moment, a sound echoed once more, and Jiang Parker finally discerned its source. Approaching the 3rd cubicle, he examined the doorknob, only to find it locked. He knocked on the door and inquired, is anyone inside? If so, please make a sound. A muffled response emerged from within, indistinct yet reminiscent of someone having their mouth covered. What is going on, Lao Jiang? Lu Mo, having adjusted his trousers, joined Jiang Parker and asked, there is someone inside. Jiang Parker replied candidly. Lu Mo, exasperated, retorted, that's obvious, isn't it? Step back, let me see what is happening. Stepping back obediently, Lu Mo then witnessed Jiang Parker leap into action, soaring to the ceiling of the restroom. Just before descending, he deftly caught the threshold of the cubicle. Impressive, Lu Mo exclaimed, astonished. At that moment, he began to seriously question whether Jiang Parker had awakened some extraordinary ability. Such agility was not typical of an ordinary person. Ignoring Lu Mo's admiration, Jiang Parker scrutinized the individual within the cubicle. Upon recognition, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Su Wenhao. Seeing Jiang Parker, the rotund Su Wenhao trembled with excitement, his body quivering as he was bound by tape across his mouth. The only sounds he could manage were muffled utterances. Wait a moment, I'll get you out, Jiang Parker said, executing a swift maneuver to open the cubicle door. He entered, tearing away the tape from Su Wenhao's mouth and arms. Observing the bruises on his face, Jiang Parker furrowed his brow and asked, Su Wenhao, what happened? How did you end up in here? Upon hearing Jiang Parker's question, Su Wenhao began to cry, his voice choked with emotion. Brother Jiang, you have no idea. Zhang Lei from Class 6 is utterly inhumane. He actually. His words trailed off, overwhelmed by the memory of some distressing incident, leading him to sob even more pitifully. Chapter 57, The Underworld Boss, Ruffian Edition. Calm down for a moment. If you must cry, then do so, but for heaven's sake, do not rub your tears on my trousers. Release me, quickly. With a tactical leap backward, Jiang Parker deftly evaded Su Wenhao's desperate grasp. Relieved to see his pristine school uniform still intact, he sighed in relief. Now, tell me, what has made Zhang Lei from Class 6 such a wretched individual? Wiping his tears and snot with his own uniform, Su Wenhao, with a face full of grievance, began to explain, "Brother Jiang, you may not be aware, but Zhang Lei takes advantage of his influence outside to boss people around. Today, I was merely sitting quietly at my desk, diligently working on my homework, when he approached me, demanding that I fetch him a bottle of mineral water. When I asked him for money, he refused, claiming it was for my own good, insisting that as a chubby person, I ought to run errands to lose weight. When I refused, he struck me and cruelly declared that someone like me, ugly, overweight, and lacking in academic prowess, had no right to exist in this world. He even insulted my mother, calling her a filthy scavenger. I wanted to fight back, but I was no match for him. After beating me, he ordered me to bring him a box of soft huaxia tomorrow, or he would continue to assault me. Brother Jiang, you must help me. I simply cannot afford such luxuries." As he spoke, Su Wenhao began to weep anew, his sorrowful demeanor truly pitiful. Listening to his tale, Jiang Parker's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated such dreadful occurrences. Filled with righteous indignation, he swiftly helped Su Wenhao to his feet and patted his shoulder, declaring, "Do not worry. I shall take care of this matter. You return to class and leave the rest to me." "Thank you, Brother Jiang. You will always be my big brother." Gratitude radiated from Su Wenhao's plump face, and he prepared to kneel once more before Jiang Parker. However, Jiang Parker quickly steadied him, gazing earnestly into his squinty eyes. "Su Wenhao, remember this. Never compromise your dignity because of your family circumstances. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Furthermore, if I ever catch you kneeling before anyone again, do not blame me for kicking you into next week." "Yes, I understand, Brother Jiang." Su Wenhao felt even more moved upon hearing Jiang Parker's words. "Now hurry back to class. I wonder what your teacher and classmates must think, having not seen you for so long without anyone sent to check on you." After giving Su Wenhao's shoulder another reassuring pat, Jiang Parker turned his attention to Lu Mo beside them. "Old Mo, it seems we must reclaim our former titles." Indeed, it had been 3 years since they had concealed their true identities. It appeared that some had forgotten their existence. Lu Mo's expression turned serious, his fists clenched tightly. The peculiar exchange left Su Wenhao utterly bewildered. What was this cryptic conversation about? Was it his own lack of understanding, or were their thoughts simply too advanced for him to grasp? Unfazed by Su Wenhao's confused gaze, the two exchanged a knowing look, their silent agreement palpable between them. Then, without hesitation, the two burst out of the restroom, leaving Su Wenhao in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, in Class 6 of the 3rd year, Zhang Lei reclined with his legs propped on the desk, while two of his subordinates attended to him, one pressing his shoulder and the other kneading his legs, eyes closed. Zhang Lei resembled a gang leader, albeit of a rather unsavory sort. "Do you really think that Fatso can afford a box of soft huaxia?" one of the subordinates inquired, enduring the unpleasant odor emanating from Zhang Lei's feet. Even if he can't, he will have to buy it, unless he wishes to forfeit his life," Zhang Lei retorted, arms crossed and voice dripping with arrogance. "But what if that dead Fatso tells his scrap-collecting mother?" the other subordinate asked with a hint of concern. What is there to fear? His mother is just a filthy scavenger, hardly a formidable presence. I assure you, if she dares to come, she will be begging me to spare her son's life," Zhang Lei declared. "Truly, you are a true leader, with such a demeanor. I can only look up to you for the rest of my life." The two subordinates immediately showered him with flattery, which only served to amplify the smug smile on Zhang Lei's face. If you put in the effort, perhaps one day you too might possess a fraction of my prowess," Zhang Lei remarked, tossing his hair back with a grin. "Who would dare to compare themselves to you, Brother Lei? If we could achieve even half of your stature, we would be satisfied, for we would then rely on your radiance in society. Rest assured, I will not forget you when the time comes. After all, you are my most cherished dogs." Zhang Lei unabashedly expressed his true feelings, despite their outward smiles. The two subordinates had mentally cursed him 1,000 times. May you be punished in the next moment. Meanwhile, at the back door of Class 6, Lu Mo expressed his displeasure as he observed the arrogant figure inside. This scoundrel truly believes that knowing a few people in the underworld makes him impressive. Just look at his inflated ego. My pet rooster doesn't even strut as high as his head does. Isn't he afraid of dislocating his neck? Enough talk. What good is venting? It would be far more satisfying to take action, Jiang Parker interjected, stopping Lu Mo. He then asked, "Did you remember everything I told you earlier? Don't make any mistakes. Have faith. I am more than capable," Lu Mo proclaimed confidently, puffing out his chest. If you say that, I truly cannot trust you." For reasons unknown, Jiang Parker felt a sense of impending doom upon hearing Lu Mo's words. You may underestimate me, Lu Mo, but never doubt my acting skills. When it comes to performance, I am a professional. Just don't hinder me when the time comes." "Fine. I shall see for myself how adept your acting is." With a tone of exasperation, Jiang Parker couldn't help but roll his eyes once again. At that moment, the school bell rang, and immediately, a group of students burst forth from the classroom like wild dogs unleashed, racing towards the cafeteria. Su Wenhao also emerged from the classroom, and upon noticing Jiang Parker, who was covertly observing from the corner, he comprehended their intent and, without exchanging pleasantries, swiftly headed in the same direction, as he considered himself a figure of authority. Zhang Lei looked down upon the immature youngsters, disdainful of the idea of jostling for space in the cafeteria like a fool. To him, a bowl of beef noodles priced at 15 yuan outside the school was far more befitting of his elevated status. Bro, are you heading to eat? It's on me, called out a subordinate, bending slightly and grinning at Zhang Lei. Fine. After feigning contemplation, Zhang Lei reluctantly acquiesced. Come, this way, bro. With that, the subordinate led the way, while Zhang Lei sauntered behind with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. As he opened the classroom door, two figures, each at least 180 centimeters tall, with fierce expressions, caught his eye. Whoa! The subordinate, startled upon encountering these imposing figures, stumbled and fell to the ground. Once his heart rate began to normalize, he realized that the two were indeed living beings, clad in the same school uniform, and were likely fellow students. Confirming their identities, the subordinate sprang to his feet and, in a fit of rage, berated them. You two idiots, loitering at the door like ghosts. Dare to frighten me. Lu? Do you believe I won tea? His vitriolic words flew from his mouth, spewing invective with such fervor that it was quite repulsive. However, Jiang Parker and his companion remained unfazed, as though they had not taken any offense and dismissed the insults as mere barking. Once the subordinate had exhausted his tirade, Jiang Parker calmly interjected, Zhang Lei is in your class. Isn't he? Call him out. I have matters to discuss with him. Seeing that Jiang Parker was ignoring him, the subordinate's fury intensified, and just as he was about to continue his diatribe, Zhang Lei's voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 58. I am Zhang Lei. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? As he pushed aside the crane, Zhang Lei scrutinized the two individuals before him. His tone appeared congenial, yet his eyes were laden with menace. It is as follows. We are from Class 7 next door. While descending to purchase water, we encountered an imposing figure, exuding the aura of a notorious gang leader. He instructed us to seek you out in Class 6, claiming to be your elder brother and stating that he had matters to discuss with you. Lu Mo recited the lines provided by Jiang Parker, fabricating the tale with a facade of nonchalance. An elder brother? Upon hearing that his elder brother had come to find him, Zhang Lei's previously haughty demeanor swiftly diminished. Where is my elder brother? Zhang Lei inquired of the two. Come, follow us. We shall lead the way. With that, Jiang Parker turned and commenced walking toward the stairwell. The two young subordinates attempted to follow, eager to witness the true essence of a gang leader, but Zhang Lei halted them. You two needn't accompany us. I can manage alone. My elder brother prefers not to meet outsiders. The illogical reasoning caused the two subordinates to exchange glances of disbelief, yet they said nothing, merely nodding and returning to their seats with a sense of grievance. Observing Zhang Lei approaching from behind, a smile crept across Jiang Parker's face. The prey was ensnared. The trio moved swiftly, exiting the school grounds in less than 6 minutes, arriving at a secluded grove just beyond the gate. Surveying the surroundings and finding no sign of his elder brother, Zhang Lei asked, perplexed, where is my elder brother? And what kind of place have you brought me to? Guess? Turning around, the two flashed a congenial smile at Zhang Lei. Who are you? What do you intend to do with me? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Lei regarded the two with wary eyes. What do we intend? With a cold chuckle, Jiang Parker enunciated each word deliberately. Why? That would be to deal with you. Zhang Lei, taken aback, responded, if my memory serves me correctly, I have never provoked either of you. Humph. Someone has offered a handsome sum to have us teach you a lesson, Lu Mo stated with a chilling countenance, internally reveling in the thrill of the moment. This pretentious feeling is truly delightful. And who is that person? Zhang Lei inquired. That is something we cannot disclose. It is a rule of the trade. As you surely understand. You. Zhang Lei began to speak, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jiang Parker. No more idle chatter. Let us resolve this swiftly so we can wrap things up. We have yet to eat lunch. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei inwardly cursed. So to you. My well-being is less significant than your lunch? As he cursed inwardly, he suddenly witnessed two figures approach him with a velocity surpassing that of Bolt, arriving before him in an instant, leaving him no time to react. A powerful punch landed squarely on his face, sending him crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. Zhang Lei lay there, exclaiming, You two scoundrels dare to ambush me? Do you believe that? Before he could finish his tirade, Jiang Parker interjected, Hey, Lao Zhao. Quickly take off those socks you haven't washed in a month and stuff them in his mouth. He's far too noisy. However, Lu Mo hesitated. After all, those were his socks, far more valuable than Zhang Lei. Oh, come on. It's just a sock. I'll replace it with a differently colored one later. Jiang Parker insisted. Reluctantly nodding, feeling it was a minor loss, Zhang Lei removed his left shoe, and an overwhelming stench immediately filled the air. My goodness. How long has it been since you washed your feet? What is that odor? Holding his nose, Zhang Lei felt his stomach churn. I washed them last night. Besides, this is just foot odor from being cooped up. It's not that bad, he replied, puzzled by the scent he deemed insignificant. Enough chatter. Just stuff it in his mouth, Jiang Parker urged, casting a sympathetic glance at the motionless Zhang Lei on the ground. Uncertain if he could endure the upcoming punishment after smelling that odor. No, please, I am. As the foul smell wafted toward him, Zhang Lei struggled in vain. The more he resisted, the more exhilarated Lu Mo became, swiftly forcing the sock into his mouth. Overwhelmed by the taste, Zhang Lei felt reality blur. And a familiar figure slowly emerged before his eyes. That day, Zhang Lei had encountered his great-grandmother. Is this kid going to suffocate? Jiang Parker wondered aloud. Observing Zhang Lei lying still. No idea, Lu Mo replied, shaking his head before asking, should we continue with our unfinished task? Well, given the atmosphere. It would be remiss not to give him a thorough beating, Jiang Parker contemplated, eventually nodding in agreement. So, who goes first? Huh? Does it even need to be said? Obviously, we both go together. I'll take the front, you the back. All right. Let us use Zhang Lei as our target to celebrate the triumphant return of the Spider Squad, Lu Mo declared with fervor. Could we not utter such a shameful team name? Jiang Parker felt a bit embarrassed. Huh? Is the name not appealing? Lu Mo inquired, puzzled. Forget it. Let us skip the pleasantries and commence our action. With that, Jiang Parker stepped before Zhang Lei and promptly retrieved 2 copies of 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulations from the depths of his bag. Let us awaken this obstinate soul with the power of knowledge. Handing a workbook to Lu Mo, Jiang Parker said with a serious expression. Upon receiving the exercise book and gazing at the familiar name inscribed upon it, Lu Mo fell silent. Why on earth do you carry 2 workbooks with you? As an academic overachiever, is there any issue with me bringing 2 workbooks when I step out? Jiang Parker replied earnestly, rolling the workbook into a newspaper shape. Lu Mo was left speechless. Fine, you're the scholar, so whatever you say is right. Enough of this nonsense, hurry up and deal with him. Unless you wish to forego lunch. Upon hearing the mention of lunch, Lu Mo instantly perked up, without a moment's hesitation. Wielding the workbook like a baton and unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Zhang Lei. It should be noted that the workbook was rolled into a stick-like form, of just the right thickness. What followed was a relentless scene lasting 20 minutes, the details of which I shall refrain from elaborating on, lest I find myself confined. By the end, Zhang Lei was left battered and bruised, looking scarcely human, while the esteemed Lu Mo bore some inexplicable injuries of his own. No matter how Jiang Parker inquired, Lu Mo refused to divulge the truth, asserting that he merely vented his frustrations on Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei's state at that moment could only be aptly described with this emoticon, quite vivid and expressive, lying motionless on the grass like a lifeless body. Zhang Lei occasionally twitched, prompting the 2 to almost believe he had passed away, clapping his hands and adjusting his slightly loose trousers. Lu Mo wore an expression of immense satisfaction, akin to a solitary man who had just indulged in a luxurious foot massage and ordered the deluxe package. Observing Lu Mo's actions, Jiang Parker tactically stepped back, maintaining a safe distance of 1 meter. Why are you distancing yourself from me? Lu Mo inquired, puzzled by Jiang Parker's retreat. Oh, nothing. I just felt the atmosphere here was a bit overwhelming and wished to breathe in some fresh air. Jiang Parker replied with a neutral expression. Who are you mocking? For some reason, Lu Mo had the nagging suspicion that Jiang Parker was subtly criticizing the odor of his socks. All right, let us go before the gatekeeper, Oldly, catches us. Sure. Let us head out. I'm feeling a bit peckish myself. Nodding in agreement, the 2 departed from the small grove, leaving behind Zhang Lei, disheveled and with tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Chapter 59, the embodiment of the film Emperor. Half an hour later, the gatekeeper, Mr. Li, successfully discovered the lifeless body of Zhang Lei in the small grove. Soon, the incident of Zhang Lei being beaten spread throughout the entire 8th high school. Almost everyone engaged in fervent discussions about the event, their expressions revealing a sense of satisfaction, as if they were eager to identify the perpetrator who assaulted Zhang Lei and hold him accountable. Meanwhile, the masterminds behind the incident, Jiang Parker and Lu Mo, sat calmly in their seats, savoring potato chips, their faces exuding an air of nonchalance, as though they had committed no wrongdoing. At that moment, a man named Su Quan, his face as dark as coal, reappeared at the door. Ignoring the raucous chatter of the class, he spoke directly to the 2. Jiang Parker, Lu Mo. You 2 come out for a moment. I need to talk to you. Upon hearing this, both boys were taken aback. Old Jiang, could it be that we've been discovered? Lu Mo whispered, nudging Jiang Parker's arm. Don't worry. Even if we are discovered, as long as we firmly assert that we are not involved, I doubt old Ban will take any serious action against us. Jiang Parker replied calmly, his tone brimming with confidence. All right. Nodding, Lu Mo packed the remaining potato chips back into the desk, and together they made their way toward the door. Once they left, the classroom erupted in chatter once more. Hey, What do you think old Ben wanted to say to those two? I have no idea. Do you think it's possible that Zhang Lei was beaten by them? Impossible. Jiang, the academic prodigy, doesn't he seem like the type? Come off it. Have you forgotten how Jiang Parker sent Wang Biao flying several meters with a single punch when we just started high school? He was ostracized for quite some time after that. Listening to you all, I suddenly recall that my grandmother's second son's cousin's uncle's daughter's son told me this afternoon that he saw Zhang Lei being taken away by Jiang Parker and the others. Your family ties are quite complicated. Don't sweat the details. I genuinely believe those two are responsible. If that is true, then Jiang the prodigy and Lu Mo will be in serious trouble. Surely old Su wouldn't he take such drastic measures over a mere incident like this and reprimand them? Would he? Inside the room, the discussions grew increasingly animated, while outside, Jiang Parker and Lu Mo followed Su Quan to the office. At that moment, the office was empty. Presumably because everyone had gone to class. Sitting in his office chair, Su Quan took a sip of the tea on the table and addressed the two before him. Now, speak up. Were you the ones who attacked him? Teacher, this is where you are mistaken. Look at us. We are both exemplary young men of the 21st century. How could we ever engage in bullying our classmates? Jiang Parker replied with feigned righteousness. Su Quan remained silent, simply observing the two with an expression that seemed to say, I shall watch you continue your performance. Upon witnessing Su Quan's disbelief, the two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They retrieved a notebook from their spatial pockets and presented it before Su Quan. With a serious tone, Lu Mo declared, Teacher, behold. This is my diligent transcription of the Chinese textbook from the entire day. You may confidently verify my work. I have indeed spent the whole day copying the book. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Jiang Parker, who can attest to my claim. Indeed, teacher, Lu Mo has been absorbed in his transcription all day long. Jiang Parker chimed in support. As Su Quan casually flipped through the notebook, he noted it was indeed filled to the brim, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that they were not at fault? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Su Quan finally spoke. Very well, your reasoning is sound, and you possess evidence. I shall reluctantly accept your explanation this time. However, I must caution you both. Zhang Lei is a proud individual with connections on the streets. Do not provoke him. Our school has seen someone attempt to stand up to him, only to end up expelled, and we have no means to prove his involvement. So exercise caution. Rest assured. Teacher, do we appear to be troublemakers? Our greatest joys lie in nurturing flowers and tending to plants. We are peaceful children who detest violence. Jiang Parker replied with utmost seriousness. Indeed, we are both exemplary students, well-bred and unlikely to engage in such misconduct, Lu Mo added. Listening to the fervent, animated discourse of the two, Su Quan fell silent, unable to refute their camaraderie. It is not without reason that you two have become friends. One plays the straight man while the other provides the humor. Surely, you must hail from a lineage of comedians. All right, enough of this banter. I believe you. You may return to your classroom now. I wish to enjoy some quiet. Finally, unable to endure their exuberant storytelling, Su Quan interrupted. Who is quiet? Lu Mo almost blurted out, caught up in the excitement. With a pale expression, Su Quan coldly instructed, return and transcribe the entire Chinese textbook once more. And submit it to me before the first class tomorrow morning. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lu Mo wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, instantly losing his vigor. Now, hurry along. The end of school is not far off. Rubbing his forehead and waving his hand, Su Quan signaled his desire not to see them any longer. All right then. Nodding. The two swiftly made their exit. Not far from the office, they encountered two familiar faces. To their surprise, it was none other than Zhang Lei's two loyal lackeys. The crane and the lean monkey. Greetings, fellow students. Jiang Parker cheerfully waved, extending an amicable salutation. However, the two lackeys displayed no semblance of politeness. Wearing menacing expressions as they retorted, you two dare to confront our boss? Are you seeking death? What boss? Lu Mo responded mockingly, oh. You must be referring to your master Zhang Lei. Apologies, but we did not lay a finger on him. Look at us. We are far too frail to contend with Zhang Lauda. Touched on a sore spot, the two instantly flushed with anger and humiliation, pointing at Jiang Parker and Lu Mo while hurling insults. If you've got the guts, come with us to the restroom. Sorry, we don't have the guts. Like we said, we're just two quiet little bookworms who love reading. How could we possibly be a match for you two? Jiang Parker shrugged. Yeah, besides, what kind of decent person hangs out in a restroom for no reason? It's either snow-capped coffee or strawberry tarts in there, Lu Mo chimed in. Their seamless back and forth, like a perfectly synchronized duet, left the other two speechless, their faces reddening as if about to explode. What's going on? Why all the noise? Just then, Su Quan, hearing the commotion outside, stepped out of his office. At the sound of his voice, Jiang Parker and Lu Mo exchanged a glance before nodding in silent agreement. Suddenly, the two aggressors witnessed Lu Mo, who had just been mocking them, collapse to the ground, writhing in apparent agony. Oh, my elbow. Oh, my kneecap. Oh, my lumbar disc. Ah, old Immo. Hang in there, old Immo. If anything happens to you, your million happy beans will all be mine. Jiang Parker played along, his voice dripping with exaggerated grief, as if mourning a lost spouse. Jiang Parker, what's going on? Su Quan approached, frowning at Lu Mo's theatrical moaning on the floor. Teacher, you must stand up for us. We didn't do anything, but these two accused us of attacking their master. Old Immo. He tried to save me, and then, he just... His voice choked with feigned sorrow. Jiang Parker's performance was almost too convincing. What? Such a thing happened? Su Quan's expression instantly hardened with authority, though he suspected the act. The sight of the other two, one resembling a red-crowned crane, the other a leering, scrawny monkey, hardly painted them as upstanding individuals. Combined with the incident earlier that afternoon, he could already piece together the truth. Jiang Parker, take Lu Immo to the infirmary. And you too, go fetch your homeroom teacher. Chapter 60, Just You Wait, Version 2. 0. The sound of weeping abruptly ceased, and then Jiang Parker, as if nothing had happened, helped Lu Immo up and swiftly made their escape. Observing the two figures vanish in an instant, Su Quan fell into silence, as did the two others, the red-crowned cranes. Oh. This with a look of utter disbelief on his face, Su Quan, striving to maintain his authority as a teacher, scolded the two. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Oh. Nodding and with heads bowed, they proceeded towards their classroom. Halfway there, they caught sight of Jiang Parker and Lu Immo once again, their faces adorned with smug smiles, as if they were deliberately waiting for the two of them. Hey, gentlemen, why do you look so lifeless? Did you not sleep well last night? Lu Immo inquired, feigning concern. Humph, don't get too cocky. Just you wait, once my brother wakes up. He won't let you off easily. After delivering this stern warning, the two continued walking ahead without looking back, exchanging a glance. They both recognized the mutual resignation in each other's eyes. Without uttering another word, they entered their classroom. The familiar routine at the same time. Within a building in Jiang City. Creak. The door swung open, and Zhao Qingtian cautiously stepped inside, his movements light and silent. After closing the door with a sigh, just as he thought no one would notice his presence, a girl's voice broke the stillness. Zhaoge, why do you look so sneaky? As if you were a thief? Startled by the sudden sound, he turned around to find a girl standing behind him, clad in a white shirt and black trousers. Her long black hair tied back in a high ponytail, exuding an air of professionalism. Only then did he relax, though his expression quickly turned serious. Xiao Yao, what do you mean by sneaky? I am entering the house quite openly. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, you're getting older. Whatever you say goes. Lu Mingyao nodded dismissively. I'm only 41, hardly old. Zhao Qingtian retorted, his displeasure evident. Having just been called a perverted uncle by a little brat, he was still nursing his wounded pride, and now this young girl was calling him old, making his existence seem unbearable. Tut, tut. Sticking out her tongue, Lu Mingyao then asked, Zhao Ge, weren't you out recruiting new members? Where are they? Surveying his surroundings, Lu Mingyao noticed no signs of anyone else, her expression turning curious. Upon hearing the question, Zhao Qingtian's expression grew awkward as he scratched his face, uncertain whether to tell the truth. Recognizing the discomfort on his face, Lu Mingyao quickly understood the situation and, with a mischievous smile, elbowed him playfully. Well, our dear leader Zhao has failed, has he? This morning you were so confident, patting your chest and swearing to the captain. Rest assured, Captain, you are well aware of my personal charm. And I am confident I can entice that young lad to join our ranks. Just await the arrival of our new recruit, Lu Mingyao declared, imitating Zhao Qingtian's tone and expression with a serious demeanor. How dare you jest with me, little girl? Zhao Qingtian retorted, his irritation palpable. What is the commotion about? Just then, a young man dressed in all black, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years of age, descended from the second floor. Captain, Zhao Ge is attempting to strike me. You must intervene, Lu Mingyao exclaimed, finding refuge behind her captain upon his arrival. Do not listen to her nonsense. I would never lay a hand on her. Zhao Qingtian quickly defended himself, visibly intimidated by the presence of their leader. Understanding Lu Mingyao's nature, Han Mudong remained skeptical of her claims and sighed resignedly. Enough of this ruckus. We know each other well enough. You were merely teasing your elder, right? How many times must I remind you that Zhao Ge is no longer young? You ought to refrain from provoking him. Understood, Lu Mingyao replied. Her head bowed in acknowledgement of her misstep while secretly stifling a laugh. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingtian felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart, clutching his chest. He nearly spat blood. He cast a resentful glance at the two before him, imagining that if looks could kill, they would have perished countless times over. So you two have conspired to bully a not-so-young man of 41, have you? Is there no order in this household? Shall I take my leave? Enough of this nonsense. Zhao, did you not claim you would bring a new recruit? Where is he? The captain, equally puzzled by the absence of the newcomer, inquired, turning away. Unable to meet the captain's gaze, Zhao Chitian was at a loss for words. He had fervently sworn to the newcomer that very morning. Only to be met with failure now. What was he to do? Were it not for the pressing time, he would have sought assistance from the internet. Family. I urgently await your guidance. Noticing Zhao Chitian's unease in understanding the situation, the captain sighed, expressing his resignation. Did you fail? Yes, Zhao Chitian nodded awkwardly. Well, I suspected as much, the captain replied, rubbing his forehead. Captain, must you imply I lack any charm whatsoever? Zhao Qingtian attempted to reclaim a semblance of dignity. But all he received was a roll of the eyes. Very well, what is the young man's talent and ability level? The captain, not wishing to dwell on Zhao Qingtian's charm, opted for a change of subject. At this question, Zhao Qingtian's demeanor turned serious. Captain, have you ever heard of a golden talent? After a moment of scrutinizing Zhao Qingtian with skepticism, the captain finally spoke, breaking the silence. Old Zhao, I understand that the shock you experienced today was quite significant, but you must refrain from speaking nonsense. The highest talent in the nation is merely orange. You are well aware of this. How could there possibly be gold? Captain, I know you are skeptical, but when I first encountered it, I too found it hard to believe. I nearly thought I was seeing things, and after confirming several times, I could only reluctantly accept that the detection crystal emanated a dazzling gold. Zhao Qingtian spoke with a serious expression, his tone resolute, although it remained difficult to believe. Observing Zhao Chengtian's grave demeanor, one could tell he was not one to jest about such matters, and the captain's expression gradually grew more solemn. In Huaxia, and across the globe, there has never been a talent exceeding orange, and he could not ascertain what this level truly represented. What is the level of the ability? After a moment of silence, with no clarity on the nature of this golden talent, the captain decided to pose another question. SSS level, Zhao Qingtian articulated slowly, fearful that a hasty response might lead to misunderstandings. What? Upon hearing Zhao Qingtian's words, even the captain found it hard to maintain composure, gasping in astonishment. For many years, there has only been one individual with an SSS-level ability on the entire Earth, and his strength was widely acknowledged. He restored the chaotic world to its former state, leading humanity to repel foreign races, and ultimately exchanged his own life for that of a ninth-tier superior being of the alien race. Now, after more than a century, humanity has produced another SSS-level ability. Could this be a divine blessing? If properly trained, this individual might very well become a pivotal figure in guiding humanity out of its predicament. What is his strength like? I didn't get a good look. When I saw his SSS level ability, I was unable to focus on anything else, Zhao Qingtian replied honestly. With a face full of disbelief, the captain could empathize with Zhao Qingtian. After all, who could maintain their composure upon witnessing an SSS level ability? It is akin to a man, upon encountering a stunning figure, being unable to divert his gaze from her allure. Chapter 61, The Blood Corpse Demon. Nevermind. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter must be reported to the higher-ups. After a moment of contemplation, Han Mudong expressed his thoughts. The existence of an SSS-level ability is indeed astounding within the entire realm of abilities and must be documented. However, at that moment, after much hesitation, Zhao Qingtian finally spoke up. Captain, I promised the child I would keep it confidential, so, what? Old Zhao, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? This is an SSS-level ability. If his mind becomes tainted and he begins to embrace villainy, it could spell disaster, Han Mudong said, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. This is a significant issue. Any delay could lead to calamity for humanity's future. Captain, though that boy may be a bit mischievous, I believe he isn't that kind of person, Zhao Qingtian mustered the courage to retort. In the past, he would never have dared to confront Han Mudong so boldly. But this time, he was determined to uphold his promise. If this matter were reported, within 2 hours, a multitude of self-proclaimed investigators would be at Jiang Parker's door to take him away. Seeing Zhao Qingtian dare to contradict him, Han Mudong was taken aback. Old Zhao, do you truly have such high hopes for this child? He inquired, perplexed, having never witnessed Zhao Chengtian's fervor before. Yes. Although he can be rather mouthy and enjoys making cold jokes, I swear his intentions are pure, Zhao Qingtian affirmed resolutely. But what if something goes wrong? There is no what if because I trust him. If that day arrives, I will bear the responsibility myself. You cannot shoulder that burden. I must. Even if it weighs heavily upon me. The two men locked eyes, feeling the unwavering determination in Zhao Qingtian's gaze. Ultimately, Han Mudong could only sigh in resignation. Very well. Since you have such faith in him, I shall trust you this once. Thank you, Captain. Upon hearing Han Mudong's acquiescence, a smile crept across Zhao Qingtian's face. And inwardly he vowed, I am carrying immense pressure for you. Do not let me down. It's nothing. Shaking his head to signify all was well, Han Mudong headed towards the kitchen. As the captain, he also played the role of a diligent caretaker, ensuring his team's daily meals were attended to. After Han Mudong departed, Lu Mingyao approached Zhao Qingtian, her curiosity piqued. Brother Zhao, who is this person you speak of? I've never seen you so invested in someone, even daring to stand up to the captain. You little girl, at such a young age, why are you so gossipy? He shot her a glance but continued reminiscing about the moments spent with Jiang Parker earlier that day, speaking as he did so. He's an immature lad, merely 18 years of age, possessing a charm reminiscent of my own youthful grace. A prodigious talent in his senior year of high school. I was taken aback to hear from the principal that he had received an admission notice from Hucking University during his first year, an achievement not easily attained by the average student. However, this young man is not without flaws. His tongue can be sharp, he often indulges in excessive chatter, and has a penchant for corny jokes, leaving even me puzzled as to what occupies his mind. Nevertheless, he possesses a formidable will. Today, when I assessed his aptitude, he fortuitously emerged as one in a million. Even under immense pressure, he managed to persevere. His worldview is commendably balanced, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with brilliance. Rather, he resembles the boy next door, harboring no grand ambitions, consistently thinking of others. In summary, he is a commendable individual, likely the object of affection for many girls at school. Listening to Zhao Qingtian's words, though somewhat astonished that such an impeccable person truly exists, Lu Mingyao could not suppress a skeptical gaze directed at him. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Zhao Gu, how do you know him so well? You wouldn't happen to have feelings for him, would you? The smile on his face abruptly vanished, his expression instantly faltering, followed by two emphatic words escaping his lips, get lost. Oh, I was merely jesting, she retorted, her laughter echoing as she swiftly made her escape just as Zhao Qingtian appeared ready to retaliate. This girl, truly, what young man could possibly take a liking to her? Zhao Qingtian sighed in resignation as he watched Lu Mingyao's retreating figure. At that moment, the door swung open, and a robust young man strode in, announcing loudly, Zhao Gu, Captain, a second-tier blood corpse demon has emerged in the district, resulting in 5 casualties. What? Upon hearing the newcomer's words, both Zhao Qingtian and Han Mudong, who had just entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, were struck with grave expressions, while Lu Mingyao also abandoned her playful demeanor. This was indeed a significant matter. The blood corpse demon, a particularly peculiar entity, is formed by deceased bodies absorbing spiritual energy. Lacking consciousness, its skin is remarkably tough, and it has an insatiable thirst for human blood, refusing to relent until its prey is drained to a husk, an amalgamation reminiscent of both zombies and vampires. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate its skin. Only those endowed with special abilities can inflict damage upon it. Thus, even a relatively weak blood corpse demon can wreak havoc in a crowded area. Halting his meal preparations, Han Mudong stepped out of the kitchen and questioned the young man. Rinkai, where are the others? Captain, Jinan and the others have already proceeded to the scene. They sent me to notify you, Long Rinkai replied, nodding slightly. Han Mudong addressed Zhao Qingtian and the others. All members of Team 8, prepared to depart. Understood. Without hesitation, the group hurried towards their respective rooms. 3 minutes later, the headlights illuminated the surroundings as an off-road vehicle roared to life, swiftly speeding away, carrying 4 figures clad in uniform black trench coats, each adorned with different masks. Gripping the long knife sheath at his side, Zhao Qingtian gazed at the distant night sky, his mind awash with thoughts. He pondered whether Jiang Parker would return this evening. He secretly hoped he would not, for although Han Mudong had promised not to report to the higher-ups, even a person of ordinary disposition would find it hard to resist recruiting such a prodigy. At that very moment, within Jiang Parker's residence, he sat in the laboratory, diligently mixing chemicals to produce a unique spider silk. Beside him stood a robot, tirelessly assisting by handing him various chemical substances. Ordinarily, such tasks would not require his direct involvement. He could simply upload the procedural steps into Karen's system, allowing her to control all the laboratory robots for rapid production of the desired silk. However, the primary issue was that Jiang Parker found himself rather idle. Today, the city of Jiang was exceptionally safe, devoid of any troubling incidents, a stark contrast to the chaotic days of New York, where countless crimes unfolded daily. He often pondered how Batman managed to maintain order in the modestly cultured Gotham City with merely his own efforts and a few Robins. Especially considering the unreliability of the local police, a captured criminal could escape and wreak havoc once more in no time. Yet, as these thoughts occupied his mind, Karen's voice suddenly broke the silence. Young Master, a second-tier upper-level blood corpse ghost has appeared in community. Should we proceed to eliminate it? Ghost? Jiang Parker paused in his experimental work, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, the blood corpse ghost is an entity formed from a human corpse that absorbs spiritual energy after death, thriving on human blood. Huh? I recall that cremation is the norm in Huaxia, who was wealthy enough to purchase a burial plot spanning several square meters. Jiang Parker remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 62, A Song of Strength. Some wealthy families simply do not favor cremation, and the bodies of certain homeless individuals are often buried directly into the earth. Shared a voice. Oh, is that so? I was unaware, replied Parker, scratching his head in embarrassment, realizing he had overlooked this detail. However, the notion that a body could resurrect in another form was unexpected for him. In his view, the existence of ghosts was implausible. Perhaps they simply hadn't died completely? Admittedly, this rationale was something even he struggled to believe, yet he had ceased to believe in ghosts since he was 4 years old. With a resigned tone, he addressed his fellow book enthusiasts. Parker, if children do not sleep, terrifying ghosts will emerge and devour you. Qin Xiaoyun warned the young Parker. Oh, how frightening, he replied dismissively, before lying down on the bed and closing his eyes to rest, leaving Qin Xiaoyun with an expression of awkwardness. Time resumed, and as he set aside the chemical substances, Parker turned to Karen and said, Karen, could you please retrieve my battlesuit? Thank you. Without a response, the next moment, a box containing the suit appeared at his feet. Thank you. In a swift 3 seconds, he changed attire, activating all functions of the Thunder battlesuit with a click of the switch on his chest. Just then, the wall before him opened instantaneously, revealing an endless tunnel, accompanied by a contraption resembling a railcar. Master, your destination has been locked in. Please fasten your seatbelt. The train will depart in 10 seconds. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man hastily leaped onto the train, disregarding its origins. Well, I must say, this seat is quite soft and comfortable. At that moment, the seatbelt shot out from its slot, securing his waist. Seatbelt secured. The train is about to depart. 3, 2, 1. The train has departed. Arrival is expected in 15 seconds. As Karen's voice faded, the train erupted with a tremendous roar and surged forward. The fierce wind lashed against Spider-Man's face, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. After a brief moment of shock, he found the experience exhilarating, far more thrilling than a roller coaster. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly felt the train come to a halt beneath him, and the previously dark ceiling illuminated with a brilliant moonlight. Arrival at destination. Please ensure you take all personal belongings before disembarking. Ah, quite considerate, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. Releasing the seatbelt, he exerted a forceful leap, emerging from the tunnel onto solid ground. At that moment, he realized he was situated within a small grove, with a quaint square before him. In this square, 3 figures were embroiled in a fierce struggle, utilizing the advanced vision afforded by his high-tech goggles. Combined with his inherent spider abilities, Parker clearly discerned the appearances of the 3 individuals. 2 individuals donned an eerily familiar black trench coat, their faces obscured by masks of varying designs, though all shared a white base. Upon observing their attire, Spider-Man fell into a contemplative silence. Could it be mere coincidence? Just this morning, he had engaged in a verbal spar with Zhao Chengtian, and now, in the afternoon, he encountered his teammate. Was this world truly so small? Or was it merely the protagonist's extraordinary luck at play? Shaking his head, he dismissed the swirling thoughts in his mind as one might flush away refuse. Redirecting his gaze elsewhere, before him stood a grotesque figure, a skeletal form, skin of a ghastly purple hue, pointed ears, sharp claws, crimson eyes, and a mouth filled with menacing fangs, the most striking detail being its utter lack of attire. From which dark corner of existence had such an aberration emerged? At that moment, Karen's voice pierced the air. Second-tier superior blood corpse demon. Its formidable teeth can effortlessly penetrate a centimeter-thick steel plate. Do not allow it to bite you. If it does, sever its head immediately, for it will voraciously drain your blood, reducing an ordinary adult male to a mere husk in just 5 minutes. Its only weakness is the head. Even if you were to extract its heart, it would remain unfazed. Be advised, do not regard it as a vampire. It does not fear crosses or garlic. Is that so? Spider-Man replied, somewhat disappointed, as he tucked away the leftover garlic from his dinner of dumplings. Karen fell silent. Why was it that your thought process always astonished, consistently delivering unexpected surprises? Karen, is there truly no other weakness besides the head? Spider-Man questioned, incredulous. How could such a creature exist? This was reality, not a film or a game. Well, it's not entirely devoid of weaknesses. If you tear it in half, it can also die. Might as well just cover my head then. Rolling his eyes, he chose not to pursue the matter further, directing his attention to a nearby building. Spider-Man shot out a web. With a swift whoosh, he soared through the thicket, gliding toward the square. Fortunately, the area was dotted with skyscrapers. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for showcasing his web-slinging prowess. Meanwhile, in the small square, wielding a long blade, Wu Li fended off a swift strike from the demon's claw. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned his strength and delivered a powerful kick to the creature's abdomen. Shouting to the young man beside him, Wu Li exclaimed, Gujinan, have you not gathered enough strength? If you don't finish this quickly, this beast, fiercer than livestock, will drain me dry. With hands outstretched, fingers forming a triangle, golden light coalesced within its center. His tightly shut eyes burst open, and Gujinan bellowed, Li Gu. Catch this. The golden light transformed into a vibrant red, rushing toward Wu Li. The radiant glow enveloped him, causing his already robust muscles to swell even further. With taut arms and bulging muscles, even through the fabric of his clothing, one could discern the prominent veins beneath Wu Li's skin. Sheathing his long knife and casting it aside, he extracted 2 fingerless gloves from his pocket, adorning his hands as he faced the advancing blood corpse demon. Taunting with a smile, "Come, boy." It seemed that this creature, in its former life, had encountered such philosophically rich English, for it became enraged. Charging at Wu Li like a monkey from the Amazon rainforest. Just as Wu Li anticipated an attack aimed at his shoulders, he was taken aback when the creature leapt over his head, hurtling towards Gu Zhinan not far away. "What the hell? Even the support is being targeted," Gu Zhinan exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. Having battled alongside many blood corpse demons over the years, he knew that such mindless entities typically focused on whoever struck them. As a support character who often remained a few meters back, layering buffs on teammates, he should have been ignored. To his astonishment, this blood corpse demon appeared to possess an unusual intelligence, prioritizing the support over the frontline fighters. Fortunately, Gu Zhinan was far from inept. Otherwise, he would never have qualified to join the Night Slayer team. Just as he prepared to evade, he noticed the demon's charge abruptly halt. As if seized by an unseen force, and it stumbled backward. Both Gu Zhinan and Wu Li were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. At that moment, a figure clad in red and blue descended before them, none other than the timely arrival of Spider-Man. Observing the fallen blood corpse demon, Jiang Parker placed one hand on his hip and quipped, "Hey, buddy, I know that eating too many oranges can turn your skin yellow, but what else with your entire body turning purple? Have you been overindulging in eggplants?" After shaking his head, he continued, "No, eggplants aren't purple. Wait a minute. I've got it. You must be suffering from allergic purpura. I recommend you visit a hospital, preferably the one 2 kilometers away. Their treatment standards are quite good. The clinic just 200 meters from here is dreadful. The last time I went for a simple prescription, they jabbed my hand multiple times, and it still aches." Chapter 63, Double Standards, huh? The crimson and blue figure before them continued spouting terrible jokes, leaving the two behind in stunned silence. What in the world was happening? Tonight had started simply, just a trip to buy a towel, but then, on the way back, they encountered a blood ghoul in the midst of its hunt. And now, this? A bizarrely dressed stranger in a red and blue onesie, face completely obscured, who wouldn't stop talking nonsense. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about that outfit. The darkness of the night obscured their vision, and with Spider-Man's back turned, neither of them recognized him. Just then, Wu Li noticed the blood ghoul, previously feigning death on the ground, suddenly snap its eyes open and lunge towards Spider-Man with terrifying speed. "Look out," Wu Li shouted. But his warning was pointless. Spider-Sense had already alerted the web-slinger long before the ghoul even moved. With a swift sidestep, Spider-Man dodged the ghoul's razor-sharp claws. Without hesitation, he shot 2 strands of webbing, sticking them firmly to the creature's backside. Gripping the strands tightly, he yanked with all his strength. Off you go. The ghoul, mid-leap, suddenly felt an odd tug on its rear. Before it could react, its vision blurred, then went completely dark. Spider-Man dusted off his hands and planted them on his hips. Admiring his handiwork, the ghoul was now lodged headfirst into a tree, its purple backside sticking out awkwardly. Why did it have to land in that position? Didn't he worry some creep with Lu Mo's particular tastes might stumble upon it and do something unspeakable? Sure, it was a ghoul with no sense of pain. But even monsters should have some self-respect. After mentally chastising the ghoul for its shameless posture, Spider-Man finally turned his attention to the 2 bystanders, who stood frozen, unsure whether to applaud or flee. "Hey there, comrades. Name S. Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood hero." The sudden introduction left them even more bewildered. After a long pause, Wu Li finally nudged Gu Zhinan's arm. Did he just say his name? Think it was Spider-Man? Gu Zhinan replied uncertainly. At that moment, the ghoul finally managed to wrench itself free from the tree, though not without cost. Its body was now crisscrossed with deep gashes, revealing glimpses of blackened muscle beneath. No blood seeped from the wounds. Dazed, it shook its head before locking its blood-red eyes on Spider-Man's back. Whatever little intelligence it possessed burned away into pure rage. Its arms, previously limp at its sides, suddenly split apart, only to reform into 2 massive cleavers. Spider-Sense tingled. Huh? Turning, Spider-Man found himself face-to-face with the ghoul, now armed with twin blades. You can do that? Is this mentioned in the Vampire Combat Manual? With a face full of astonishment, Spider-Man found the scene before him utterly unscientific. How could a physical body undergo such transformation? At that moment, Karen's voice resonated once more. They're not vampires. All right. I understand they're not vampires, but what difference does it make? This spectacle is simply unscientific. After a dismissive remark, Parker expressed his bewilderment. Young master, otherworldly beings are inherently unscientific. Since you must confront them, do not become ensnared in a rigid mindset, attempting to rationalize them through scientific means, Karen advised. Although she was a product of technology, the data input into her system largely consisted of phenomena that defied scientific explanation. So, could you elucidate how this entity before me is capable of such feats? Avoiding a massive cleaver aimed at his chest, Spider-Man executed a backflip to land behind the creature, crouching down to deliver a sweeping kick that sent it crashing to the ground. He shot out webbing in an attempt to ensnare it. Unfortunately, the web was shattered by the cleaver upon release. With a tactical leap back several meters, he patted his own racing heart, attempting to soothe his fragile spirit. After all, the creature before him bore a striking resemblance to a dark, corrupted version of a Smurf, and it was nothing short of a nightmare. This sight instilled a sense of fear in him, a staunch materialist. At that moment, Karen's data arrived. Blood ghouls, due to their unique bodily structure and immunity to pain, can utilize their spiritual energy to explode every part of their body, which can be employed for escape or transformed into a weapon. However, only a select few blood ghouls can morph their bodies into weapons as they lack cognitive function. Hence, only those who have witnessed a weapon before their demise can wield such transformations after becoming blood ghouls. Upon hearing this absurd premise, Parker felt speechless. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a long-forgotten skill. Karen, does an electric net have any effect on this creature? It does, but it won't be fatal. It can only hold it for a few seconds. That's useful. Turning to the onlookers, Wooly and another, Spider-Man called out, "Hey, buddy, could you do me a favor?" What kind of favor? Although his mind struggled to grasp the situation, Wooly quickly responded on reflex. "Could you help me distract that naked eggplant?" He pointed to the blood ghoul, who was charging at him with a large sword. "Oh, sure." Wooly momentarily paused, then rapidly reacted. With no hint of camaraderie, he tightened his fist and propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, almost instantly reaching the blood ghoul's vicinity. Without giving it a chance to react, he tensed his muscles, exerted all his strength, and delivered a powerful punch to the creature's midsection. The immense power, augmented by the strike of the tiger, caused the already gaunt body of the blood corpse demon to cave in significantly, its flesh shattering and revealing the dark, grotesque semblance of decayed innards within. An utterly chilling sight. At that moment, Spider-Man adjusted the voltage of his electric web and aimed it at the advancing blood corpse demon. "Buddy, get out of the way." Upon hearing this, without hesitation, Wooly swiftly dodged, maintaining a safe distance of 3 meters from the creature. As he leaped away, 2 strands of webbing sliced through the air, striking the blood corpse demon, with one even embedding itself into the wound that had been inflicted. In the next instant, blue electric arcs surged forth from the web shooter, rapidly enveloping the blood corpse demon. By the time the creature realized what was happening, it was already too late. It felt an overwhelming tingling sensation coursing through its body, paralyzed and unable to move. Its form trembled uncontrollably, the blue light illuminating its figure, dazzlingly bright. On that day, the blood corpse demon transformed into light. Gazing through his mask at the electrified creature, Wooly could not help but swallow hard. Was this Spider-Man or Thor? 15 seconds later, the electric display ceased, and the blood corpse demon collapsed to the ground, its once purplish skin now charred black, emitting thick smoke. Resembling something that had been thoroughly cooked, sprinkle some cumin, and it would be ready to eat. If only some unscrupulous vendors of certain lamb skewers were present, they would surely have divided this creature and sold it as a delicacy. There was once a notorious lamb skewer vendor who claimed, "Give me enough seasoning, and I can sell even rotting meat as fresh lamb skewers." Alas, this was not a night market, and there were no roasted lamb skewers to be found. Spider-Man, due to the overindulgence of his mother, had only mastered a few ordinary home-cooked dishes. As for anything beyond that, picking up a twig, he poked the seemingly lifeless blood corpse demon and said, "Hey, buddy, it's only 10:30 at night. Why are you sleeping? Get up and join the fun." Wooly remained silent. "It was you who electrified it, and it was you who called for it to rise. Double standards, is it?" Chapter 64, Is the protagonist really impressive? Well, regardless, a life is a life. Let us hasten to end his existence, allowing him an early passage to the afterlife. Wooly, resembling a devil, uttered these words as he halted Spider-Man, who was in the midst of beating a corpse. End his life? Upon hearing this, Spider-Man was momentarily taken aback, subsequently discarding the branch he had been wielding to block Wooly's advance. "My friend," he said, "to be candid, rather than resorting to killing, might we not consider a more benevolent approach? Perhaps instilling within him some sacred ideals?" Time paused as Spider-Man turned to address the audience before the screen. "I know what you wish to say, it's a touch naive, isn't it? But one cannot blame me, such is the nature of Marvel's characters. And I must adhere to my role." As time resumed, Wooly, momentarily bewildered by Spider-Man's words, nearly thought he had misheard. After a brief silence, he began to elucidate. "Well, brother, I understand that you possess a kind heart. Yet might we entertain the possibility that this fellow behind you was already a corpse before becoming a bloodthirsty ghoul? Now he merely exists as a soulless automaton, driven by some lingering spiritual force?" "Huh?" Spider-Man was perplexed. Was there such a premise? He could not recall. At that moment, Karen's voice chimed in. Young master, he is correct. I had previously conveyed this to you, though you may not have heard me clearly. Ah. Spider-Man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his foot sinking into the ground, having inadvertently created a significant indentation in his suit. Dear friends before the screen, please do not follow my example. Always heed the entirety of what you hear, lest you find yourself in as awkward a situation as I, fortunately. Wooly noticed Spider-Man's discomfort and, with a smile, refrained from further comment, retrieving the long knife he had previously discarded. Clang. A crisp sound resonated as the blade was drawn from its sheath. The silver edge glimmered under the luminous moonlight, radiating a chilling brilliance. Why is it that the unsheathing of a long knife can be described in such elaborate detail, while my mere shooting of webbing warrants only a few sparse words? Standing nearby, Spider-Man silently critiqued, just as he believed he would soon return home for a restful night. However, he noticed Wooly turning to gaze at him. By the tone of your voice, you must still be a child. Would you care to try? A little bloodshed could be beneficial for future battles. Wooly inquired as he extended the knife towards Spider-Man. No, that won't do. In truth, I lack the courage to harm even a chicken. Spider-Man quickly waved his hands, his face a portrait of refusal. Very well, if you are unwilling, then so be it. But, child, allow me to remind you that in this era, maintaining a kind heart is commendable, yet it is imperative that you also learn to safeguard yourself, if once solely. Just as Wu Li was imparting his wisdom, he noticed Spider-Man's eyes widen in terror, as if he had glimpsed something horrific. With an impassive expression, Wu Li inquired, Let me guess, that creature has risen once more and now stands behind me? Roar. A cacophony akin to the screech of a broken gong erupted from the maw of the blood corpse demon. Without a moment's hesitation, the hand that gripped the hilt of the sword released its hold, pivoting sharply as the right hand firmly seized the handle once more. The blade traced a crescent arc in the air, deflecting the lethal claws of the blood corpse demon. With a surge of strength, the arms flexed, muscles rippling with a philosophical aesthetic. Truth be told, during my encounters with that scoundrel, Lightning Franz, I had often fantasized about possessing such robust musculature, envisioning myself delivering a sound thrashing before stowing him away in the wardrobe. Yet, upon arriving in this realm, I discovered that brawn does not always equate to advantage. Contemporary women predominantly favor the lean and handsome. With a decisive step forward, a tremendous force fractured the ground beneath, resembling a spider's web. At that moment, Wooly resembled a grizzly bear, effortlessly repelling the blood corpse demon, which was hardly more than a frail creature. Clapping with a theatrical flair, Spider-Man, clad in a vacation outfit, observed the spectacle with apparent amusement. Wooly remained silent, pondering the source of the child's loose-fitting attire. In a moment of distraction, how could the seemingly pocketless fellow produce such a spacious holiday ensemble? Do you comprehend the significance of a protagonist? Spider-Man proclaimed with pride. Do not be astonished. I possess the ability to change costumes at will, and I can even pause time to deliver quips. Wooly remained taciturn. So, you take pride in that, do you? Being a protagonist is indeed remarkable. At that moment, the blood corpse demon, having been knocked back, charged once more like a rabid dog, baring its teeth and lunging towards Wooly's shoulder, intent on retaliation. Just as the demon was about to sink its teeth into Wooly, a web surged forth, obscuring its vision. The sudden loss of sight forced the demon to halt, its body uncontrollably reeling backward before crashing heavily to the ground. With a roar, it struggled to tear the webbing from its face, but its elongated claws merely pierced through the web, resulting in injury to its eyes. Did you witness that? That is the consequence of overly long nails, Spider-Man quipped, stifling a laugh. Enough with the puns. I sincerely appreciate your timely rescue. However, our primary objective now is to sever this creature's head before it can feast in the city. Wooly patted Spider-Man on the shoulder in gratitude. A buffet? Is it complimentary? Spider-Man inquired. Very well, what should I do? Under the intensity of Wooly's gaze, Spider-Man promptly adopted a serious demeanor. First, ensnare its limbs with your webbing to prevent it from escaping when I sever its head. No problem, sir. He saluted, and with newfound determination, Spider-Man resolutely adhered the blood corpse demon to the ground with his webbing. Due to the unfortunate circumstance of having blinded itself, the blood corpse demon found itself ensnared, unable to escape the viscous white web, much like a man devoid of spirit. Witnessing the creature's predicament, Wooly, armed with a long knife, approached the blood corpse demon. His gaze, fixed upon its grotesque visage, radiated an icy coldness, without affording it a chance to react. A fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes as he sheathed his knife with swift precision. The silver blade effortlessly severed the demon's unsightly head. The severed head rolled upon the grass, while its previously thrashing body convulsed violently before falling still. Just as Spider-Man believed the ordeal had concluded, he observed Wooly move once more. The long knife was returned to its sheath at his waist, only to be replaced by a set of brass knuckles deftly donned upon his right hand. In the face of Spider-Man's apprehension, Wooly raised his fist and, with a sudden force, struck the blood corpse demon's grotesque head. The sound echoed like a watermelon bursting, as the demon's head was obliterated by Wu Li's blow, sending flesh and blood splattering, painting the ground in a crimson hue that glimmered under the moonlight. Avoiding the splatter, Spider-Man, after a prolonged hesitation, finally inquired, "Do you need a wet wipe?" "I have some." "No need. I can just wash it off later," Wu Li replied, shaking his head in refusal. Turning to Spider-Man, he expressed some confusion. "Why are you standing so far away?" "Oh, it's just the stench of blood here is quite overwhelming," Spider-Man fibbed. Understanding Spider-Man's trepidation, Wu Li chuckled softly. "Fear not, child. The blood corpse demon is a peculiar entity, unlike other beings. It is notoriously difficult to dispatch. Only by annihilating the brain that controls its body can it be completely vanquished. Therefore, should you encounter a blood corpse demon alone in the future, do not forget to obliterate its brain." Nodding earnestly, like a chick pecking at grains, Spider-Man assumed a demeanor of compliance. Yet, before him stood Wu Li, far from the endearing green-skinned Hulk. Chapter 65, The Demon Exorcist. Just then, the roar of an approaching vehicle echoed, and the trio soon spotted an off-road vehicle making its way towards them. Before it even came to a halt, four figures leapt out, clad in identical black coats and adorned with various patterned white masks. Upon closer inspection, one of the figures caught Spider-Man's eye. It was the peculiar uncle he recognized. With a wave, Spider-Man courteously greeted Jiao City, who was striding towards him. Suddenly pausing, Jiao Citi's expression darkened beneath his mask. The others, who had overheard the exchange, were momentarily taken aback before breaking into unrestrained laughter. "Peculiar uncle? Old Jiao, could it possibly be you he is referring to?" With an arm draped over Jiao Citi's shoulder, Long Ringkai stifled his laughter. Meanwhile, Lu Mengao disregarded the banter and began teasing Jiao Citi. "Uncle? Jiao Gu, I told you age was catching up with you. But you wouldn't believe me. What is with this peculiar uncle business? Have you done something to warrant that title? Get lost." Jiao Qingtian snapped, shrugging off Long Ringkai's arm, his face darkening as he slowly approached Spider-Man with the hilt of a knife firmly in his grasp. Spider sense?" Spider-Man felt a warning tingle, perplexed by the sudden alert. At that moment, a sheathed long knife swung towards him with alarming speed. "Ah!" Monkey-like cry. Realizing the imminent danger, he dodged just in time, the sheath crashing into the ground with a force that left a small dent in the stone pavement. Pausing to steady his racing heart, Spider-Man expressed his displeasure to Jiao Citian. "Peculiar uncle, what is the meaning of this? Is it not enough that you don't greet me, but you also attempt to strike me? Is this how the Zhao family welcomes guests? Who would dare visit you after this?" Jiao Qingtian tightened his grip on the knife's hilt, his veins bulging ominously. Just as he contemplated delivering another strike, Han Mudong, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines, had somehow positioned himself behind Jiao Citian, blocking his path. "Enough, old Jiao. We are getting on in years. It's time to accept that." Stiffening, Jiao Qingtian turned to face Han Mudong, whose eyes sparkled with mirth beneath the mask, and the resentment in Jiao Qingtian's heart nearly solidified. Disregarding Jiao Qingtian's glare, Han Mudong then turned to Spider-Man, scrutinizing him with thoughtful consideration before finally speaking. "So, you are the child with the golden talent that old Jiao mentioned?" Not offering a reply, Spider-Man glanced at Jiao Qingtian, silently seeking guidance on how to respond. Jiao Qingtian remained silent, merely nodding. "Well, if that LED light of the testing crystal has malfunctioned, then I suppose I am indeed the golden talent child," Spider-Man stated. Han Mudong, left speechless, took a moment before responding. "Indeed, just as old Jiao described, you are a child fond of delivering corny jokes." A cold joke. Is my humor not amusing?" Spider-Man expressed his discontent, occasionally finding his own jokes so hilarious that they nearly brought him to tears. Well, wanting to speak the truth, yet gazing into Spider-Man's expectant, wide eyes, I felt that such unvarnished honesty, akin to addressing a child, could wound his sensitive heart. Thus, Han Mudong committed an act that defied his ancestors. He lied. "Not bad, quite funny, keep it up." After delivering this standard response, Han Mudong refrained from further commentary and turned to Wu Li, inquiring, "Wu Li, can we be certain there is only this one blood corpse demon?" The large, headless body on the ground was unmistakable. He needed to ascertain whether any other blood corpse demons lurked nearby. This ghastly creature, regardless of its appearance, should it resemble a certain actress, would still fall squarely within the realm of the supernatural, inciting chaos wherever it appeared. The morning news would surely report, shocking, multiple human remains discovered in a community. Is this a reflection of humanity's depravity or moral decay? Stay tuned. However, if this entity truly bore the visage of the actress, and combined with its insensitivity to pain, merely stitching its mouth shut would lead to Exorcist. Let us not delve into absurdities. The author has not seen it, merely heard about it online. Serious face. JPG, indeed, there is only one. Blood corpse demons are highly collective beings. If others were nearby, they would undoubtedly accompany it. However, we have engaged it for quite some time, logically. If there were other demons, they would have arrived to assist by now. Wooly responded seriously. Very well, we will need to conduct a thorough search before we regroup. Nodding, Han Mudong issued the command, for such matters demanded meticulous attention. Observing the two converse, Jiang Parker quietly approached Zhao Chitian, poking his arm. What do you want? Zhao Chitian asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Were it not for the crowd, he would have already dispatched this pest. Hey, perverted uncle, are they all your teammates? Jiang Parker inquired, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Chitian's impatience. Yes, we are the 8th Squad of the Night Slayer Bureau, based in Jiacheng, Zhao Chitian replied with a nod. Oh, I see. By the way, you haven't explained what the Night Slayer Bureau actually is. He had previously considered asking Karen, confident that with her vast data, she would know about this organization he had never heard of, yet he always forgot. Now, at last, he remembered to ask, why are you so curious? You're not joining us. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man's expression instantly stiffened, as if he had been force-fed an entire strawberry tart, school version. Witnessing Spider-Man's discomfort akin to constipation brought Zhao Chitian immense satisfaction. Calling me a perverted uncle, huh? Look, it seems karma has caught up with you, Zhao Chitian remarked. His heart now clear. He then continued, enough of the banner. The Night Slayer Bureau was established by General Cheng Tian of the Huaxia military, specifically designed to cultivate future talents to combat the demonic forces. Currently, it is divided into 10 squads, stationed in various cities to ensure humanity's safety. Thus, we can consider ourselves semi-military personnel, although we do not operate openly. Haven't you noticed that we must wear masks when we go out? As time progresses, the number of individuals awakening extraordinary abilities will inevitably increase. To prevent those with powerful abilities from wreaking havoc, we must collaborate with the police to maintain public order. However, the emergence of otherworldly beings is quite unpredictable. At any moment, an animal, a plant, or even a corpse might transform into an alien entity due to the absorption of spiritual energy. Similar to human ability users, the strength of these beings varies widely. Some can effortlessly bring about the end of the world, while others might only be capable of minor mischief. This is precisely why the Night Slayers are divided into several squads, each stationed in different cities. In fact, this name was only recently adopted. In previous years, it was known as the 749 Paranormal Response Team. You might have encountered this in online novels, where protagonists recruit various anime characters, only to abruptly end the story after a mere 200 chapters. At that time, due to the scarcity of ability users, most members of the 749 Paranormal Response Team relied on technological weaponry. However, such tools were ineffective against stronger alien beings, barely causing them any discomfort, leading to the team's gradual decline. It was only after General Cheng's reformation that it began anew. Unfortunately, as you are not an insider, I cannot divulge intricate details. This is all I am permitted to share. Spider-Man nodded thoughtfully, gradually grasping the situation. It seemed this was akin to the special organizations found in novels and anime, which had previously operated discreetly and only surfaced when circumstances demanded it. Chapter 66. The infatuated one. As the crowd engaged in conversation, Lu Mingyao stood to the side, observing Spider-Man. The allure of his lightning-fast suit was undeniable, resembling that of the characters from films and animations almost perfectly. Moreover, being in the real world allowed her to discern the well-defined muscles beneath the suit, exuding a certain aesthetic charm. Although he appeared slender, he possessed remarkably toned muscles at the tender age of 18, coupled with good looks and talent, an irresistible combination for most young women. For a married woman, the temptation was even greater, as if she wished to whisk him away without hesitation. At that moment, the caregiver Gu Jinan quietly approached her and softly inquired, "Would you like me to ask for his contact information?" Startled, Lu Mingyao stumbled back a few steps. Upon realizing it was Gu Jinan, she sighed in relief but then responded with annoyance, "Jinan, could you refrain from playing matchmaker? You are a caregiver, not a matchmaker. I'm already 23. I believe I am quite suitable for him." "Only 23? Have you not heard the saying that a woman 3 years older than a man is like a gold brick?" Gu Jinan retorted, adopting an elder's tone while recalling what his mother had said during the last New Year's celebration. "Forget it. I wouldn't want to disrupt his life." Lu Mingyao rolled her eyes, though a hint of blush crept onto her cheeks beneath her mask. Just then, the group concluded their discussions and approached Spider-Man. Han Mudong asked, "Young man, would you like to temporarily team up with us?" Spider-Man appeared momentarily taken aback, but after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. No, you all go about your business. I wish to explore further. Perhaps to encounter other delightful characters or villains." Although he had allied with the Avengers in his past life, he cherished the feeling of freedom that came with solitude. Moreover, he had previously declined their invitation to join, and being together would undoubtedly lead to awkwardness. Very well, we shall not impose any longer. After all, we are in the same city, and there will be plenty of opportunities to meet again, Han Mudong replied, nodding without pressure, patting Spider-Man on the shoulder. Wu Li enthusiastically remarked, "Young man, I admire your fighting style. My ability is immense strength. Perhaps in the future, we might have the chance to spar." He acknowledged his own disposition, stating, "Just look at these muscles. It's evident I am a brawler, far removed from the finesse of a swordsman." This was precisely why he preferred to carry a powerful fist rather than a sword. "I will deliver the items to you the day after tomorrow. Until then, farewell," Jiao Chintian said before jumping into the off-road vehicle. "Brother, thank you for saving me today. If you ever wish to experience the praise of strength, do not hesitate to seek me out," Gu Jianan added with a smile. Without uttering a word, she cast a deep glance at Spider-Man before turning away. Returning to the off-road vehicle without a backward glance, the headlights flickered to life, and the familiar roar of the engine broke the silence of the night once more. As the vehicle started, under the watchful gaze of Spider-Man, the group drove away. Once they had confirmed that the others had distanced themselves, Spider-Man called out to Karen. "Karen, what do you think of them?" In 2 lifetimes, to be honest, he had seldom made friends, though he transformed into a social butterfly when donning the mask. Beneath it lay a pure introvert. Language honesty at 100%, good attitude, no hostility, overall evaluation, sociable, considering your social circle is exceedingly narrow, sir. Nodding. He chose not to pursue the topic further and inquired again. "Karen, please scan the vicinity for any other supernatural beings or thieves. I'm not picky." Since he was already out, he might as well maintain his persona. Scanning. Scan complete. 500 meters to the east. There is a thief stuck on an air conditioning unit due to a fear of heights. Spider-Man was left speechless. A thief immobilized by a fear of heights was truly a disgrace to the profession. With such skills, one might as well work at a nearby factory screwing bolts, where one could earn a decent living. While the situation was comical, as a friendly neighbor to the citizens of Jiangxing, he could not abandon this charming little thief. But are you sure this is a thief and not some dandy caught in an affair, who jumped out the window upon realizing their partner had returned? No. Who engages in infidelity at such an hour? As he continued to muse internally, Spider-Man shot a web towards the eastern building, swinging into the darkness. Meanwhile, seated in the passenger seat, Zhao Qingtian watched his captain drive, wanting to express something but unsure whether he should. In the end, it was Han Mudong who could no longer bear the silence and asked helplessly, "Old Zhao, just say what you need to. Hesitating is not like you." Hearing Han Mudong's words, Zhao Qingtian hesitated for a moment but could no longer contain his curiosity. "Captain, to be honest, I initially thought you would invite that rascal again when you saw him. Just this matter?" Han Mudong replied, astonished. "Yes, just this matter," Zhao Qingtian said. And Han Mudong's incredulity rendered him momentarily speechless. I thought it was something significant." After a pause, Han Mudong finally spoke again. "The reasoning is quite simple. Since you've already invited him like a sycophant twice and he has declined, it is evident he is resolute in not wanting to join. So why should I embarrass myself further, adding a 3-time rejection label to our little team?" Upon hearing Han Mudong's words, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhao Qingtian found it impossible to feel joy, despite the fact that it was undoubtedly a matter worthy of celebration. "Could you elucidate the meaning of a simp?" "I merely possess an appreciation for talent, unwilling to witness that insufferable young man squander his remarkable gifts. This sentiment is akin to that of a mentor observing a prodigy. Furthermore, during my interactions with that fellow, I have consistently maintained an imposing elder persona. Although I remain perplexed as to why he insists on referring to me as the perverted uncle, I digress. In any case, Zhao Qingtian is not a simp. His life's motto is singular. When one weeps, true love is invincible. Yet, it seems this sentiment bears a striking resemblance to that of a simp." His internal musings were plentiful, while Han Mudong continued to speak. "Moreover, you have assured me so thoroughly, what else can I do? However, it is indeed as you stated. That lad is quite the talent." Wu Li has recounted the recent encounter with the Blood Corpse demon, and although he lacks combat skills, his agility is commendable, and his strength is impressive. He merely tends to ramble excessively, yet his heart is fundamentally kind, not resembling that of a villain. Given this, let us allow him to continue his growth. Wasn't that esteemed SSS predecessor forged through their own endeavors? When the time comes, you shall present him with the scroll for cultivating spiritual energy. Agreed. Nodding in acknowledgement, he refrained from further comment, yet deep within, Zhao Qingtian felt a genuine sense of happiness for that insufferable young man, Jiang Parker. "Young man, you must express your gratitude to me in due time. A simple treat of a lollipop will suffice. Seriously, do not misunderstand." Contemplating this, a smile graced his lips. At that moment, seated in the back, Lu Mingyao Having hesitated for a while, could no longer contain her curiosity and finally voiced her question. Zhao Ge, why does that boy call you perverted uncle? Did you do something inappropriate? Zhao Chengtian's expression darkened, and he retorted with irritation, Get lost, I have no idea. Oh, if you don't know, then why be so fierce? She murmured softly, though a smile lingered on her lips. The atmosphere was undeniably cheerful. Chapter 67. Well, the title holder has been taken away early the next morning. Without the need for an alarm, Jiang Parker automatically rose from his bed, his eyes bearing the faint traces of dark circles, a clear indication of a restless night. He had been plagued by nightmares, haunted by visions of being encircled by a horde of bloodthirsty apparitions. Strangely, they showed no interest in him, merely revolving around him, occasionally emitting ghostly wails, as if engaged in some sinister cult ritual. After changing his clothes and freshening up, he entered the living room, where breakfast was already prepared. Qin Xiaoyan was busy scrubbing pots in the kitchen, while the television broadcasted the morning news. Last night, 10 murders occurred in the old neighborhood of Jiang City, with victims all succumbing to fatal neck wounds. Eyewitnesses reported seeing a white figure resembling a human outside the window of a widow's home, sporting 2 white tails. Whether this is a deliberate disguise or something else remains under professional scrutiny. Citizens are advised to minimize nighttime outings and, if necessary, to seek companionship or carry defensive weapons. As he nibbled on his toasted bread, Jiang Parker's expression grew grave while watching the news anchor's report. Something was amiss, profoundly so. 2 white tails echoed the appearance of the 2-tailed cat demon he had bathed the previous night, albeit not entirely. It was human-shaped. While it was plausible that the eyewitness had merely misperceived the situation, one could not dismiss the possibility that their sight was merely clouded rather than entirely flawed. The creature he had encountered before was larger than an ice cream truck, and its substantial weight certainly indicated that it was no silent presence. Just as Jiang Parker pondered the implications of this news, Qin Xiaoyan, having overheard the report, emerged from the kitchen and spoke to him. Parker, would you like me to pick you up at night from now on? No need, Mom. Neither Lao Mo nor I have any issues. Besides, you know how far the old neighborhood is from here. There's little chance of any trouble. He waved his hand dismissively. If Qin Xiaoyan were to pick him up, it would jeopardize the delightful conversations he shared with Lu Mo every evening. The topics they discussed were not fit for his mother's ears. All right, but do be cautious on your way home with Xiao Mo. It would be unfortunate to encounter any ruffians. Mom, you might not believe it, but if those ruffians cross paths with me, it's their misfortune. Just yesterday, I sent a school bully to the proctology department. Though Jiang Parker himself could not fathom what Lu Mo had done to render someone into such a state, he was left bewildered by the thought. How had he managed to expose someone as hemorrhoids? Perplexed, he glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. Hastily finishing the last of his toast and sausage, he slung his backpack over his shoulder. Mom, I'm off. Take care on the way. Nodding slightly, Jiang Parker opened the door and stepped outside, only to be greeted by his good friend, Lu Mo. You shouldn't have come, Lu Mo said slowly. Jiang Parker replied, perplexed. What's this about? Holding a caterpillar-shaped pastry in his hand, Lu Mo explained, I haven't finished my breakfast yet. Jiang Parker was at a loss for words. If you haven't finished eating, just say so. Are you really bored enough to play spy games with me? Hurry up and eat, or you'll be late. Oh, okay, Lu Mo replied, promptly squishing the remaining pastry into a ball and shoving it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it down. Impressive, Jiang Parker remarked, giving him a thumbs up, conceding defeat. Enough talk. If you don't hurry, we'll be late, Lu Mo urged, devoid of any pride. Have you learned to speak properly? Jiang Parker thought to himself. Yet he quickened his pace to follow Lu Mo toward the school. In the end, they arrived just in time to take their positions before morning exercises commenced. After the exercises concluded, it was unclear whether it was due to the gradual improvement of their physical condition or mere habituation, but after 45 minutes, the students no longer felt the overwhelming sensation of impending collapse that they had at the beginning. Standing on the platform, the physical education teachers, ignoring the chorus of insults from the students below, observed the vibrant energy radiating from them and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Returning to the classroom, they were met with the drudgery of lessons. With his head down, Jiang Parker absent-mindedly twirled a pen, while secretly communicating with Karen through thought transmission. Initially unaware of this method, he had stumbled upon it the night before out of sheer boredom. This phenomenon could indeed be explained scientifically, providing Jiang Parker with a rare comfort in this otherwise unscientific world. At that moment, he was inquiring about the events discussed in the morning news. Karen, what do you think about that white figure with 2 tails from last night? Is it a human disguise or an alien? Apologies, sir. My database lacks descriptions of such a creature. However, if it is indeed an alien, it would undoubtedly be a new species of great scientific value. Should you encounter it, capturing it alive for analysis and dissection could enhance your future endeavors with potential neighbors, Karen replied. Jiang Parker fell silent at this. Why does your artificial intelligence harbor such terrifying thoughts of live capture and dissection? Isn't that akin to waking up in a furnace, helplessly watching oneself being incinerated? What peculiar settings did you incorporate into this AI, Dad? At that moment, a chibi version of Jiang Ling appeared on Jiang Parker's shoulder, shrugging and shaking his head. I'm not sure either. Then, with a puff of smoke, he vanished. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Parker inwardly mused, Sister Karen, while we are indeed artificial intelligences, we are still, to some extent, girls. Must we always engage in battles and scientific research? Then what should we do? Jiang Parker fell silent, genuinely stumped by the question. What else could Karen, an artificial intelligence, possibly do besides fighting and conducting research? Surely, she couldn't emulate Tony Stark, inadvertently causing destruction, and then point to the ruined building, asking, Karen, can you acquire this establishment in the shortest time possible? It seemed rather implausible. Just as Jiang Parker was lost in his thoughts, the physics teacher's voice broke the silence. Classmate Parker. Instinctively rising from his seat, Jiang Parker responded, seeing him stand. The teacher appeared somewhat taken aback. Moments ago, she had observed this student in a daze and never expected him to stand up. However, as a seasoned professional with many years of experience, she quickly adapted. Classmate Parker, could you tell me the answer to this question? She asked, pointing to a multiple-choice question on the blackboard. After a brief glance at the problem, the answer materialized in Jiang Parker's mind, and he replied, 2B. Excellent. Please take your seat, the teacher said with a smile, reminiscent of an ancient eunuch. Thank you, teacher. He politely expressed before sitting down to continue his casual banter with Karen. It was not a matter of disrespecting the teacher, rather. His entire focus was consumed by the incident reported in the morning news, and he yearned for clarity. Observing Jiang Parker, who continued to ignore the blackboard, the physics teacher felt a tinge of helplessness but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she directed her attention to Luimo. Come, Luimo. Please share the answer to this question. If you cannot, you shall copy it 5 times. Luimo stood up, his face a portrait of bewilderment. Why me again? He cast a resentful glance at the indifferent Jiang Parker, who was clearly unfazed. Option A? This is a fill-in-the-blank question. Chapter 68, on how to change stance with an enemy. The morning swiftly passed, and what was originally a lunchtime break transformed into an opportunity for students to enjoy leisure activities, allowing for more relaxation time. Of course, this was embraced willingly by many, though there were always those who preferred to remain indoors. In the classroom, only Jiang Parker and Luimo remained, with the windows wide open. It was a perfect moment to indulge in snacks. As they savored their inexpensive spicy strips and a bottle of 1982 soft drink, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. A brash voice echoed through the room. Who are Jiang Parker and Luimo? The two remained silent. Was the plot unfolding too rapidly? Why was someone looking for trouble so soon? Moreover, this seemed to be a high school. How had such ruffians infiltrated their midst? Though puzzled, they surmised the visitor's intentions, most likely seeking revenge for Zhang Lei. Jiang Parker sighed inwardly at the glitch, yet he candidly replied, Brother, those two you're looking for are currently playing on the playground, not in the classroom. Oh, is that so? Thank you for the reminder. The blonde nodded and then exited. Just when Jiang Parker believed the matter was resolved, he was taken aback to see 2 familiar faces following the blonde, those of the crane and the skinny guy, who had boisterously vowed to avenge Zhang Lei the previous day, only to be outwitted by Jiang Parker's remarkable acting skills, resulting in their chastisement by Su Quan. Bro, those 2 kids were the ones who beat up Lei, the crane shouted, pointing at them with fervor. His battered visage revealed that he had received a fair share of reprimands from his father last night, and now he looked quite ridiculous. What? You dare to toy with me? Do you wish for death? Furious at being duped, the blonde rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Jiang Parker a lesson. Just as he was about to throw a punch, Jiang Parker interjected. Pause. Taken aback, the blonde's fist came to an abrupt halt. After a moment of blinking in confusion, he finally grasped the situation, his face flushing with rage. You little brat, you tricked me again. Hey, don't be so quick to accuse. When I told you to stop, you actually did. So, should I now ask you to eat the snow-topped coffee from the boys' restroom garbage can? Would you do that too? Jiang Parker shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. To the blonde, this demeanor only served to heighten his irritation. He could no longer contain himself, his fist clenched tightly. Listen here. My name is Lu Li, and I'm Zhang Lei's older brother. How do you intend to settle the matter of my little brother being sent to the proctology department? His dark eyes glinted with malice, resembling a fierce beast poised to devour Jiang Parker at any moment. Yet Jiang Parker appeared utterly unfazed, instead contemplating the situation with earnestness. Perhaps believing that solitary joy pales in comparison to shared delight. Under the astonished gazes of Lu Li and his companions, he summoned Luimo once more. Seated comfortably, with one leg crossed and savoring spicy snacks, the two engaged in a lively exchange reminiscent of rural Annie's gossiping. Meanwhile, Lu Li and his group observed silently. uncertain whether to intervene. "Brother Lu, are we merely to watch?" inquired the crane beside Lu Li. He remained silent, his expression darkening as he approached the two. Before he could utter a word, he witnessed them hastily stuffing the remnants of their snacks into their mouths, chewing voraciously before swallowing. "It's all gone." Lu Li's expression grew even more severe, bordering on incredulous amusement. "Ah, you two are quite the characters. I wonder if, when you find yourselves in the confines of an ICU, you'll still be able to laugh." "Brother, that S called ICU," the thin monkey interjected. "Shut it. Do I need you to remind me?" Lu Li retorted. The thin monkey, looking dejected, withdrew as though he had been insulted and criticized for his physique. Ignoring him, Lu Li addressed the two before him. "Follow me to the restroom." "And if we refuse?" Lu Mo asked. "If you choose not to comply, don't blame us for dragging you there," Lu Li threatened. "Old Jiang, honestly, this 1982 lay by spirit is quite potent. It's making me feel as though I need to rush to the restroom. Are you coming?" Lu Mo turned to Jiang Parker, feigning urgency. "Ah, yes. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit of discomfort as well. Let us go. We shall make a spirited duo at the restroom," Jiang Parker replied in kind. "Very well, let us proceed." Following the incredulous gazes of Lu Li and the others, the two embraced each other and made their way toward the restroom. "Move along," Lu Li murmured to the two, then followed in their footsteps. Upon entering the restroom, Jiang Parker and Lu Mo found themselves encircled by Lu Li and his companions. Fortunately, they were in the vast expanse of Great China, not in some island nation. Otherwise, the ensuing events would have transcended the confines of this narrative. This requires VIP status, doesn't it? After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of surveillance cameras, Jiang Parker let out a sigh of relief. It was at this moment that Lu Li spoke up. "Kid, tell me, how do you plan to settle the score for the beating you inflicted on my younger brother? You must understand, he is now suffering from a rectal prolapse. What do you propose we do about it?" Upon hearing this startling revelation, Jiang Parker cast a peculiar glance at Lu Mo, now even more eager to discover what Lu Mo had done to the young man that resulted in such a condition. Realizing it was no longer the time for concealment, Lu Mo leaned closer to Jiang Parker and whispered, "I heard that fellow has harmed many girls, and I thought it only fair to let him experience the consequences of his actions. So, I took the practice book you gave me and stuffed it inside him forcefully." Jiang Parker remained silent as I expressed my dismay at the absence of my practice book, only to realize that it had been appropriated by this rascal for such trivial pursuits. "Nevertheless, I must commend you on your performance," he remarked, patting Lu Mo on the shoulder. "When faced with such brutes, one should not resort to conventional methods. A forceful response is warranted." "Thank you for the praise," Lu Mo replied, somewhat bashfully. Observing the two conversing before him, Lu Li's expression darkened, nearly rivaling that of Su Quan. "Do you two think I am both deaf and blind, unable to hear your idle chatter? Moreover, do you not recognize the current circumstances? Is this an appropriate setting for your trivial banter? Should I provide you with a bench and some sunflower seeds to facilitate your leisurely discussion? It appears you truly do not regard my threats with any seriousness," Lu Li declared with palpable menace directed at the duo. Time seemed to freeze as Jiang Parker addressed the handsome assembly before him. "Gentlemen, let me be candid with you. I do not fear threats. In my previous life, Dr. Octopus threatened me countless times, yet each encounter concluded with him being dispatched by a single blow. The individual before me, resembling a strawberry tart with its head submerged in a toilet and dyed yellow, clearly pales in comparison to even a single tentacle of Dr. Octopus. He would be outmatched 9 times over," he continued. As time resumed, Jiang Parker turned to Lu Li and said, "Brother, what is it you want? If you intend to fight, do so swiftly. Can you not act like a man? If you have no business with me, then step aside. I need to use the restroom." After receiving a thorough reprimand from Jiang Parker, Lu Li's menacing aura dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a look of utter confusion. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Do you possess no sense of public decency? You were the one who sent us to the restroom, and now you obstruct our passage. Does your conscience not ache?" Lu Mo chimed in. "I wish to say something," he began, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. "What do you mean, I? Do you consider your words to be so noble? You, what about you? It seems even drinking water requires a dash of salt for you." "You truly are a nuisance," Jiang Parker retorted. Chapter 69, The Drumming Advance. 10 minutes later, a somewhat parched Jiang Parker resolved to return to the classroom for a drink of water. He then grasped Lu Mo's wrist and declared, "Come on, old Mo. Let this bunch reflect on their actions." With that, he intended to depart. However, at that moment, Lu Li suddenly moved. A fist, akin to a sandbag in size, hurtled towards Jiang Parker's head with alarming speed. There was no need for spider sense. Years of honed reflexes allowed Jiang Parker to perceive Lu Li's impending action the instant he moved. He tilted his head slightly, evading the blow. Without hesitation, he seized Lu Li's arm firmly. With one hand pressing against his back, he exerted force, causing Lu Li's body to instinctively bend downward, coupled with a swift sweeping kick. The once formidable Lu Li found himself kneeling on the ground, the entire maneuver completed in under 2 seconds. Kneeling, he gazed up at the two individuals before him, who now towered over him like elegant cranes. Lu Li was momentarily bewildered, taking a while to comprehend the unfolding situation. He attempted to break free. Yet Jiang Parker's grip was akin to that of a vice, rendering him immobile despite his struggles. Raising his head, he shouted at the two cranes, whose expressions were marked by confusion. "What are you waiting for? Get in here." Oh. They finally responded, but before they could take action, Luemo had inexplicably appeared behind them, wielding a wooden stick that had once been part of a mop, a terrifying smile adorning his face. "Watch out." Unfortunately, it was too late. Luemo swung the stick with great force, and in an instant, it struck the back of the heads of the two with a resounding thud. KO. Their heads tilted, and with a loud crash, they collapsed to the ground, motionless, as though lifeless. Witnessing the two crumple to the floor, Lu Li's anticipation swiftly morphed into disappointment. They went down too quickly. No wonder you two have such little screen time. At this level, it's a miracle you aren't dead already. You can't even act. Just then, Lu Li felt his vision darken, only to see the two now encircling him. Their expressions rigidly fixed, Jiang Parker and Luemo. Each held a practice notebook and a mop stick, engaged in conversation. "Old Jiang, this fellow doesn't he seem like the best of characters? How about I take his rear position this time?" Luemo said, brandishing the mop stick. His eyes filled with eagerness. "Of course. You are my dearest brother. How could I deny you your wish? Just remember to include my share in the thrust." Jiang Parker replied with great generosity. "Absolutely. In that case, let us commence our delightful endeavor." The two exchanged knowing smiles, then shifted their focus towards Lu Li, gradually advancing. "Relax, it will all be over soon. Indeed, if you resist, it will only heighten our excitement." Slowly retreating, Lu Li gazed in terror at the two figures approaching, exclaiming loudly, "Please, don't come any closer. Lu Li, I'm coming in." Drumming forward. "The power of Demacia is with me." Half an hour later, Luemo, having discarded the bloodied mop handle and adjusted his trousers, wore a look of satisfaction. "Let us go drink the remaining Ray-Ban," he said, enthusiastically wrapping an arm around Jiang Parker's shoulders. "All right," Jiang Parker replied, retrieving his exercise book with a nod. The two departed, leaving behind 3 lifeless bodies, one of which bore a bruised face and a crimson stain on his trousers. Time passed, and a sweat-soaked boy entered. Just as he was about to draw his weapon when he spotted the corpse on the ground, instantly screaming in horror, "Help! Someone's dead! What is happening? What is going on?" Others, having just finished their exercise, quickly gathered around. "Isn't that Zhang Lei's gang?" "Don't mention it. It truly is." "Well, Zhang Lei just went in, and now his underlings follow suit. It seems like they truly are not from the same family. But didn't T2 people go in? What with this extra blondie?" "Not sure. But look at that red mark on his backside. Could it be a girl?" "Who told you only girls can bleed? Boys can too." "Of course, anyone can if they have hemorrhoids." "Oh, so you understand, huh?" "Naturally, I'm a proud member of the new generation of hemorrhoid youth." In an instant, the conversation shifted from discussing the death to debating the blonde's gender and hemorrhoids, with no one bothering to seek out a teacher. Eventually, Su Quan, alerted by the commotion, arrived and pushed through the crowd to see the so-called corpses. At the sight of Lu Li's familiar state, Su Quan immediately recognized it as the same brutal treatment Zhang Lei had received previously. Unquestionably, the same two individuals were behind this as well. After a prolonged silence, Su Quan addressed the crowd behind him. "A few boys, please help carry them to the infirmary. The rest of you, return to your respective classes. This ruckus is unbecoming of students." Recognizing Su Quan's authority, the crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only a few sturdy boys, their faces marked with disdain, reluctantly lifting the 3 bodies and trudging toward the infirmary. Once the area was clear, Su Quan relaxed his stern demeanor and sighed, "Jiang Parker, Luemo, you two certainly know how to stir up trouble." It was clear that these two were responsible, although they had ample evidence during the previous incident. The problem remained that witnesses saw them leave with Zhang Lei, returning shortly thereafter with smiles, while Zhang Lei had vanished. It was evident that they were the culprits. However, he was also aware that each of the 3 individuals just mentioned was of considerable merit, one of whom, judging by their age, was likely not a student, but rather a member of society. Although he could not fathom how the gatekeeper, Mr. Li, had permitted an outsider to enter the premises. The ramifications of this incident were far too significant to overlook. It necessitated a report to the principal. Meanwhile, the individuals involved, Jiang Parker and Luemo, appeared utterly unfazed, continuing with their activities as if nothing had transpired. An hour later, Su Quan entered the room and immediately confronted the noisy group, exclaiming, "What are you all bickering about? I could hear your commotion from the hallway." The previously animated crowd fell silent, heads bowed in submission, refraining from further discussion. Instead, their attention shifted to the back row, where Jiang Parker and Luemo were seated, prompting Suquan to call out, "Jiang Parker, Lu Mo, you two, step outside." Upon hearing this, Lu Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Old Jiang, have we been exposed so soon?" Uncertain, Jiang Parker replied calmly, "But let us adhere to our usual strategy, deny everything." It is often said that when one is called out by a teacher for the first time, feelings of discomfort and anxiety arise. However, after multiple such encounters, one transforms into a cheerful and confident young man. He was no longer the timid Peter Parker of yore. He had successfully overcome his social anxieties and blossomed into a social butterfly. Nodding in agreement, Lu Mo, having also been summoned by teachers countless times before, mirrored his composure. As they departed, Lu Mo waved goodbye to his classmates, strutting like a star on the red carpet, his head held high with pride, as if being called out for a discussion were an accomplishment to be celebrated. In contrast, Jiang Parker exhibited a demeanor of embarrassment, hastening his steps to exit the classroom swiftly. Outside the classroom, not only was Suquan present, but also Principal Yang. The sight of the principal's involvement surprised Jiang Parker. He had not anticipated that this incident would garner such attention, equating its shock value to that of Wang Biao arriving at school clad solely in a diaper. "Wang Biao, I truly did not foresee this. Despite my absence from so many chapters, I still managed to be part of this scene. I am sincerely grateful." Chapter 70, It is time to showcase true talent. Jiang Parker, Lu Mo, do you comprehend the severity of the trouble you have stirred? Did I not just caution you last night? Suquan expressed his exasperation towards the two. Before him stood a prodigy who had received an invitation from Hucking University in his first year of high school and another who ranked at the bottom of the class. Yet, both shared a characteristic that left him troubled. "Teacher, please do not speak nonsense. Do you really believe that we could outmatch them? They are 3 in number." Jiang Parker retorted with conviction. "You make a compelling argument, leaving me rather speechless." For a moment, Suquan was at a loss for words to counter, and after pondering, he realized he was indeed the teacher, while the individuals before him were his students. How could a teacher allow his students to befuddle him? "Jiang Parker, Lu Mo, though I find it hard to believe, the surveillance has documented every detail of your encounter. How can I provide an explanation to the authorities?" He continued, "Be candid, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and you shall face strict consequences. Speak the truth, as the principal is present. If it truly was those ruffians who bullied you, I shall take immediate action against them." Silence enveloped the room until Lu Mo finally spoke, albeit hesitantly. "Old Jiang, has the school even installed surveillance in the restrooms? Does that mean they have captured my every moment of bravado?" Jiang Parker fell silent. So did Suquan. And Principal Yang, too, was mute. Was this truly the crux of the matter? Frustrated, Suquan felt his teeth grind. Had the principal not been present, he might have erupted in expletives. At that moment, Principal Yang interjected, Su, do not engage in such banter with the students. Speak to them earnestly, will you?" He turned to Jiang Parker and Lu Mo, smiling as he inquired, "Gentlemen, do share with the principal. Was it not those miscreants who instigated the trouble?" Silence reigned as Jiang Parker and Lu Mo exchanged glances. "Lu Mo, should we speak?" Jiang Parker, "We must, but let us employ some rhetorical finesse." Lu Mo, "What form of rhetoric?" Jiang Parker, "Exaggeration." With their silent communication concluded, Jiang Parker turned to face Principal Yang, sighing in resignation. "Alas, Principal Yang, since you have urged us to speak, I shall be forthright. Everything we did was in defense of another's dignity." "Oh, do elaborate," Principal Yang replied, his curiosity piqued by Jiang Parker's assertion. Gazing deeply into Principal Yang's eyes, Jiang Parker suddenly pivoted, clasping his hands behind his back as he stared out the window. "That day, I was initially on my way to the restroom with Lu Mo when we suddenly heard shouts and insults emanating from within. Moments later, Zhang Lei emerged with his 3 lackeys, money in hand. Upon entering, Lu Mo and I discovered a plump classmate sprawled on the cold restroom floor, battered and bruised, his uniform riddled with humiliating inscriptions. We inquired about the situation, and he shared that his mother is a scavenger, toiling relentlessly each day to support his education. Although she is merely 39, the burdens of her labor have aged her by more than 2 decades. He aspires to study diligently and secure a respectable job to repay his mother's sacrifices. However, Zhang Lei and his group persistently ridicule him for his weight, insinuating that he must have consumed refuse to become so large, and they mock his mother as profession, proclaiming that his future is destined to mirror hers. They coerced him into buying cigarettes, but he, lacking funds, refused. Consequently, he was beaten and threatened, warned that if he failed to procure cigarettes by the following day, he would endure daily assaults until he and his mother knelt before them, pleading for mercy. Principal Yang and Teacher Su, you are aware of our character, aren't you? We are inherently driven by a sense of justice, yearning to protect the vulnerable. How could we stand idly by? We confronted Zhang Lei and administered a thorough beating. And the issues he now faces are a result of our actions. What you may not know is that this wretch has connections and continuously harms women. From elderly ladies in their 80s to little girls of merely 8, he is nothing short of a monster. Teacher, principal. Imagine if you were in our position. Could you refrain from intervening? Jiang Parker exclaimed passionately, while Lu Mo beside him pretended to wipe away tears, feigning deep emotion. Is this true? Upon hearing Jiang Parker's words, Principal Yang was instantly incensed, taken aback by the existence of such filth within his school. You two have done exceptionally well. Even if your teacher doubts your words, I certainly believe you. He placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders, exuding the authority of a seasoned elder. Thank you, Principal. Jiang Parker and Lu Mo responded, genuinely moved. Thank you, Principal. The two students echoed, observing the scene. Su Quan felt out of place, realizing that the emotional moment belonged solely to them, leaving him as an outsider. And Principal, how could you so quickly abandon me? What about your integrity? He silently lamented, recognizing the principal's remarkable talent for deflecting blame. Very well, Principal Yang, Jiang Parker, Lu Mo. You two may return to the classroom. This matter shall be handled by me. He promptly interrupted the dramatic exchange, feeling that if it continued, even an Oscar-winning actor would be left astounded, exclaiming that he was unworthy. All right. Instantly wiping away their tears, the expressions of indignation on their faces transformed into smiles. Then, Principal and Teacher Su, Lu Mo, and I will take our leave for now. We shall meet again later. With that, Jiang Parker grasped Lu Mo's wrist and hurried back to the classroom to resume their unfinished tasks. Picking up a pen, Jiang Parker turned to Lu Mo and asked, "Whose turn is it?" "I've forgotten," Lu Mo replied, shaking his head as he admitted that his mind had become quite rusty and unable to retain details. "Let us begin anew, shall we?" With that, the two discarded the paper filled with frivolous banter and reached for a fresh sheet. Meanwhile, Su Quan, observing the carefree antics of the two upon their return to the classroom, felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Alas, these two lively spirits are truly a source of my distress. With a sigh, his tone was laden with resignation. Teacher Su, one must not speak in such terms. They are merely children. Why impose such high expectations upon them? When I was in school, I spent my days in brawls, yet I find myself as the principal now. The principal reassured with a gentle smile. Indeed, you have a point. Su Quan nodded in agreement. Moreover, the world has changed. Education is no longer the sole avenue to success. Turning his back, hands clasped behind him, he gazed out at the students sparring on the playground. His expression imbued with complexity. Principal, they are still just children. Do you not see that the government's actions may lead to their detriment? Su Quan questioned, perplexed. Such conflicts should be left to adults. How could youngsters like Jiang Parker possibly engage in battles against monsters? Teacher Su, you fail to understand. The government is compelled to act in this manner. As our time is limited, Principal Yang replied, his gaze drifting toward the azure sky. Could it be? As he too looked outside, a chilling thought surfaced in his mind. It is better to know than to voice it, he said, shaking his head enigmatically. As principal, he had gleaned much through his connections, including forewarnings of the calamity set to occur in 3 years, yet he refrained from divulging this information. Should certain individuals become aware, the news would undoubtedly be exaggerated 100-fold. Upon hearing this, Su Quan nodded, signifying his understanding. Then, Principal, I shall take my leave to address the matter concerning Zheng Lei. Very well, go ahead. The principal nodded without further comment. Turning his attention to the figure in the classroom, lost in contemplation over the game of Go, his gaze was filled with complexity and silence. After a prolonged moment, the principal turned and departed. Meanwhile, within the classroom, Jiang Parker and Lu Mo continued to engage in a novel approach to the game of Go. In Lu Mo's words, true strength is never concerned with the environment. Chapter 71. The Jumper. On a night illuminated by the city lights, Jiang Parker stood atop a towering building, holding not a pancake roll this time, but a corn tortilla. Although he relished the taste of pancake rolls, his prolonged abstinence had instilled a sense of nostalgia within him. As he chewed on the tortilla, he mumbled indistinctly, "Karen, do you have any leads?" His primary objective this evening remained to locate the shadowy figure from the morning news, aiming to intercept him before he could harm anyone else. The radar is currently scanning, no matching signatures detected. Sighing in resignation, he stuffed the remainder of the tortilla into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Lowering his mask, Jiang Parker resolved not to remain idle and decided to embark on the search himself. Even though Karen, capable of detecting every whisper of the wind within 100 kilometers, had failed to find him, he believed his chances were slightly better than 5%. Nevertheless, he was determined to give it a try. After all, the allure of the protagonist's halo was undeniably captivating. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a web, slicing through the inky night and adhering to the wall of a skyscraper. Gripping the strand, Spider-Man pivoted, propelling himself skyward. As he descended from the lofty edifice, the resilient webbing supported him, swinging him towards the distant horizon. Navigating through the cityscape, Spider-Man embraced his role as the friendly neighborhood hero. Unlike the quiet nights of New York, The streets of Jiang City bustled with pedestrians. A man, holding his phone aloft, momentarily paused as a flash of red and blue zipped overhead, then promptly shared his discovery. Spider-Man! Spider-Man! Where is he? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into excitement, eagerly scanning their surroundings. The name of Spider-Man had rapidly gained renown in Jiang City. Despite having only emerged a week prior, he was already a household name. As the cheers resonated in his ears, a grin spread across Spider-Man's masked face, reaching his ears. This sensation was truly exhilarating. However, amidst the revelry, a woman's piercing scream pierced the air. Robbery! Ah, an opportunity. Upon hearing the cry for help, Spider-Man swiftly redirected his course towards the source of the commotion. On a narrow alleyway, a woman clad in high heels sprinted frantically, her face etched with desperation. Ahead of her was a figure bouncing like a rabbit. Adorned in a purple and gold bodysuit, his legs encased in armor, the back of his head similarly concealed. He sported yellow eyes reminiscent of Ultraman and an incongruous black beard that defied gravity. Yet, the most striking aspect was his incredible leap, soaring 3 meters high with apparent ease. To put this in perspective, even a national-level high jumper might struggle to reach such heights, and would certainly require a running start. You pervert in a purple leather suit, return my wallet at once. The woman shouted, hurling insults at the figure ahead. The power of language is formidable. However, for certain shameless individuals, even if one were to berate their ancestors for generations, they would remain utterly unperturbed, perhaps even responding with jest. It is evident that the thief before me is such a person. Ha ha ha, come on, madam, if you can catch me, I shall return this wallet to you. He taunted, shaking the black bag in his hand. Yet, at that moment, something unexpected transpired. A white thread shot forth, instantly ensnaring the black bag. Before the thief could comprehend the situation, he felt a tug and, upon inspection, discovered that the black bag had vanished. Who has stolen my prize? He roared, his mustache bristling with fury as he scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking the culprit who had absconded with his loot. Just then, a voice echoed, Hey there, mate. You are quite shameless. This bag certainly does not claim to be your trophy. Who? The thief turned to locate the source of the voice and was astonished to see, perched on a lamppost behind him, a figure clad in a red and blue jumpsuit, adorned with a striking black spider emblem on the chest, appearing vividly lifelike. And this person's grasp was none other than his stolen bag. Without a doubt, this was our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Upon spotting the familiar silhouette on the lamppost, a woman who often watched television and the news instantly recognized him and exclaimed in delight. With a powerful push from her legs, she leapt into the air, executing a backflip before landing gracefully on the ground. Dear lady, please take your wallet home. The rest is for your friendly neighbor, Spider-Man, to resolve, he said courteously, placing the bag into the woman's embrace. Thank you, she replied, bowing, still in disbelief that a character from the screen had materialized before her. Spider-Man? Upon hearing the woman refer to the figure before her as such, the thief scrutinized him for a moment, only to realize that this was indeed the Spider-Man who had been making headlines lately. After returning the bag to the woman, Spider-Man also assessed the thief before him and was equally astonished to recognize the individual clad in a purple and gold jumpsuit. Time seemed to stand still, adjusting his glasses. The chibi Spider-Man retrieved a file from the cabinet and began to peruse its contents. Bartok, the jumper. I have encountered him once before. He had snatched a woman's handbag back then. Who would have thought he would target another bag now? I seriously suspect he has an unusual affinity for handbags. Could he not simply take my battle suit, which I have neglected to wash for a week, clean it, and return it to me? Quite low-key. I do not know much about him, other than that he is French and has a particular penchant for jumping around. Time restored, Spider-Man pointed at the jumper and spoke. Hold your tongue for a moment. Let me take a guess. Are you perhaps a Frenchman who delights in bouncing about? Upon hearing this, the jumper was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in fury. What utter nonsense! With this northeastern accent, do I resemble a Frenchman to you? However, you are correct about one thing. I indeed revel in leaping, for jumping is my very essence. Oh, your tongue is quite foul, Spider-Man retorted, feeling the sting of the insult and deciding to strike back. Though you may call yourself the jumper, that does not imply I should fear you. Once I bring you down, no one will hinder my claim to the spoils of victory. With a cold smirk, the jumper's face broke into a self-satisfied grin, as if he had already vanquished Spider-Man. While I would prefer not to shatter your pleasant daydream, I must inform you that delusions are a mental affliction. I recommend seeking professional help. Fortuitously, I happen to know someone who could assist you. My cousin's son was admitted to that very hospital a decade ago, and he has seen no improvement since. However, according to the director, their institution is remarkably equitable, never favoring any particular patient, so one cannot expect special treatment. The monthly fee is a mere 10,000. Spider-Man feigned great concern, adopting a tone of earnest advice. The jumper, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at Spider-Man, utterly unprepared for such a retort. After a moment of stunned silence, the realization of being insulted washed over him, igniting a furious outburst as he shouted at Spider-Man, "Humph, Spider-Man, I shall bring you to disgrace. Prepare to be trampled beneath my feet. Come now. Must you always resort to such juvenile rhetoric?" Spider-Man replied, mimicking the jumper's tone with exaggerated emphasis. "Just wait until I have you beneath my foot." He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, how you amuse me. Were I not wearing this mask, I would gladly show you the tears of mirth streaming down my face." Laughing heartily, Spider-Man resembled a hefty child, thoroughly entertained by the exchange. Chapter 72. The Jumper. The Catman roared with laughter, gazing at the expressionless jumper before him, feeling utterly bored. Spider-Man, too, found himself reluctantly ceasing his mirth. Hey, is this not amusing? Experts have claimed that laughter contributes to both mental and physical well-being. Yet, the jumper's countenance darkened ominously as he stared at Spider-Man. Being ridiculed repeatedly was unbearable for anyone. There are limits to patience. And seizing the opportunity while Spider-Man was lost in his own musings, the jumper abruptly leaped into action, executing a knight's kick aimed at him. Noticing the jumper's movement, Spider-Man performed a backflip, narrowly evading the impending strike. However, before he could utter a word, the jumper sprang high, landing directly atop his head. Oh no! A sense of dread washed over him, and before he could evade, he felt a tremendous force collide with his chest, sending him crashing backward into a garbage bin. Ugh! Climbing out of the refuse, Spider-Man spat and grimaced at the foul stench emanating from himself, his stomach churning violently. "I detest garbage bins." Just then, Karen's voice chimed in his ear. "Master, the jumper's abilities have been fully analyzed. He possesses C-class powers, significantly enhancing the muscle strength in his legs, bestowing him with extraordinary jumping abilities. Truth be told, such powers would be quite advantageous in the Olympics." At that moment, emboldened by his earlier success, the jumper charged at Spider-Man once more, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to his chest with his robust foot. Yet, Spider-Man was swift to react. With a deft slide, he positioned himself behind the jumper. Before the latter could regain his footing, Spider-Man's web shooters unleashed two strands, firmly ensnaring the jumper's combat boots. With a violent tug, he yanked the jumper down. The jumper's pupils dilated, his previous arrogance evaporating as he felt an overwhelming force drag him down, leaving him no time to react before he crashed heavily onto the ground, landing with a thud. Spider-Man, however, had no intention of allowing him to escape unscathed. The persistent stench served as a constant reminder that this bearded adversary deserved a thorough lesson in an uncharacteristic alignment of angelic and devilish impulses. Spider-Man seized the down jumper without hesitation and hurled him towards the garbage bin. As the jumper regained his senses, he found his vision spinning once more, only to see the garbage bin approaching with alarming proximity. Gazing into the grotesque assortment of refuse and slop within, terror filled the jumper's eyes. Alas, he lacked the ability to leap to safety. How detestable! With that exclamation, the jumper plummeted into the bin, his form ensconced in the refuse, his tight suit lacking a hood, leaving his mouth exposed. KO. Observing the jumper's feet dangling from the bin, Spider-Man placed his hands on his hips, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. In the face of such nefarious individuals who delight in casting others into the refuse, one must respond in kind. With an eye for an eye, Spider-Man bears no grudges. His retribution is immediate. With a swift clap of his hands, he unleashed his webbing, ensnaring the assailant in a manner reminiscent of wrapping sticky rice dumplings, and suspended him from a street lamp, awaiting the arrival of the officer to reclaim him. Having accomplished this task, Peter Parker intended to pursue his original objective. However, at that moment, Karen's voice unexpectedly chimed in. "Master, the radar indicates the target has appeared." "Where?" Upon hearing this, Spider-Man felt a surge of joy at the prospect of a quick lead. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. As the distance numbers fluctuated, Spider-Man felt a twinge of confusion. Suddenly, without warning, his spider sense tingled, prompting him to execute a tactical leap, propelling himself 6 meters away. Just as he landed, a white figure descended closely behind him, its tremendous weight striking the ground with such force that it created a substantial crater, sending debris into the air. Thanks to his keen vision, even amidst the swirling dust, Spider-Man was able to discern certain details. He noted that a new presence now occupied the spot where he had stood moments before. This creature was covered in white fur, possessing 2 swaying tails at its rear, and bore a humanoid form, standing in a stance reminiscent of a feline predator. Its crimson eyes glowed, and through the facial fur, one could glimpse a human visage lurking beneath. Confronted by this peculiar being, Spider-Man felt a surge of astonishment. It reminded him of Dr. Connors, who, after using the serum created by Dr. Octopus, had transformed into a destructive creature known as the Lizard. Wait, Dr. Octopus? Considering this possibility, Spider-Man narrowed his eyes at the cat-like figure before him. Cautious not to alarm the creature, he communicated telepathically with Karen. Karen, can you analyze the genetic composition of this feline being? Affirmative, but I require a blood or fur sample. As anticipated, he nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the cat-like creature seemed to sense Spider-Man's gaze and slowly turned its head. Realizing it had been noticed, Spider-Man began to retreat cautiously. At this juncture, he could not ascertain whether this entity was human or otherworldly, and he dared not make a move. However, his inaction did not deter the creature. Recognizing Spider-Man, its eyes flared a deeper crimson, and with a fearsome roar, it lunged toward him with alarming speed. If you're hungry, I have a corn tortilla. Producing the corn tortilla he had intended as a midnight snack, Spider-Man endeavored to establish rapport with the cat creature. Unfortunately, it appeared that the creature's affection for Spider-Man far surpassed any interest in the tortilla, its advance unwavering. Very well, it seems you have little taste for corn tortillas. I shall keep it for myself. As the Catwoman approached, Spider-Man swiftly delivered a kick to her chest, sending her flying without a moment's hesitation, crashing heavily into a nearby flower bed. Shaking off the grogginess, Catwoman emerged from the foliage, now adorned with a new guise. This transformation, aptly named Return to Nature, saw her body entwined with creeping vines, and atop her head perched a vibrant red flower. Well, has anyone mentioned that this new look elevates your elegance? However, it's still not payday, and my pockets remain utterly barren, having lost my only coin to a nefarious figure. While Spider-Man bantered, Catwoman suddenly issued a command: kill Spider-Man. What the? The sound of spoken words from Catwoman left Spider-Man in utter disbelief, stunned as if struck dumb, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. Yet, Catwoman wasted no time, shedding her nature-infused guise and, with a powerful leap, landed atop Spider-Man, her claws extending menacingly, glinting with a deadly sheen, aimed directly at his chest. Spider's sense tingled, but it was too late. Her sharp claws sliced through his suit, leaving 4 painful gashes across his pale skin. Ugh, he grunted in pain. Raising his right leg to deliver a fierce kick to Catwoman's abdomen, the tremendous force propelling her backward into the thicket once more. Choosing not to pursue, he crouched down, clutching his wounded chest as blood seeped from the lacerations. His white compound eyes closed tightly in response to the agony, revealing only a narrow slit. Amidst the excruciating pain, Spider-Man found himself pondering a singular question. Should he seek a tetanus shot for the claw marks or opt for a rabies vaccine instead? The dilemma was quite perplexing. Perhaps it would be wise to consider both options? Chapter 73. A misty night. My name is Jiang Parker. By day, I am an optimistic student, devoted to assisting my classmates and staunchly opposing bullying. By night, however, I transform into your amiable neighbor, Spider-Man. This evening, however, I encountered an unforeseen incident. After subduing a particularly exuberant leaper, I was ambushed by a feline figure whose nature remained shrouded in mystery. He left 4 deep lacerations across my chest, a rather painful reminder of my encounter. I recalled the last time I sustained such a grievous injury. It was indeed a significant while ago. Cradling my wounded chest, I reassured myself that I could endure this pain. After all, during my previous existence as Spider-Man, I had sustained far more severe injuries. Perhaps it was the change of body that rendered my usual pain tolerance ineffective. Injury detected. The Thunder Battle Suit's healing system has initiated. Traditional Chinese medicine will expedite the coagulation process. Before long, I noticed that the blood that had been flowing freely from my chest had ceased. Releasing my grasp from the wound, I examined its depth and concluded that, barring any treatment, it would likely heal within a day. Compared to my former life, this was remarkably swift. In that existence, wounds of this nature would require at least a day or 2, even with medication, to heal completely. At this moment, I found myself enviously contemplating Wolverine's seemingly superhuman regenerative abilities. Yet, recalling his frequent lapses in memory, I decided against such aspirations. I had no desire to become a fool. Amnesiac Spider-Man. You take 1 shot, I take 1 shot, 2 little children blow up a plane. Shaking my head to dispel these bizarre thoughts, I focused on the task at hand. With the bleeding halted, I no longer needed to fret over rabies vaccinations or tetanus shots. I was certainly not one to wail for help over a mere scratch. Just then, the feline figure leapt from the foliage once more, renewing his assault. Hey, buddy. Aren't you tired? How about we take a break, grab a meal, and then reconvene for another round? I suggested, my tone lighthearted. Even as I prepared for the next encounter, while verbally proposing a truce, my body was honest in its intentions. I shot webs toward the walls on either side, executing an athletic maneuver before delivering a powerful kick to the Catman's face. Roaring in defiance, he was sent flying, though this time he did not crash into the underbrush. Instead, recalling the agility of his feline nature, he spun deftly mid-air, landing gracefully on all 4s. Sliding back a few paces, his sharp claws etched deep scratches into the concrete ground. Adding an unsettling ambience to the otherwise mundane pathway, perhaps a splash of red paint would enhance the effect. Halting his advance, the Catman regarded me with a newfound awareness. It dawned upon him that in close combat, I appeared to be his superior. Observing his hesitation, I assumed he was intimidated and, with my hands on my hips, I boldly declared my readiness. Little kitten, since you are aware that you are no match for me, why not swiftly lower yourself in submission? Perhaps, if the mood strikes me, I might even illuminate your path. Coincidentally, I am acquainted with the proprietor of a cat CAF, who is currently seeking individuals to don the role of cat-eared maidens. You seem to fit the bill perfectly. Would you consider taking up a position? Just as Spider-Man was engrossed in his banter, his spider sense suddenly ignited. Taken aback, he swiftly turned his head, only to behold two spheres of dark purple ethereal flames hurtling towards him. "Ah!" he exclaimed, startled. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. Feeling the wave of heat wash over him, Peter Parker silently acknowledged his fortune, though he sensed it was time to return home for a change of trousers. Observing Spider-Man, who lay panting on the ground, the Catman seized the opportunity, firmly pressing both hands onto Spider-Man's shoulders and pinning him down. In this close encounter, feeling the warmth radiating from the Catman before him, had it been a more conventionally attractive girl, Peter would have undoubtedly felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, the creature that had tackled him was a hairy monstrosity. Roar! It bellowed, revealing its sharp fangs and emanating a foul odor. With his hands restrained and unable to cover his mouth, Peter could only turn his head away. "Ugh. My friend, has anyone ever mentioned that you might benefit from a bottle of breath freshener?" "Huh?" The Catman was momentarily bewildered. "I've just knocked you down. And you're concerned about this? What on earth occupies your feeble mind?" Seizing the opportunity presented by its confusion, Spider-Man bent his legs and delivered a swift kick to its abdomen. The Catman, caught off guard, was sent flying, crashing heavily into the thicket, likely unable to rise for quite some time. Without hesitation, Spider-Man picked up a nearby paper box, lifted his mask to reveal his mouth, and began to retch violently. After expelling the contents into the box, he wiped his mouth and adjusted his mask once more, holding the box, which now bore the stench of vomit. Spider-Man pondered whether to dispose of it in the trash or return it to its rightful owner when his spider sense tingled again. Turning around, he was dismayed to see the Catman lunging at him once more. "Oh no, not again. Can I catch a break?" Faced with the advancing Catman, Spider-Man felt exasperated. Even the most nefarious villains knew when to retreat, yet this one clung on like an unshakable burr. With such talents, it seemed a pity for the creature to squander them in such a manner. In a deft maneuver, Spider-Man executed a backflip, springing onto the wall behind him. The Catman, intent on its attack, attempted to halt its momentum, but it was too late. Its head plunged into the paper box filled with Spider-Man's vomit. Faced with the scene before him, Spider-Man could not suppress a wave of nausea, turning his head away, unable to bear the sight. "Brother, I mean to say, if you are in need of a meal, I happen to have a corn tortilla to spare. There is no necessity to consume what I have yet to digest." As he uttered these words, his spider sense tingled, prompting him to exert force beneath his feet. In a sudden leap, Spider-Man vaulted onto the opposite wall, just as a wisp of ghostly flame surged forth in his wake. Glancing back, he beheld Catwoman, her visage now smeared with vomit, transforming her otherwise simple features into a rather extravagant display. Yet, this peculiar artistry was not something most could appreciate. A flicker of lethal intent danced in her eyes, akin to glinting blades, though the grotesque decoration upon her face rendered the sight uniquely captivating. "Ugh, don't look at me. It's rather nauseating." Turning away, unable to confront Catwoman directly, Spider-Man stifled a chuckle. With a thunderous roar, infused with rage, two more orbs of ghostly flame coalesced, hurtling towards him. "All right. The little kitty is angry." With a shrug, he hesitated not, and began to evade with swift agility. Relying on his spider sense, his body deftly maneuvered amidst the descent, narrowly avoiding the approaching flames that grazed his form. With a resounding thud, he landed a powerful kick upon Catwoman's back, the force shattering the ground beneath him. Executing a backflip, he alighted gracefully upon the ground, surveying the motionless figure of Catwoman. After delivering a few kicks to confirm her unconsciousness, Spider-Man exhaled in relief. This night had been exhausting. Having just dealt with one assailant, he found himself confronted by another. Though he bore minor injuries, thankfully they were not life-threatening. As danger receded, just as Spider-Man prepared to dial the police station along with the phone number left by Jiang City, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The once clear path before him became shrouded in mist. It was foggy. Chapter 74, The Vanished Catman. One day, the once tranquil village was suddenly besieged by an unidentified parasitic life form. Flee. However, the urgency to uncover the weakness of the monster Magnia persists. Welcome to the next episode of Ultraman Tiga. Ahem, my apologies for the mix-up. I am Parker, the Spider-Man. Just moments ago, I successfully subdued the Catman. Yet, as I prepared to summon reinforcements, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The mist thickened, forming a delicate layer, and with the aid of high-tech goggles, Spider-Man could barely discern his surroundings. Nevertheless, in a matter of moments, the fog grew increasingly dense. Visibility vanished entirely. He could not see his own hand before his face. Spider-Man sensed something was amiss. Normally, in the presence of typical haze, he would have been able to see clearly, but this time, nothing was visible. This mist was undeniably peculiar. Bending down, Spider-Man cautiously attuned himself to the subtle shifts in the air around him, refraining from any rash movements. Karen, this mist seems suspicious. Can you analyze its composition? Analyzing. Please hold on. Analysis complete. Indeed, as the young master surmised, this mist is not the common fog formed from water vapor, but rather a man-made fog concocted from various chemical substances, infused with fluctuations of spiritual energy. Upon hearing Karen's explanation, Spider-Man felt perplexed. Who could possibly be so idle as to play with fog? Clang. The sound of metal striking the ground jolted him into alertness. Following the source of the noise, Spider-Man could faintly make out a shadowy figure. Who is there? He called out, but received no reply. Clang. The familiar sound echoed once more, this time resonating disturbingly close to him. Turning to investigate, he found nothing. This is utterly bizarre, he thought. The auditory presence was evident, yet the source remained elusive. It felt as though he were haunted. Yet, he dismissed the notion of ghosts. Such things could not exist in this world. After an extended period of silence, Spider-Man, hands on his hips, remained puzzled. He soon noticed the mist dissipating rapidly, and his vision gradually returned. Surveying his surroundings, everything appeared unchanged from before the fog enveloped the area. Then, Spider-Man realized something amiss. Where is the Catman? Where has he gone? His expression morphed into one of astonishment at the sudden disappearance of the Catman. Surely, he hadn't sprouted wings and flown away? Imagining the Catman soaring through the skies with a pair of wings, adorned with remnants of his last meal, made Spider-Man's stomach churn once more. Shaking off the disturbing thoughts, he resumed his contemplation. Could the owner of that earlier voice be responsible for the Catman's disappearance? If he were indeed the Catman's master, why had he not retaliated upon witnessing Spider-Man injure his pet? Instead, he had fled in shame. This conundrum eluded his understanding. Yet Spider-Man was certain that the Catman would return after recovering from his injuries. Fortunately, the Catman's fur he had previously seized was still intact. Observing the white fur in his hand, Spider-Man resolved to conduct a DNA test upon his return home, eager to discover whether this Catman was indeed feline or human. Although the Catman was no longer present, the jumper remained, suspended from the streetlight with closed eyes, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber, perhaps never to awaken again. After dialing the emergency number, Spider-Man swung away on his web, unaware that a figure was quietly watching him from a short distance. It was none other than the long-absent Dr. Octopus, whose mechanical arm was currently ensnaring the elusive Catman gazing at the departing Spider-Man. A smirk curled upon Dr. Octopus's lips as he spoke. Spider-Man, you shall pay dearly for your foolishness. At that moment, the Catman, entangled by the mechanical limb, regained consciousness. Perhaps due to his still dormant awareness, he frantically launched an attack against Dr. Octopus. With claws glinting menacingly, he aimed for one of the mechanical arms. But before he could reach it, another arm swiftly retaliated, forcefully embedding him against the wall. Behold, wretch, do not forget who granted you this second life. Dr. Octopus uttered coldly to the Catman. As his consciousness gradually returned, the Catman, upon recognizing Dr. Octopus, felt his previously tense muscles relax, ceasing his resistance. Observing that the Catman was now aware, Dr. Octopus retracted the mechanical limb that had restrained him. Without support, the Catman collapsed to the ground, and without hesitation, he bowed before Dr. Octopus, expressing his loyalty. Catman, you have greatly disappointed me. I did not expect you to be so easily vanquished by Spider-Man. It appears you lack the qualifications to join my Sinister Six, Dr. Octopus remarked with a frosty tone. Alarmed by this declaration, the Catman stammered. I apologize, Master. Please grant me another chance. A faint smile flickered across Dr. Octopus's icy visage as he altered his tone. It is not out of the question. I shall assign you a task. If you can capture Spider-Man alive and bring him to me, I will grant you your opportunity. However, prior to that, I require you to eliminate someone. Whom shall I kill? The Catman inquired hastily. This one, Dr. Octopus replied, producing a photograph and presenting it to the Catman. After scrutinizing it closely, the Catman nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Master, I will complete the task. Indeed, however, your current strength is still insufficient. You require an enhancement. Follow me back to the base, Dr. Octopus instructed. Nodding in agreement, he then moved into the shadows, with the Catman trailing closely behind. Their figures gradually faded into the darkness. At this moment, the alley lay in silence, the only remaining presence being the jumper, suspended from the streetlight, trapped in a state of unknowing slumber. As the police vehicle approached and came to a halt, 3 officers emerged, each bearing a sidearm at their waist. Typically, law enforcement in Huaxia seldom carries firearms unless confronted with particularly egregious offenses. After all, the potential for accidental discharge or loss of a weapon poses grave consequences. However, In light of the recent resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of otherworldly beings and nefarious villains, it has become standard for each officer to be equipped with a firearm to ensure their safety while on duty. Yet, should they encounter these otherworldly entities, drawing a weapon may prove futile, as the adversaries could swiftly close the distance, overpowering them before they even have a chance to react. Upon disembarking, the officers immediately spotted the jumper, ensnared in a web and dangling upside down. Observing the sticky strands of silk enveloping the jumper's form, the officers lowered their firearms. In recent days, their precinct had seen a significant uptick in apprehensions, although few were the result of their own efforts. Most had been subdued or delivered to their doorstep by none other than Spider-Man. While it was undeniably convenient to see their statistics rise without direct involvement, the officers couldn't help but wish Spider-Man would leave a few for them, as it rendered their contributions rather inconsequential. They were acutely aware of the scrutiny from leaders of other cities during today's meeting. Approaching the jumper, one officer retrieved a small note affixed to the webbing, reading aloud. His name is Jumper. He possesses the ability to leap great heights and has a penchant for theft. Be sure to affix some lead weights to his legs when detaining him. Your friendly neighbor, Spider-Man. Acknowledging the thoughtfulness of Spider-Man with an internal commendation, the officer then instructed his colleagues, "You too, remove him and place him in the vehicle. And do not forget to restrain him with handcuffs and leg irons." With a nod of understanding, the two officers complied, and before long, the police vehicle roared back to life, retracing its path. Their response time was under 15 minutes, hindered only by traffic. Otherwise, it would have been even swifter. Such was the efficiency of their operation. This night in Jiacheng remained remarkably secure. Chapter 75. The Anti-Catman Serum. Upon his silent return home, Jiang Parker found himself in the laboratory. He removed his damaged battle attire. Fortunately, it was not severely impaired, so there was no need for a replacement. Just a bit of mending would suffice. Although he had recently acquired wealth, he remained mindful of extravagance, preferring to maintain a low profile. After all, he had just left home claiming he was completely broke. With the assistance of the robotic assistant, he tended to his wounds, applying bandages, and once he confirmed that his mobility was unaffected, he breathed a sigh of relief. After resolving all matters, Jiang Parker approached the workstation and inquired, "Karen, have the DNA analyses of those hair samples been completed?" This matter had become a source of anxiety for him. Without the revelation of answers, he feared he would be unable to sleep peacefully. "Analysis is complete. Would you like to view the detailed data?" "Yes," Jiang Parker nodded. "The data has been uploaded to your computer, sir, and is available for your review at any time." "Thank you," he replied, and without hesitation, he opened his computer to begin his examination. As he accessed the document, rows of data swiftly unfolded before his eyes. Gazing at the information, Jiang Parker furrowed his brow, only to quickly relax once more. In essence, the Catman was identified as a being resulting from genetic mutation, wherein feline DNA had been integrated into its original human genome, thus leading to its grotesque transformation. By contrast, Jiang Parker himself was also a product of genetic mutation in his previous life. Yet it was evident that his transformation was far superior to that of the Catman. Upon scrutinizing the genetic sequences of the Catman, Jiang Parker discerned that its mutations were of the failed variety, unlike his own, which allowed him to retain his original traits and personality. Moreover, the proportion of feline genes in the Catman was significantly higher compared to human genes, which accounted for its beast-like temperament and instincts, deviating from the bounds of humanity. Fortunately, Jiang Parker realized that by excising the mutated genes, the Catman could revert to its human form. Thus, he resolved to create an antidote. "Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Parker, formerly Peter Parker, the top student in my school, who once developed an anti-lizard serum to save Dr. Connors from becoming a lizard monster. One might say I am somewhat of a scientific anomaly. Surely you haven't forgotten this detail? Yet, more than this, he preferred to demonstrate his work." Spider-Man KO Trap, Spider-Man KO Horror, Spider-Man KO Jumper. Time resumed, and turning towards Karen, Jiang Parker inquired, "Karen, I wish to create an anti-Catman serum. Are there any instruments available here?" As previously mentioned, despite being the proprietor of this vast underground laboratory, he was almost a stranger to it, knowing very little and being too disinclined to ask Karen for assistance. "There are," Karen responded, as her words echoed. The previously tranquil workstation underwent a dramatic transformation, with several green holographic screens materializing instantaneously. Placing the hair sample upon the detection device, he relentlessly struck the keyboard, causing a series of incomprehensible genetic sequences to materialize upon the luminous screen. After a brief flurry of keystrokes, a colossal blue genetic sequence emerged before Jiang Parker. With outstretched hands, he manipulated the azure human genetic structure, pulling it apart at both ends, which subsequently revealed a white feline gene. Utilizing his right hand, he flung the white cat gene backwards, then proceeded to reassemble the separated human genes. He reached for the nearby vials and filled a container with the contents. Before Jiang Parker activated the switch, In no time, a fresh serum, containing a cerulean liquid, emerged, an anti-Catman serum. Observing the serum in his grasp, a victorious smile graced Jiang Parker's face. He carefully stored the serum for a future encounter with the Catman, and with a sense of satisfaction, he initiated his return to the city. Upon arriving at his room, he stretched languidly, collapsed onto his bed, and covered himself with a blanket. Before long, Jiang Parker succumbed to slumber. The following morning, as Jiang Parker and Lu Mo approached the school entrance, they were intercepted by an individual, none other than Su Wenhao, accompanied by a gaunt, middle-aged woman. Ah, Su Wenhao. Upon seeing the newcomer, both boys were momentarily taken aback. You must be Jiang Parker and Lu Mo. As mentioned by Xiaohao, I've heard everything, and I truly appreciate your help. If it weren't for you too, Xiaohao would likely have been bullied to death by those ruffians. My family is struggling financially, so allow me to express my gratitude. With that, Su's mother prepared to kneel. Witnessing this, both boys hurriedly supported her. Auntie, it is our duty to assist. Those bullies were utterly outrageous, brazenly tormenting a fellow student under the bright sky. As exemplary youths, Lu Mo and I could not simply stand by, Jiang Parker declared earnestly, while Lu Mo, sharing his sentiment, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Auntie. Lu Mo and I are steadfast friends, filled with a sense of justice. When faced with such injustices, how could we remain passive? The world is far too indifferent, thus. We must become the sun that transforms it. In earnest, they passionately articulated their convictions, occasionally punctuating their statements with animated gestures, all while standing before the school gate. Under the gaze of onlookers. From the sidelines, pedestrians engaged in animated discussion, observing the scene. Hey, do you think these kids have gone mad from academic pressure? It's quite possible. Let me tell you, there was a high school student in my neighborhood who jumped to his death last year due to overwhelming stress. Just imagine the pressure today's children must endure. Really? Such a serious matter. It seems I must have a heartfelt conversation with my daughter in the near future. Indeed. Communication is essential. It serves as the bridge connecting our emotions. However, remember to consider her perspective, regardless of what she may express. Viewing things solely through your own lens will hinder mutual understanding. I understand now. Thank you, esteemed parent. No need for gratitude. Yet I suspect those two children might be suffering from some affliction, perhaps even epilepsy. It is truly pitiable. One wonders where their parents have gone. Neglecting their well-being in such a state, how utterly irresponsible. As the discussions from the crowd behind them continued, Jiang Parker and Lu Mo remained unfazed, passionately articulating their thoughts, occasionally pausing for a sip of water before resuming their discourse. Su's mother felt numb, bewildered by the conversation. The initial remarks were relatively coherent, yet the latter parts left her utterly perplexed. Was it her age that prevented her from grasping the thoughts of the younger generation? Or were these two children simply operating on an extraterrestrial wavelength beyond comprehension? Meanwhile, Su Wenhao, listening intently to their dialogue, appeared as a devoted admirer, nodding appreciatively and even taking notes upon grasping pivotal points. Observing her son's adoration, Su's mother fell silent, fearing he might be led astray. Yet, witnessing his admiration, she dismissed her concerns as mere flights of fancy. After approximately 10 minutes of fervent exchange, Jiang Parker and Lu Mo finally paused, not due to a lack of words, but because the time for morning exercises was imminent. Jiang Parker, placing a hand on Su Wenhao's shoulder, spoke with grave seriousness. Wenhao, remember that you are a living being with your own dignity. If others bully or humiliate you, do not tolerate it. Stand your ground. If trouble arises, simply say it was Zhang Lei from Class 7 who incited you. Do you understand? I understand. Su Wenhao nodded earnestly. Very well, let us proceed. Morning exercises are about to commence. Satisfied, Jiang Parker regarded him with a proud expression. Pleased to see a promising mentee in the making. Chapter 76. Guess the title of this chapter as the running exercise concluded and the group made their way back. Jiang Parker encountered an old acquaintance, exchanging enthusiastic greetings. Oh, isn't this my brother Lei? It's been a few days. How come you're in a wheelchair now? Ah, I see you're pushing it yourself. What happened to your two lackeys? Have they abandoned you? By the way, I feel somewhat guilty about the lesson I handed you last time. Who would have thought it would lead to a fistula? How about I help you back to the classroom? That's quite generous of me, isn't it? Seated in the wheelchair, Zhang Lei, now considerably diminished, brimming with rage, gritted his teeth and threatened, Jiang, don't get too cocky. Let me tell you, my older brother is an ability user. I'll have him take you out. If I don't, it will be my loss. Seems like someone's behind isn't sore enough yet. I happen to know a doctor who specializes in rectal issues. Should I call him over? With that, Jiang Parker called out to Lu Mo, who was not far away. Mo, come here for a moment. Curious. Lu Mo approached and inquired, what's up, Jiang? Well, Dr. Lu, I have a patient here who has been experiencing some difficulties with bowel movements and requires your assistance. With that, he introduced Lu Mo to Zhang Lei. This is Lu Mo, the doctor I mentioned. He's been professionally clearing rectal blockages for 50 years. Let me tell you. He once cured a guy with hemorrhoids without even using anesthetics. Upon hearing Jiang Parker's words, Lu Mo glanced at Zheng Lei, a philosophical smile gracing his lips. Oh, I see. Don't worry, I specialize in anal treatments. Taking the neatly organized exercise book from Jiang Parker, Lu Mo looked back at Zheng Lei and spoke in a gentle tone. Rest assured, my skills are exceptional. Even if you have a fistula, I can help you out. You can trust me. As Lu Mo approached, unwelcome memories surged in Zheng Lei's mind, filling him with dread. Without hesitation, he spun his wheelchair around and bolted away. Of course, not forgetting to throw down a parting threat. Jiang, just you wait. I won't let this go. Watching Zheng Lei speed away in his wheelchair, Lu Mo set down the exercise book and turned to Jiang Parker, asking, "Did that brat threaten you?" Yes, Jiang Parker replied honestly. He said his older brother is an ability user and that he would have him kill me. Do you need my help? I've been practicing fire abilities a lot lately. I can summon flames up to 50 degrees now. Lighting a cigarette would be no problem. Lu Mo said confidently. No need. You know my capabilities. Besides, if something were to happen, we'd both be in trouble since we hang out together every day, Jiang Parker chuckled. True, Lu Mo nodded, agreeing with a sense of understanding. Enough already. Why overthink? Let's hurry back. Have you forgotten that our teacher has an exam today? Huh? An exam? When did that happen? I had no idea. Upon hearing about the exam, Lu Mo immediately panicked. It was mentioned just yesterday afternoon during class. You didn't study, did you? Jiang Parker inquired. Puzzled. What do you think? All right. I admit that was a redundant question. Rubbing his forehead, Jiang Parker wore an expression of exasperation. He knew Lu Mo would never pay attention in class, let alone revise. Are you planning to showcase your true abilities this time? Or are you merely going to copy my answers? Never mind. With the college entrance exams approaching, I should study on my own. Let us not forget about the martial arts exam, shall we? Oh right. How could I forget that? Slapping his forehead, Lu Mo suddenly appeared enlightened. Then flashed a grin reminiscent of a traitor, tugging at Jiang Parker's sleeve. Old Jiang, how would you describe our friendship? Rolling his eyes, Jiang Parker replied, exasperated. Fine. You can copy me, but let us stick to the matter at hand. I know all too well what you're up to. I knew it, old Jiang. I see great potential in you. You will surely become a remarkable figure in the future. Lu Mo exclaimed passionately, draping an arm around Jiang Parker's shoulder. Get lost. Jiang Parker promptly pushed him away and headed towards the teaching building, while Lu Mo wiped his head and laughed, following in his footsteps. At 5 in the afternoon. During Chinese class, the classroom was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of pen scratching on paper. Seated at his desk, Lu Mo glanced at Jiang Parker, who sat 5 meters away, wearing a woeful expression. He had anticipated a pleasant examination experience, yet unexpectedly, Su Quan, the old teacher, had separated him from Jiang Parker. How did you know I intended to copy from him? Watching Lu Mo's miserable demeanor from the podium, Su Quan secretly chuckled. He had already surmised that upon learning of the cancellation of the college entrance exam in favor of the martial arts test, Lu Mo would likely slack off and resort to copying Jiang Parker, although he was inwardly amused as a homeroom teacher with 30 years of experience. Su Quan's acting skills were undeniably exceptional. Maintaining a stern expression, he spoke in a severe tone. Focus on your own work. I am well aware of your little schemes. Don't think that just because the college entrance exam has been cancelled, you can let loose. Without the awakening of your abilities, your only path forward is through diligent study. Aware that Su Quan was deliberately targeting him, Lu Mo lowered his head, grasped his pen, and began to write vigorously on the exam paper. At that very moment, as Lu Mo picked up his pen, Jiang Parker set his down. Ah, he had finished. These questions were exceedingly simple. With a mere glance, he could derive the answers. Logically speaking, even with his intelligence from a past life, it shouldn't have been this effortless. Ultimately, he attributed his ease to the enhancement of his spider abilities. After completing the examination paper, with 2 hours still remaining, Jiang Parker found himself at leisure, engaging in mundane conversation with Karen. However, to an outsider, it appeared as though he was merely daydreaming, observing Jiang Parker in his reverie. Su Quan surmised that he had indeed finished, and refrained from further comment. He found it difficult to comprehend the student. After all, even brilliance has its limits. Yet Jiang Parker seemed to defy all expectations. It was rumored that by the 6th grade, he had already mastered the knowledge typically reserved for high school. Whether or not this was true, Su Quan suspected it was close enough to reality, as it explained why he had received an exceptional invitation from Hucking University during his freshman year. Moreover, during his previous discussions with Principal Yang, he gathered that Jiang Parker had likely awakened some extraordinary abilities, which seemed to be quite formidable. Individuals of such caliber appeared to be born solely to cast shadows over others' existence. One could only imagine the remarkable prowess of his parents to have produced such a child. Meanwhile, at Jiang Parker's home, Qin Xiaoyan sat on her yoga mat, following the instructional video on the screen, gracefully clad in black yoga pants. At that moment, she suddenly sneezed, rubbing her slightly sore nose in confusion. Who was thinking of me? Could it be Parker? Returning to the examination hall, the 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and the melodious bell signifying the end of the test chimed. Everyone, put down your pens. One person from the last row will collect the papers, and then we shall dismiss. Lu Mo, having written fervently, managed to complete the final multiple-choice question just before the last student retrieved their paper, allowing him to exhale in relief. He did not aspire for a passing grade, yet he felt confident he would secure at least a few points. After all, he maintained a basic awareness of his performance. He had never scored above 50 in any of his Chinese exams. Typically, this subject, under normal circumstances, should yield scores between 60 and 70, but for him, the complexity of the language felt akin to deciphering an ancient manuscript. Chapter 77. The method of refining spiritual energy. The sky gradually dimmed, with ominous clouds shrouding the expanse above, and distant thunder rolled, suggesting an impending downpour. Stepping out of the school gates and gazing up at the bleak heavens, an unsettling premonition washed over Jiang Parker. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous event was imminent. Beside him, Lu Mo interrupted his thoughts. Old Jiang, why are you just standing there? Can't you see it's about to rain? This wretched weather is as fickle as the king of hell, changing by the moment. All right, let's go. Jiang Parker nodded, dismissing his concerns as mere overthinking as he followed Lu Mo toward home. However, as they traversed the usual route, Jiang Parker spotted a familiar figure who, upon noticing him, waved enthusiastically. Pausing for a moment and hesitating, Jiang Parker turned to Lu Mo and said, Old Mo, you head back first. I just remembered I left something at school and need to retrieve it. Huh? What could be so important? Lu Mo asked, puzzled, yet he nodded in agreement. Not delving further. Fine, I'll head back then, but I suspect you'll return drenched like a drowned rat. That's all right. A drowned rat is still a rat. Jiang Parker replied nonchalantly. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Lu Mo said nothing more and turned to head home. Once Lu Mo was out of sight, Jiang Parker approached the figure. Greeting, perverted uncle, long time no see. Indeed, the person was Zhao Qingtian. Such an old opening line. Didn't we see each other just 2 days ago? Zhao Qingtian rolled his eyes in exasperation, having grown accustomed to Jiang Parker's appellation. Isn't it a way to appear closer? Jiang Parker retorted, unperturbed by any awkwardness due to his thick skin. Enough of the pleasantries. You know why I'm here today. As he spoke, Zhao Qingtian retrieved a slightly yellowed book from his pocket, clearly bearing the weight of history, and handed it to Jiang Parker. Here it is, the method of refining spiritual energy. Receiving the book, Jiang Parker skimmed through a few pages, grasping the general content, and soon understood its essence. The so-called method of refining spiritual energy was akin to the breathing techniques described in novels. It involved a specialized breathing method to draw in external spiritual energy, transforming it into the energy required by the body, while expelling the impurities outwards. Do you comprehend it? Noticing Jiang Parker's enlightened expression, Zhao Qingtian was taken aback. After all, it had taken him 2 to 3 days of study to master this technique. Yes, it's quite similar to what is written in novels. There are some differences, yet the essence remains the same. Nodding in understanding, Jiang Parker returned the book to his backpack. Hearing Jiang Parker's calm tone, Zhao Qingtian felt weary. Is this the chasm that exists between individuals? How unfair the heavens are. Unnoticing Zhao Qingtian's expression that looked as if he had been doused with a bucket of sewage, Jiang Parker expressed his gratitude. Perverted old man, thank you. Though Zhao Qingtian was indeed a bit eccentric, and despite being 41 years old, still stubbornly believed himself to be young, he had truly been kind to Jiang Parker. They were practically strangers, having met fewer than 5 times. Yet he had gone to such lengths for him. All in all, he wasn't a bad person, if only he could temper that shameless personality of his. Hearing Jiang Parker's thanks, Zhao Qingtian froze in place, his face a portrait of disbelief. What the hell? What kind of trick are you pulling now? Or have you been possessed? At his words, the flicker of emotion on Jiang Parker's face instantly vanished, replaced by a scowl. See, I never should have praised you. Seeing Jiang Parker's icy expression, Zhao Qingtian realized his reaction had been excessive and scratched his head sheepishly, forcing a grin. Come on, kid, say it again. I'll play along properly this time. Jiang Parker didn't answer. Instead, he uttered a single, frigid syllable. Scram. Unfazed, Zhao Qingtian patted Jiang Parker's back and sighed. Man, you're something else. Fine, don't say it if you don't want to. But this attitude of yours needs fixing, or you'll never find a wife. And yet, despite your stellar personality, you're still single. Jiang Parker's razor-sharp retort left Zhao Qingtian speechless. You know, kid, you've got a real talent for losing friends. Zhao Qingtian's voice was as hollow as his stare. Jiang Parker said nothing, merely fixing him with an unblinking glare. After a long moment, Zhao Qingtian was the first to break, leaning back against the wall with a sigh. His gaze drifted to the dim, overcast sky, a shadow of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Kid, want to hear a story? Can I choose not to? No. Ignoring Jiang Parker's exasperated stare, Zhao Chitian continued, his voice soft with reminiscence. Once, there was a child. At the age of 3, his parents died in an accident. Helpless against the vultures, his greedy relatives who came to fight over his parents' savings, he could only watch as they tore through the inheritance like starving dogs. And like discarded trash, the child was passed from one household to another. Just as despair consumed him, an elderly woman appeared and changed everything. She treated him with kindness, as if he were her own son. They relied on each other to survive. Eventually, the boy grew up, because he was a decent student. The old woman hoped he would find a stable job in the city, settle down, marry, and live a quiet, ordinary life. But the boy had other ideas. Defying her wishes, he enlisted in the military without hesitation. Initially, one might have anticipated that the elderly woman would persist in dissuading him. However, to the child's astonishment, she uttered not a word. Instead, she relinquished all her savings to him. On the day of the child's departure, the elderly woman remained silent and did not bid him farewell, choosing instead to seclude herself within her home. Concerned for her well-being, the child contemplated staying. But it was only when he rummaged through the pouch of money she had given him that he discovered a note, inscribed with a few crooked words. Go on. Do not worry about me. Ultimately, the child set forth, harboring dreams of thriving in his new life and returning home to honor the elderly woman. Yet, he found himself unprepared for the harsh realities of military life, which often tempted him to surrender. Through sheer determination, he ascended through the ranks and even awakened extraordinary abilities during a battle, leading to his selection for a special department, thereby becoming an extraordinary individual. Eventually, he returned home, expecting a warm welcome from the elderly woman, only to be met with the devastating news of her passing. She had succumbed to starvation in her own home due to a lack of funds to buy food. As he recounted this tale, Zhao Chengtian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I know what you were thinking. You might consider this story to be cliché and melodramatic. However, Jiang Parker, this is the reality. Many individuals experience what you perceive as trite, yet few dare to voice their struggles. Listening to Zhao Chengtian's words, Jiang Parker fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he inquired, is the child in the story you? Zhao Chengtian was taken aback, surprised by Jiang Parker's sudden question. Is that truly the crux of the matter? The once somber atmosphere dissipated in an instant due to Jiang Parker's remark. Yes. Zhao Chengtian replied with a roll of his eyes, his tone tinged with exasperation. How have you not been reprimanded for speaking like that? Recognizing the inappropriateness of his previous comment in this context, Jiang Parker hastily sought to rectify the situation and asked, so, is there something specific you wish to convey to me through this story? Chapter 78, Anticipation with a serious tone. Zhao Chengtian stood tall before Jiang Parker and remarked, Jiang Parker, we often lament the myriad of opportunities we have missed, yet we seldom reflect on the abundance we have already possessed. My stubbornness cost me the only mother who ever loved me, leaving me solitary. Apart from my chosen path of safeguarding the world, I find myself with no alternative. However, you are different. You are presented with countless choices, and your future shines brightly. Therefore, disregard the opinions of others and steadfastly pursue the path you have selected. If you wish to don the mantle of Spider-Man to protect your city and your family, then do not waver. Strive diligently onward. And know that we shall be here to assist you whenever you require aid. Listening to Zhao Chengtian's words, Jiang Parker fell into a contemplative silence, merely nodding in response. Observing this, a smile blossomed on Zhao Chengtian's face. To be candid, Jiang Parker, your talents and abilities unequivocally indicate that your future is immeasurable. Thus, exercise caution. Do not allow yourself to be led astray by others' misguided influences. Zhao Chengtian's tone was exceptionally grave, for he had witnessed many immensely gifted individuals lose their way due to unfortunate circumstances, their fates tragically uniform. Indeed, their ends were quite grim. While aware that Jiang Parker was not of such a disposition, he felt compelled to issue the warning, better safe than sorry. Rest assured, I am not one to be easily swayed by others. Jiang Parker replied confidently with a nod. That is reassuring. Zhao Chengtian offered a brief nod in acknowledgement. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang Parker curiously inquired, to be honest, we have known each other for some time, yet you have never disclosed your abilities to me, have you? My abilities? Upon hearing Jiang Parker's question, Zhao Chengtian furrowed his brows and, after a moment's hesitation, finally spoke. Truth be told, young man, when you are out and about, refrain from inquiring about the abilities of other superpowered individuals. Such inquiries may lead you into peril. Understand that if ill-intentioned individuals become aware of your abilities, they will undoubtedly devise means to counteract you. Oh, I see. So what exactly is your ability, you peculiar uncle? Jiang Parker, suddenly enlightened, pressed on with his inquiry. Zhao Chengtian, exasperated, thought to himself that it seemed Jiang Parker had absorbed none of his previous warning. Suppressing the urge to deliver a playful punch, he rubbed his forehead and said, my ability is anticipation. It may sound impressive, but in the grand scheme of superpowers currently identified worldwide, it ranks quite low. Why is that? Jiang Parker asked curiously, for he believed that anticipation was often depicted in various online narratives as a power of extraordinary caliber, comparable to his own spider sense. This ability possesses a critical flaw, namely its excessive reliance on the host's luck. Experiments have shown that the probability of triggering the precognitive ability is merely 1 in 1,000 for those with poor fortune. It is likely they may never succeed in their lifetime. As Jiang Parker spoke, he could distinctly perceive the helplessness in Zhao Chengtian's tone. He understood that despite having awakened a supernatural power, it was a mere decorative ability, ineffectual in crucial moments, a frustrating predicament for anyone. Curious, Jiang Parker inquired. How did you manage to attain your current status with such a superficial skill? Surely, you must have had some connections. Aware of Jiang Parker's thoughts, Zhao Chengtian shot him an exasperated glance. Can you not flush those thoughts from your mind? Admittedly, my ability is rather lacking, but fortunately, after awakening it, I discovered that my senses have significantly sharpened, which greatly aids my combat skills. Moreover, I have ascended to my current position through sheer training and effort. Had it not been for the need for confidentiality within the Night Slayers, I would have proudly displayed my family's medals before you. Scratching his face, Jiang Parker realized that his thoughts had indeed been influenced by mindless novels. Even with his thick skin, he found it hard to bear the weight of the conversation. Without uttering a word, he gazed into the distance at the myriad lights, while a glimmer sparked in Zhao Chengtian's eyes. Young man, do you have any wishes? Wishes? Jiang Parker was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Zhao Chengtian. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually responded, I do not have grand dreams. If you insist on an answer, it would be to protect my mother and safeguard my city, even at the cost of my life. Compared to his previous life, this existence seemed considerably easier. Despite facing more formidable adversaries and the lurking menace of Dr. Octopus, he was no longer alone. He had a group of like-minded individuals committed to protecting the city. Most importantly, in this world, there were no Horn Heralds or anyone named Jameson, sparing him from daily verbal assaults. Having said this, he turned to Zhao Chengtian and asked, What about you? What is your wish? My wish? Zhao Chengtian gazed into the distance, then glanced at Jiang Parker. After a long pause, he finally spoke, I have no dreams. If I were to claim one, it would simply be to safeguard the dreams of others. Upon hearing this, Jiang Parker was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. He could hardly fathom such selfless aspirations from the seemingly eccentric Zhao Chengtian. Are you surprised? Zhao Chengtian chuckled, seemingly aware of Jiang Parker's astonishment. At the age of 41, I have long relinquished any grand ambitions and have never contemplated the notion of seeking a wife. After all, individuals like myself are often uncertain of when our time may come, and it would be unwise to bring misfortune upon an innocent maiden. However, you young souls are different. You possess dreams and the means to pursue them. For those of us who dwell in the shadows, our singular duty is to eliminate those who harbor ill intentions as you strive towards your aspirations. As Zhao Chengtian spoke these words, his eyes seemed to flicker with flame. It was a torch, a beacon of the indomitable spirit of the older generation, igniting hope amidst the darkness of night. In a moment of reverie, Jiang Parker found himself seeing familiar figures reflected in Zhao Chengtian's presence. Their forms bore an uncanny resemblance, their eyes strikingly aligned. They appeared to be of the same ilk, heroes who, for the future of humanity, ignite their own flames to illuminate the darkened night. As my gaze returned to Zhao Chengtian, an inexplicable sense of respect welled up within me. It is getting late, and it seems rain is imminent. You should return home soon. Do not keep your mother waiting. Zhao Chengtian said with a smile as he patted Jiang Parker on the shoulder. Jiang Parker, I wish you a joyful life. And may you remain true to your original aspirations. Looking at Zhao Chengtian, Jiang Parker felt an unexpected heaviness in the shoulder that had been patted. After a prolonged moment of reflection, a smile emerged on his face as he nodded in acknowledgement. I wish you the same joy in life, Brother Zhao. With a nod, Zhao Chengtian turned to depart, but at that moment, Jiang Parker called out to him. Hey, you eccentric uncle, wait. Catching the object that flew through the air, he opened his palm to reveal a coin that shimmered with a subtle glow. This is, Zhao Chengtian responded, somewhat perplexed. It's for you. Although it's just a single coin, it should suffice for a piece of candy. Consider it a token of gratitude for your guidance. Well, I never expected you to show such kindness. In that case, I shall accept it. Farewell. Yes, farewell. With a smile gracing his lips, Zhao Chengtian gradually faded from Jiang Parker's view, the coin glimmering in his hand. Chapter 79, the Night Slayer Zhao Chengtian departed with an air of nonchalance, while Jiang Parker stood silently in place, watching him leave. Suddenly, as if unable to bear the moment any longer, a distant rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, and a gentle drizzle began to fall. It was raining. Feeling the raindrops patter against his shoulders, Jiang Parker did not linger on thoughts. Instead, he retrieved a notebook from his backpack to shield his head and dashed toward home. The rain intensified, and despite exerting every ounce of strength, Jiang Parker found himself utterly drenched, resembling a forlorn drowned rat, appearing quite disheveled, having grown accustomed to the rain. He paid it little mind as he fished out his keys and entered his home, where the tantalizing aroma of cooked dishes wafted through the air. Hearing the commotion, Qin Xiaoan emerged from the kitchen, her gaze landing on the drenched Jiang Parker, who was still dripping water. Concerned, she hurried forward and inquired, "Parker, are you all right? It's all my fault for not bringing you an umbrella, leaving you in this state." Removing his soaked backpack, Jiang Parker chuckled, "Mom, I'm fine. I don't blame you. Who could have predicted this sudden downpour? Thank goodness. Now, quickly come in, dry off, and take a hot shower. We wouldn't want you catching a cold," she replied. "Mom, you needn't worry. You know my constitution well. When have I ever caught a cold?" he said, demonstrating his robust bicep to reassure her. Yes, you're the strongest, but don't forget who holds authority in this household," Qin Xiaoyan warned playfully. Shivering slightly, Jiang Parker conceded, "All right, Mom, you can rest assured. I shall now head for a wash." With that, he dashed into the bathroom, and within moments, the soothing sound of water splashing against the floor filled the air, quite a melodious tune, indeed. Observing the silhouette in the bathroom, Qin Xiaoan sighed in resignation but refrained from complaining. She picked up the now damp backpack from the floor and removed the slightly soaked books within. Among them was a tome titled Method of Spirit Refinement, which piqued her curiosity due to its somewhat antiquated cover. She wondered when her son had acquired such a book, but dismissed the thought and placed it in a drier spot. After turning on the heater, she returned to her culinary endeavors in the kitchen. Meanwhile, outside, Zhao Chutian ambled through the downpour, allowing the rain to cascade onto his shoulders as he savored the symphony of raindrops around him. Just as he felt inspired to compose a poem, his earphones crackled to life, and the voice of Han Madong reached him. "Old Zhao, we received a call from the police. They reported a figure resembling an otherworldly being in the area. The rest of us are tied up, and we hope you can investigate. If they truly belong to a different race, then they must be eradicated. However, if their strength proves overwhelming, we must avoid direct confrontation at all costs. Remember to contact us. We are currently striving to resolve the battle at hand." Acknowledged. With a serious expression, he contemplated the absurdity of pretending to be invincible one moment, only to face the harsh reality of battling creatures the next. Yet, as he had declared, this path was one he had chosen, and even if the abyss loomed ahead, he would see it through to the end. Gazing at the illuminated homes surrounding him, he exhaled deeply and retrieved a black and white patterned mask from behind him. Zhao Qingtian slowly donned the mask over his face. Opening his eyes, his dark gaze was rife with murderous intent, starkly visible against the gloomy, rainy backdrop. In the next instant, Zhao Chengtian's body surged forward like a flash of lightning. He had not driven today, having never anticipated such an occurrence, so he could only rely on running. Though it was a taxing endeavor, the distance to his destination was not far, and he would arrive shortly. Navigating through the rain, crystalline droplets splashed onto his mask, creating a spray of water. Sprinting through the puddles, he soon reached his destination. The surroundings were filled with silent buildings, had it not been for the lights illuminating each residence. He might have believed he had stumbled into a ghost town. This was hardly a place where monsters would lurk. There was no stench of decay, nor any signs of struggle or bloodshed. Just as Zhao Chutian began to think it was a false alarm and considered easing his nerves with a lollipop, a voice pierced the stillness. Crack. The motion of reaching for the lollipop halted abruptly. His muscles tensed as he gripped the hilt of the knife behind him and crouched down, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, wary of an unexpected visitor appearing behind him to deliver a surprise. Eventually, his gaze settled upon a nearby thicket, where a pair of green, glistening eyes watched him intently, devoid of any concealment of malice. "Well, it seems my luck remains unchanged." With a wry smile, he activated his earpiece and spoke. "Report to the captain, Zhao Chitian. The Night Slayer has identified a suspicious individual. Received. Just as Xiao Yao and Wu Li are finishing up, I will dispatch them to your location. Estimated time of arrival is 8 minutes. Until then, do not act recklessly. Keep it occupied." Han Mudong's voice resonated through the earpiece. Understood. After responding, Zhao Qingtian switched off the earpiece. With one hand firmly gripping the knife's hilt, poised for action, he regarded the pair of green eyes before him. His expression tinged with resignation. Reflecting on Jiang Parker, Zhao Qingtian surmised that he was likely at home enjoying a meal. "Kid, if you ever dare to call me perverted uncle again, do not blame me for giving you a swift kick. But do not forget, you are not the only one fighting in this city. Since your dream is to protect this city, I shall safeguard it in your stead while you cherish moments with your family. Should eternal night descend, extraordinary beings shall sever the darkness." Thus emerges the Night Slayer. At that moment, a figure sprang forth from the thicket, akin to a flash of white lightning, darting towards Zhao Chutian. It was then that Zhao Qingtian finally discerned the owner of those emerald eyes. The being, with a robust white physique that unmistakably resembled a human form, bore a visage fierce as that of a wild beast, its three tails swaying in the wind. Encased in armor, its forearms, seamlessly connected to its hands, were similarly clad in armor, with four razor-sharp steel claws that glistened ominously. Droplets of water that fell upon them were cleaved in twain. Had Jiang Parker been present, he would certainly recognize this as the cat person that had gone missing the previous night, albeit in a more advanced form now. Gazing at the cat person before him, Zhao Qingtian found himself momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a being. What species could this be? A human or an otherworldly entity? Yet, considering the vast diversity among other races, he soon found solace in the thought, for humanity had yet to uncover more than 200 distinct species, with countless others remaining uncharted. However, he could not dismiss the notion that fortune was decidedly against him today. Standing in the rain, the cat person's white fur, drenched by the downpour, stood at an imposing height of over 2 meters, resembling a small mountain, exuding an immense aura of intimidation simply by its presence. The crimson vertical pupils gazed down upon Zhao Qingtian, and recalling the portrait Dr. Octopus had provided him, he noted the eerily striking resemblance between them, which left the cat person somewhat astonished. Ah, a delightful surprise. Before I could seek you out, you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. Doctor, the target has been located. Shall I proceed with the termination? Almost as soon as the cat person finished speaking, a grim male voice resonated through the earpiece affixed to its right ear. Indeed. Cat person, I trust this time you shall not disappoint me. This is your final opportunity. Fear not. Doctor, I shall not fail your expectations this time. The cat person replied, then shifted its gaze back to Zhao Qingtian, as the night transformed its green eyes into their original crimson hue, brimming with an insatiable thirst for blood. Chapter 80. Heavy rain inside the home. Jiang Parker, now clad in fresh attire, sat at the dining table with Qin Xiaoyan, savoring the delectable dishes laid before them. The meal was sumptuous, as it always was, gazing out at the hazy scenery beyond the window. Jiang Parker's thoughts drifted to Zhao Qingtian. He wondered if that eccentric man was dining with his companions. Dismissing such thoughts, he picked up a piece of braised pork. But just as he was about to take a bite, Karen's voice interrupted him. Young master, I have detected the life signs of a cat person approximately 500 meters away in the area, accompanied by another life signal, one you are familiar with. Setting down the pork, Jiang Parker internally inquired, who is it? Zhao Qingtian. With a sudden loss of grip, the chopsticks slipped from Jiang Parker's fingers, clattering to the floor with a crisp sound. Yet, he appeared oblivious to this, his head bowed, his pupils constricting as if trembling from an earthquake. He stood frozen in place, dazed and disoriented. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoyan asked with concern, noticing his unusual demeanor. Abruptly, Jiang Parker leapt from his seat and dashed towards the door. Hey? She was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and called out, Parker. It's pouring outside. What are you doing? It's nothing. I just remembered I left something important at school. What could possibly be so urgent that you can't wait until tomorrow morning to retrieve it? It's very important, he asserted with determination, glancing at Qin Xiaoyan as he put on his shoes. Shall I accompany you to fetch it? She offered. No need, Mom. I can go by myself. I'm young and vigorous. A little rain won't make me ill. Wait, I'll get you an umbrella, she insisted. There's no need for that. In this downpour, the umbrella will get soaked anyway. She opened her mouth to say more, but Jiang Parker interrupted her. Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. With that, he flung open the door and stepped outside. Mom, you eat first. There's no need to wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Without heeding her protests, he shut the door behind him and, in his urgency, leaped out the window. Landing on the ground, he called out, Karen, Thunderbolt armor. Understood. Thunderbolt armor is on its way. Estimated time, 1 second. Almost instantaneously, a silver box sprang forth from the ground. Seizing the box, the red and blue Thunderbolt armor erupted from within, landing in Jiang Parker's grasp. He exerted force beneath his feet and sprang into the air, landing gracefully in an alleyway, where he swiftly donned the armor. Pressing the switch on his chest, blue light surged across his body like flowing water. The battle suit of thunder has been activated. May I inquire what assistance is required? Karen, please lock onto the destination. Extracting the previously acquired anti-cat serum from the pocket of his trousers, he stowed it within the pocket of his battle suit. Destination locked. Current distance is 486 meters. A red mark suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Ceaselessly moving, it was the cat person. Without hesitation, Spider-Man aimed towards the red mark and swiftly shot out a strand of webbing. The white silk shattered droplets of rain with a resounding thud, firmly adhering to the wall. Swinging on the web, Spider-Man propelled himself towards his target, his eyes concealed beneath the mask, filled with concern as he murmured, Please, perverted uncle, do not encounter any misfortune. The rain poured with increasing intensity. Amidst the downpour, two voices intertwined in a relentless clash. The sound of blades cutting through the air echoed throughout the silent streets, punctuated by the clanging of metal. brandishing his long knife. He cleaved through the curtain of rain, delivering powerful strikes against the oncoming claws, igniting a shower of sparks. The immense force forced Jiang City to retreat repeatedly, panting heavily. His grip on the knife trembling slightly as he fixed his gaze upon the cat person, his resolve unwavering. The cat person, looking down upon Jiang City, was filled with disdain, unable to fathom that Dr. Octopus had dispatched him to eliminate such a foe. To be frank, with someone like Jiang City, he could easily take on 10. Channeling the power coursing through his veins, memories of the last encounter with Spider-Man flooded his mind, igniting a flame of hatred within the cat person's eyes. Next time, I shall return the humiliation you inflicted upon me, double. Noticing the cat person lost in thought, Jiang City seized the opportunity without a moment's hesitation. Gripping his long knife tightly, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance between himself and the cat person, the knife glinting ominously as it sliced through the raindrops, producing a humming sound. Swish. The long knife carved a crescent through the rain, aiming directly for the cat person's heart. Unfortunately, as a feline creature, the cat person's reflexes were exceptionally acute. It sensed Jiang Citi's movement and swung its deadly claws in response. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated in the air. Muscles taut. Jiang City gripped the knife handle with determination, his keen eyes fixed upon the cat person. Recognizing that in a contest of strength he was superior to this beast before him, Jiang City swiftly retreated, taking advantage of the cat person's forward momentum. Swish. The long knife sliced through the air, delivering a heavy blow to the cat person's back, blood splattering and staining the rain-soaked ground. Roar. Feeling the searing pain in its back, the cat person's fury ignited, and it spun around violently, its right claw aimed directly at Jiang City, with his pupils constricting. Knowing he could not evade the assault, Jiang City raised his long knife, attempting to block the incoming strike. Bang. In a mere instant, Jiang City was sent sprawling by the catman's furious strike, landing awkwardly on the ground, his black trench coat thoroughly drenched by the rain. Supporting himself with a blade, he felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body as if it were disassembled, prompting him to grimace. Indeed, had he overexerted himself? Faced with a creature at least a tier 3 lower, he felt akin to a child in preschool, destined only to be mercilessly overpowered. The immense disparity instilled a sense of defeat within Jiang City. Although merely 2 minutes had elapsed, he was already in a wretched state. With Lu Mingyao and the others still 7 or 8 minutes away, he questioned whether he could endure until their arrival. Spitting out blood and wiping his lips, a bitter smile crept across his face. If that boy were to witness his current predicament, he would surely mock him relentlessly. Imagining the boy's taunts, calling him a perverted old man and deriding his pitiful appearance, Jiang City felt certain that such mockery was well within the realm of possibility. Damn it. I've grown up quite impressively. If it weren't for my poor nutrition in childhood, I would be your equal now, you know? Cursing under his breath, he rose from the ground, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly as he fixed his gaze upon the catman, wary of its impending actions. The catman, unfazed by Jiang Citi's words and finding the encounter somewhat tedious, resolved to swiftly conclude this uninteresting battle before seeking his lifelong rival, Spider-Man, for a decisive confrontation. 3 tails ignited with flames, soaring upward in an instant. The blackish-purple inferno of the netherworld blazed fiercely, and the falling rain only intensified its magnitude and ferocity. The sudden eruption of this otherworldly fire rendered the already frigid rain-soaked day even more bitterly cold, an unbearable chill seeping into the bones. Observing the 3 flames igniting upon the catman's tail, Jiang City felt his pupils constrict, an ominous premonition washing over him. Should he indeed be struck by this netherworld fire, he would find himself preparing for his own funeral come morning. While he had always relished partaking in feasts, he certainly would not take kindly to others feasting upon his own demise.